Everyone says that family is a safe haven. But when interests come into play, family affection is just a bargaining chip. Jang Tiannan came to my door with a check for 50 million yuan, thinking he could bring me down, but instead he was pushed into the abyss. Jiang Long switched sides for profit, while Jiang Yi was furious for his family. Family discipline, whipping, miscarriage. Everyone in the Jiang family is struggling in the quagmire. Behind the open and covert struggles, who is manipulating the chessboard of fate? Part 8. I knew that Jiang Tiannan would not give up easily. Sure enough, he came to my house in person with a check for 50 million, not too much, but not too little either. But for an old fox like Jiang Long, this is obviously not just a favor. He knows that Jiang Long has overseas fabric channels, and his purpose is very clear, which is to cut off the raw materials of Deceit clothing. Jiang Tiannan had a smile on his face, but his tone was vicious. He was not here to beg for help, but to set a trap. He said that foreign customers refuse domestic fabrics and only recognize international brands. If they can stop me from buying raw materials, not only will I not be able to deliver the goods, but my reputation will also be ruined. This move is cruel and insidious, and it is indeed a problem. Jiang Long acted righteous at first, pushing the check away and serving tea to the guests. On the surface, he said he would not interfere, but secretly he was worried about offending me. But Jiang Tiannan is not someone who gives up easily. Before leaving, he casually mentioned that this time it was Dongshu Group that was behind it, and he was the president of the sports brand. Dongshu Group? Jiang Long's eyes changed when he heard these words. He knew that it was one of the 4 major chaebols in the north, with an unfathomable background. The 50 million check immediately changed its nature and became the admission ticket to Dongshu Group. He didn't want to make enemies, but now he saw a shortcut to gain a foothold. Jiang Tiannan pretended to speak casually, but every word hit Jiang Long's weakness accurately. When he walked to the door, Jiang Long really couldn't sit still and hurriedly called him back. Accepting the check in front of him also symbolized the official start of a secret cooperation. Jiang Long said it easily, saying that he had wanted to create a sports brand for a long time, and this time he just took advantage of the situation. But I know that what he really values is the power behind Dongshu Group. As long as he operates properly, he can not only cheat Deceit clothing, but also take advantage of the situation to rise to the top, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. When Jiang Tiannan left Jianglong Villa, the smile on his face said it all. He just ran into his parents Jiang Yi and Luo Jia when he and Ella went out. When he saw them, he just nodded, said hello, and hurriedly got into the car and left without saying another word. Luo Jia was a little anxious and shouted at him to go home for dinner, with a tone of reluctance and complaint. But Jiang Tiannan didn't even look back. She turned around and blamed Jiang Yi, saying that it was because he didn't give him real power and forced his own son into this state. Jiang Yi's face turned pale, and he could only remain silent. You still expect him to come back and beg you? Dream on. Luo Jia's words stabbed into Jiang Yi's heart like a knife. Yes, he originally wanted to use this excuse to suppress Jiang Tiannan, to make him face reality and stop opposing me. But who knew that Dongshu Group would suddenly appear and completely change the situation? Jiang Yi knew that Jiang Tiannan no longer needed to look back after he had a backer. He had established a firm foothold in Dongshu Group, holding power and shares. He was afraid that he would never want to recognize this father again in this life. He sighed, looking exhausted, and could only turn around and return to the villa. After entering the house, he saw Jiang Long and asked in an uneasy tone, "Along, what does Tiannan want to do with you?" Jiang Long pretended to be innocent, saying that he was just catching up, and advised Jiang Yi not to be too harsh on Tiannan. But when Jiang Yi heard this, his face immediately darkened. "I advise you not to intervene. This kid is now a mad dog, and he is determined to fight George. If you really help him, you will get into trouble sooner or later." Jiang Yi said this in a heavy tone, like a warning, but also disappointment. Jiang Long smiled and changed the subject, talking about his newly arrived tea. The two continued to drink tea on the surface, but they both knew what was going on. Jiang Long had a plan in mind, which had actually been finalized long ago. As long as Jiang Tiannan didn't expose it, I would have no idea that he was playing tricks behind my back. These days, I have been waiting for a critical node to arrive. Until in the Tianxin Group conference room, Zhang Xiaolin finally reported the latest data. The daily active users of Jinri 2 are stable at 100 million, and the advertising revenue has increased by 50% firmly occupying the first place in the industry. While showing the chart, she said that the customer stickiness is also the highest among entertainment applications. I listened to their report and nodded slightly, but in fact, I already had a new plan in my mind. In the conference room, many senior executives were expressing their opinions and discussing how to further increase advertising revenue. Olivia looked at me and asked me what my next plan was. I knocked on the table and said, "We can take a break from today's headlines. It's time to focus on Tianyin short video." The air suddenly became quiet. I continued, "Our big data recommendation system is mature, and the creator program has also been effective. Next, we must promote the era of short videos for all." Many people are shocked. Aren't short videos exclusive to young people? But I see it further. It will be the mainstream in the future. Don't be afraid of breaking the jars and cans. I looked at them and said, "From today on, Jinri Tuan, Canada, and all their resources will fully support Tianyin short video. During the Spring Festival, we will launch an advertising campaign with celebrity endorsements, full coverage of high-speed rail stations, and sponsorship of a number of entertainment variety shows." I asked Tianyin Group to connect with Tianjin Entertainment and start integrating resources. At the same time, I plan to support a group of top internet celebrities from the Creator Plan to boost the popularity of the platform. In the new year, we will make Tianyin short video a real core business. I believe that once short videos succeed in breaking the circle, not only will the revenues soar, but we will also be able to further control public opinion, which is the key. After the meeting, each department received a task and worked at full capacity. Just as I was about to leave, Johnson came over and mentioned the Pakistan Committee's issue of the supply of raw materials for sportswear and staff clothing. Several well-known foreign fabric companies delayed shipments, and some even directly refused to cooperate. I frowned, and my first reaction was that someone was behind this. Johnson suggested switching to domestic raw materials, but I rejected it immediately. Our contract clearly stated that we must use specific fabrics. Changing the materials at random would not only breach the contract, but also damage the brand of Deceit clothing. We are sponsoring the Olympics and cannot destroy our reputation. I thought calmly and soon realized that it might be Dongshu Group that was causing trouble. This was not the first time they had targeted us. Last time Robin visited us, as soon as the news got out, Dongshu's people took action immediately. This time they were targeting us overseas again. Could it be that they also had people overseas? Johnson suspected that there was a mole in the company. I nodded, but said that the probability was not high. After all, the company had just reorganized its internal affairs not long ago. Olivia reminded me that the chaebol behind Dongshu does have the ability to influence foreign supply chains. However, at present, Lucas does not have the weight to make the chaebol take action personally. As I was talking, I received a call from Jiang Yinzhong. We hadn't contacted each other for a long time, and this time he took the initiative to call me. Obviously, he had something important to tell me. He told me that Jiang Long, the third uncle of the Jiang family, had been in frequent contact with Jiang Tianin recently, and they were suspected of working together to deal with me. Jiang Long is in the foreign trade business, has close ties with the European Union, and is planning to build his own sports brand. I immediately knew that he was behind this. I hung up the phone and immediately asked Johnson to check the cooperation with Jiang Long. It turned out that there was quite a lot of cooperation, including real estate development, advertising, packaging materials, and almost multiple business lines. I smiled coldly and gave a direct order. Discontinue all cooperation and let him go to Lucas. Soon, I received another call from Wei Mingfei. She told me that the richest man in Hong Kong was about to hold a large business event in the South, inviting top tycoons from all over the country and even abroad to attend, and she would be there. But she reminded me, "Remember, we won't know each other by then. This event is of great value." The richest man in Hong Kong also lent me a hand when I was down and out. I will always remember this kindness. Since I was invited, of course I have to go. This round may open up a bigger situation for Tianyin short video and Deceit clothing. I looked out the window at the dark night and heard Wei Mingfei's voice on the other end of the phone with a slight smile. She admitted that she did secretly help with the sponsorship of the Pakistan Committee. She knew that I wanted to build a sports brand, so she recommended me. What surprised me even more was that she took the initiative to bring up the issue of clothing fabric supply on my side, saying that she knew some people in the European and American clothing circles and could smooth things over for me, so it shouldn't be difficult to resolve. I was moved and asked her tentatively if she could help me check a person, Jiang Long. He has deep roots in the field of European and American clothing foreign trade and is the key figure in blocking our raw materials this time. Wei Mingfei agreed straightforwardly and said she would check for me later, but she actually called for another purpose. In addition to inviting me to participate in the business event in the South, she also had more important news to tell me. Her tone became serious as she mentioned the real backer of Dongxu Group, the Gu family, a second-tier family known as one of the 10 families of Beijing. When I heard the name, I immediately frowned. Although the Gu family is not a top family, it has a deep foundation. If they fully support Lucas, the pressure on me will increase exponentially. But Wei Mingfei said she would stand by me. She said firmly that since we have formed an alliance, we will not sit idly by. And the reason why she helped me early was because she had already predicted that the Gu family would get involved in this game. I smiled and continued to ask about her relationship with the Liang family. In fact, I'd already guessed that her real target was not the entire Liang family, but Liang Yong. Wei Mingfei did not deny it. She said that although the Liang family had fallen, her mission was not yet complete. She was not in a position to reveal the details of her past with Liang Yong, but if I could grow up to a certain level one day, she might tell me the truth. After I hung up the phone, I was still thinking about what she said. Lucas has the Gu family behind him. No matter how strong my business empire is, it is difficult to confront such an old power head-on. However, since concubine Wei Ming dared to confront them head-on, it showed that she was not simple either. I could feel that she was not much weaker than the Gu family. It was precisely because of her existence that I had the confidence to continue fighting this battle. I whispered to myself, Liang Yong, Maria, Lucas, what secrets are hidden between the three of them? And what kind of blood feud is there between Wei Mingfei and Liang Yong? At the same time, the Jang family was also in an uproar. Jiang, he just received the news that Tianshan Group suddenly stopped all cooperation with them, and his face fell on the spot. Jiang Yunzhong pretended to be innocent and said that Jiang Tanin might have done something privately again. Jiang, he couldn't hold back his anger and couldn't help cursing. He felt that in such a fight between big groups, it would be best for a small company not to offend either side, but the Jiang family insisted on getting involved. At this time, Jiang Long suddenly rushed in, looking panicked, and knelt down to ask for help. He said that Nanfang's business had been cut off by Tianshan Group, and the packaging company had been kicked out of the cooperation list. What's worse is that Tianshan Group also announced that whoever cooperates with Jiang Long will no longer have any relationship with Tianshan. Jiang Long's phone was flooded with calls, and many partners stopped or waited and watched. After he finished speaking, he collapsed to the ground and cried like a shrew. Who did I offend? Why did I suddenly suffer such retribution? Jiang, he was shocked after hearing this. Was there a problem with the overseas business? Jiang Long's foreign trade was blocked by the European and American markets, and even the originally signed orders were canceled. He finally realized that the person behind this was not an ordinary person. He grabbed Jiang Long and yelled, "Tell me the truth. Did you do something to Tianshan Group? Otherwise, they wouldn't have suddenly acted so cruelly." Jiang Long wanted to play dumb, but was kicked to the ground by Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi was right. He himself had worked with Tianshan Group, and he knew George would not turn against him easily unless someone touched his bottom line. Finally, Jiang Long admitted that it was Jiang Tanin who found him and said that they could cooperate to destroy George's clothing brand, and he was greedy and had the idea. He thought Jiang Tianin could keep it a secret for him, but this guy turned around and sold him out. Otherwise, how could George target him so quickly? Jiang, he was so angry that he picked up the teacup and smashed it, roaring, "How many times have I told you not to mess with George? But you just didn't listen. Now you're not only hurting yourself, but also our entire Jiang family." Jiang Long was also anxious, and he rolled over and begged, "Brother, what should we do now? Can we go find George and admit our mistakes and say that it was Tianin who did it? Let me go." Just when I had stabilized the situation, the Jiang family had already turned into a mess. Jiang kicked Jiang Long and yelled, "You idiot, you go and provoke me, George. Do you think he will let you go?" Jiang Long was still being stubborn, crying out in pain and complaining, saying that it was all Jiang Tianan's idea and that he was asked to act as a matchmaker, and he also swore that nothing would go wrong. Jiang got even angrier when he heard this, and he asked someone to call Jiang Tianan. But after thinking about it, he was afraid that Jiang Tianan would not listen, so he changed his mind and asked Luo Jie to come forward. After all, when a mother calls her son, it carries the most weight. At this time, Jiang Tianan was accompanying Ella to the hospital for a prenatal checkup. The doctor said that her progesterone level was low and she needed to rest and maybe even get a pregnancy injection. Jiang Tiannan turned pale and was so nervous that his hands and feet were cold. Before he came out of the hospital, Luo Jie called him and said something serious happened at home and asked him to come back immediately. Although Jiang Tiannan was confused, he thought that this was a good opportunity to tell his family about Ella's pregnancy. He thought it might be a happy occasion for everyone, but little did he know that what was waiting for him was a violent storm. As soon as I entered the villa, what greeted me was not concern and joy, but Jiang Yi's furious roar and the whip in his hand. Without saying much, he whipped Jiang Tiannan directly, scolding him for being brainless and having to provoke me. Jiang Long was even more rude. He ran up and kicked him, shouting more aggrieved than anyone else, saying that he had lost everything and it was all Jiang Tiannan's fault. Jiang Tiannan was stunned. How could he have been beaten like this since he was a child? He was a child of heaven who was held in the palm of his hand and had never been punished by the family. But before he could even cry out in pain, he heard Jiang Long say that his overseas business had collapsed across the board and had been completely blocked by me. Even foreign companies don't dare to answer my calls, saying that I'm holding them back and that I have to take the blame. Jiang Long's face turned black, and he cursed, tears almost coming out. At this moment, he kicked Jiang Tiannan again, speaking without thinking, completely disregarding the relationship between uncle and nephew, and only wanted to find someone to vent his anger on. Jiang Tiannan finally came to his senses and began to regret. He growled and retorted, "Uncle San, you blame me? When you took the 50 million, why didn't you say you were greedy? Now that you've lost, you blame it all on me." Jiang Long's eyes turned red, and he looked like he was ready to fight to the death. He pounced on him again to hit him, but he stopped him. He looked at Jiang Tiannan with disappointment on his face, his voice trembling. "Dad has always been optimistic about you. But why did you fight to the death with that guy named Yi? Are you worthy? Do you know who he is? He is the son-in-law of the Xia family and is recognized as the richest man in the South. What can you use to fight him? You can't even afford to offend the people around him." He became more and more excited as he spoke, and his eyes were bloodshot. "Your uncle's career is ruined, and the Jiang family's reputation has also been dragged down. Tiannan, what are you trying to do?" He changed the subject and looked at Ella, his tone even colder. "I have always liked you, but it's a pity that the debt you carry is dragging Tiannan down with you. Your Yi family is ruined, and you want to drag us down with you. What do you two want to do?" After saying this, he suppressed his anger, and his tone became sarcastic. "Don't even mention Tiannan. Even Lu Jiyun's death is strange. You guys have always thought you were superior to others since you were young. What's wrong with you now? The retribution has come, but you still don't repent." Ella trembled all over and couldn't stop crying. She wanted to refute, but Jiang Yi's words broke her last line of defense. "I really regret letting you into our Jiang family." Jiang Tiannan saw Ella crying with her head down, and suddenly he got angry and yelled at Jiang, "If you want to scold, scold me. Don't insult her. If you do this again, I would rather sever the father-son relationship." Jiang Yi was so angry that his face turned blue, his chest heaved violently, and he almost fainted on the spot. He pointed at Jiang Tiannan and couldn't even utter a complete sentence. But he knew in his heart that Jiang Tiannan would do anything for Ella. As a result, the next second, he blurted out the most hurtful words. "Your mother is a jinx, and so is she. You will never have a good ending in this life." Ella cried even harder. It's not that she didn't give and didn't work hard, but in this family, she was always just an outsider, a burden that could be abandoned at any time. Thinking back to when she first entered the Jiang family, her parents-in-law doted on her, but now she has become the target of public criticism. The gap is like falling from heaven to hell. Finally, Jiang Yi said coldly, "Tiannan, if you don't divorce her, get out of the Jiang family." Jiang Tiannan was stunned. "Divorce? No way." Luo Jie rushed out to dissuade him, but Jiang Yi's attitude could not be any more firm. Before I made a move, the Jiang family was already in turmoil. Jiang Yi lost control of his emotions and slapped Luo Jie in the face in front of everyone, shouting angrily, "It's all because of you who has been protecting them. Now, the family business is almost gone." He changed the subject and pointed the finger at Ella, saying that she was not here to live with him, but married into the Jiang family with a purpose, and that she was after me. Ella turned pale and her lips trembled, but she finally managed to say, "I want a divorce." Her words were like a knife stabbing into Jiang Tiannan's heart. He roared on the spot, "I won't get a divorce. No one can break us up. Jiang Tanin stared at Jiang Yi, his voice full of hatred. You only know how to compromise. You don't have any backbone. I don't want this family anymore. You are not my family. In front of the whole family, he took Ella's hand and turned away, without a trace of nostalgia in his eyes. Jiang Yi completely exploded, holding a whip and yelling that he would sever ties with Jiang Tianan and threatened that he would not leave a penny to Jiang Tianan. But Jiang Tianan did not look back and walked out of the Jiang family door step by step. Luo Jie was so angry that she cried and fell on the sofa, but Jiang Yunzhong sneered beside her. He knew that from now on, Jiang Tianan had been completely kicked out. What an idiot, he thought to himself. Even Lucas can't deal with George. What kind of person is Jiang Tianan? Now I've been kicked out, and I have no future. He glanced at Ella again and thought sarcastically. Besides being pretty, she's a disaster. Whoever marries her will be unlucky. On the other side, Ella followed Jiang Tianan out of the villa, tears streaming down her face. The insults from the Jiang family kept circling in her mind, especially Jiang Yi's jinx, which made her feel suffocated. Suddenly, she felt a hot and wet sensation in her lower body. She looked down and saw blood flowing down her legs. Tianan, she shouted in panic. When Jiang Tianan turned around, his pupils suddenly contracted, and his heart almost stopped when he saw the bloodstains under her skirt. He immediately rushed over to pick her up and shouted to stop a taxi. Along the way, he held Ella's hand, his face paler than paper. Child, our child. Her voice choked, and she almost fainted. Jiang Tianan gritted his teeth and kept comforting her. It will be okay, it will be okay. After arriving at the hospital and examining the patient, the doctor finally pronounced the condition as miscarriage. As the doctor spoke, Jiang Tianan felt as if he had been punched in the chest. Some people are born with weak constitutions, so they need to be especially careful in the early stages. Bed rest is the key. The doctor's tone was calm, but every word was as sharp as a knife. Jiang Tianan was completely stunned. He felt ringing in his ears, and his vision went dark. The doctor patted him on the shoulder and said, "You can come back after you recover in half a year." He walked out of the clinic in a daze, pushed open the door of the ward, and saw Ella lying on her side with her back to him. The tears in the corners of her eyes had soaked the pillow, and her body was shaking slightly. Jiang Tianan sat beside her, unable to say a word. He suddenly felt that what his father said was not entirely wrong. In fact, George never took the initiative to hurt Ella, but she just refused to let go of the grudge. She was determined to avenge Fang Yiming, and Jiang Tianan also gave up everything with her, even losing his child. He really wanted to persuade her to stop, but seeing her haggard appearance, he finally held back the words. At this moment, Lucas walked in with Lu Ruyan, dressed in suits and leather shoes, looking very arrogant. He asked as soon as he opened his mouth, "What's going on?" Jiang Tianan stood up and briefly explained the situation. Lucas was displeased after hearing this. Another failure? George also has connections in the EU? Who was behind this? He scolded Jiang Tianan like he was a subordinate, completely ignoring what he had just experienced. "I invested 50 million in you, and this is the result? How do you want me to see you?" he said aggressively. Jiang Tianan gritted his teeth and could only whisper, "I'm sorry." Now that he has lost the Jiang family and has no capital, he can only bow to Lucas. "Give me an explanation about this later." Lucas said this and then looked at Ella. "Sis, you are still young. Just try harder next time." Ella smiled wryly and nodded. Lucas didn't say anything, but his face remained livid. He had heard that Tianxin Group was making every effort to promote Tiannin's short video, which was gaining momentum, even surpassing the startup period of today's headlines. This made him feel very uneasy. He couldn't figure out what George was trying to do. He had a mature product, but he was betting on a new field again. At this time, David and Angela also rushed to the ward, looking at Ella on the bed, their faces full of worry. "Tianan, what happened?" Angela asked me in a low voice, but I didn't know how to answer. "It's him, George." Before I could say anything, Ella on the bed gritted her teeth and said the name. David's face darkened when he heard it, and he was about to get angry and ask me what I had done. But Ella closed her eyes and didn't explain. Jiang Tianan also remained silent. I know that he knows in his heart that this miscarriage has nothing to do with me. Maybe Jiang Yi's scolding irritated Ella, or it could be caused by other reasons. But this sudden change was definitely not caused by me. David stood up in anger and threatened to confront me. Although the father-daughter relationship between him and me had been severed, he still cared about the blood relationship. He felt that I had hurt the Yi family, harmed Wanru, and now even Kuer's child was gone. Jiang Tun and tried to dissuade him and told him to calm down, saying that the doctor had also said that they were still young, and the most important thing now was to take good care of Ella and let the past be the past. David sighed and finally sat back down. At the end of the year, Tianjin Group once again set the industry on fire. When the rumor about the year-end bonus was released, the internet went viral, and countless people envied my company's employees, saying that I was the boss of others' companies. The Dongshu Group was not to be outdone, holding an annual meeting and handing out bonuses with great fanfare. It was obvious that they were determined to fight me to the end in terms of public opinion and strength. That afternoon, Xiao Lingyun, Olivia, and I went to the golf course to relax. Jiang Yunzhong was also with us. He had been looking for me frequently in the past few days, and, of course, it was not just for playing golf. Lucas, I really imitate you in everything. Xiao Lingyun looked at me with a smile. It was obvious that he had heard that Dongshu Group imitated me in giving out year-end bonuses. I chuckled in response. Imitation is their norm, and they're doing pretty well thanks to their chaebol background. But ultimately, those traditional businesses rely on resources, not capabilities, so I'm not worried about how much of a breakthrough they can make. Xiao Lingyun snorted disdainfully. It's just an old routine. It's hard for a company that lacks innovation to survive long-term. Indeed, a business like theirs that relies on relationships will never have real vitality. In contrast, our Tianjin Group is planning for the new economy of the future. From Canada to Tianjin short video, each project is at the forefront of the times. Jiang Yunzhong interjected at the right time. I heard that Dongshu also wanted to make short videos, but they started too late. He turned to look at me and smiled very flatteringly. Mr. Yi, you are still amazing. Tianjin has attracted tens of billions of dollars in a month. It's amazing. I didn't respond to his compliment, but just nodded. For me, billions of advertising fees are just the beginning. Tianjin's potential is far more than that. Jiang Yunzhong then put forward his purpose. Mr. Yi, our Zhang family also wants to get closer to the new economy. I wonder if there is any opportunity for cooperation. After saying that, he swung the club with a standard posture, but I didn't rush to respond. I smiled and asked him, cooperation? Then what can your Jiang family provide? Jiang Yunzhong quickly smiled and replied, in terms of funds, connections, and resources, we also have a deep foundation in the South. I shook my head gently. Tianjin has no shortage of money. Technology, we are better than you. Connections? The internet does not rely on connections. This sentence made him look a little embarrassed, but he still forced a smile. Even if our Zhang family is not qualified yet, I hope there will be opportunities in the future. He was very humble, knowing that I didn't want to pay attention to him and didn't dare to say much. After all, I have resumed cooperation with the Jiang family, and giving him this face is enough. Let's go. The dinner is about to start. Xiao Lingyun reminded. The protagonist of the night was the richest man in Hong Kong Island, who organized an unprecedented grand business dinner. No officials were allowed to attend this banquet, which was purely an exchange and game between capitals. Regardless of whether it was the Southern Business Circle, Hong Kong Island Consortium, or even International Capital, all came. I followed the Xia family to the scene. This is a private club that covers a vast area. From the golf course to the swimming pool, from the foot of the mountain to the five-star hotel, everywhere is a symbol of luxury. The lights at the dinner were bright. Guests in suits and ties were chatting in twos and threes. Waiters in tuxedos were walking around carrying red wine and oysters. It was like a high-class event. Just as she was about to enter, a familiar figure flashed before her eyes. Lu Yinyan. She was wearing a royal blue backless fishtail dress, paired with a custom antique bag and 12-centimeter high heels. She looked completely different from her previous image of a capable and cool, strong woman, and now she looked a little more noble and gentle. She only brought a female companion with her. After all, bodyguards were not allowed to enter the banquet, but she was still very charming and attracted many people's attention. Chapter 468. It's a rare opportunity to encounter this, so why not wait for a better day? George. Lu Yinyan also saw George. She did something that was different from what she was wearing. She ran over with her skirt lifted up and said, "You killed Axia. I'm going to kill you." "Who is Axia?" George looked at her calmly. "I only know about the morning glow, the evening glow, the prawns, and the mantis shrimp. I don't know anything about Axia." Lu Yinyan was furious and wanted to rush over to kill George, but Xiaoling Yun pushed her away in advance. She cursed excitedly. Stop pretending. It must be you who killed Axia. And you also killed my brother Lu Jiyun. George and Xiaoling Yun looked at each other, and both showed mocking smiles. George looked at him as if he was a fool. If you have evidence, arrest me. If you don't, be careful, or I'll sue you for defamation. By the way, I haven't settled the matter with you for arresting Mr. Robin yet. It was indeed he who had Axia killed, but where was the evidence? With the actions of Chun Sanction's team, even Interpol couldn't find any evidence, let alone Lu Yinyun. Moreover, George had checked Axia's character and knew that this woman was cruel and had killed many people. So killing Axia could be considered as getting rid of a harm to the people. Think carefully about who Axia offended, and don't throw all the dirty water on me. George took Xiaoling Yun and the others to the hotel, leaving Lu Yinyun with a chic back view, as if telling her, I don't take you seriously. Lu Yinyun stood there with a red face and her silver teeth chattering. In fact, in her mind, Lucas and George were both suspects, so she went to Lucas angrily to settle the score last time. And this time when she saw George, she lost her mind and wanted to attack him. Her practice has always been to kill anyone who made a mistake and never let them go. Once I find out who it is, I will destroy his entire family. Lu Yinyun uttered a word grimly and headed to the hotel with his female companion. As George and his companions approached the hotel, they heard the low hum of a string quartet's cello. Looking ahead, they saw gentlemen in suits blowing out cigar smoke rings, the ladies' earrings trembling slightly as they nodded, and amber drinks were shaken in everyone's hands. In the hotel behind the lawn, the crystal chandeliers crushed the light into thousands of stars, which adds a special feeling to the evening. The guests in the hotel have a higher status. Xiaoling Yun ordered a glass of red wine and looked in the direction of the hotel. Go in and take a look. George was just about to call a few people in when Olivia saw an acquaintance and happily walked over to say hello. I saw that this familiar person was Tao Xingro. She was wearing an embroidered lace long dress with her long hair tied up. She looked dignified and elegant. She was holding a glass of wine and chatting with several friends. It can be seen that she is dressed up carefully for tonight's dinner. Why is she here? George was a little surprised. Xiaoling Yun guessed. People who can come here are either of high status or elites in the industry. Maybe her business is doing well, so she's an elite in the industry, and she has cooperation with the richest man in Hong Kong Island. Tao Xingro was surprised to see Olivia, and then chatted happily. When Olivia pointed at George, Tao Xingro immediately walked over with Olivia. To George and Olivia from the bottom of her heart, because with the help of advertising, her factory has come back to life and has entered the top 10 in the facial towel and paper towel industries. She also took the opportunity to cooperate with some hotels owned by the richest man in Hong Kong Island and supply them with consumables such as paper towels. When Tao Xingro came over, George looked her up and down and said, You're doing good business. Thanks to Mr. Yi. By the way, Mr. Yi, I'm cooperating with your company on advertising. I want to extend the time, and I still owe you advertising fees. Tao Xingro's attitude towards George is very special, a little shy, a little odd, and of course more admiring. Forget about the advertising fee. Just treat us to a meal when you have time. George smiled and said, Of course, our advertising is just to add fuel to the fire. What really makes your factory come back to life is still your business methods. What are you talking about, Mr. Yi? After being praised by George, Tao Xingro's apple face became even redder. So cute. Xingro, this must be George. At this time, a woman's voice came from beside Tao Xingro, and the woman appeared next to Tao Xingro, pulling a girl of 18 or 19 years old. Mom, Tao Xingro didn't expect her mother to come suddenly, so she quickly pulled her mother Zhou Rue, hoping that her mother would be more polite. What are you doing to me, you little bitch? Zhou Rue slapped Tao Xingro's hand away with one hand, and the aggrieved Tao Xingro was anxious and nervous. Zhou Rue looked at George and said, Not bad. You are very handsome. George, after the dinner, come to our house for dinner. George looked at Zhou Rue in surprise, then turned to look at Olivia. There was surprise in everyone's eyes, because they didn't know Zhou Rue at all, but Zhou Rue seemed to be very familiar with them and was not very polite. Of course, Zhou Rue is Tao Xingro's mother, so they are too lazy to care. Auntie, I will definitely go when I have time. George said politely, Oh, it's so rare to meet someone like that. It's better to do it today than to wait for another day. Zhou Rue wasn't at all stage frightened. but his words were quite embarrassing. In fact, the Tao family is also a wealthy family in Beijing. If they had not offended anyone, they would still be thriving. So it is not the first time for Zhou Rui to attend a dinner of this level, so he naturally will not be stage fright. Although George is the richest man in the South, she was born in the North, where power is the most important thing. Among the four classes of scholars, farmers, merchants, and artisans, she subconsciously still believes that businessmen are not as good as those in power. Of course, it is not bad for him to be the son-in-law of the richest man in the South. Of course, what she hoped more was that her second daughter Tao Xingyun would be with George. Our family still relies on your help, Xingyun. Come and thank George. After Zhou Rui finished speaking, he pulled Tao Xingyun over. I saw that Tao Xingyun was also very beautiful. Unlike Tao Xingro, she was tall and had fair skin. She was a very elegant beauty. George, hello. George in a sweet voice. Hello. George nodded casually and wanted to leave. George, you're not married yet. Zhou Rui immediately stopped him and said with a smile, What do you think of my daughter? She graduated from Peking University, is 1.72 meters tall, pretty, and well-educated. Many people are chasing her, but my daughter has high standards and doesn't like ordinary people. She's quite interested in you. How about you two have a chat? George stared and finally understood what Zhou Rui meant. It seemed like he was here for a blind date. Thank you, Annie. I already have a fiancé. George refused with a helpless look. That means you're unmarried. Is your fiancé as pretty as my Xingyun? Marriage is no small matter. You have to look carefully before you get married. My daughter is pretty good. She's well-educated, well-mannered, and good at both being a lady in the living room and a good cook in the kitchen. Zhou Rui still didn't give up. George was a little unhappy immediately. After all, Olivia was right next to him, and Zhou Rui's behavior was a bit disrespectful to him. And the reason George was able to chat with Zhou Rui was also because of Tao Xingro. Otherwise, George wouldn't even want to look at Zhou Rui. Chapter 469, Deja Vu. Her experience is very similar to yours. George, how about we just walk around and chat? Seeing that his mother had already held George back, Tao Xingyun would naturally not give up this opportunity. In fact, compared to my mother's emphasis on power, she values money more. Besides, this is the South, where people do not attach as much importance to power as people in the North. What's more, George is young, handsome, and talented, which satisfies her fantasy of a significant other. I'm sorry, I don't have time. George became a little impatient, and his tone became very impolite. However, Zhou Rui still pulled George and refused to let him leave easily. He insisted on having a chat with Tao Xingyun first. She had a preconceived idea that the Tao family was once a wealthy family in Yanjing, and that winning over George would be a bargain for George. Mom, what nonsense are you talking about? Tao Xingro couldn't stand it anymore and complained. They treated us as friends, but you introduced your sister to them. That's so rude. After saying that, he kept apologizing to George and Olivia. Stupid girl, did I ask you to speak? Shut up. Zhou Rui raised his hand, as if he was going to hit someone. Okay, and Zhou, I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. George took advantage of Zhou Rui's letting go and left quickly. Hey, don't go, wait. Zhou Rui wanted to hold George back again, but this time he was stopped by Tao Xingro. Tao Xingro was so embarrassed. He was the richest man, and there were many girls who liked him. How could he possibly look down on his younger sister? If it were any other time, Tao Xingro would never dare to interfere in Zhou Rui's affairs. But it was different with George, because George had done her a favor. Xingro, what's wrong with you? This is such a great opportunity. I saw George was also looking at Xingyun, and it was obvious that he was interested. Why are you messing with me? After Zhou Rui was pulled over, he became furious. Tao Xingyun's pretty face also looked gloomy. She felt that her sister had ruined her good thing. Mom, he has a fiancé right next to him. If you introduce Xingyun to Xia in front of her, she will be very unhappy. Besides, George helped me, and I haven't even thanked him yet. But you did something like this, making me so embarrassed. Why don't you consider other people's feelings when you do these things? Tao Xingro explained aggrievedly. You are courting death. Zhou Rui was furious and raised his hand to slap Tao Xingro. In the end, Tao Xingyun stopped her and said coldly, Mom, this is a high-end place. Don't embarrass yourself. After saying that, she looked at Tao Xingro and said, Sister, don't think I don't know what you're thinking. You're jealous of me. You must like George, but George likes me, so you're trying to sabotage him. Humph, since you were little, you've always liked to compete with me for everything, and you've always been jealous of me. I'll slowly settle the score with you after we get home. What? Tao Xingro felt wronged and wanted to cry. Although she did have special feelings for George, she never dared to think about it. She only felt grateful to George. So how could she possibly compete with her sister? Besides, George already has a fiancée. Mom, they're getting married. Don't affect their relationship. Tao Xingro suppressed her grievances and advised again. Besides, you also met George through me. Otherwise, George would not care about you at all. He is the richest man in the South. Finally, don't use my name to introduce your sister to him. Tao Xingro, how do you talk to Mom? Zhou Rui couldn't bear it anymore and slapped Tao Xingro in the face regardless of the occasion. The slap was so loud that people nearby looked over and were stunned. Mom! Tao Xingro stroked her face and noticed the gazes from all around her. She felt completely ashamed. You've grown so powerful now that you even dare to talk back to Mom, and you're jealous of your sister. How can you be a sister? Aren't you ashamed? Zhou Rui ignored the looks around him and slapped Tao Xingro again. Isn't that Mr. Tao from Dao Paper? Why was she beaten? That's her mother. That's too much. Beating your daughter in such an occasion doesn't take her self-esteem into consideration at all. People who knew Tao Xingro were talking about it and wanted to help, but because it was someone else's family affair, it was not easy to interfere. At this time, George took Olivia and others to the hotel. Xia, I'm so sorry. George was afraid that Olivia would be unhappy. After all, in front of Xia, Tao Xingro's mother actually introduced her daughter to him without considering Xia's feelings at all. I don't care. Olivia smiled and said, what does this mean? It means that there are many girls who like my fiancé. George was finally relieved and said with a smile, your husband is liked by many girls, but you don't care. On the contrary, you are very happy. Aren't you afraid that your husband will be snatched away by someone else? Don't be afraid, because I trust my husband. Olivia shook her head. You. George was secretly helpless about Olivia's naivety. Of course, they grew up together as childhood sweethearts in an orphanage. So many times their thoughts and habits are the same. For example, George is not a person who cares about appearance. No matter how good-looking someone is, he will only take a few glances at them. And that's all. What he cares more about is feelings and the interweaving of souls. And the same goes for Olivia. Sister or brother-in-law. Although I believe in your relationship, it's just that, what kind of friends do you know? Xiaoling Yun said helplessly at this time. Your friend's mother is also a freak. She doesn't know manners, she doesn't know the ways of the world, and she doesn't even know the basics of being a human being. She introduced her daughter like this without considering the other person's feelings at all. I think she's crazy about money. And she gave me the impression that you're taking advantage of her daughter by marrying her to you. Huh? What kind of person is she? George and Olivia also found it very funny. But Olivia smiled and said, actually, when I saw how Tao Xingro looked just now, I suddenly felt that she was very similar to Brother Chun. Her mother seemed to be partial to her sister, and Tao Xingro was also very well behaved in front of her mother. Isn't this the same as Brother Chun when he was a child? George nodded after listening. No wonder I disliked that mother and daughter. So this is the reason. While they were chatting, Xiaoling Yun suddenly pointed ahead and said, look, those guys are here too. Lucas was seen bringing Rui and Lu, and beside them, David and Angela also came. They stand out like a crane among a flock of chickens. Lucas was wearing a white suit with a sharp cut that highlighted his tall height. The buttons on his collar glowed from time to time under the crystal chandelier. It was a very cold glow. He just walked like this, his aura was much stronger than before, a smell of power. Wherever he went, many people greeted him politely. George and Xiaoling Yun looked at each other, and there was a great shock in each other's eyes, because they all found that Lucas had changed a lot from his previous impression. Perhaps he was no longer a teenager, but a powerful overlord in the South. Chapter 470. You didn't listen to a word of my sincere words. Money and power can change a person, Xiaoling Yun said meaningfully. His self-confidence is pouring out from his body. It seems that his experiences with the Yi family and the Liang family have also made him grow a lot. The mysterious power behind him has given him strong confidence. He experienced bitterness first and sweetness later. These two experiences have made him experience more than his peers. George nodded. Of course, he has changed so much. There must be someone secretly training him. This is also the purpose of the wealthy family. Wei Mingfei told him that the reason why Lucas was able to hold such power was because the mysterious Gu family wanted to train someone in power. and the person responsible for Lucas' training should be the mysterious old man next to Lucas. George is here too. Lu Ruyan also saw George at this time and stared at him intently. Although Lucas, beside her, stood at the pinnacle of money and power in the South, and no one in the South could compete with him. In Lu Ruyan's eyes, the young man in purple suit in the distance was not bad either. In fact, the young man stood taller than Lucas. In addition, he created a huge business empire from scratch, all of which is like a legend and makes people so obsessed. George didn't know at this time that while he was surprised by Lucas's change, in fact, others were more surprised by his ability and courage. George, David, and Angela also looked at George and were stunned at that moment. Their thoughts are the same as Lu Ruyan's. They quietly looked at George in the distance and found that even though George was standing quietly with a wine glass in hand, he looked like a statue of a king, giving people the feeling of looking down on the world, especially the smile at the corner of his lips, which seemed to be mocking and disregarding all rules. He really came. Lucas was in a bad mood when he saw George and sneered. Today's dinner has many big shots coming. It's very interesting. I'm curious. Who is the number one in the South in the eyes of these big shots? After saying that, he walked towards the hotel. Xiao Su, I have something to ask him. David thought about it and told Lucas. Lucas nodded and did not stop them and entered the hotel with Lu Ruyan, Angela, and others. David walked towards George, his eyes fixed on him with a complicated look. George also saw David coming and didn't know what David wanted to do. In fact, after the Liang family was destroyed, his relationship with the Yi family also came to an end. Against Angela, Yuki, or David, he just keeps to himself. This is also true for Ella, unless Ella herself commits suicide. So, he couldn't figure out what else David wanted to say. Olivia quickly pulled Xiaoling Yun and the others away and sat on the other side. She knew that David must have something to say to George. George, what do you think about your sister's miscarriage? David stopped in front of George, his tone questioning. George was slightly surprised. He also knew that Ella had a miscarriage. Jiang Yunzhong told him. But what did this have to do with him? If I'm not mistaken, he should be the last one to know. You hit Yuki with your car, didn't you? You also caused Ella's miscarriage, didn't you? Don't think you can pretend you didn't do anything just by keeping silent. For many things, even if there's no evidence, everyone knows it was you. David said in a cold voice. That's your future nephew. That's your relative. How could you have the heart to do that to him? In the past, you and I had many grievances, but after learning that you were Yuer's child, I let it all go. But I didn't expect you to refuse to give up. What do you want? Maria's whereabouts are unknown. The Yi and Liang families are in decline. Your grandmother, your uncle, and so many people are implicated. Why don't you stop? He became more and more excited the more he spoke. George sneered and watched David complain quietly. He didn't know why David blamed him for this, but he didn't want to explain, and there was no need to explain anything. Speak up, why don't you speak? David complained. He saw that George was just looking at him mockingly, and he was so angry that veins appeared on his forehead. What he feared most was this kind of silent occasion, where the other party said nothing, which made him very uncomfortable. He would rather hear George scolding and complaining than seeing George sneering in silence. Neuropathy. George took a sip of the wine in his hand, turned around, and left. Just like before, he had no feelings for David and didn't want to have anything to do with him. Even though George and David both knew that they were actually father and son, and their mother was Xiao Yuer, George still did not recognize David, and the two sides did not reconcile. George, you! David was so angry that he chased after him and grabbed George's shoulders. Give Dad an explanation, and don't even think about leaving. David, you haven't changed at all. Don't you think this situation is a bit like when you were a kid? You believed whatever they said. George didn't look back. He grabbed the hand on his shoulder and pushed it away fiercely. You want to confess, right? Okay, I'll give you one. You go check if Angela is your daughter. After saying that, he slowly walked away. David wanted to chase after her, but suddenly he thought about George's words. At that moment, he got goosebumps all over his body, and a chill ran from his head to his feet. Angela, isn't she his daughter? What's going on? George, you're lying to me. David yelled at George's back. He doesn't believe it. He won't believe it, even if he is beaten to death. George didn't stop walking, muttering to himself. You listened to every word of other people's lies, but you didn't listen to a word of my true words. David's pupils were concentrating, and an idea suddenly flashed through his mind. He thought that George was not his child. This was the message Maria left before she went to Yinjing. He had been deceived for decades. So what about Angela? Considering Maria's personality, it is indeed possible. Ruching has been taking care of me all this time, very patiently, but she's not my daughter, haha. David thought about it. The more confused he became. He could only keep grinning foolishly, as if he was laughing at the fate that had deceived and concealed him. The more he thought about it, the more he believed it. George has come to Olivia and the others. Olivia also asked what happened, and George told her the truth. Olivia and Johnson were very angry after hearing this, and they blamed George, but George did nothing at all. However, they were relieved when they saw that George was not affected at all and looked unconcerned. If someone doesn't care, then don't care. No matter what he thinks or how he misunderstands you. Bang! At this time, there was a slapping sound not far away. Several people turned their heads and saw Zhou Rui slapping Tao Xingro in the face in the crowd. The slap became more and more exaggerated and even overturned a table. The waiter was helpless and could only watch anxiously. Chapter 471. Our family affairs. George, are you going to interfere? What's going on? As a mother, beating your daughter in such an occasion, don't you consider your daughter's self-esteem at all? Olivia didn't expect Tao Xingro's mother to be so crazy, and she pulled George over. It was not only Zhou Rui who was beating Tao Xingro, but Tao Xingyun was also there, kicking Tao Xingro from time to time. Mom! Tao Xingro's eyes were filled with tears, and her heart was extremely painful. Even though Zhou Rui had always beaten her whenever he was worried about her feelings since they were little, in this kind of situation, with so many people watching, Zhou Rui still beat her without considering her feelings at all. Moreover, the reason why Zhou Rui and the others can come here today is because Tao Xingro can bring her family with her. Tao Xingro, now that you are capable, you're starting to have some opinions about your mother, right? Zhou Rui was so angry that he didn't care about where he was. He cursed. Let me tell you, it was not easy for me to raise you. I worked hard and didn't give up on food and clothing. Now that you have made it, you start complaining. Ask the people present, what will happen if you are not filial to your elders? Mom, I just said a few words. Tao Xingro said with grievance. George and your sister are both talented and beautiful, but you were jealous of them and secretly did bad things to destroy their relationship. And you still say no. Zhou Rui is just like Tao Xingro when she was a child. No matter what happens, Tao Xingro is always the first one to suffer. Tao Xingyun was watching from the side with her arms folded across her chest. She also thought that Tao Xingro was ruining her date. And what made her angry was that when she asked Tao Xingro to help her make a date with George, Tao Xingro actually refused. As an older sister, shouldn't you consider your younger sister's happiness? He's getting married soon and already has a fiancé. How could he possibly be interested in Xingyun? Tao Xingro could no longer bear it and argued with reason. With tears in her eyes, she shouted, my fiancé is a lady from a wealthy family, the daughter of a rich family, well-educated, elegant, and beautiful. How can Xingyun compare to her? Usually at home, whenever there was a disagreement on three things, she would mostly remain silent and didn't want to argue, because the consequences of the argument would be even more miserable. But this time, she had to stand up. You stupid girl, how dare you talk back? Zhou Rui was so angry that he slapped him again. Bang! But this time, Zhou Rui did not slap Tao Xingro in the face, but someone grabbed her wrist. She looked back, and her eyes widened in disbelief. Because standing behind her was George. Tao Xingro also looked at George in surprise. She didn't expect George to help her. Since you like to beat people up so much, how about I ask someone to beat you up? George's voice was cold and gleaming with a chill. In Zhou Rui, he seemed to see the former Maria, who was also the kind of shrew who would not care about the occasion when she got angry. Moreover, Olivia had a good relationship with Tao Xingro and pushed George to help Tao Xingro. Zhou Rui looked at George and felt a little flustered for some reason. He quickly said, George, I'm teaching my daughter. What does it have to do with you? If it really has nothing to do with me, I will definitely not interfere. But Ms. Zhou, don't forget who just called me and who ignored you, and you are taking your anger out on Tao Xingro. George's voice was very cold and hoarse, shocking Zhou Rui's mood. Apologize to Tao Xingro immediately. If I see you hitting her again, I'll let you know what the word regret means. After saying that, he shook off Zhou Rui's wrist. Zhou Rui lost his balance, staggered back a few steps, and fell to the ground. Mom! Tao Xingro hurried to help. But but was slapped hard by Zhou Rui again. He angrily said, "I don't need your fake mercy. Now that you have become successful, you have colluded with outsiders to deal with Mom. That's right, the family factory has become big, and you want to take it all for yourself, right?" I didn't. Tao Xing stroked her face gently, tears dripping down her face. "Go away." Tao Xingyun also ran over, kicked Tao Xingro to the ground, and then helped Zhou Rui up. Zhou Rui glared at Tao Xingro fiercely and scolded, "I'll make you pay if you do that when you get home." Then he looked at George with a cold expression. "George, how I teach my daughter has nothing to do with you, right? As the richest man in the South, do you think you have to interfere in other people's family affairs?" Then he shouted to the people around him, "Everyone, come have a look. This is our family affair, and the richest man in the South wants to intervene. The richest man in the South is bullying us. We came from the North to develop in the South, and we're being bullied by the local powerful people in the South." After hearing this shout, everyone around looked at George, but no one spoke for Zhou Rui. Those who can attend tonight's party are either rich or noble. Everyone is very restrained and not as reckless and impulsive as Zhou Rui. Besides, they witnessed Zhou Rui beating their daughter rudely with their own eyes. They had already classified Zhou Rui as an inferior person and were unwilling to associate with such a person. Of course, that's not all of them. Some people don't know the situation and imagine a scene in their minds where the richest man bullies a wealthy family in decline. That's Mrs. Zhou from the Tao family. I heard that she offended someone in Yanjing, and her father and husband were killed. She fled to the south, but it seems that she got help from a noble person, and her business is doing pretty well now. It's quite pitiful. They were once a wealthy family in Yanjing, but now they're bullied by dogs in a desperate situation. This richest man, George, seems a bit like a mean man who has achieved success. After all, those present today are not only entrepreneurs from the South, but also wealthy people from Jiangzhou, Jiangbei, and other places, and even from Hong Kong Island and abroad. They have only heard of George's name and are not very familiar with him. Everyone, please give your opinion. Zhou Rui is still pretending to be pitiful. Tao Xingyan also cried and wiped her tears pitifully. She was pretty to begin with, and her crying attracted the love of many young men. Originally, the mother and daughter wanted to find George a wealthy son-in-law, but after George refused and Tao Xingro refused to help, they became enraged and simply grabbed George and made trouble. George looked at Zhou Rui in surprise. This woman was so shameless. She was just like Maria, confusing right and wrong and being strong and unreasonable. He looked at Tao Xingro lying on the ground and suddenly felt a little sympathy for Tao Xingro. Her life must be hard enough with a mother like this. No wonder the Tao family went from being a wealthy family in Yanjing to bankruptcy. With such a troublemaking mother, it would be strange if nothing bad happened. "You damn bitch, if you don't apologize to her today, I'll kill you." George could say anything. Xiao Lingyun could no longer bear it. He had just been watching, but he didn't expect people to be so shameless. He was so angry that he gritted his teeth. Although bodyguards are not allowed at this gala banquet, with Xiao Lingyun's skills, there is no need for bodyguards to deal with these two shrews. "What do you want to do?" Hey, this is a high-end place, don't mess around." Seeing Xiao Lingyun approaching, Zhou Rui immediately took a step back and shouted in panic, "Who can help me? These overbearing dignitaries are bullying us. Oh, we are so pitiful. We were bullied in the North, and we were still bullied when we fled to the South. Is there any law or justice left?" Chapter 472. So you want to fight me to the end? Seeing the situation continue, people around tried to persuade them. "George, you're a great man and you don't hold grudges. Why do you have to fight with a woman? Today is a banquet hosted by Mr. Li. It would be disrespectful to the host to cause trouble here. Forget it. Forgive others when you can." George ignored them, and Xiao Lingyun naturally ignored them too. "Xiao Lingyun, the people of the Tao family are also members of our Ma family. Just try to move one of them." At this moment, a cold voice was heard, and a young man in a burgundy suit walked slowly towards them with several young masters. This young man has a buzz cut, a square face, and is tall, giving people a very oppressive feeling. After his arrival, the lawn suddenly became a little quiet. Everyone knew that the person who could come here today had a very mysterious status and background. This young man in the burgundy suit dares to speak at this time. His background must be extraordinary. Ma Zijuan. Xiao Lingyun looked at the person who came, and his pupils narrowed even though he was usually unruly. He knows this person. When he went to Yinjing with his grandfather, he met her at a dinner party. At that time, Ma Zijuan looked down on Xiaolingyun, and the two had a conflict, and Xiaolingyun ended up suffering a loss. Later, his grandfather told him that Ma Zijuan was the young master of the Yinjing Ma family, and that the Ma family was not ordinary, having once been a royal family. Although it has declined now, it is still at the end of the second tier and the top of the third tier. It is said that the Ma family has great say in the northwest area. Therefore, if Xiaolingyun is compared to the number one young master in the south, then Ma Zijuan is the number one little bully in the Beijing circle, much more ferocious than Lu Zhiyun and his ilk. Ma Master Ma. When Zhou Rui saw the young man in the burgundy suit, she was extremely surprised. Because she had been to Yinjing, she knew this person, and even her son had played with Ma Zijuan before. It's just that Ma Zijuan came from a royal family and had always been arrogant and never took the Tao family seriously. Zhou Rui was surprised that he could speak for them today. Ma Zijuan stared at Xiaolingyun with a wicked smile on his face. Xiaolingyun, I heard that you are very powerful in the south and are called the number one young master. I want to see who is tougher between you, the number one young master in the south, and me, the little bully of Yinjing. He had taught Xiaolingyun a lesson in Yinjing before, so he didn't take Xiaolingyun seriously. Annie Zhou, do whatever you want. I don't know who dares to interfere. Ma Zijuan turned around and shouted at Zhou Rui, then smoked a cigar, looking very rich and powerful. Everything is the same. Why should outsiders interfere in other people's education of their daughters? Is it so great to be the richest man? He controls everything, and he also controls other people's family affairs. I hate this kind of people the most. Seeing that she had Ma Zijuan's support, Zhou Rui became bolder and asked Tao Xingyun to grab Tao Xingro, and she continued to want to slap her. He even stared at George with an extremely arrogant attitude. What's so great about being rich? People from the north don't buy this. Try to touch her once, and I promise you will never be able to leave the south. At this time, George spoke lightly, seemingly talking about Zhou Rui, but his eyes were always on Ma Zijuan. He didn't know why the other party stood up, as if he was coming for Xiaolingyun, and also as if he was coming to help Zhou Rui, but he had an illusion that the other party seemed to be coming for him. If they were coming for him, that would be a bit strange, because in Yinjing, apart from Liang Yong and Lu Yinyun, he had offended no one else. As for Ma Zijuan standing up bravely for justice, don't be naive. Everyone who can come here today is a veteran, who would be stupid enough to stand up for others. Those who dare to stand up have their own purposes and motives. You are provoking me. Ma Zijuan didn't expect that Xiaolingyun didn't dare to speak, but George actually dared to stand up against him. Everything has its own logic. George looked directly into Ma Zijuan's eyes. The Tao family has declined. It was the eldest daughter, Tao Xingro, who built up the family business. As a mother, she is not grateful to her eldest daughter. Instead, she teaches her a lesson whenever she wants, and even teaches her a lesson in front of everyone, without giving her any face at all. Moreover, in order to introduce the second daughter to a rich man, she forced the eldest daughter to act as a matchmaker, totally disregarding other people's feelings. If my eldest daughter doesn't agree, she'll beat me up. Haha, if this is not related to me, I'll just pretend I can't see her. But if it is related to me, I'll definitely take care of it. If she dares to hit Tao Xingro again today, she won't be able to leave the south or even this hotel. Today, she must apologize to Tao Xingro. George's voice was decisive, resounding, strong, and overbearing. Not only is Tao Xingro Olivia's friend, but he also hates Zhou Rui. As for Ma Zijuan, George had no intention of provoking him. But if the other party was determined to go against him, George would definitely not back down. After all, if the other party is coming for him, it will be useless for him to compromise today, as the other party will continue to cause trouble. So you want to fight me to the end? Ma Zijuan's face turned gloomy. George still looked straight at him, his eyes as sharp as cold stars. The big lawn was completely quiet. People who were drinking and eating stopped, and they all sensed the depressing atmosphere. This richest man in the south is really tough. Yes, that little bully is very arrogant in Yinjing. Could it be that the girl who was beaten was the lover of the richest man in the south? No matter if it is true or not, being able to stand up and confront Mr. Ma head-on at this time is courageous enough to be praised. Many influential people are discussing this. Ms. Zhou, go ahead and hit me. Seeing that the atmosphere was very peaceful, Ma Zijuan's anger began to burn. Zhou Rui glanced at George, and for some reason, she felt a little nervous. She didn't dare to take action, and she also felt a little regretful. If she had known that things would become so serious, she might as well go back and teach Tao Xingro a lesson. Mom, I'm coming. Tao Xingyun walked over at this time, wanting to teach his sister a lesson personally. Try it. George still didn't move, just looked at Tao Xingyun, his calm voice full of threats. Tao Xingyun had already raised her hand, but she also felt scared at this moment, as if there was a tycoon giant standing behind her who controlled life and death. If she really took action, she would never be able to leave the south. Hit me. Seeing that Tao Xingyun was so scared that he dared not move, Ma Zijuan became even angrier. Hey, Mr. Ma, you're here on someone else's land, and you're still so arrogant. You can't behave like this. Just at this moment, a smiling voice was heard, and the crowd was separated. A young man wearing a navy blue suit, with a square face and a strong physique, came over. There were several young people following behind him, all of whom seemed to be of prominent backgrounds. One of them was someone George knew, and it was concubine Wei Mingfei. Have a go. Ma Zijuan looked at the person who came, narrowed his narrow eyes slightly, and said in a dissatisfied tone, "Why are you so boring? You have to interfere in everything." Chapter 473. I am such a boring person. I'm such a boring person. When Haiba arrived, he glanced at George, then looked at Ma Zijuan with a smile. He did not have any fear towards Ma Zijuan. Ma Zijuan obviously knew Haiba's background, which was not inferior to his family background. The Hai family is full of loyal and brave people. Several generations have served in the army. Not to mention the past, they have made great contributions to the country even now. Ma Zijuan is not someone who can be easily offended. What surprised Ma Zijuan was that he and Haiba had never interfered with each other. So why did Haiba interfere in his affairs? Although Haiba is the second generation of a military family and the descendant of a wealthy family at the end of the second tier, he never plays with them. It's your fault. Ma Zijuan didn't want to provoke Haiba, so she looked at George deeply and said, "The richest man in the South is really bold. Let's have a meal and a drink together some other day." After saying that, he left. The eating and drinking he mentioned was definitely not an ordinary dinner party, but a settlement of scores later. Go, go, go. Seeing that Ma Zijuan had left, Zhou Rui and the others naturally did not dare to stay and quietly followed him away. Can you guys go? George suddenly stopped them and said, I still say that. No one can leave here without an apology. After saying that, he looked at Tao Xingyun again. As for you, you wanted to hit someone just now. If I don't give you a slap, you can't leave. Zhou Rui and Tao Xingyun stopped in anger and looked at George with gloomy faces. Ma Zijuan, who had already left, also stopped. His face, looking very ugly as he turned his back to George, was as gloomy as water, like lava under a glacier. He didn't want to provoke Haiba, so he had to accept the situation. But who knew that George would get into a fight with him and demand that Zhou Rui and the others apologize in front of him? This is not only an embarrassment to him, but also stepping on his nose to get to the top. Brother Chun, let me fight. Olivia saw that George wanted to attack. She knew that George generally didn't like to hit people, and even less like to hit women, unless the situation was really special, so she walked over. No matter what, Tao Xingro was her friend, and she couldn't bear to be bullied like this. She just came in front of Tao Xingyun and glanced at Zhou Rui. In fact, Zhou Rui was the one who beat Tao Xingro the best, but she was an old lady after all, and Olivia didn't want to beat her. Bang! Olivia slapped Tao Xingyun on the pretty face. Laugh! Tao Xingyun screamed, her eyes wide open. She had been well protected since she was a child. Even when the Tao family was targeted and bullied, it was Tao Xingro who withstood the storm. This was the first time she was beaten. Moreover, she was beaten in a high-end place with many people watching, which made her feel very embarrassed. So, her brain suddenly went blank. When you hit your sister, she felt the same way you feel now. Olivia said coldly. Tao Xingro stood by and watched her sister being slapped in the face by her friend. Her eyes were wet, and she didn't know whether she was afraid or excited. Tao Xingyun also gradually reacted. According to her previous temper, she would have exploded by now, but fortunately, she finally faced the reality. This is not Yanjing. The Tao family is no longer what it used to be, and the one who attacked her is a local tyrant from the south. Bang! She had just calmed down her shocking grievance when another slap came, messing up her hairstyle and making her stagger back a few steps. Wow, there was an uproar in the whole audience, and everyone's eyes were fixed on the person who made the second move. Because this person is George. No one would have thought that as a man, as the chairman of Tianchen Group, he would actually do something beneath his dignity and take the initiative to slap a woman in the face. This slap is because you don't respect my fiancée. George just looked at Tao Xingyan coldly. Just now, Tao Xingyan wanted to get to know him in front of Olivia, and even mocked Olivia for not being as pretty as her. At that time, George was very unhappy, but he did not lose his temper. Now, George obviously can't help it. You hit me for this reason? After Tao Xingyan reacted, he stared at George. I will beat you for any reason you give to insult my fiancée. George's voice was hoarse and low, and then he looked at Zhou Rue, who seemed to be dumbfounded. Zhou Rue was so scared that she got goosebumps all over her body. She had never thought that a rich man could be so powerful. You know, in her subconscious, only people with power dare to cover the sky with one hand. The South and the North are indeed very different. Tao Xingro, I'm sorry, Mom apologizes to you. Zhou Rue had no choice but to bow his head and apologize. Then he quickly pulled the still sad Tao Xingyan away. Tao Xingro looked at the mother and daughter and wanted to chase after them. But Olivia held her back and said to her, Xingro, you have given a lot to this family and you have a clear conscience. Since they don't regard you as a relative, why do you bother to pursue this family affection? If you go back now, they will only retaliate against you even more severely. When Tao Xingro heard this, she stopped and bit her lips, feeling aggrieved and unwilling. Seeing her look, Olivia continued, if you really can't let go of this family affection, then you shouldn't go back. Love that comes to you on its own initiative is cheaper than grass. When you are high and mighty, you will find that family affection will come to you on its own initiative. Tao Xingro looked at Olivia in surprise. She didn't expect that Olivia was about the same age as her, but knew more than her. She nodded, somewhat understanding what Olivia meant. George was looking at Haiba and others at this time. Of course, he also understood that the other party had no relationship with him, but suddenly stood up to speak for him. It must be concubine Wei Ming who was behind it. Concubine Wei Mingfei does not want to have any contact with him at the moment, as if she is afraid of being watched by someone with ulterior motives. Both sides are pretending not to know each other. Hello, George. George said hello to Haiba. I've heard that a fierce man has appeared in the South. Now that I see him, he is indeed fierce. Haiba has a cheerful personality and gives people a very straightforward feeling. Haiba, just call me Iba. As for thanking you, forget it. Men don't need to do these things. I'm not speaking for you. I just don't like that kid Ma Zijuan. What era is it now? He still thinks he is the descendant of a prince. Bah, he is just relying on the little protection of the previous dynasty. Otherwise, he is nothing. George was a little surprised by Haiba's bluntness, but he had a hunch that although Haiba seemed straightforward and carefree, he was actually a thoughtful person. Is this Ma Zijuan the descendant of a prince? George asked again. Haiba and several other young men were immediately surprised. Haiba asked in surprise, Brother, you are going head-to-head with Xiao Ma, and you don't even know his origins? To be honest, I really don't know. This is our first meeting. George shook his head. To be honest, he didn't want to confront Ma Zijuan head-on, but at that time, he had no choice. As the richest man in the South, you can't just keep your head down and not say a word. Chapter 474. Purpose. What does the Gu family want? You are awesome. I thought I was thick-skinned enough, but who knew you were thicker than me? Let me put it this way. Ma Zijuan's family is from the end of the second and beginning of the third generation in Yanjing. Their ancestors were royal families in the previous dynasty, but later they followed the trend and surrendered. They also made many contributions during the war, and they're good at changing with the times. So now they have not only saved their family, but also made it a pivotal position in the new dynasty. They can be regarded as embarking on the road of great virtue. Haiba gave George a thumbs up and explained patiently. George nodded slightly, then greeted others, especially when it came to concubine Wei Ming. He was more polite and said a few more words. Brother, do you think Miss Wei is pretty? Let me tell you, Miss Wei is not only pretty, but also ruthless in her actions. Not every man can handle her. Haiba said with a smile, and then glanced at concubine Wei Ming. Concubine Wei Ming threw him a coquettish look which scared Hai Eba so much that he got goosebumps all over his body, while his companions around him laughed. George was also smiling casually, but he was keeping one thing in mind. Hai Eba was even concerned about concubine Wei Ming. It seemed that concubine Wei Ming's background was even more powerful than he imagined. Moreover, George had always thought that concubine Wei Ming had great influence overseas, but he did not expect that she also had influence among the young men and women in Beijing. George, I've heard of you and hope to have a chance to work with you. By the way, my company in the South is called Confronting Group. Extended her jade-white little hand to George. George shook hands with her politely, and then felt something disturbing the palm of his hand, which seemed to be concubine Wei Ming's manicure. This big sister dares to do such a thing in public. Didn't she say that she didn't know her? Isn't she afraid of being discovered? But soon, George noticed a small piece of paper in his palm. He calmly withdrew his hand and continued chatting with Hai Eba and the others. Mr. Lee is here. Let's go to the hotel. Soon, Hai Eba and others took everyone to the hotel first. George said he had to settle Tao Xingro, so he would go later. He left with Xia Lingyun and Olivia and went to the other side. Of course, settling Tao Xingro is also a true story. After what happened just now, it is obviously difficult for Tao Xingro to return to the Tao family. Her experience is very similar to George's, so Olivia has been talking about George's past along the way, reminding Tao Xingro not to compromise. Tao Xingro listened and looked at George. In fact, George's family affairs could be seen on the internet. What comforted her was that George's experience was indeed very similar to hers, and he should be able to understand the pain in her heart. George settled Tao Xingro. He chatted with Xia Lingyun, inquiring about Ma Ziyun's background. Xia Lingyun knew that he was almost the same as Hai Eba. The difference was that Ma Ziyun's grandfather used to be Xia Lao's boss, the director above him. Based on this point alone, Xia Lingyun could not act arrogantly when he met Ma Ziyun. In short, this little bully in the Beijing circle, Ma Ziyun, is more powerful than Lu Zhiyun. George took out the note given by concubine Wei Ming and looked at it. He saw only a line of small words on it. The general meaning is that Ma Ziyun did not come to stand up for Tao Xingro, nor was he rebellious and deliberately challenged his title as the richest man in the South. He came here on someone's behalf to test him, or perhaps to deal with George. Concubine Wei Mingfei is not clear about this for the time being. However, Wei Mingfei guessed that the person who instructed Ma Ziyun to do these things was the Gu family, the mysterious force behind Lucas. George told Xia Lingyun about it. What does the Gu family want? Xia Lingyun was also puzzled. Back then, Liang Haoran of their Liang family was sentenced to death, but they were able to get it out. It should be easy to deal with you with such power. Why do they have to do so many tricks? George couldn't figure it out, even though he currently had many backers, including the Elders Group, the Academy of Science and Technology, and even the military and the Wang family in Yanjing. But compared with the Gu family, these foundations are obviously not enough. Therefore, if the Gu family really wants to deal with him, the best time is now. When George makes more achievements in the future, it will be difficult to deal with him. I guess, although Lucas is valued by the Gu family is not united. There are also forces that oppose him, and some are even secretly against Lucas and his group. George guessed. Your guess is very likely. Xia Lingyun nodded. From what I know, the four major chables may seem huge, but in fact they are also full of forces, fighting openly and secretly with each other. If that's the case, this Ma Ziyun may seem like an enemy, but he may also be a friend. George's eyes sparkled. No matter what, Lucas, Maria, and Liang Yong are definitely going to deal with us. Before that, we can only become as rich and powerful as possible to fight against them, and try our best to find out who Lucas's real backer is. The two chatted as they walked towards the hotel. The hotel was bustling at this time. Those who can come here are real business tycoons from the South and the North, Hong Kong Island, from home and abroad. Mr. Lucas, the CEO of Dongxi Group. I have heard of you for a long time. Lucas is still very popular among the crowd. First, Dongxi Group's businesses are spread all over the South, and its assets are substantial. Any foreign company that wants to enter the South must first deal with the authorities, and secondly, say hello to Dongxi Group. Second, Dongxi Group has a huge background. It is one of the four major chables and is related to all aspects of people's livelihood, including food, oil, electricity, natural gas, minerals, etc. Entrepreneurs in the South have more or less entered one of the chable's industrial chains, so they must give face to Lucas. Mr. Lucas, you are young and promising. I think the position of the richest man in the South will be yours sooner or later. I'm Lubu from a Morgan Consortium. Hello, Mr. Lucas. I've heard of Dongshu Group abroad. Mr. Lucas, there is an opportunity for cooperation. Many celebrities were holding wine glasses and chatting with Lucas, who was wearing a white suit, trying to get close to him. Lou Rian, Angela, and others were sitting on the side, watching Lucas talk eloquently and not being stage frightened in front of various influential figures, and they all admired him secretly. Hubby, you are getting more and more powerful, so influential. This is the successful person I have always dreamed of. Lou Rian was wearing a red evening dress today. She was noble and beautiful like a queen, but no one dared to approach her. They just greeted her like a gentleman, because everyone knows that she is Lucas' woman. So everyone only showed Lou Rian respect, even fawning and flattering. This honor greatly satisfied Lou Rian's vanity. Looking back to when she was in school, her goal was to become this kind of superior person. Lucas, you have really grown up. Angela took a sip of champagne and said with a sigh. In fact, she knew a lot of things, such as someone was training them, not only Lucas, but also her. It was just that Lucas concealed the money and power from those forces and deceived the forces behind them. So Angela has always had a lot of complaints about Lucas, but she has nowhere to complain unless Liang Yong speaks for her and conveys the situation to those forces. Of course, she also knew that in the ancient wealthy families, for some reasons, men were often more valued than women. Chapter 475, George, worthy of being Lucas' nemesis. However, now seeing how Lucas calmly dealt with the dignitaries from all sides, she still had some respect for him in her heart. But more than that, she still wanted to learn Lucas' way of dealing with people. Only by studying hard, she believes that she will eventually get her money and power back. David next to him, he has not said anything, still thinking about what George just said. So, he looked at Angela from time to time and wanted to ask several times, but finally held back. He was also afraid that asking would destroy the relationship between father and daughter. Some things are enough to just be known. There is no need to reveal them. Lucas was still entertaining representatives of various chaebol. He behaved very calmly, neither arrogant nor humble, and nothing went wrong. Of course, he was also secretly moved in his heart. Looking back at the past few years, he had always been following behind David, Liang, Yi, and others, and they were the ones who took the lead in everything. Now, he has become independent and is standing on the shoulders of giants. The only problem is George. Hello, Mr. Lucas. I'm Billy, the host of the New York Financial Report. I'd like to schedule an interview with you. Is that convenient for you? At this time, a beautiful woman with short hair and wearing a beige dress came over and stretched out her hand to Lucas. Lucas looked at the other person in surprise, then reached out and shook his hand. New York Financial Report? Yes, we specialize in interviewing wealthy people from all over the world, especially young wealthy people. Generally speaking, successful people who are interviewed by us may not be world famous, but they are definitely well known. Billy looks very pretty when she smiles. She has 2 dimples, and she is of mixed race, with deep blue eyes, very charming. Lucas was secretly surprised after hearing this, and then a little excited. He is currently very famous in the South, but it would be even better if he could become famous in the world as well. If you remember correctly, George was already a little famous in the world, all because of Cut Duo. Okay, let's talk about it in detail after the dinner. Lucas didn't refuse either. At this time, several figures walked into the hotel. The hall, which was bustling just now, suddenly became quiet. Everyone looked at the people who entered and fell on the 2 people in front. They are George and Olivia. George was wearing a burgundy suit. He was tall and handsome, and his whole body exuded the temperament of a nobleman. What makes him different from his peers is that his eyes are calm and deep, giving people an aura that he is in control of the overall situation. Looking at Olivia again, she was like the most beautiful princess in the audience, wearing an ivory satin dress, her light trailing as she walked. She held George's hand with one hand, lifted her skirt with the other hand, and nodded, her back straight like a white swan's neck. Her temperament was not only dignified and elegant, but also had the excitement that a young girl should have. These 2 people suddenly entered the scene, like the most dazzling stars in the whole audience, and like the brightest stars falling in the night. People who were drinking and talking in the hall stopped, and more attention was focused on the 2 of them. Lucas a moment ago all looked at George at this moment. Although everyone knows that Lucas suddenly appeared with strong background and financial resources. But the richest man in the South right now is not Lucas, but George. This is a man who created a huge business empire in his 20s and created numerous business miracles. Everyone is looking at him. Sure enough, no matter how dazzling Lucas is, as long as George is there, George's brilliance will make Lucas dim. George, you are worthy of being Lucas' nemesis. Angela looked at George and Olivia who walked in, and then looked at the quiet scene, and her heart was like a huge wave. The difference between people can only be seen when they are compared, and that is the case now. The reactions and attitudes of the people in the hall illustrate the difference between Lucas and George. Of course, David also had this feeling. He felt both relieved and regretful. Fortunately, the two most outstanding men in the South are both his sons. Unfortunately, one of them had a good relationship with him, but the other one didn't recognize him at all. David would be considered the most successful father now. As George's footsteps spread throughout the hall, familiar and unfamiliar people came over one by one. George is here. I've been waiting for you for a long time. As expected, this highest-level business dinner in the South. How can we not have George? I've heard for a long time that there is a business genius in southern China, and today I finally get to meet him. As for the young men from Hong Kong Island and the North, as well as the spokespersons of foreign chaebols, they did not go forward to greet him, but their eyes were always fixed on George. They also know that when doing business in the South, Tianjin Group is also a target that they cannot avoid. Moreover, young masters like Hai Yibo and Ma Zijuan know better that when it comes to power, George may not be the first, but when it comes to business, Tianjin Group is indeed second to none, especially compared with Lucas. Although Lucas's Dongshu Group cannot be underestimated, it is ultimately based on old-school business, with limits to its framework and upper limits to its cooperation. However, by cooperating with Tianjin Group, the future is limitless, because Tianjin Group is mostly composed of emerging industries, and no one can guarantee how great the future potential of these emerging industries is and how much money they can make. At this time, Lucas also saw that everyone began to move towards George. He looked very ugly, and his hand holding the wine glass was shaking. Although, after George came in, he didn't even look at him. But the performance of the people present was like George's silent attack, which dealt a severe blow to Lucas. This is more painful than mocking, ridiculing, and scolding Lucas to his face. As expected, where George is, there is no place for Lucas. Everyone is here. At this time, several figures entered through the gate, and it was Mr. Lee from Hong Kong Island. He is not tall, wears a suit and glasses, like an ordinary old man, but he exudes endless energy. Everyone's attention shifted from George, and they began to greet Mr. Lee one after another. Some of those who knew him, well, even chatted with him for a few more sentences. Mr. Lee greeted everyone one by one, chatting kindly and amiably, and when it was George's turn, he also said a few more words. George, young people are really promising. I was very optimistic about you back then, and sure enough, you are the most successful. I still remember what you said back then about the value of emotions, and whoever gets the most traffic wins the world. You were able to think of these things at that age. Wow, so sharp. Mr. Lee clinked glasses with George after he finished speaking. Everyone present was secretly envious. Among the young people, only Mr. Lee took the initiative to say so much and even clinked glasses with him. This was the highest honor in the business world and a huge affirmation. Luck, George said modestly. You always say this, come on, let's have a good chat. Mr. Lee took George's arm, found a table and sat down, and the two chatted about their views on the future economy, ideas on emerging economies, etc. There are many people sitting nearby and listening. This is a time when new and old investment tycoons are talking about their experiences. It is a rare opportunity. Chapter 476. George, name your price. In the distance, Lucas looked at Mr. Lee with envy, and he was so jealous that his face was unrecognizable. Master, this is the difference. You have to admit it. Uncle Wu comforted her at this time. Being angry is useless. Being jealous is useless. Being able to see the difference is useful. Lucas was like a burning stove that was suddenly poured with a bucket of water. He finally calmed down a little. Although he was still angry, he also knew that George was stronger and better than him and was above him. He thought about it, suddenly sneered, and walked to the other side with the wine glass. I saw Billy chatting with some foreign friends, and she was surprised to see Lucas coming over. Ms. Billy, I just thought about it. In fact, the interview you want should be with Mr. George. He is more suitable. He is currently the richest man in the South. Lucas spoke like a gentleman. Billy was immediately surprised and looked at George. I've heard of him, but I don't think he has a good impression. I think he's not a good person. Our interview is based on the world's richest people, including young rich people. He doesn't seem to be qualified morally. Why do you think so? Lucas asked. Billy shook her head and said, just now, I saw him bullying an old man and a girl outside the hotel. He slapped the girl's face in front of many people. I also think he is bullying others by taking advantage of his power. No, this is wrong. Everyone should be equal. Lucas smiled and said, that's why you should interview him and make the facts public. If you don't tell me and I don't tell you, how will people in the world know what capital is like? People in the media should not hide things from the public, but report the facts. Billy fell into deep thought after hearing this. She looked up after a minute and said, what you said makes sense. I will make an appointment with him, but there's only one spot in Asia that can be interviewed. If you interview him, you will have no chance, and you will miss the chance to become a celebrity. Lucas shook his head righteously. I personally don't care about false reputation. I care more about fairness and justice. Thank you. Billy was deeply moved. You are the best young entrepreneur I have ever met. Chatted with George for a long time, and then went to entertain other guests. As soon as he left, several people sat down at George's table. Most of them are young people, probably rich second generations. Jiang Yunzhong is also here, as are Hai Yibo, Wei Mingfei, and others. Mr. Jiang, you are also from a local business. Please introduce this richest man in the South to us. A young man who looked to be in his 20s and was shorter laughed. He is from Yinjing. His family is in real estate business and has considerable assets. This time he came to the South specifically to invest. His name is Lu Junzhong. George, this is Lu Junzhong, not only a real estate tycoon in the Northwest, but also a giant in building materials. Jiang Yunzhong acted as the middleman and made the polite introduction. This is Mr. Lu Jianquan from the Lu family of Hong Kong Island. The Lu family is very powerful and was once as famous as the Li family. This is Mr. Brooke from the Morgan Consortium. This is Miss Wei Mingfei, the chairman of Quanxing Group. And this one, Mr. Hai Yibo from the Hai family in Yinjing. Mr. Hua the Hua family in Hong Kong Island. Everyone who was introduced nodded politely to George, and then started to praise him for his business. Of course, George did the same, telling everyone he had heard a lot about them, and they were praising each other in business. Ma Zijuan was also pulled over. He did not say hello to George. He sat alone in the corner with a sullen face. He didn't seem to have expected that George would be so popular. Rich people from all over the country, both at home and abroad, all gave face to George. Today, thanks to Mr. Li, we are able to meet the richest man in the South. What an honor. Hai Yibo smiled and looked at George. George had guessed their thoughts and said with a smile, my dear gentlemen, I understand why you are here. You probably want to discuss cooperation. As soon as these words fell, everyone's eyes lit up. Of course they are here to discuss cooperation, otherwise who would have the time to brag about business? When they reach their level, profit comes first. Hai Yibo immediately glanced at everyone and saw that everyone was looking at him, as if letting him be the first to start. Hai Yibo's purpose was actually to cooperate. Although he seemed careless, he actually did things in a planned way. From the beginning when he helped George to now, everything was in his plan. George is really straightforward. In this case, let's get straight to the point. Tianqin Group has strong profitability and can be called a money printing machine. So we want to invest in Tianqin Group and make the group bigger and wider. What do you think of George? George crossed his legs, shook his wine glass, and looked at everyone. The amber light in the wine glass is like a stream of light, shining on everyone's face. At this moment, no matter if they are young masters from Beijing, second-generation rich people from Hong Kong, or sons of foreign chaebol, they all become very polite and familiar. But George knew that this was just the charm of money. Otherwise, how could these people bow their heads and bend down? It was already good enough that they didn't act so arrogantly. However, George had no intention of listing Tianqin Group or acquiring shares from the beginning. This was a principle, so George rejected it in his mind at the first moment. Of course, as Tianqin Group grows bigger, it is difficult to maintain the status quo, so a portion of it must be shared to form a profit relationship. I have no intention of selling the shares of Tianqin Group. George's first words caused a bit of silence around them. and everyone seemed a bit dissatisfied. However, George's next words also made them smile. But you can consider the shares of subsidiaries, such as Tianyin Group, which is currently incubating and has great potential. Haiba immediately became interested. Tianyin Group, I'm also optimistic about the future of this company. Although he cannot acquire shares in Tianjin Group, it is still good to be able to acquire shares in Tianyin Group. He has investigated and found that Tianyin Group's today's headlines was very popular some time ago, but the short videos launched now are even better. Lu Jianquan from Hong Kong Island said with a smile, Tianyin Group's short video, the current conservative estimate of its market value is 200 billion, but its potential is terrifying and is very likely to reach the trillion level in the future. He looked at everyone again and said, the most important thing is not just the market value, but the influence which can change the direction of public opinion. In this aspect alone, Tianyin Group is no worse than Tianjin Group. Don't be fooled by his young appearance. He is only in his early 20s, but in Hong Kong Island, he is known as the youngest investment genius. When everyone heard this, they all looked interested. In fact, in addition to making money, investment also has other benefits, such as influence and so on, which is also what these big families value most. George, name your price. Brooke from Morgan Group said expectantly. Tianyin Group, I want absolute decision-making power. Since it is not listed, I want 55% of the shares. The rest will be divided among you. George looked at everyone and said, Chapter 477, The enemy of my enemy is my friend. No problem. Everyone nodded in agreement. Although the decision-making power lies with George, they still have a say. For example, when they want to mobilize public opinion, they just need to say hello to George. As long as it does not affect the Tianjin Group, George will most likely agree. In fact, they also know that Tianjin Group has money and technology and does not need them to invest at all. The reason they agreed to let them on board is to give them some face. And their connections are also needed. Everyone understands this. I will ask the group to make a plan on how to divide the remaining 45% of the shares. George continued, but before that, there are some things that need to be made clear. Shareholders who want to invest in Tianyin Group must be companies within China. Foreign companies are not allowed to participate. This. Lu Jianya from Hong Kong Island and Brooke from Morgan Group both widened their eyes. George, you are targeting us. Wei Mingfei pretended to complain. Your Tianyin Group is the same as Duo. Sooner or later, you'll have to go abroad and not allow foreign companies to participate. If your business goes abroad in the future and you don't have anyone to help you, your business won't be big. George glanced at Wei Mingfei calmly. That's the future. At present, we still focus on China, so foreign connections and resources are useless to me. Of course, my opposition to foreign-funded enterprises investing does not mean targeting every one of you, understand. When everyone heard this, they all understood. This means that any company registered in their country can acquire shares, but they cannot use the name of a foreign-funded enterprise. This actually prevents any troubles from happening in the future, such as foreign-funded enterprises intervening and controlling public opinion, so we can eliminate these troubles in advance. George glanced at someone again and continued. There are some young men who don't have much power, connections, or skills. They are not eligible to buy shares. When he looked over, everyone also looked over and found that he was talking about Ma Zijuan. Ma Zijuan saw George coming and said gloomily, What do you mean by no power? My family is the Ma family. Go to Yinjing and ask about our Ma family's power. Our family has been kings and princes for 3 generations. This is not the feudal era. Kings and princes are useless to me. George said disdainfully. George, don't think that everyone wants to invest. I was just pulled here by them. It's just a small group. Do you think you own a mountain of gold? Humph. If you don't want to invest, then don't invest. You're not the only one engaged in short video new media. After Ma Zijuan finished speaking, he left angrily. Haiba sneered at Ma Zijuan's back. Even now, he didn't understand why Ma Zijuan offended George. Even though George is not as powerful as Ma Zijuan, he has money and projects. Who would want to mess with the god of wealth for no reason? Of course, he believed that Ma Zijuan was not a fool, and he must have had some purpose in provoking George. Okay, that's about it. Send someone to my group tomorrow to further discuss the shareholders' matter. George ignored Ma Zijuan and looked at the rest of the people. If the remaining people, including those from Yinjing, Hong Kong Island, and overseas, plus Wei Mingfei, all invest in Tianyin Group, the weight of Tianyin Group will be much larger, and anyone who dares to get involved must think twice. Especially on concubine Wei Ming's side. He can also legitimately ask Quanxing Group for help. Mr. Yi, look over here. George pitifully. After all this fuss, their Jang family was left with nothing. I'll give you 2% of the shares. George glanced at Jiang Yunzhong. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Yi. You are my second parent. Jiang Yunzhong was overjoyed. This 2% was not a simple matter. It was not just a matter of money. From another perspective, their Jiang group had also climbed onto George's big thigh, which also meant that the feud between the Jiang family and George was over. He could imagine how Jiang Yi would praise him after he returned. On the other side, Lucas sat with David and the others, thinking about how to deal with George. Director Yi, George has just formed a small team. They are all second-generation rich people. 3 wealthy families in Yanjing have joined: the Hai family, the Liu family, and the Chun family. There is also the Liu family in Hong Kong Island and Brooke in foreign countries. George has pulled these connections, which will be very troublesome for Dongshu Group in the future. At this time, a man in a brown suit sat down and said with a smile. Lucas drank a sip of wine expressionlessly, then snorted coldly. Bringing so many wealthy and powerful people on board would not only weaken the influence of Dongshu Group, but would also pose a threat to Dongshu Group in the future. Uncle Wu, what do you think? Lucas had no choice but to look at Uncle Wu. Uncle Wu looked calm and composed, and said with a smile, Lucas, you have matured a lot since you first returned to the South. You know how to give up your chance to become famous and bring trouble to George from different angles. Of course, you're still not good enough for the moment. Think about it. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Lucas heard this. He couldn't help but think about it carefully. As far as he knew, George's enemy seemed to be Liu Yinyun, but Liu Yinyun regarded him, Lucas, as a suspect, so it would be difficult to cooperate with her in the short term. Uncle Wu saw Lucas's expression and reminded him again. George is at the top of the South. There are so many people who are jealous of him. His enemies are not only in the past, but also in the present and in the future. Lucas' eyes finally lit up. Just now outside the hotel, George seemed to have caused some trouble. You'll find out once you investigate this. The feast will soon be over. The dignitaries from all sides left one after another, and George stayed and chatted with Mr. Li. After Lucas left the hotel, he asked someone to find out the news and eventually found out that there had been friction between Zhou Ruwei and Tao Xingyun, as well as between Ma Zijuan and George. Among them, Zhou Ruwei and the other two do not pose much threat to George, but they can bring trouble. George might lose the big picture for the small one and end up in trouble. And the most important thing is Ma Zijuan. He found out that this person's background was even stronger than Liu Yinyun's. He didn't know why this person would provoke George, but he could make good use of him. At this time, Ma Zijuan was driving to the hotel and answered a phone call in a car. Sister Hong, hello? I have followed your instructions. I came into contact with George and had a conflict. That guy really doesn't care about his life. He even dares to mess with me. Sister Hong, do you want me to kill him? Zijun, I asked you to contact George so that you can investigate him, not to offend him completely. Also, keep an eye on a person named Wei Mingfei and find out what the relationship between Wei Mingfei and George is. Sister Hong, Ma Zijuan was shocked. The reason why he provoked George for no reason was because he was instructed by Sister Hong. So even if Zhou Ruwei had nothing to do, he would find a way to get close to George and cause trouble. Who knew that Sister Hong's purpose was not to deal with George? What is going on? With Sister Hong's status, is it necessary for her to keep an eye on a mere Southern Nouveau Riche? Chapter 478, Tianyin Group, the first shareholders meeting. Just now, George cooperated with several young people from wealthy families, including Wei Mingfei, but they didn't seem to know each other. Wei Mingfei even refuted George a few words, just like an ordinary partner. Ma Zijuan thought for a moment and said again. Sister Hong replied, some of them are just superficial phenomena. The specific situation can only be known after going deeper. Keep paying attention to them. In addition, there's another most important person, Lucas from Dongshu Group. Whether it is George or Wei Mingfei, the purpose of keeping an eye on them is also for Lucas. I hope you can find out the true origins of Lucas and also his father David. If you don't do well enough, I will consider changing someone. In addition, I will not only arrange for you to supervise them, but also others. The mysterious person named Sister Hong hung up the phone after she finished speaking. Ma Zijuan was stunned. Then he laughed foolishly 3 times in a row out of anger. After all this time, he still didn't understand Sister Hong's intention. Of course, he was angry, but there was nothing he could do. If he wanted to improve his status in the Ma family, he needed the help of Sister Hong. Lucas, George, and Wei Mingfei. What's going on with these three people? Why do I feel like a storm from the top leaders of Yanjing has swept over them? Ma Zijuan was panting and thinking, but the more he thought about it, the more terrified he felt. Because he knew Lucas, who was the son of a wealthy businessman from a small place in the south. It was said that he was favored by a big boss in Yanjing. With a lot of money and power, he soared to the sky after parachuting into the south. Also checked George's story and found out that he was a brother of Lucas, who started from scratch and became the richest man in the south with his own abilities. As for concubine Wei Ming, not much is known. Since a big shot like Sister Hong is keeping an eye on them, they must have some unspeakable secrets. George went to find Olivia as soon as he came out of the hotel. Olivia was with Tao Xingro, and Jiang Yu was also there. The three of them kept chatting like good friends, and, of course, they also talked about Tao Xingro's family affairs. Tao Xingro trusts Olivia very much. After being reminded by Olivia, she also feels that her mother Zhou Rui and her sister Tao Xingyun are going too far. In fact, she's been enduring all these years, hoping to achieve some results and gain recognition from her mother and sister. But Olivia used George as an example to tell Tao Xingro that this was impossible. Too much family affection is cheaper than grass. Unrequited efforts will never be appreciated. Tao Xingro took all these advices to heart. Sure enough, the next day Zhou Rui brought Tao Xingyun to the company, ready to take over the company. Olivia's reminder, Tao Xingro was well prepared and promised Zhou Rui that she could give up all the company's assets and money with only one purpose, which was to take away the company's brand. She can even pay for the brand out of her own pocket. Of course, Zhou Rui and Tao Xingyun agreed without thinking and sold the company brand for $3 million. In their opinion, the company signboard can be changed, but it is enough as long as the company assets remain, and they have made $3 million for free. After the two parties reached an agreement, they will have no further contact. When Tao Xingro left the company, she felt very uncomfortable seeing Zhou Rui and Tao Xingyun smiling smugly. Sure enough, her mother and sister didn't try to keep her and didn't even say goodbye. They were all immersed in the windfall. Boss Tao, wait for me, I'll go with you. I'll follow you. The company's leaders and employees also resigned and left, following Tao Xingro. They all knew the personalities of Zhou Rui and the others, and if they stayed, they would only be bullied. Besides, Zhou Rui and the others won't believe them and will fire them sooner or later. Thank you. Tao Xingro was a little touched by her colleagues who had accompanied her in starting a business, and said confidently, "Don't worry, I plan to set up my own company and have nothing to do with them anymore." In terms of funding, two friends have invested in it. Our future company will be stronger than before, and it will definitely be among the top 3 in the industry. Come on. Everyone nodded happily. Speaking of which, Tao Xingro majored in archaeology. After graduation, she entered the business world for her family and saved the family business step by step. The process was very difficult, but Tao Xingro persisted and grew step by step. She is indeed very capable. So even though they're starting over, they all believe that Mr. Tao can make a comeback. On the other side, Tianyin Group. With the addition of shareholders, great help was provided in terms of funds and connections, which accelerated the development of Tianyin Group. After the equity distribution was completed, George also convened a shareholders meeting. There are 10 shareholders in total: Wei Mingfei from Quansheng Group, the 3 major wealthy families in Yanjing, Hai Yibao from the Hai family, Chen Hao from the Chun family, Lu Junjing from the Lu family, Lu Jianquan from Hong Kong Island, Mr. Brooke from the overseas Morgan Group, and of course Jiang Yunzhong from the local Jiang Group, plus George, Olivia, and Johnson. This meeting was not held in Tianjin Group, but in another office building, which was the headquarters of Tianyin Group. Because Tianjin Group is involved in too many businesses, and it is not appropriate for Tianyin Group shareholders to know about it. All the business related to Tianyin Group is handled here. Mr. Yi, Tianyin short videos are very popular right now, but it's still not enough. Lu Jianquan from Hong Kong Island is known as the #1 investment genius in Hong Kong Island. He spoke at the meeting. My personal opinion is that I plan to invite some celebrities to endorse and participate in activities held by short videos to expand the influence. Boss Lu, this is a good idea. Lu Junjing's eyes lit up from the Yanjing Lu family. Wei Mingfei also clapped her hands and praised. You are indeed a business genius in Hong Kong Island. You have a detailed plan for everything you do. Lu Jianquan pretended to be modest when he was praised by concubine Wei Ming. However, he was still a little happy in his heart. He continued, then put up advertisements in newspapers and on TV. Promote it in all directions. Don't be afraid to spend money. The future returns will definitely exceed the investment. Yes, publicity and advertising are indispensable. Haibo also nodded slightly. In fact, although they have quite a few industries under their names, they are not very good at management and operation. Because the second generation of rich people do not need to do everything by themselves. They just need to grasp the general direction, so they will feel refreshed by the various opinions put forward by Lu Jianquan. Of course, Wei Mingfei and Jiang Yunzhong are exceptions. After all, they manage the business companies under their names themselves. They are not only good at investment, but also good at business management. Jiang Yunzhong suddenly smiled and said, Mr. Lu's suggestions and opinions are very good. Now let's listen to what George has to say. In his opinion, everyone's enthusiastic response to Lu Jianquan just now was just social etiquette. George had already had a plan for the development of Tianyin short video, and his considerations were definitely better and more comprehensive than Lu Jianquan's. George smiled, first said a few good words to Lu Jianquan, and then looked at Olivia. Olivia stood up and said with a smile, Our idea is similar to Mr. Lu's. We will invite celebrities to endorse our products and participate in short video activities to expand our influence. When Lu Jianquan heard this, he smiled. In his opinion, George just copied his suggestion. Chapter 479. A gentleman uses his mouth, not his hands. Secondly, we will give up advertising in newspapers and on TV and focus on advertising in subways and high-speed trains. Olivia continued, because the spring festival travel rush is coming, this is a huge flow of people. If the publicity is in place, the effect will definitely be better than on TV and the cost-effectiveness will be higher. Why? Lu Jianquan was a little puzzled because he felt that publicity on TV and in newspapers would be more effective. Olivia looked at Lu Jianquan and smiled. Mr. Lu is from Hong Kong Island. It's normal that he doesn't know much about the spring festival travel rush in China. The flow of people during the spring festival travel rush is beyond imagination. Of course, the main reason is that the passengers are very bored. What can they do? They play with their phones. In this fragmented time, short videos are undoubtedly the most suitable. When she said this, everyone's eyes lit up and they all agreed. Lu Jianquan was a little dissatisfied, but after thinking about it carefully, he felt that George's method was indeed better. Olivia continued, For this year's Spring Festival Gala, we want to strive to become the largest sponsor. There is an unwritten rule for the Spring Festival Gala that the largest sponsor will become the economic hotspot in the coming year. So, next year we will start the era of short videos for all. As the last sentence was spoken, there was intense applause from the conference room. Even Lu Jianquan, who was originally a little dissatisfied, now clapped his hands with full of anticipation. In addition, we want to start the era of live broadcasting and make some internet celebrities famous. Olivia said again. Internet celebrity? An entertainment star? Haiba asked curiously. You can say yes, but you can also say no. Internet celebrities have a shorter cycle and are not as stable as entertainment stars. They must continuously output content, but they can attract traffic explosively, which can also drive the daily activity of short videos, etc. In the future, we will hold more influencer events to enhance the influence of influencers. When all this is mature, we will start live streaming, start rewards and subscriptions, and start selling product through live streaming. This time, it was George who spoke up to explain. Live streaming to sell goods? Competitive? Singing? Can this be profitable? Lu Junzheng asked curiously. Haha, don't underestimate live streaming sales. In the future, I can guarantee that the highest sales from a single live streaming event can reach over 1 billion. George thought of his best sales record in his previous life. One show, just a few hours, and sales of over 1 billion? Is that what you mean? Haiba, Jiang Yunzhong, and the others felt like they were suffocating. It was too exaggerated. Selling 10 billion in a few hours, what about in a month? Can this live streaming sales be so crazy? George laughed and said, Yes, that's what I mean. Of course, this is the record for sales during the peak period. Of course, there is no such record for ordinary sales. But for the top live broadcasters, it is very easy to bring hundreds of millions of goods in a month. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Even so, everyone was still breathing rapidly and gasping for air. The sales volume exceeded 100 million in 1 month. You have to know that many companies and manufacturers only have annual sales of hundreds of millions. Okay, let's end this meeting here. First, invest in advertising, then hire celebrities, and then start promoting internet celebrities. George adjourned the meeting. Every shareholder is looking forward to the future. If Tianyin short video can become a phenomenon, they can also become celebrities. After returning to the family, the elders and younger generations in the family will ask them for advice and appreciate their vision. Just thinking about that scenario makes me excited. George, the internet celebrity suggestion is good. I plan to personally help some internet celebrities become famous. What do you think? Lu Jianquan then walked over to George and asked with a smile. In his concept, internet celebrities are like entertainment superstars in Hong Kong Island, so he wants to train a few of them himself. And with these internet celebrities in his hands in the future, he may have a greater say in the Tianyin group. Whatever you want. George didn't care. If he knew what Lu Jianquan was thinking, he would definitely burst out laughing. Although internet celebrities and entertainment superstars seem very similar, they're actually different concepts. As long as an entertainment superstar is famous all over the country, the company behind him can only worship him like the god of wealth and will not ban him easily. But it's different for internet celebrities because their platform is new media short videos. As long as they violate the rules, even the most popular internet celebrities can have their accounts suspended. Bossy, I still don't understand some of the plans you just mentioned. Can I ask you something? Concubine Wei Ming also walked over wearing high heels and carrying the fragrance of a mature woman. Yes, sure. George doesn't really want to get in touch with Wei Mingfei right now, as he thinks this elder sister is too charming and always does something unexpected. Then let's go to Mr. Ye's office and have a chat. Concubine Wei Ming tied her long wavy hair into a ponytail. This movement raised her hands, showing off her curvy body, and Lu Jianquan next to her couldn't help swallowing his saliva. It is said that a woman with a ponytail is the most seductive. Now, he finally understood the meaning of this sentence. George rolled his eyes and asked, "Why do you have a ponytail? What do you want to do? Have a big fight?" A gentleman uses his mouth, not his hands. He had no choice but to take Wei Mingfei to the office, and in order to avoid any accidents, he asked Olivia to come along. In the office, Olivia asked the secretary to make tea. After the secretary left, George said to Olivia, "Wei Mingfei is actually our person. We have been working together for several years. The Liang family has had many troubles, and they were all secretly caused by Miss Wei Mingfei. The matter of the Pakistan committee not long ago was also handled by Miss Wei through her connections." Olivia was very surprised after hearing this and looked at concubine Wei Ming in disbelief. When concubine Wei Ming saw that George did not hide anything from Olivia, she immediately knew that Olivia was George's confidant. "Hello, Miss Xia. From now on you can call me Sister Wei or Sister Mingfei." Extended her fair, jade-like little hand to Olivia. "Hello, Sister Mingfei." Olivia shook hands with concubine Wei Ming, and then both of them sat down. I found out that Liang Yong and Maria were both in the Gu family. After the Liang family fell into decline, Liang Yong knew that he had to save himself. I don't know how he persuaded the Gu family, and the Gu family gave Lucas money and power to save them. In Ma Zijuan, this man was also ordered by someone in the Gu family. We don't know if he's a friend or foe yet, but he's investigating Lucas, me, and you. Wei Mingfei lifted up her long legs and black stockings and spoke in a very sweet voice. "Gu family, why are you staring at Lucas, me, and you?" George felt that a huge vortex was approaching him, making it difficult to understand the intentions of those in power. "I don't know. Maybe my father knows, but he didn't tell me. But I guess it's a grudge from the previous generation." Wei Mingfei shrugged helplessly. At present, Liang Yong has guessed that there is someone helping you, and he seems to have guessed who is dealing with him. It is for this reason that he went to the Gu family, because he is also very scared. Next, the storm on your side will be strong, but the primary threat is still from Lucas. Chapter 480 this year is another phenomenal year for Tianjin Group. George talked a lot with concubine Wei Mingfei and had a vague idea of what was going on. It's the grudges from the previous generation. All of their descendants were caught in the vortex of the storm. After a long time, concubine Wei Ming said goodbye and left. She also knew that staying here for too long would be very disadvantageous to George. After Wei Mingfei left, George came to the huge floor-to-ceiling window and looked at the bustling city outside the window. Olivia came over and hugged him from behind. Xia Xia, I feel like this vortex storm is also related to the Yi family. George said calmly, no matter what kind of storm it is, or who the other party is, I will always stand behind you. Olivia said with a smile, resting her head on George's back. The era of short videos for all is beginning. Tianyin Group invited several heavyweight stars to participate in several activities, which greatly increased the popularity of Tianyin short videos. On the Dongxi Group side, they're also making efforts in their short videos, but after all, they enter the market too late, and they don't know the specific development route, as well as the lack of core algorithms, so their performance is lukewarm. Of course, they also benefited from the dividends of the times and shared some of the profits after following Tianyin short video. After all, without Tianyin short video's large-scale publicity investment, the number of people watching short videos would be greatly reduced. Soon, the spring festival travel rush is coming. Advertisements are launched in prominent locations in subway stations and high-speed rail stations, and there are even billboards on the seats. I am bored. Huh? What's this short video? Download it and take a look. Oh, it turns out there's no need to download it. I have it here too. I could just click on it from today's headlines. You can cut more here too. Many travelers open short videos out of boredom while waiting for or riding a bus, and are attracted by the entertainment of the short videos. So funny, the short video is so funny. He can sing so well, even better than the big stars, and he's very handsome. I want to buy him a gift. This girl dances so cutely. Short videos have begun to occupy many people's fragmented time and have become one of the nation's newest forms of entertainment and leisure. Due to the emergence of short videos, online novels, online games, etc. have also been greatly affected. Tianyin Group has launched another phenomenal project. I'm so envious. When Tianyin Group gave up Jinri 2-1 and devoted all its resources to promote Tianyin short videos, I thought they were stupid. Facts have proved that George, the CEO of Tianyin Group, is indeed a contemporary business genius. Yes, he started with shared bikes, then online games, then Kanado, and finally short videos. Oh, and he's also working on mobile phones. He can do anything. All this proves that the title of the richest man in the South is well-deserved. There was a huge wave in the industry, and various companies were paying attention to Tianyin Group. Many wealthy bosses were envious, especially when they knew that Tianyin Group was not a sole proprietorship and had several major shareholders. They all hated themselves for not taking the initiative. At this time, the Yi family is here. David, Angela, Ella, and Zhang Tianan were also watching the report on their phones. None of them spoke, and they felt sad and complicated. Short videos are spreading explosively across the country, and they are well aware of it. They even watch short videos when they have free time. Last time it was Tianwei mobile phone. This time it was Tianyin short video. He is always one step ahead. Zhang Tianan was holding his phone a daze, his eyes vague, and he was lost in thinking about the past. George is, the more regrets he feels. If he had not offended George in the past, he would still be the boss of several major companies and one of the heirs of the Jang family. Moreover, he heard that Jiang Yunzhong also invested in Tianyin Group, and his current status in the Jiang family has risen. Jiang Yi now attaches great importance to Jiang Yunzhong and has retreated to the second line, leaving the entire group to Jiang Yunzhong. So after learning the news a few days ago, he really regretted it. For Ella, he gambled everything and lost everything. Moreover, although he clung to Lucas's thigh, Lucas obviously did not trust him very much. Even if he could work in Dongxi Group, it would be a name only. This year is another phenomenal year for Tianyin Group. In the silence, Angela suddenly said quietly. David sighed. Xiaosu came back to the south with the intention of surpassing George, but the gap in assets between the two sides is getting bigger and bigger. Angela nodded. George's Tianyin Group's asset valuation is around 400 billion. What? 400 billion? Last year, it was only over 200 billion. Sister Ruching, did you also include the inheritance left by grandfather? Ella, who had been in a daze, suddenly turned around and looked at Angela angrily. Angela shook her head helplessly. No, it's just the asset evaluation of Tianyin Group. In fact, this is not everything. It is the media's evaluation. They didn't count some hidden assets, cash, etc. Ella was shocked and said, impossible. Dongxi Group's business is also very good. It's only 250 billion at the moment. How could Tianxing Group surpass them? The media must have lied. Yeah. Jiang Tianan suddenly interrupted. His tone was helpless and even decadent. Sister Ruching is telling the truth. George South Tianxi Real Estate and Tianwei Technology are both profitable, and Dechin Clothing sponsorship of the Pakistan Committee is very successful. The brand's popularity has been well known abroad and is very popular. There is also Canoaduo, whose stock price is also skyrocketing overseas. George has made a fortune just from Canoaduo. Add to that the latest Tianjin short video, and Tianjin Entertainment Group is also cooperating with Tianjin short video, causing the assets of both companies to skyrocket. The gap between Lucas and him has not narrowed, but has widened. After Jiang Tianan finished speaking, he lit a cigarette and smoked it. He was no longer able to fight against George, and he admired George's business acumen from the bottom of his heart. Ella remained silent after hearing this. Her pretty face turned cold. She had been recuperating for some time since her last miscarriage, and her body had finally recovered. However, every time she thought of the miscarriage, her hatred for George grew stronger. Where's Lucas? David suddenly asked. He must be in a bad mood. It's very bad. He is also making short videos and has invested a lot of money to train several internet celebrities. But the response is not great. Angela shook her head. He hasn't spoken or seen anyone during this period. He chats with Uncle Wu every day or goes to the bar at night. But I think he will never give up. He will never give up until George falls. I am most afraid that he will take risks and do something illegal. David sighed after hearing this and was worried about Lucas' condition. He now understands that if one of his two sons takes off, the other will be in trouble. He hopes that Lucas will also be able to take off. Chapter 481. Only by doing business together can the pie become bigger. At this time, the editorial department of the Ugly Country's New York Financial Report. A woman with short hair and wearing an office suit is looking at the manuscript. Miss Billy, your phone is ringing. The secretary came in at this time. I transferred it for you. Just answer it. It's from China. Billy picked up the phone suspiciously, and then she heard a familiar voice. She said happily, It's you, Mr. Lucas. I'm glad you called me. This is really unexpected. Lucas' voice rang out. Isn't that too abrupt? Did it scare you? Of course not. It's my honor that you called me. By the way, Billy, do you want to continue with the interview you mentioned last time? Of course, although it is a bit busy at this time, we have already scheduled an interview with Mr. George. Ever since the last dinner, Billy proposed to her boss to interview George. The higher-ups also seriously checked George's assets. Coupled with the recent rise of Tianjin short video, they finally agreed to Billy's request. George here. I sent you a text message. I hope you'll be interested. Next time you come to China, I hope to treat Miss Billy to a meal. Lucas hung up the phone after saying that. Billy also received a text message on her phone, but she didn't read it yet as she was sorting out the manuscript related to the interview with George. Because their special issue is the Financial Times, they organize information related to the Tianjin Group. Moreover, in the West, newspapers and television are still relatively popular. Although there are many people using the internet, they are mainly the new generation of young people. After dealing with it, Billy opened the text message sent by Lucas and saw that the text message was about Zhou Rui and Tao Xingyun, the woman who was beaten that night. That's too much. Not only did she beat people, she also took revenge on them afterwards, sowing discord between the sisters, causing the elder sister to embezzle the family property and driving away the younger sister and mother. This George is only in his 20s, and his business is so big, it must be shady, and all the money must have been earned through plundering. This is absolutely no human rights, no respect for women, and no freedom of speech. Looking at Lucas' text message, Billy became more and more angry. She is a mixed-race Chinese-American. Her mother is from Hong Kong Island, and her father is from the United States. She grew up in Hong Kong Island and came to the United States at the age of 12. Influenced by Western education, her behavior and style are very Western. Therefore, I have always been indignant about the disrespect for women and the lack of human rights. People like this are not worthy of being interviewed by me. Billy slammed the table angrily. Billy, didn't your friend say that people like this should be interviewed so that the public can know his true face and not let him deceive everyone? Billy's assistant took her phone and looked at the text message on it. Billy's eyes lit up and she nodded happily. Yes, yes, your suggestion is really good. I should continue to interview him and expose his cruel, true face. Assistant Jack continued, I heard that a short video app is becoming popular in China, and there are also things like live broadcasts. These are things that we in the West don't want, but they are very popular. How about this? We interview Mr. George in the live broadcast. What do you say? Bai Li and her assistant hit it off immediately. I will immediately notify colleagues in the Hong Kong branch to handle it and arrange a time to interview George. Tianyin short videos became a huge hit, which made Tianyin Group very busy, and George has also been very busy recently. Brother Chun, Dongshu Group, is also launching short videos, but the situation is not very popular. Should we find a way to ban them? Johnson asked George. Although Dongshu Group is also very large and has industrial chains in various industries, its voice in short videos is not as strong as that of Tianyin Group. There are plenty of ways to deal with them. George was making himself some tea, smiling and shaking his head. Why do we have to ban it? If we do business together, the pie will be bigger. Do it together? That's Lucas' business. Johnson couldn't understand. Besides, we have invested so much in short videos and expanded the market. They want to get a piece of the pie. George poured tea for Johnson. Don't be petty. Even though they have a share of the short video market, they will also invest and indirectly expand the market. Currently, the largest short video platform is still Tianyin Group. So after the market is expanded, we will be the ultimate beneficiaries. Johnson thought about it and agreed. He had to admire George's foresight and vision. By the way, Dongshu Group has cultivated more than a dozen internet celebrities, and they also want to develop on our platform. What do you think? Johnson asked again. Can. George didn't refuse. Johnson added, one of the internet celebrities is very interesting, and Brother Chen also knows her. She's Tao Xingrou's sister, Tao Xingyun. After she took the family business from Tao Xingrou, she didn't know how to run it. Currently, the company is in a very difficult financial situation. She is now pursuing the route of an internet celebrity. Dongshu Group has given her a lot of resources to cultivate her, and she is considered to be a little famous. George sneered after hearing this. If he guessed correctly, Tao Xingrou was deliberately supported by Lucas in order to deal with him. According to the rules, Lucas is no match for George, so he uses unconventional kung fu, even if it makes George disgusted. At this time, Olivia came in with documents. She was wearing a mint gray plaid vest, a white shirt, apricot crop pants, and a neatly combed bun. She was generous, beautiful, capable, and a little playful. Brother Chun, tonight, the host of the Ugly Country's New York Financial Report, wants to interview you. They have already announced to the outside world that you are this episode's guest. Because we have Duo abroad, plus domestic industries. When the New York Financial Report announced the guest, it caused a huge response both at home and abroad. The New York Financial Report was founded in 1980 by Mr. Chekhov, who has a Jewish tycoon background. So far, they have interviewed business leaders in the United States, Europe, North America, Asia, and other regions. Among them, the founder of Coca-Cola, Mr. Gage, and even Mr. Lee from Hong Kong Island have been interviewed. They are all world business giants. So, are you planning on attending? Olivia said as she looked at George after she finished her introduction. George also frowned. It's really Western style. They didn't even ask me, but announced that I would participate. That kind of subconscious superiority is a common problem among them. Olivia also nodded. They have interviewed many celebrities, so they think Brother Chun will definitely participate. They are indeed very high-ranking, but they also have a little pride. People who can be interviewed are of great help to the companies under their names. If nothing else, our overseas stocks will also soar because of this. George shrugged helplessly. It seems that I have no choice but to participate. Chapter 482. The guest should follow the host's wishes. This is basic courtesy. At night, Billy and her staff arrived at the headquarters building of Tianjin Group. Originally, we had arranged to interview George in the Hong Kong Island Live studio, but George used his busy schedule as an excuse and asked Billy to come over herself. Of course, Billy was very unhappy about this and thought George was being too arrogant, but it was just a small matter after all, so she had no choice but to bring her staff with her. The conference room was magnificent and very large. After Billy and the staff entered, they were shocked at first. The decoration style here was different from what they had seen before. It was not the style of a Western castle, nor was it modern, but the classical Chinese style. Wooden sofas, wooden bookcases, screens, etc. Even the stalls on the ground are embroidered with a golden dragon. They look handmade, exquisite, and grand. George sat on the sofa, pouring himself some tea. Looking at Billy, who was in a daze, he smiled and said, "Miss Billy, do you want tea or coffee?" Billy finally reacted and told the staff to set up the scene. She sat down opposite George and said, "George, I'll just have some coffee." George asked his secretary to bring coffee. Billy took the coffee, took a sip, looked at George and said, "George, we have interviewed many business leaders in the world, but this is the first time we have interviewed them in someone else's home. We apologize for the inconvenience." "Miss Billy is so polite." George smiled and said, "For the rest of the interview, I hope Miss Billy can tell me what I need to do. I will try my best to cooperate." Billy shook her head. "We'll do it the same way as usual. We'll interview you about your business, your personal thoughts, and maybe George's work routine. If it's convenient, we can also interview George's work location. In addition, we are trying a new interview method, which is live broadcast. Oh, by the way, the popularity of live streaming started in China." George heard this. He felt that there was something else behind Billy's words. Moreover, he knows the difference between ordinary interviews and live interviews. Live interviews have no rehearsals and are broadcast live. Whether what is said is right or wrong, it will cause different reactions. If George is okay with a live interview, we can start. Billy added, "Before that, I would like to tell George that our interview may involve certain commercial secrets. If George feels uncomfortable answering, he can refuse with a smile. Of course, some of the questions in our interview are very sharp, and I hope George will bear with it." "No problem. Let's get started." George nodded slightly. He could sense that Billy seemed a little dissatisfied with him, but he didn't know if it was an illusion. Could it be that Billy was obtained from Dongxi Group? Of course, there is another possibility. The New York Times is very famous in the world and has interviewed many celebrities, so it looks down on George from the bottom of its heart. However, this is not directed at George, but at the wealthy people in Asia. This is also a common problem in the West. 10 minutes later, the staff completed the layout. 2 cameras were pointed at George and Billy, and another was carried by the staff, and the picture was directly connected to the live broadcast rooms of various platforms. Among them, Tianyin short video was the fastest to connect, followed by foreign news websites. As soon as the screen was connected, there were already a large number of messages on various platforms, and a lot of people were watching online. It started. My idol George is so handsome. I said that dark suits suit him better. He perfectly portrayed what a domineering CEO is. Everything shown on TV is real. I have read the news about him many times, including his conflicts with the Yi family and his successful entrepreneurial deeds. This is the second time I see him appear in the public eye. The traffic of the platform is increasing rapidly. George seems to be born with traffic, more unique than any other star. At the same time, Billy adjusted her navy blue suit, picked up the microphone, and started the interview. "Hello, everyone. I'm Billy, the host of a New Year Financial Report. Today, we've come to Huaxiao in Asia to interview a rising business leader, Mr. George. He's the CEO of Tianyin Group, the chairman of Canada, and the chairman of Tianwei Technology, Tianyin Short Video, and many more." After that, she repeated it in English and finally said, "Let's welcome Mr. George from Tianyin Group." A large number of barges pop up on the platform, in Chinese in China and in English overseas. "Oh my God, it's him, Mr. George. I admire him so much. He's really awesome. Oh my God, I actually saw him in person. I'm a loyal fan of his Tianwei mobile phone. No, I hate him. His Duo has brought a very bad influence in the ugly country. Many people have lost their jobs. Cheap and poor quality small commodities have occupied my supermarket. There are also various voices overseas." Neither George nor Billy looked at the messages on the platform and started the formal interview. Billy first said a lot of words in English, the general meaning of which was, "Thank you, Mr. George, for taking the time out of your busy schedule to be interviewed," and she hoped that Mr. George could feel happy and relaxed during the interview. George was indifferent after hearing this. Billy continued speaking in another language, but George still didn't respond. Finally, Billy even spoke at once in Cantonese, because she grew up in Hong Kong Island and speaks Cantonese fluently. Mr. George took time out of his busy schedule to be interviewed. I hope Mr. George can be happy and relaxed during the interview. George finally frowned slightly. Originally, he felt that Billy seemed to be targeting him, and now he felt it 100%. This must be intentional. At the same time, there are also a large number of comments on the live broadcast platform. Fuck, why didn't George respond? He looks like he's in a daze. This host is pretty, but she is so rude. She speaks in all kinds of languages at once, trying to bully Mr. George, who doesn't understand. It's not bullying. Mr. George is the chairman of the board, so he must have a very high IQ. It's impossible that he doesn't understand. That's right. Even I can understand a few words of English. He doesn't know this or that. How can he manage such a huge company? Billy also saw the comments during the live broadcast. She smiled secretly and then said to George, "Mr. George, I'm sorry. I know 8 languages. In addition, the interview seems to be in China, but it is actually facing a foreign country, so I interviewed in other languages, including English, French, Italian, and Cantonese. Mr. George can choose anyone." George said calmly, "To be honest, I am not good at English and French, and I can only speak Chinese. Of course, this is China, and Miss Billy is in my group. There's an old Chinese saying that guests should follow the host's wishes. In the host house, as a guest, you should follow the host's habits. This is basic courtesy. I think Miss Billy grew up in the West, so she still has some basic manners." Chapter 483. Tit for tat, and respond to ever-changing situations with constancy. After these words were spoken, Billy was speechless. A large number of barges also appeared on the platform. "That's a nice retort. I don't care about the New York financial report or the celebrities you interviewed. We are in China, and the people we are interviewing are Chinese. We should do things according to the habits of our master." Billy, she was so proud of her knowledge, but Mr. George ridiculed her for being impolite. Cool. Billy took a quick look at the comments on the platform and felt a little unhappy, but she still looked easygoing on the surface. "George, you are right. However, as the chairman of Tianchang Group, it is not good that you do not know foreign languages. In the future, Tianchang Group will expand overseas, so how can we deal with foreigners?" Billy asked deliberately. "I don't understand English, but that doesn't mean my subordinates don't understand it. I think you all have a misunderstanding, thinking that if you can manage a huge group, you must be omnipotent." George smiled and shook his head. "Actually, it's not like that. Every profession has its own specialization. A huge group is like a ship. The sailors' second mates, first mates, chief engineers, etc. Everyone has their own duties, and the captain's task is not to know everything, but to point out the most correct sailing direction and purpose." Billy was unable to refute again, and felt even more upset. Seeing that George was so young, she thought she could embarrass him with just a few words, but George was very calm and easily resolved her attack. "That's right, George looks very young, but he really knows a lot." Billy took a step back, praised George, and began the formal interview. "As far as we know, Tianjin Group has huge assets and many businesses, and they're all managed by George alone, which is a bit like a dictatorship. So, has Mr. George ever considered going public? Let the market supervise the group, because the group and the market complement each other, and every move of the group will affect the market, which means that the market will be affected by George's every move. By the way, what role do your family members play in the group? They must have provided a lot of help when you started your business. I think Mr. George's family must be very large. Otherwise, it would not be enough to support George in creating a huge business empire." These few words are full of gunpowder. George could hear the pride and prejudice in it. It's as if all the world's richest people started from scratch, while the richest people in China rely on the help of their families. This also shows a skeptical attitude towards George's current success. George was not angry and said slowly, "Ms. Billy, let me answer your first question first. Our Tianjin Group has many subsidiary groups, some of which have been listed and are subject to market supervision. So, before the interview, it is best for Ms. Billy to check some things clearly. As for my family, I don't have any family. I think many people know this. I didn't rely on anyone to build my business empire. In this regard, I also hope that Ms. Billy can clarify some things before the interview. Otherwise, it would be very unprofessional." Billy was a little embarrassed. She had indeed not investigated the affairs of George's family. After all, she was in charge of financial reports, and the things she investigated were related to the corporate group. She smiled and said, "What George said is very correct. It seems that I still don't know George very well. But today's interview is to let everyone get to know George better." She resolved the awkwardness with just one sentence. "As far as I know, George has been moving towards glory step by step since he founded Tianjin Group. He now has many promising companies in his hands, and his future is limitless. Now George is the richest man in southern China and in the top 10 of China's richest list. He will definitely be the #1 in the future. George has created a legend with his own hands. You know, George is only in his 20s. I don't know what George thinks about the future of the group. Billy didn't say anything more tit for tat and gave George a very high evaluation. But George could tell that Billy was flattering him. As the saying goes, the first bird to stick its head out gets shot. George couldn't understand why Billy had been targeting him and setting traps for him from the beginning until now. He and Billy had never had any grudge against each other when they met for the first time. No, Miss Billy, I think you misunderstood. George smiled and shook his head. China is a big country with a lot of talented people. There are countless people who are more talented and wiser than me. I'm just lucky. My success is inseparable from the support of the country and the people. So for the future, I hope the group can help the people as much as possible and give back to society and the people. This is absolutely true. You know, if it were a young person, with Billy's flattery, he might have become arrogant, talked a lot, and taken all the success for himself, causing dissatisfaction among the audience. But George did not do that. He attributed all his achievements to the country and the people. There is no doubt that such an answer earned him a lot of goodwill. Billy also gasped secretly. She didn't expect that George was so young, but so cunning. Just like a veteran, she didn't plan to give up. According to our survey of Asian tycoons, many of them immigrate after they become successful. I think George is the same. Of course I won't. George shook his head. I will never immigrate in my life. I am a Chinese when I am born and a Chinese ghost when I die. Everything I have comes from China. One day in the future, I can return it without a penny. Perhaps Miss Billy doesn't believe it. Then I will use your magazine's interview to tell everyone today and let them supervise me. I will never immigrate in this life. Such words will arouse more appreciation from the general public. Well, this is the good man of China. Nowadays, many people make money in China and then immigrate abroad, sending our hard-earned money abroad. So George is great. Just based on his words, I'm his fan. He will always be my idol. At this time, David and others were also watching in the live broadcast room, including Lucas, Jang Tianan, Liu Yinyan, and others. Hearing what George said, Lucas and the others had dark faces and were cursing. They did not believe what George said at all. They thought George was deceiving the public and would immigrate in a few years. You are so hypocritical and despicable. Lucas drank and cursed with a gloomy face. David's face also turned pale, and he was half believing and half doubting George's words. After all, he was also a businessman, and the purpose of a businessman's life was to make money, serve the country, and give back to the people. This goes against the duties of a businessman. You think what George said is true? David thought about it, then looked at Angela and others and asked, "It's just cheating ordinary people." Dad, if you have so much money and your business is big, aren't you afraid of being watched? Aren't you afraid that others will covet your property? So emigrating and transferring your property is the best option. Ella said disdainfully. I've seen through his mind a long time ago. Shameless. Angela shook her head. I think what he said is very likely true because George doesn't seem to be doing business for the money. For example, the scientific research he does is to make money, but the real purpose is more like to create new technology. Sister, this is just like when rich people do charity, they do it for others to see. Ella objects. Chapter 484. The misunderstanding of vulnerable groups is too great. During the interview, Billy's face started to look ugly because she didn't expect George to answer like this. All the traps she dug were perfectly blocked by George. When it comes to the issue of immigration, most wealthy people give ambiguous answers. They will not mention immigration, nor will they guarantee that they will not immigrate in the future. And George actually made a promise in the live broadcast room and asked others to supervise him. This is too difficult. Billy took a deep breath and continued to put pressure on him. We have heard a lot of bad things about Tianjin Group. They say that George's high-tech companies, such as Manhwa and Tianjin Short Video, have had a great impact on the real economy and caused many people to lose their jobs. I wonder how George will respond to these words. George said calmly, the rise of any new economy is two-sided and will have an impact on traditional economic industries, so we have to see whether the benefits outweigh the disadvantages. For example, Manhwa and Tianjin Short Video seem to have impacted the real economy. But on the other hand, they have created many new industries and most importantly boosted the local economy. In general, the benefits outweigh the disadvantages. The economic market is not rigid and unchanging. It will screen, eliminate, and eventually survive. The fact that Kanduado and Tianyin short video can survive shows that they are recognized by the market. So this is not decided by me, but by the market. After hearing this, Billy fell silent again. What a guy. He pushed his business to the rules of the market. He no longer was the initiator, but instead became someone who followed the trend. Billy added, "This is true in China, but not abroad. The rise of European duo has broken many of the original economic laws of the world. After all, abroad is not at home." George smiled and said, "How many high-tech companies are born in the world every year? Why are high-tech companies in Asia and China considered to have broken the laws of the world economy, while Western companies are considered to have promoted human technological civilization and opened up a new generation of market economy? Is it possible? This is prejudice. Of course, it could also be discrimination. In my opinion, the old Western generation's confined thinking should also change. The world's economy is no longer controlled by the West, and they no longer have to set the economic laws." Billy was speechless again. The domestic live broadcast rooms are like boiling water, with barges of comments one after another, making people dizzy. "That's very well said. I love you so much, Mr. George. I used to think that Mr. George was too young, too aggressive, and didn't know how to behave. Even his parents didn't recognize him. But now, I have changed my opinion of him. He is really a man with a unique personality. That's right. Why do they eat meat and we eat soup? No Chinese person with a bit of blood in his veins would agree to this, except for the Runrin and Juran. It would be great if every Chinese person was as clear-headed as George. However, this interview with George will also enlighten many people. Not only in China, many people have become fans, but also abroad. In fact, foreign countries also believe in respecting strength. As long as you are strong enough and confident enough, you will gain the respect of others. Of course, abroad, there's still more voices of opposition than support. At this time, Billy was also shocked by George's words. In her impression, Chinese people are introverted, modest, petty-minded, and give people a very insecure feeling. But the man in front of him is different. He looks elegant like a gentleman, but his heart is as hot as fire, strong and confident. He is like a sharp sword, vowing to cut off the powerful rules set by the West and change all arrogance and prejudice. At this moment, Billy had to re-examine George. Perhaps she thought George was a bad person at the beginning, which was just prejudice. "George, you said it very well." Billy's tone slowed down a bit. "I heard that Tianjin Group has also done a lot of charity work. In this regard, can George talk about it in detail? Because I think whether it is abroad or at home, everyone is very curious and wants to know whether this kind of charity is really charity." George wanted to speak, but Billy continued. "As far as I know, in his daily life, George is a very strong person who likes to overpower others, right?" George frowned. "Why do you say that?" George at a dinner party, and her mother was also bullied by George, and their business was also swallowed up by George. "Is this true?" Billy asked out the doubts that were weighing on her mind. George asked, "I don't know anything like this." "Of course, Miss Billy can tell me her name." "The other party's name is Tao Xingyun." Billy thought about it and decided to seek justice. What George said just now was so nice that she was almost persuaded. So now it depends on how George answers this question. "It's her." George smiled and immediately thought that Billy was called by Tao Xingyun to target him. But on second thought, Tao Xingyun probably doesn't have that kind of energy. George asked, "You said I was using my power to bully a weak girl like her." "Yes, from what I know, she's living a miserable life now. She can only make a living on the internet and barely make ends meet." Billy nodded. George couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Ms. Billy, you are still not professional enough. Did you really not investigate these questions before asking them? If so, I will seriously doubt the authenticity of your newspaper. First of all, Tao Xingyun is not an ordinary person. His family is a wealthy, noble family in Yanjing. In the past, their living expenses were 1 million per person per month. So, your claim that I am using my power to suppress others does not make sense." When Billy heard this, her eyes widened. Lucas didn't say that in the text message he sent her. Secondly, their family had fallen into decline and the family business was in danger. It was her sister who, through her own efforts, saved the family business and even expanded it. When a family business returned to its heyday, this Tao Xingyun and her mother started fighting for the family property, shamelessly snatching away the business that her sister had worked so hard to build. Her sister had no choice but to return all the family business to them without asking for a penny. but they didn't know how to manage it, and the huge family business was squandered by them. Miss Billy, do you think such a person deserves sympathy? George looked straight into Billy's eyes. Billy couldn't answer. Her eyes were trembling. If you don't believe this, I can always give you evidence to prove whether Tao Xingyun is a vulnerable group. George continued. Now, although Tao Xingyun has lost all her family business, she is actually not doing badly. She is an internet celebrity and can earn millions from a live broadcast. If people like this are also a vulnerable group, then Miss Billy's misunderstanding of vulnerable groups is too deep. Chapter 485. Is it a staged photo or real charity? The live broadcast room caused a sensation again. And it's not just in China, it's also happening abroad. How shameless. My sister had a successful business, but she tried to steal it. After stealing it, she didn't know how to run it, so she lost all the business, and then she blamed it on others. I met someone like this, I would want to beat her up, not to mention George. She doesn't even have any conscience. Who is this Tao Xingyun? Who can find her? Billy glanced at the live broadcast room and took a look at the comments from both home and abroad. She didn't expect it to cause such a big response. Of course, after George told the truth, even though she had been influenced by Western culture since childhood, she still felt that Tao Xingyun was going too far. George, did you hit her because you don't like her? Billy suppressed her unhappiness and continued to ask. George shook his head. Of course not. The problem is that she wanted to get to know me. And then in front of my fiancé, she said that my fiancé was not as good as her. Because of this reason, I beat her. What? Billy's eyes widened. There is such a shameless woman. It's really hateful. If I met her, I would also want to slap her in the face. How could she be so shameless? George looked at Billy with a smile and realized that Billy was probably not targeting her on purpose, but was bewitched by someone. He smiled and said, Okay, these are all personal questions and have little to do with the financial report interview. Let's change the topic. Okay, let's get back to the topic of charity. I want to know what George thinks about charity. Billy said after taking a deep breath. I don't know how others do charity, and I don't want to interfere, but I do charity with only one purpose, which is to help those who really need help. Orphanages, poor mountainous areas, critically ill hospitals, schools, etc. The charitable activities of our group can be viewed on the official website. The direction of every penny can be clearly seen, and there are people who are dedicated to confirming whether the aid funds have been received. George said calmly, Charity is a top priority for our group, just as important as the RD department. Really? If it's convenient for George, can you take us for a tour? Billy smiled and said, Actually, many charities nowadays are staged. Of course, I am talking about some places, but our financial reports will never be false, so I hope George will think it over carefully so that we can have a better cooperation. George understood what Billy meant and said with a smile, If Miss Billy has a lot of time, I don't mind going with you to interview them one by one. There are more than 8,000 funded units in total, all over China. More than 8,000. Billy's eyes widened. How much time would it take if she interviewed everyone one by one? Didn't you say that some places like to cheat? You can find out whether it is true or not when you go to interview them on the spot. Don't worry, I have plenty of time to accompany you in charity. George took the initiative and acted openly and fearlessly, unafraid of foreign media investigations. There are more than 8,000 aided locations. Great. Let's check them one by one and verify them one by one. We'll know if they are real or not after we check them out. I don't believe it. It must be fake. Chinese people love to take advantage of small gains. How can they really do charity? If we go to every location to interview, their lies will be exposed soon. The people who really do charity are all in our country of India. People from South Korea and India left messages saying they don't believe what George said. However, Billy was in a dilemma. She certainly couldn't interview them one by one. After thinking for a while, she asked, How many are there in the South? How many are there in the provincial capital? Let's go to the ones in the provincial capital. George turned around and asked his men to bring the list. After looking at it, he smiled and said, More than 300. Billy was shocked again. Even if there were more than 300 of them, it would be enough for her to shop for several days. Of course, she had already said it, so she was definitely going to the interview and would definitely not be scared by George. Maybe George was trying to scare her on purpose. Well, there are more than 300 of them. Let's interview them one by one. Billy stood up. She didn't believe that George had done enough work at the 300 assisted locations. There must be a loophole. Okay, let's go. George looked indifferent. as he thought this was a good opportunity to expand the influence of charity. It is not for Tianjin Group, but to make more people pay attention to charity and do real charity. Afterwards, Billy randomly chose a nearby orphanage and went there under the guidance of George. Brother George, sister Xia Xia. After they arrived, the children in the orphanage came happily and pulled George and Olivia to play games with them. Xiaoya, have you eaten yet? I ate it. Today I ate sweet and sour pork ribs in milk. Xiaopeng, did you bully us? No. Since that day, I have never bullied anyone again. George and Olivia were playing with the children and having a lot of fun. The children were also happy to play with George and his friends. Billy stared at the scene and asked the staff to film it. Of course, looking at the innocent look of the child, she was also infected and her mood became very good. Billy was also playing with the children. She bought a lot of candies before she came. Under the bombardment of sugar-coated bullets, the children all accepted her. Of course, I was just polite and courteous to her. I couldn't play with her as freely as I did with George and Olivia. Ms. Billy, we have been here for an hour, and we still have more than 300 companies to interview. The staff couldn't help but remind. Billy finally reacted and came to George and said a few words. George had no choice but to nod and take Billy's work team to the next company. There's another orphanage in the north of the city. After George and his friend arrived, they quickly started playing with the children. And a live broadcast platform is also broadcasting this scene. It's a stage photo. It must be fake. Look at those children. They're all dressed very well. In our country, only nobles dress like this. Huh. How can children in China who have no parents dress so well? I also think it's a stage photo. Only South Korea has an orphanage with such a good environment, because we are a developed country and they are not. India and South Korea continue to make cognitive comments. Fool, do you think China is still a country where people can't afford to eat? I've been to China for a trip, and they're not as poor as people say. Now we're not talking about poverty, but about charity. I really don't believe that rich people in China will really do charity. You guys are just not careful enough. Haven't you noticed that the children in the orphanages they visited played very well with George and had a lot of fun? Chapter 486, George, so real. The orphanage director must have given them the order in advance. What poor children. Silly, you are too stupid. The eyes of a child are the windows to the soul. Look at the way the child treats Miss Billy and then looks at the way the child treats George. One is polite and the other is happy from the heart. That's the difference. Besides, it's okay to pose for photos in one orphanage. Maybe George got to know the children in this orphanage well in advance, but the children in several orphanages are all familiar with George. Even if it's really a stage photo, George is familiar with the children in every orphanage, which shows how much time and hard work he put in. Yes, other people just pose for photos to show off, and at most they can get familiar with the children in one orphanage, but he is familiar with every orphanage. Who can do that by posing for photos? Many people abroad are very careful and have discovered something wrong. Some people on domestic live streaming platforms have also discovered this detail. Because children are innocent and their attitudes can best tell who they like to play with. If they're not people who come here often, how can children get familiar with them? You may not know this, because George grew up in an orphanage, so he understands the situation and thoughts of those orphans, and he is sincerely helping them. Finally, someone made a comment that hit the nail on the head. The Billy crew followed George throughout the filming and didn't return until 10 o'clock in the evening. They were so tired that their faces turned pale and they were out of breath. The next morning, Billy got up early with a tired body. After washing up, she sorted out the interview materials. At this time, George had already arrived at the hotel and asked her to continue the interview. Mr. George, are you serious? After visiting more than a dozen orphanages with George yesterday, she already felt that George was truly committed to charity. So she no longer had any plans to continue the interview. Billy had no choice but to decline and let the staff prepare for the final interview session in the hotel. She said in front of the camera, "In fact, after we went back last night, we kept checking your group's official website, checking the direction of charity funds, the target of assistance, etc., and then compared it with the information George gave us, and found that they all corresponded. In addition, we found that they're the channel for supervising complaints in the foundation, and it seems that there are rewards." George smiled and said, "Yes, as long as there's a flow of funds, there will be cases of embezzlement. In order to further prevent this situation, we have set up a regulatory department. Anyone who finds that someone in Tianjin Group has embezzled a penny from charity can report it anonymously at any time. Once the truth is revealed, The informant can receive a reward ranging from 5 million to 10 million. And this supervision and complaint channel is for all the people. Early in the morning, the live broadcast platform had already gathered a lot of people, and there were more than yesterday. After hearing George's words, the platform became lively again. Of course, I'll be watching them every day. If anyone dares to commit corruption, report them. The 5 million will be mine. I'm watching over the orphanage. If the aid is even a penny short, no, even a matchstick short, I'll report it. This is a great way to make money. Scream, I want to immigrate to China. Otherwise, how can I report it? Has Sweden opened a supervision and complaint channel? It's more exciting abroad than at home. In fact, Billy was 80% convinced that George was doing charity because she went to the interview in person yesterday, and she saw many details clearly. She has interviewed many wealthy foreign people, and they also do charity, but none of them are as detailed as George. Especially when playing with the children, she clearly noticed that the children liked George, which was something she couldn't achieve even with sugar-coated bullets. George, you have changed my view of some wealthy people in China. In the past, the wealthy people only thought of using charity activities to evade taxes. Billy said with emotion into the microphone. George smiled and said, the situation you described does exist, but the living standards in China are much better now, and people's quality is also improving. What Miss Billy described was the situation more than 10 years ago. I hope people abroad will stop thinking that we are in the same situation more than 10 years ago. His words are also a disguised way of praising China and changing the prejudice outside. As for tax evasion through charity, haha, it's just taxes. It doesn't cost much. George spread his hands again and said, 666. Others are afraid of paying taxes, but he doesn't care about taxes at all. This is what it means to be rich and powerful. I like this kind of Mr. Yi. I love him so much. He looks strong and overbearing, but he is not annoying at all. The country is getting excited again, with lots of 660 SIXS flooding the screen. Of course, some little girls abroad were also moved by George's domineering declaration. This Chinese man is the most manly man I have ever seen. I want to marry him and give birth to many mixed-race children for him. God of love, please give him to me tonight. Santa Claus, I want a gift, which is this handsome Chinese man. I never thought that Chinese men could be so handsome. He changed my view of Chinese men. From now on, I think which country foreign women want to marry the most, and among them, there must be Chinese men. The gender distinction is too rigid. I want one too. At this time, Billy was also frightened by George's dominance. And after just 2 days of interviews, she seemed to be getting more and more familiar with this man. It was completely different from what she had imagined. He is very strong and domineering, but this kind of domineering does not exist in bullying the weak. On the contrary, this man likes to help the weak and is very loving. George, I have to admit that I was prejudiced against you and misunderstood you at first. Now, in front of the live broadcast, I apologize to you. Billy said to George sincerely that not only her opinion of George had changed, but also her opinion of the situation in the country. The main reason is that the domestic development is too fast, and she is still stuck in the 1980s, thinking that people in the country are petty-minded, have no quality, no manners, and no civilization. As for the next interview, I think I don't need it. Yesterday's interview made me trust George. Moreover, we have interviewed many world celebrities, such as Mr. Lee from Hong Kong Island, Mr. Gage from the United States, etc., but George is different from them. The difference is that George is very, very real. Especially when I see you playing happily with your children, I sometimes feel that you're not a business leader, but an ordinary person. I am very happy with this interview. Thank you. I hope we can have the opportunity to cooperate again next time. Seeing Billy stood up and shook hands with George. George still had something in his mind that he hadn't dealt with, which was one of the reasons why he agreed to the interview. He smiled and said, Ms. Billy, I hope you can do something for me. George, just say it. That's right. I want to use your magazine's influence abroad to find my mother, Xiao Yuer. I've been looking for her and waiting for her. She's my most beloved mother. George looked at the camera and said sincerely, with longing and expectation in his eyes. Chapter 487. My brother had a fight with someone. Billy agreed with a smile. She would play George's last interview at the very beginning of the show in an effort to attract more attention. Afterwards, Billy took a makeup photo for George, and they added each other's contact information and finally left with the staff. George's half-length photo appeared in the New York Financial Report, as well as a large number of interview contents, etc., and George's video also appeared on the screen in New York's Times Square. Coupled with the many reasons for cutting the contract, there is no doubt that George has become famous abroad this time and has many fans. Because of this interview, the stock market is soaring. On the Yi family side, Lucas and others watched the final live interview early in the morning. Even though they knew that if they continued watching, it would only bring suffering to themselves and be extremely uncomfortable, they still couldn't help but want to continue watching. Maybe they were also expecting a miracle to happen, and George would end up making a fool of himself, causing this interview to fail. However, reality is the opposite of dreams. Lucas's face looked very ugly. According to his guess, Billy's biased interview would inevitably lead to George's counterattack, and the two sides would eventually part ways unhappily. By then, George would be discredited both at home and abroad. Who knew that George could see through Billy's intentions? And instead of confronting her head-on, he resolved Billy's dissatisfaction time and time again, thus ending the interview perfectly. George, it's not over yet. Lucas was too lazy to eat at home, so he just picked up his suit and left. Ella, Jang Tianan, and the others were also in heavy mood and returned to their rooms. Dad, George was still looking for Aunt Xiao at the end of the interview. Angela ignored the person who left and looked at David and said. David was still watching the interview on his phone and asked Angela to download the videos, especially the last one. Originally, he was a little resentful towards George during this period, such as Ella's miscarriage and the fact that he kept holding on to Lucas, but the last sentence of the interview changed his mind. In fact, George was not the only one looking for Xiao Yuer. He was also looking for her, but his connections were not as wide as George's. He has been looking for his mother since he was a child, and he is still looking for her now. This has been his lifelong wish. It's all my fault. It's all my fault. David suddenly felt very guilty that he had not protected his beloved woman, which led to the current situation. Dad, let's go see Yuki together. Angela saw that David was inspired and immediately made a suggestion. David nodded, went to the kitchen to bring back Yuki's favorite food, and left the Yi family, hoping that this time they could wake Yuki up. At this time, Iceland's black sand beach. The black sand beach and white sea waves blend perfectly, as if the scenery does not exist in this world, but an alien landscape in the universe. Not far from the beach, there were a few people watching. The weather here was a bit cold. They were all wearing down jackets, looking into the distance, enjoying this unique tranquility. What a nice view. A woman with a Chinese face. She has been standing here for 3 hours. And Xiao, we should go back. Standing for too long is not good for your health. Next to him, a tall, beautiful woman with big wavy golden hair and wearing a white down jacket said, All right. After being reminded, the woman with the Chinese face had no choice but to nod and return to the hotel with the beautiful woman. The hotel had heating on and the temperature was just right. Both of them took off their coats and sat on the sofa to rest. The Chinese-looking woman took out her cell phone and looked at it. Suddenly, she saw a channel where a handsome young man was being interviewed. After seeing this video, the Chinese-looking woman was very excited. Her eyes opened wide and tears fell silently. Aunt Xiao, what's wrong with you? The beautiful woman next to him was shocked and quickly sat over and watched the video on her phone. However, the woman with the Chinese face said nothing. She just kept watching the video and even caressed the man in the video with her hands. She was even more excited than before, and her tears were increasing. The beautiful woman quickly memorized the man's name in the video. His name is George. She was too familiar with the woman with a Chinese face. She knew that she was indifferent by nature, had no interest in anything in the world, and was full of melancholy throughout her life. This was the first time she saw a woman so excited, and she even shed tears. It turns out that in this world, there are people that Aunt Xiao cares about. Dad, the beautiful woman quickly called her father. Is that so? Okay, I'll come to Iceland right away. The other party seems to care about this matter very much. On the other hand, because of the interview with New York Financial News, George became famous in China again. Many industries of Tianshan Group also benefited from this, especially Tianjin Short Video, which saw a surge in traffic. There were also many interview videos circulating, which attracted many comments. George was also called the national husband. Of course, to George, all this was just empty fame, and he returned to work as usual. Brother Chun, Mr. Lu Jinquan, a shareholder of our Tianjin Group, is also investing in Dongshu Group's a video. He has also brought the internet celebrities that our group has made famous to a video and has released videos on both sides. Johnson walked into the office and reported to George, who seemed very dissatisfied. It's okay. Being a shareholder of Tianyin Group doesn't mean you can't invest in other companies. George didn't care, but there are many business secrets, and I'm afraid he will take them to Dongshu Group. Johnson is still worried. George shook his head. It's enough to grasp the core technology such as data and algorithms. As for other development routes, market size, etc., it doesn't matter even if Dongshu Group knows about it. Johnson had no choice but to nod and said indignantly, "This Lu Jianquan, if I had known earlier, I would not have let him invest." He was also very clear about Lu Jianquan's actions in Tianyin Group. He took all the blame for the popularity of Tianyin short videos. Many favorable measures were proposed by him, as if he had taken all the credit. George didn't care much about this. Johnson felt unfair for George. At this time, Olivia walked in, looking tired. "Xia, what's wrong?" George looked over curiously. "My brother got into a fight with someone and got hurt. I was scared to death." Olivia sat down as she spoke. "But he's fine, just a few minor injuries. The person who fought with my brother was Lu Yinyan. They met at the bar last night. Lu Yinyan hated my brother for beating Lu Jiyun, and her bodyguard Axia died. After an argument with my brother, they started fighting. Of course, Lu Yinyan was beaten terribly by my brother and thrown into the sewer." George shook his head after hearing this. He is already in his 40s. Why does he act like a gangster? He put down his work and went to Xia's house with Olivia to visit Xia Lingyun. After all, he was his brother-in-law. Chapter 488. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. When we arrived at Xia Lingyun's villa, we saw Xia Lingyun playing golf in the back garden with one arm in a sling and a cigar in his mouth. He looked in good spirits. When he saw George, he put down his golf club and walked over with a smile. "Brother, you and Lu Yinyan got into a fight." George was relieved to see that Xia Lingyun was indeed fine. "That crazy woman said she wanted to kill me. Kill you, to avenge her brother, to avenge Axia. What a psychopath." Xia Lingyun immediately cursed. "I fought with her right on the spot. Who's afraid of who? I scratched her face and threw her into the sewer. But that bitch was also cruel and hurt my hand." George said helplessly, "Lu Yinyan is indeed quite troublesome. His behavior is similar to Lu Jiyun. He could do anything for revenge. Brother, why are you competing with such a lunatic? I don't like her. She's just like her brother. People from Beijing are lawless and don't take us southern natives seriously." Xia Lingyun took a deep puff of his cigar. In fact, his fight with Lu Yinyan was not only for personal reasons, but also represented the reputation of the Southern Young Master Circle. Of course, even though Xia Lingyun had been active in the South for many years, he really had no way to deal with a crazy woman like Lu Yinyan. In terms of money, he has no less than him. In terms of power, he is no worse than him. It is just as the saying goes, the only ones who can suppress a young master are young masters from a higher circle. The Lu family's status and position are equal to the Xia family's. According to the rules, we can have some small fights, but we must not break the rules and kill someone to silence them. Otherwise, I would have killed her long ago." Xia Lingyun sighed again, a little depressed. "The most frustrating thing is that I dare not break the rules, but that woman may not. In order to avenge her brother and bodyguard, she can fight to the death and die together." George also thought this was quite troublesome. Dealing with a crazy person like this would make him die of exhaustion sooner or later. "I have an idea." George suddenly thought of something. At present, Lu Yinyan is still not sure who killed Axia. She suspected me and Lucas. In this case, let them fight each other. Xia Lingyun's eyes lit up after hearing this. This method is not bad. With Lu Yinyan's madness, it will definitely cause a lot of trouble for Lucas. George smiled and nodded, then called Chen Sanchen's team. "Contact Guo Jianglong anonymously. The transaction amount is 300 million. The goal is to assassinate Lu Yinyan. Remember, Lu Yinyan cannot die, and you cannot expose yourself." George's stern warning. Chen Sanchen's team was stunned at first and didn't understand what George meant. They wanted to assassinate Lu Yinyan, but they couldn't let Lu Yinyan die. What was his intention? The man named Lao Kai and the team thought about it for a moment and understood George's intention. After all, if they really want to kill Lu Yinyan, wouldn't it be better to let their team do it? It can be guaranteed to be perfect, and even Interpol will have to shake their heads and go home. However, Mr. Yi chose to find Guo Jianglong, an evil force of a lower level than them. Therefore, Mr. Ye's intention is more like diverting trouble away. Clear, Chun Sanshan replied, then hung up the phone, looked at the team members and asked, "Who will handle this matter? Let me do it." The girl named Sha Meng shrugged helplessly, thinking that this mission was too easy. She registered an account on the internet, purchased some bitcoins, and then started contacting Guo Jianglong and gave him a task. When Guo Jianglong found out that the target of the assassination was Lu Yinyun, he was shocked on the spot and didn't want to take on the task at the first moment. However, when the other party offered a reward of 300 million, he was finally tempted. People die for money, birds die for food. 300 million is enough for them to retire and achieve financial freedom in life. Brother Long, is this reliable? Miss Lu is the eldest daughter of the Yinjing Lu family. If she died in the south, there would be an earthquake in the south. Guo Jianglong's men said with some trepidation. Last time, when Lu Jiyun of the Lu family died, it was said that the top police officers in Taiguo were in turmoil. The Lu family was furious and severely punished the murderer, and even the gang behind the murderer was affected. And that happened abroad. It would be even more troublesome if it happened in China. Guo Jianglong nodded seriously. I know, of course I know, but this is 300 million. After this deal, we can travel freely abroad. We can't reach those countries in Europe and America. The subordinate licked his lips immediately. The first thing he thought of was a huge manor where he raised several blonde-haired, blue-eyed Persian cats and spent his days listening to music and playing Russian roulette in brothels. Who is the one who issued the mission? After being excited, the subordinate was still a little cautious. It's posted on the black web, so I can't find out the identity. But the transaction is done in Bitcoin, so I'm not worried that they won't admit it. The only downside is that you have to complete the task before you can get paid. I guess it should be Lu Yinyun's mortal enemy. The person behind this must be from China. Of course, we should not know things that we're not supposed to know. What we need to do now is to arrange the assassination plan as detailed as possible. Guo Jianglong looked at his men seriously and said, "This matter must be kept secret and resolved as soon as possible. Otherwise, the 300 million will not be ours, and our peers will snatch it away first." After giving the instructions, he started to have his men secretly keep an eye on Lu Yinyun. On the other hand, Xiaoling Yun still didn't understand what George meant and thought that George really wanted to assassinate Lu Yinyun. Brother-in-law, this is not necessary. It would be very troublesome to assassinate that woman. Besides, although that crazy woman is crazy, her crime is not punishable by death. She is different from Lu Jiyun. Lu Jiyun is trying to kill us. George worriedly. George was a little surprised. Brother, with your personality, you would strike first. Why are you worried about a woman? Are you feeling emotionally attached to her? Bah, how could I possibly be attracted to her when I'm so handsome? She's just a tomboy. Although she has a great figure, especially her big headlights, and her skin is cold and white, her temper is not good. I still like gentle and delicate women. Xiaoling Yun explained anxiously, and his feminine and handsome face turned red. George looked at him strangely. It's fine if you hate Lu Yinyun, but why do you have to explain so much and even stare at other people's car lights? And as far as he knew, Lu Yinyun liked women. Brother, since you hate her so much, I have a chance for you. What if you could be a hero and save her? George said with a smile. Pa, she's a hero, sure, but she's not beautiful at all. Besides, I wish she'd die right now. Xiaoling Yun looked a little angry and embarrassed. Chapter 489. Enemies meet on a narrow road. A hero saves the beauty. George explained, Brother, she must not die. Otherwise, there will be an earthquake in the south. Since she cannot die, and she keeps causing trouble for us, the best way is to direct the trouble to Lucas, and we remain friends with her. So being a hero and saving a beauty is pretty good, turning an enemy into a friend, and at the same time creating more enemies for the enemy. Xiaoling Yun thought it made sense. For our future, I can only sacrifice my looks. No. I can only be a hero and save the beauty. Night falls. At Boss Bar, Lu Yinyun was still getting drunk. Ever since Axia's death, she had completely indulged herself. She spent money crazily in the bar, which attracted the attention of many young masters. They wanted to get close to her, but they were beaten up. Of course, the beauty in the bar couldn't get close to her. She was not interested in romance now, and still couldn't forget Axia. Dance for me, everyone, dance for me. If you dance well, I will give you money. Her face was flushed from drinking, and she shouted towards a bar. The atmosphere in the bar hall became even more intense, with all the men and women standing up and swaying their bodies. Okay, that's it. Come on, baby. Lu Yinyun enjoyed the exciting atmosphere very much. Only in this way could she forget Axia for a short time. We played until 2 in the morning, and then left in a car under the protection of bodyguards. When the car turned into Xiangyang Road, there was a car accident in front. A large truck overturned and fruits on the ground blocked the road. After taking a closer look, the driver planned to go around it from the side road. There are a lot of unfinished buildings on both sides of the road. Because no one lives there, there are only dim street lights on the road. Why are you walking here? Lu Yinyan lay in the back seat and glanced out the window. She had drunk a little too much and had been dizzy just now, but she was feeling a little better now. The bodyguard immediately told what had just happened. Lu Yinyan didn't care and was just about to close his eyes and rest when suddenly the car made a loud bang and shook violently. Then the world spun around and the car was knocked over. Lu Yinyan was not wearing a seatbelt and had no habit of doing so. His head hit the car window hard and a stream of blood flowed out. What happened? Fortunately, Lu Yinyan was not seriously injured and was still able to stay conscious and shout at the driver and bodyguard. "Miss, someone hit us with a car." The driver also suffered a head injury, which was more serious than Lu Yinyan's, and the bodyguard in the passenger seat was even more miserable because the side of the car was hit hard, causing the door to deform and was stuck on the passenger seat. This car is clearly not bulletproof. Lu Yinyan was horrified and immediately thought of the Lu family's competitors. While she was stunned, the driver quickly got out of the car, opened the back seat door, and pulled Lu Yinyan out. "Miss Go-Go, because the car body was deformed by the collision, the door is difficult to open." Lu Yinyan reacted and kept kicking the car door with her high heels. Suddenly, she saw a large truck rushing towards her outside the car window. "Run!" Lu Yinyan subconsciously yelled and cursed. "Fuck, who dares to take my life?" The driver looked back and saw that the truck was close at hand. He no longer cared about Lu Yinyan and jumped to the side. Lu Yinyan's car was once again knocked over by the truck and rolled like a ball. Lu Yinyan in the car fell to the ground and looked extremely embarrassed. Now, it was even more difficult for Lu Yinyan to escape from the car. She even saw the truck backing up, trying to hit her again. Moreover, there are many mysterious cars and motorcycles around the truck. They're like a group of hyenas, waiting to finish off the enemy. Who is so bold as to kill her? Boom, boom, boom. The roar of a large truck was heard, and it drove over again, like a huge tank. Lu Yinyan's pupils widened, and she gnashed her teeth in anger. If she didn't die this time, she would definitely cut the murderer into pieces. Cut them into pieces again and again. "Come out quickly." At this moment, a sound came from the other side of the car, and someone was pulling the door. Lu Yinyan shuddered all over. She didn't want to die yet. As long as there was a 1 in 10,000 chance of escape, she would fight for it. So she crawled to the other side and kept pushing the car door. Bang! The car door had just been knocked loose, and after the efforts of the two people, it was finally pushed open. Lu Yinyan climbed out with difficulty and felt someone holding her body and pulling her out. And it was difficult to pull her out. Two big hands grabbed her armpits, and even her chest was grabbed. Of course, she couldn't care too much at this time. As soon as she rushed out of the car, she followed the person and left quickly, then got into a sports car. But before she got in, the car behind was crushed under the wheels of a large truck. If she had been a step slower, she would have been turned into a meat patty by now. Go! The person who rescued him patted her buttocks, pushed her into the car, then got in himself, started the car immediately, and left quickly. Damn, don't let them escape. Catch up. Those who were finishing off the enemy in the rear were naturally furious. They had not expected that someone would intervene in this matter, and they drove their cars to chase after them quickly. Drive faster, they're coming after us, and I think they have guns. In the sports car, Lu Yinyan looked back through the rearview mirror with a serious expression, then turned to look at the person who saved him. His face suddenly changed, and his mouth was so surprised that a duck egg could be stuffed in it. Xiaoling Yun? Damn it, it's you? You bastard, you want to kill me? Enemies always run into each other on a narrow road. She rushed over angrily and put her hands around Xia Lingyun's neck. You crazy bitch, I saved you, but you can't tell right from wrong. If I had known you were like this, I would have saved a dog. Xia Lingyun cursed loudly because his neck was being strangled, causing the car to sway from side to side. Lu Yinyan quickly let go of Xia Lingyun and helped control the steering wheel, still cursing. You are crazy. You even dare to kill me. Don't think that I dare not touch you just because the Xia family protects you. You bastard, if I want to kill you, why would I save you? Oh yeah, who is trying to assassinate me? Who should I ask if you ask me? Ami Annai. I know everything. Forget about that for now. Leave here immediately and go to Huiyin Villa. My people are all over there. Oh, and where's your cell phone? Give it to me and call me right now. No need. I've already notified my bodyguard. Everything will be fine once we get out of this road. The performance of the sports car was really good. It reached over 100 kilometers per hour in the blink of an eye, leaving the car behind, far behind. When those who were chasing saw the sports car disappear at the end, they dared not chase it anymore and quickly disappeared into the darkness. Not long after Xiaoling Yun's car rushed out of the road, a large number of autists drove up in front. They were all Xiaoling Yun's bodyguards. Xiaoling Yun also parked the car on the side of the road. Master, the bodyguard is coming. Send Miss Lu back. Xiaoling Yun said impatiently after getting off the car. Xiaoling Yun, I'm sending your sister away. If you don't explain clearly, don't even think about leaving. In the car, Lu Yinyin did not get out. She did not dare to get out casually. She was waiting for a bodyguard to arrive. She ordered Xiaoling Yun, get in the car immediately. You damn bitch, you just deserve to be fucked. Xiaoling Yun got into the car again, unhappily. Chapter 490, the first person she thought of was George. Tell me, what's going on? How did you appear here? How could you save me? Don't treat me as a fool. I'm not that easily fooled. Lu Yinyin looked at Xiaoling Yun coldly and said, as long as your answer does not satisfy me, then you can wait for my revenge. I just came out of a bar, the Yehua bar, and there was a car accident on the road. A large truck overturned, so I had to take that road. Then I saw someone driving a large truck hitting a Mercedes-Benz. I didn't want to care about it, but in my territory, there were still people who dared to be so rampant, so I stopped the car to help. You saw what happened next. Xiaoling Yun said with a cold snort. It's really not you. Lu Yinyin was a little bit unbelievable. Xiaoling Yun found a cigar box from the central control cabinet, opened it, took out a cigar, cut it with scissors, and lit it up. Dianpa, although I wish I could kill you, you have to know that you are the eldest daughter of the Lu family. If you die in the south, I, Xiaoling Yun, will not be able to escape responsibility. So, am I crazy to do such a thing? Even if I am not afraid personally, I am afraid of bringing trouble to the Xia family. Think about it with your brain. If someone were to assassinate you in the south, the biggest suspect would definitely be the Xia family. So, there's no way I would do that. Xiaoling Yun explained patiently. Lu Yinyin also believed it to some extent. Her brother Lu Zhiyun died abroad, and senior police officers and gangs abroad were affected. If she died in the south, the Xia family would definitely not be able to escape the connection. So what Xiaoling Yun said made sense. Who on earth is that? Lu Yinyin thought with a gloomy face. You crazy bitch, you're still bleeding. Go to the hospital quickly. Don't let your mind wander. Xiaoling Yun found some alcohol, iodine, and other items for external injuries in the car and threw them at Lu Yinyin. You actually care about me? Lu Yinyin's face darkened, and he seemed very angry. I don't care about you at all. I'm afraid you'll dirty my car. Get out of here right now. Your bodyguards are here too. Xiaoling Yun was cursing, and Lu Yinyin looked ahead and saw his own bodyguard team coming. So he pushed the door and got out of the car. Bang! As soon as she opened the car door, Xiaoling Yun kicked her in the butt, kicked her out of the car, and she fell flat on her face. Xia, I will kick your ass sooner or later. After Lu Yinyin got up, he cursed at Xiaoling Yun. Xiaoling Yun blew a puff of cigar smoke at her, looked like a big boss, started the car, and drove away. Xia, you wait. Lu Yinyin was still cursing, and was then protected by bodyguards and sent to the hospital. In the hospital, doctors and nurses were stitching Lu Yinyin's wounds. Lu Yinyin was indeed tough. Even though he had suffered many injuries, he did not frown at all. He was smoking and thinking about things. Girl, smoking is not allowed in the hospital. The doctor has said this more than once. Besides, your injuries are quite serious, especially the wound on your forehead. If you don't treat it properly, it will become infected and inflamed and will leave scars. Shut up. Lu Yinyin yelled at the doctor. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll throw you out on the street. After a pause, she continued, heal the wound for me. If there is even a little scar left, I will leave a cut on your butt and leave you with a scar for life. Yes, yes, yes. The doctors and nurses were all terrified, wondering how could this woman, who looked so delicate, be so fierce? Who is it? George first. Otherwise, how could Xiaoling Yun suddenly appear? Although he just came out of the bar, it was too much of a coincidence. Miss. At this time, The leader of the bodyguards walked in and glanced at the doctor and nurse who were bandaging the wound, as if hesitating whether to report the situation. Just say it. Lu Yinyun snorted coldly. The assassins have escaped, but we found a clue. They seem to be local tyrants. This Guo Jianglong was the leader of the local underworld 10 years ago. Later, he committed a crime and was imprisoned for 10 years. After he was released, the times had changed and he had nothing to do. He had no choice but to go back to his old ways, gather a group of his former followers, and do some shady things. Later, they found that assassination missions paid more, so they gave up the idea of building a large industry and specialized in assassinations, transactions, and so on. As the bodyguard was talking, another bodyguard came in and said to Lu Yinyin, "Miss, we surrounded and cracked down on Guo Jianglong's industry, and they all ran away. We only caught one little brother. Do you want to bring him in?" "Bring it in." Lu Yinyin growled gloomily. Soon, a thin young man was brought in. He was wearing a black jacket with a red tights underneath. The logo was a Wang Wang portrait, and he was wearing white tights and loafers. This young man was still very arrogant when he saw Lu Yinyin. He was fearless like a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water. It's a pity that the person he met was Lu Yinyin. Lu Yinyin picked up the scissors used for sewing needles, asked the bodyguard to grab the young man's hand, and inserted it into his palm fiercely. "Ah!" The young man screamed. He didn't expect the other party to be so ruthless. He attacked without even asking a single question, cut off his fingers one by one. Lu Yinyin sat back and let the doctor and nurse continue to sew. Of course, the doctor and nurse were almost frightened to death, especially when they saw blood gushing out of the young man's palm. Their minds went blank, and they thought they were afraid of blood. No, I'll tell you. The young man cried and shouted. "Are you guys trying to assassinate me tonight?" Lu Yinyin asked. "I don't know. No. I heard that there was an operation tonight, and it seemed to have failed. The boss and his men fled overnight. Where did you escape to?" "I don't know. I heard he went to the northwest, and then he went to the north." "Who asked him to kill me?" "It was on the internet. Someone used Bitcoin to post a task. It was said that the reward was 300 million. After the boss discussed it with the master, he finally decided to accept the task. However, the master felt that something was wrong. "Master, I feel something is wrong." The master said that the other party seemed to be looking for them on purpose, and he was afraid it was a trap. However, the boss said that they did a great job on the last order, and they probably built up a good reputation. So they chose them on purpose. "What did you do in the last order?" "The police couldn't find out who assassinated a woman named Yuki. It caused a lot of uproar at the time. I heard that Yuki was the sister of the richest man in the South. It seemed that someone wanted to frame him. Once the boss got drunk and said that the people in the Yi family were so cruel that they could kill their own sister." "How do you know so much?" Lu Yinyin did not believe everything the young man said, and asked someone to bring a pair of scissors and wanted to cut the young man's fingers. The young man was terrified and said anxiously, when the boss was released from prison, he was penniless and went to provoke the local tyrants. He was severely beaten. I saved him. Since then, the boss has treated me as his confidant and has taken good care of me. He has also told me many things. Lu Yinyin waved his hand to let the bodyguard throw the young man out and fell into deep thought. Chapter 491. Sowing discord and killing with a borrowed knife. 300 million to buy my life. Who is it? The person who was assassinated last time was Yuki from the Yi family, and it seems that it was the younger brother who assassinated the older sister. Could it be George? No. The purpose of assassinating Yuki was to frame George. George couldn't have assassinated Yuki then. The more Lu Yinyin thought about it, the more surprised she became. She had already guessed who it was. Lucas. He was afraid that I would seek revenge for Axia and cause trouble for him. So he killed me first. And after killing me, he can put the blame on George. The more Lu Yinyin thought about it, the angrier she became. Resentment and murderous intent were swirling in her mind. If she didn't need to be bandaged, she would have gone to find Lucas to settle the score. The next night, Jinzuan International Nightclub. In the largest private room, explosive music was blasting and men and women were dancing everywhere. Red wine, green lights, gold powder on the beauties, all colorful. The whole private room exudes the smell of hormones. Top quality whiskey, champagne, and Chivas Regal cost 10,000 yuan a bottle. I take a sip and throw away the bottle. I even use the money to wash the feet of beautiful women. There are more than 30 people in this large private room, mostly handsome men and beautiful women. Lucas hugged Lu Ruyan, biting a cigar, and watched the scene with admiration. Not far away, Lu Tai also came, hugging two beauties and dancing. The beauties couldn't stand this uncle anymore. Uncle, let's have a few drinks. You've torn my stockings. Of course, Lucas' purpose of coming to the bar tonight was not to satisfy his father-in-law, but for another purpose. He looked at a young man in a burgundy suit and said, Master Ma, why don't you drink? The young man was Ma Zijuan. To be honest, he was still very surprised that Lucas suddenly invited him to the nightclub. After all, he didn't know Lucas. He snapped his fingers, calling a dancing beauty wearing black stockings, a skirt as short as her thighs, and long hair to come over. He then pulled her to sit next to him, picked up the wine glass, and took a sip. Mr. Yi, the southern style suits my taste. Thank you for your hospitality. Ah, we're out for fun. Having fun is the most important thing. Come on, drink. Ma Zijuan clinked glasses with Lucas and drank the red wine in the glass in one gulp. George offended you at the last dinner. Can you tell me what happened? Lucas asked casually after putting down his glass. Ma Zijuan knew what was going on as soon as he heard it. He knew that Lucas and George had a grudge, and he must want to use him as a gun. I was telling you, we've never met before. Why did he suddenly ask me out for a drink? Of course, he thought so, but on the surface he still looked angry. That bastard didn't even give me face. I will make him pay sooner or later. That's right. I've heard that Master Ma is so powerful that even the Xia family in the provincial capital can't do anything to you. How could you capsize in the gutter? Lucas said with a smile. To be honest, I have a grudge against George. I can't do anything to that guy, so I'm counting on Ma Xiao to help me vent my anger. This gave people the feeling that he was trying to sow discord, and Lucas also expressed that he had some opinions about George. Haha, George may be a bit of a character, but to me he's just that. Ma Zijuan tapped the ashes in his hand and said with a little arrogance. Lucas was very happy after hearing this and kept pouring wine for Ma Zijuan. Of course Ma Zijuan was just playing along. He knew clearly in his mind that his target was not George, but Lucas. He wants to find out Lucas's background so that he can give Sister Hong an explanation. So, if necessary, he might join forces with George to deal with Lucas. While the two were chatting, several young men dressed as rich second generations walked in, followed by several beauties. These beauties were of very good quality, tall, with fair skin, and were a level higher than the women in the private room. Another distinguished guest has arrived. Lucas personally stood up to greet them and asked these beauties to sit on the sofa. Lucas curiously, who are these beauties? Lucas said with a smile, they're all big internet celebrities in our company. After introducing these beauties one by one, internet celebrities are currently like little stars, and they are still very curious to many people. Moreover, they were all staring at one of the internet celebrities, who was wearing a JK uniform, had a tall figure, a pretty face, and gave people a very pure feeling. Everyone is tired of playing with hot young ladies, fairies, and goddesses, and has a low resistance to this kind of pure beauty with big eyes like Carmen. Among them, Lu Jianquan, a rich second generation from Hong Kong Island, was the most representative. He was attracted on the spot. He had seen all kinds of beauties in Hong Kong Island and had cultivated many internet celebrities under his name. But in his eyes, no woman could compare to the one in front of him. Bossy, you are really capable. You have recruited such a charming internet celebrity. What's her name? Lu Jianquan kept his eyes on the most beautiful internet celebrity. Lucas looked at Lu Jianquan's expression, sneered in his heart, and introduced. This internet celebrity is called Tao Xingyun. She is the goddess in the hearts of millions of otakus. Tao Xingyun, what a good name. Lu Jianquan was still staring and found that Tao Xingyun's eyes were really beautiful. Looking into her eyes gave people a touching and pitiful feeling. His heartbeat kept getting faster and faster, and he knew this was the feeling of first love. Xingyun, come and sit next to Master Lu. Lucas asked Tao Xingyun to sit down next to Lu Jianquan. Hello, Mr. Lu. Tao Xingyun greeted Lu Jianquan very politely. But unlike the other girls who were very enthusiastic, she remained reserved. But it was this kind of reserve that attracted Lu Jianquan. At this moment, Lu Jianquan felt that he was not in a bar, but back to the time when he was in school and met his first love. Lucas introduced Tao Xingyun. This is the son of the Lu family in Hong Kong Island. They are a real wealthy family. During the war, the Lu family helped China a lot. His grandfather was a justice of the peace of the previous generation. By the way, he is also a shareholder of our group, A Short Video, and even more so, one of the shareholders of Tianyin Short Video. Mr. Liu has put in a lot of effort to make Tianyin short video what it is today. Also, Mr. Liu is also the youngest investment genius in Hong Kong. He threw a lot of flattery to Liu Jianquan, and not only Tao Xingyun, but also the beauties around the sofa looked at Liu Jianquan in surprise. No one expected that Liu Jianquan had such a powerful background. However, some people also raised objections. Tianyin short video is very popular now, but I heard that it was created by George. He mentioned it in an interview a few days ago. These words suddenly made the private room quiet, and many people felt that such words were a bit inappropriate to the occasion. Sure enough, Liu Jianquan, who was being praised by everyone, looked a little ugly. Who told you that? Lucas sneered and looked at the internet celebrity who was speaking. If you remember correctly, this internet celebrity was from Tianyin Group. The reason why he came tonight was because he didn't get much attention in Tianyin Group, and he planned to switch to a video. As far as I know, Tianyin short video became popular because of several key suggestions made by Mr. Liu, such as advertising, Spring Festival Gala promotion, and plans to focus on supporting internet celebrities. These were all proposed by Mr. Liu. Chapter 492. What is a life confidant, and what is the harmony of worldviews? In an interview a few days ago, George took all the credit for himself and didn't mention the contributions of shareholders at all. You said so, Mr. Liu. These words really touched Liu Jianquan's heart. He didn't contribute anything to the success of Tianyin short video. Everyone in the world knew George, and even the person interviewed in the ugly country was George. This made him very dissatisfied. Although Tianyin short videos made him a lot of money, he was young and energetic, and he wanted not only money but also fame. It doesn't matter who you are. As a businessman, making money is the main thing. Liu Jianquan pretended not to care. Yes, young Master Liu has a broad vision. I toast to you. Lucas knew that Liu Jianquan was actually very dissatisfied, but he was just holding it in. So after drinking a glass with Liu Jianquan, he continued to fan the flames. I just can't understand. With Liu Xiao's business sense, management, planning, and sufficient funds, how could he hold back George? I really feel sorry for young Master Liu. He comes from a prominent family and is a Hong Kong investment genius. So why is he not well received? I heard that George is not easy to deal with. Well, just ask Tao Xingyun and you will know. When Liu Jianquan heard this, he began to think about starting a new business. He is already very familiar with the development process, market, profitability, etc. of Tianyin short video, and is confident that if George can do it, he can do it too. Moreover, Tianyin short video became popular in the mainland, and he can make another one in Hong Kong Island. Besides, the short video field can be subdivided into many tracks, all of which can be explored in depth and expanded. These are all good business opportunities. Nebula? You know George too? Liu Jianquan looked at Tao Xingyun beside him again. We know each other and have had some contact. It's not a big deal. Tao Xingyun shook his head sensibly and didn't want to talk about the past. However, although she seemed to have said nothing, her aggrieved look actually said it all. George's dominance during meetings. Everyone has to listen to him, and he ignores other shareholders. He is not as good as the interview says. Liu Jianquan snorted coldly and said to Tao Xingyun, just tell your brother, and your brother will help you. Thank you, Mr. Liu, but it's really a small matter. Tao Xingyun was afraid of bringing trouble to Liu Jianquan, so he forced a smile and shook his head. Haha, Xingyun was bullied badly. Last time, Xingyun also attended the party hosted by Mr. Li. George slapped Xingyun in the face in front of all the celebrities. Lucas interrupted at this time. What? In that kind of situation, George was able to do that. That's too violent. Liu Jianquan's pupils narrowed. What the hell is going on? Lucas immediately told everything he knew, saying that George helped Tao Xingro seize the family property and so on. What's more domineering is that he caused Tao Xingyun's company to go bankrupt, forcing him to become an internet celebrity. After listening to this, Liu Jianquan's desire to protect was ignited. Looking at the innocent and kind-hearted Tao Xingyun, he wanted to hug her in his arms and protect her well. It's all in the past. It's okay. Life is not always smooth sailing. Tao Xingyun was more sensible and comforted Liu Jianquan in return. Ah, it's so painful. How can there be such a sensible girl? Liu Jianquan only felt a surge of blood rushing to his head. Afterwards, the two of them chatted very familiarly, from short videos to famous piano pieces to Western romance and so on. It felt like they had met too late. What is a life confidant, and what is the compatibility of three views? Liu Jianquan knew countless socialites in Hong Kong Island, but none of them was like Tao Xingyun. Lucas watched the two of them talking intimately with their heads down and sneered in his heart, trying to sow discord and bring disaster upon himself. These strategies were taught to him by Uncle Wu, and he used them perfectly. George, just wait for trouble to come. Thinking of this, he secretly glanced at Ma Zijian again. There is another one here, and his power is even greater than Lu Jianquan's. Afterwards, when Lu Jianquan and Tao Xingyun had almost finished chatting, Lucas even invited them to attend the Internet Celebrity Awards ceremony in a few days. At this time, there was a roar outside, and then one of Lucas' bodyguards rushed in and shouted at Lucas, "Mr. Yi, be careful. Someone is causing trouble." The music in the private room suddenly stopped, and everyone looked at the bodyguard in surprise because they didn't expect that someone would dare to cause trouble for Lucas in the South. Lucas was also very surprised and said coldly, "What's going on? Where are our people?" "There are a lot of people on the other side. They are also former fighters and are very good at fighting. Our people can't handle it right now," the bodyguard said seriously. Lucas thought of George first. After all, in the South, George was the only one who could mobilize so many bodyguards. Could it be that George knew that he was secretly causing trouble, so he came to take revenge on him? Bang, bang, bang. Just as he was thinking about it, several of Lucas' bodyguards were beaten in and fell to the ground. One of them had a dislocated wrist, and one had a bloody head. Even though they were very skilled, they couldn't stop the opponent's ferocity. "George!" Lucas stood up, his face as gloomy as water, and saw several bodyguards rushing in through the door, protecting a woman and walking in. Lucas fiercely, Lu Yinyun." Everyone looked over, and some of them recognized who the woman was. "Lucas, how dare you kill me?" Lu Yinyun stared at Lucas for a second, then rushed over, picked up the chivas on the table, and smashed it hard on Lucas' head. Bang! The bottle broke, the wine spilled, and Lucas fell on the sofa with a scream. "Mr. Yi." Lucas' bodyguard wanted to rush over to protect people, but was stopped by Lu Yinyun's bodyguard. But Lu Yinyun did not give up. He rushed over with a broken glass bottle, and a sharp glass fragment stabbed into Lucas' neck. Lucas fell on the sofa, one hand stroking his head subconsciously. After the blow just now, his head felt like it was cracking apart with a sharp pain, and there was also a brief blankness. When he woke up, he saw Lu Yinyun rushing towards him with murderous intent. "Damn it, this bitch is going to kill me." Lucas' eyes widened. The last time Lu Yinyun made a big fuss at Dongshu Group, he thought the matter was over. Who knew that Lu Yinyun still refused to give up? And this time was even crazier than last time. No. At the critical moment, Lu Tai, who was originally stroking the thigh in stockings, rushed over and grabbed Lu Yinyun's wrist, holding the wine bottle with one hand to stop her from killing Lucas. Because if Lucas died, Lu Tai's good days would be over, so Lucas must not die. With Lu Tai's help, Lucas escaped the disaster. However, his shoulder was pierced by a sharp glass bottle, and he screamed like a pig being slaughtered in pain. "Lu Yinyun, what's wrong with you? Aren't you good friends with Lucas? Is there some misunderstanding?" The rich second generation around finally reacted and tried to persuade Lu Yinyun. Chapter 493. The truth is revealed. Lucas is furious. Of course, Lu Yinyun didn't take them seriously and wanted to get angry, but this time Ma Zijian also showed up. Although he was not on the same side as Lucas, Sister Hong had warned him that Lucas must not die before finding out Lucas' background. "Lu Yinyun, you are too presumptuous. How dare you touch my friend in front of me?" Ma Zijian was known as the little overlord of Yanjing. Whenever Lu Yinyun's younger brother Lu Jian saw him, he would lower his head and call him Brother Ma. The status of their Ma family in Yanjing is at the end of the second tier and the top of the third tier, which is much higher than that of the Lu family. So when Lu Yinyun saw Ma Zijian standing in front of her, she had to restrain her murderous aura. At this time, Uncle Wu also rushed in. He seemed to have fought his way in from outside. Although he looked old, he was very skilled. Ordinary bodyguards could easily deal with 3 or 5 of him. "Master!" After he rushed in, he protected Lucas and looked at Lu Yinyun angrily. "Lu family girl, you are so brave. I tell you, if something happens to the young master, everyone in your Lu family will be buried with him." "Be buried with me? Be buried with me. Who's afraid of who? Lu Yinyun is still tough. Calm down." Lucas stroked his head and yelled, then looked at Lu Yinyun. His expression was as ugly as it could be. As early as half a month ago, they were still allies, drinking and chatting happily, plotting big plans every day, and discussing how to deal with George. Later, when Axia got into trouble, Lu Yinyan was like eating explosives, insisting that it was Lucas who killed Axia, and now he has even gone even further. Lu Yinyan, why did you kill me? Lucas questioned through gritted teeth. How dare you ask me why you killed me last night? You were so cruel and ruthless. You killed me to silence me and to wipe out the roots. Lu Yinyan held up a glass bottle, pointed at Lucas, and roared. I want to kill you? Are you drunk? Damn it, what's going on? Lucas was already dizzy from being hit, and now he was even more dizzy. You're still pretending, you bastard. I've checked everything out. I've checked everything out. Lu Yinyan cursed fiercely. You are the one who killed Axia. How many times have I told you it's not me? Do you think that the loud voice means it's not you? Axia flirted with Lu Ruyan, so you killed Axia to vent your anger. Now, you're afraid that I'll avenge Axia, so you took the initiative to kill me and put the blame on George. You killed two birds with one stone. Lu Yinyan, you've lost your mind. Lucas listened, the angrier he became, and he felt extremely aggrieved and depressed. Still pretending? The killer has been found. You're a dragon from the river, right? Do you really think I know nothing? Lu Yinyan is still questioning. This time, Lucas was unable to answer, as if someone had revealed his deepest secret. When the others heard Lu Yinyan's words, they all fell silent. Lu Yinyan seems crazy, but what he said makes sense. Killing Axia was to avenge Lu Ruyan, and killing Lu Yinyan was to avoid revenge and put the blame on George. Everyone who is familiar with Lucas knows that Lucas' enemy is George. In order to deal with George, Lucas can do anything. I know Jang Long, but he is not my man. He is paid to do this job. Maybe someone else asked him to kill you. Lu Yinyan, you made me very angry today. I want to take revenge on you, but I don't want to fall into someone else's trap. The other party's goal is to divert the trouble and make us enemies. Lucas believed that he did not hire anyone to kill Lu Yinyan, so he guessed the other party's purpose. It must be George who was behind it. But this guess made him even angrier, because the purpose of inviting everyone to the nightclub tonight is to sow discord and divert trouble. Who knows? George seemed to know what he was going to do and was the first to sow discord between them, so that the trouble could be diverted away. Bastard, is George a god? How come he knows everything so clearly? If you didn't do anything, how could someone else instigate you? Lu Yinyan did not believe what Lucas said. Axia, you killed her. It's not me, it's not me, it's not me. Lucas yelled excitedly. It's you. You even killed your own sister. So how could you not kill me? How dare you say in front of me that you killed Yuki? Do you dare? Lu Yinyan pointed at Lucas and shouted. Lucas' pupils condensed. His heart trembled inexplicably, and he couldn't answer. You don't dare, right? Jianglong has told me everything. You were the one who asked him to kill Yuki. Lu Yinyan was even more certain that Lucas was the murderer of Axia, and roared murderously. Speak up. Why don't you say anything? You dare to kill my sister. What else are you afraid of doing? The private room was deathly silent. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. Killing my sister? I thought it was just a scene from a TV drama, but I didn't expect it to actually happen in real life. Ella was also in the private room, watching the farce until Lu Yinyan said these words. She then covered her mouth in shock, her eyes widening. Was Yuki killed by Lucas? How could this happen? How could this happen? Shut up. He is our spoiled little brother since he was young. He will never kill his sister, definitely not. Ella held back the tears in her eyes, stood up angrily, pointed at Lu Yinyan and cursed. She was very afraid that this was a reality, really very afraid. Even though Lucas treated them and his sisters very badly after he became successful, in her opinion, it was just that Lucas had been suppressed for a long time and wanted to show off. This is human nature. But when it comes to killing his sister, Lucas definitely wouldn't dare to do it, and definitely wouldn't be willing to do it. Lu Yinyan, what are you crazy about? Lucas's face was ferocious, like a devil, and his teeth were chattering. I thought it happened so long ago, and no one cared about it anymore. But who knew it would be dug up by a completely unrelated person? Even Lu Yinyan knew about this. George must know it too. Of course, with Lucas' current status, he doesn't ask anyone from the Yi family for help, so it doesn't matter if other people know about it. However, what he fears most is that Maria also knows about it. Everything he has now was given by Maria. Even though Maria loves him very much, she might take back the money and power because of a momentary anger. You're anxious, you're angry, you want to kill someone again. Lucas, I've seen through you. I now suspect that you were the one who plotted against my brother. When my brother was plotting against George in the provincial capital, you were the mastermind behind the scenes. When my brother failed, you killed him, Firstly, to conceal your identity as the mastermind, and secondly, to continue to put the blame on George. When Lu Yinyan saw Lucas' angry look, she guessed something. It's not me, it's not me. Lu Yinyan, I really want to tear your mouth apart. Lucas was furious and ordered Uncle Wu to kill Lu Yinyan. He is really mad now. Lu Yinyan's ally is a double-edged sword. He was originally holding the sword to cut George, but George turned around and stabbed him with it. Chapter 494. She is also the murderer of Yuki. Uncle Wu naturally couldn't kill Lu Yinyan in public. He threatened in a cold voice. Lu Yinyan, everything must be based on evidence. If you can produce positive evidence, our young master is willing to accept any punishment. Otherwise, if you continue to pester us, don't blame us for being rude. Haha, the evidence. Yuki is the evidence. You still want to quibble. Lu Yinyan sneered, glanced at the people present, and snorted. You're lucky today. Next time, Lucas, you'd better hire more bodyguards. Let's go. She obviously knew that it would be difficult to kill Lucas in this situation, so she could only wait for the next opportunity. Lucas was also protected by bodyguards and left to go to the hospital to bandage his wounds. He was injured in the head and shoulders, but fortunately, it was not fatal. After arriving at the hospital, doctors and nurses rushed over to bandage Lucas' wound. Lucas was half lying on the bed. Although he had been given an anesthetic injection, the slight pain still deeply stimulated him. The stimulation was not only the injuries on his body, nor was it just that Lu Yinyan had turned against him. What was more important was that he felt that he was being manipulated by George and was being played around with. He was unwilling to accept this, and he couldn't swallow this humiliation. Master, I've already informed the higher-ups about this matter. They have already called the Lu family and have severely warned Lu Yinyan. Uncle Wu said from the side. Lucas didn't reply. His face was as gloomy as water. On the other side, Xiao Lingyun received the news that Lu Yinyan had caused a scene in the bar and almost killed Lucas. This crazy woman is so satisfying. She is worthy of being called such a woman. She even dared to kill Lucas. Xiao Lingyun was smoking a cigar, wearing silk pajamas, and enjoying the evening breeze on the balcony, feeling extremely comfortable. Master, I heard that the Lu family also came forward and criticized Lu Yinyan. They also severely stopped Lu Yinyan's actions and asked her to return to Beijing immediately. Next to her, a short-haired woman said seriously, Lucas's background is really strong. Even the Lu family doesn't dare to provoke him head-on. Xiao Lingyun exhaled a puff of cigar smoke. After Lu Yinyan's incident, Lucas is also a suspect in the murder of Lu Jiyun, but the Lu family dare not do anything. This means that even if the murderer is Lucas, the Lu family dare not take revenge. Master, after Lu Yinyan returned to Beijing, our plan was interrupted. The short-haired woman continued. No, with Lu Yinyan's personality, she won't give up. Xiao Lingyun smiled indifferently, asked the short-haired woman a few more questions, and then said in surprise, Leaving tomorrow? We have to see her off and prepare some local specialties for me. After saying that, he went into the room to take a shower and go to bed. At this moment, Lu Yinyan had just received a call from the Lu family. Her father and grandfather criticized her severely and ordered her to return to Beijing immediately tomorrow. Of course, she didn't agree, but the elders in her family threatened her that if she didn't come back, they would immediately cut off all her bank cards, take back her company shares, etc. Under pressure, Lu Yinyan had to go back temporarily. She packed up the clothes and other things left by Axia and took them back to Yanjing reluctantly. Of course, before leaving, she still ordered the bodyguards to plant explosives around Lucas' villa. Even though she knew that Lucas would be on guard and would certainly not be able to hurt him, she was determined to make her attitude clear. I will never give up on revenge. Lucas, I'll be back. I will definitely avenge Axia. Do you think you can trap me with your family? If you provoke me, I will team up with George to deal with you. The next morning, after Lu Yinyan washed up, she followed the bodyguard and left. She hadn't slept all night and was not in a very good mental state. Buried around Lucas' villa exploded, but did not hurt Lucas, and Lucas was not even living there last night, but it did let Lu Yinyan breathe a sigh of relief. After arriving at the airport, when I was about to go through the check-in procedures, I saw Xia Lingyun standing there with two bodyguards from afar. Xia Lingyun is 1.83 meters tall, looks feminine and handsome, and standing there he looks like a male model, attracting the attention of many passers-by. Why is this bastard here? Lu Yinyan walked over angrily, and when she came in front of Xiao Lingyun, she snorted coldly. Why aren't you dead? You idiot! I heard you were leaving, so I came to see you off. You cursed me to death. Xiaoling Yun slapped Lu Yinyun so hard that her hair became messy. She was so angry that she raised her high heels and stomped on Xiaoling Yun's foot. Fuck! Xiaoling Yun screamed and punched Lu Yinyun in the stomach. Of course, Lu Yinyun was not a pushover and kicked Xiaoling Yun between the thighs. The two men started fighting at the airport, playing as if no one was around. The bodyguards of both sides didn't dare to intervene. They just stared at each other. The airport security rushed over to try to stop the fight, but was stopped by the bodyguard. Roll. Xiaoling Yun was beaten badly. He stroked his legs and backed away. It was so painful, but he was still holding a handful of Lu Yinyun's hair in his hand. This guy actually pulled out her hair. Wait for me to come back, and I'll kill you. Lu Yinyun's hair was a mess, and her lipstick was rubbed onto her face. She picked up her high heels from the ground, put them on, and walked away, cursing. The two started swearing at each other as soon as they met. They said nothing, but it seemed like they said everything. Xiaoling Yun ordered his bodyguards to deliver the southern specialties to Lu Yinyun, and then left the airport. A few hours later, Lu Yinyun returned to Yinjing and sorted the checked luggage, which contained the relics left by Axia after her death. While sorting, she also saw the specialties sent by Xiaoling Yun. What are these similar things? Miss, this is winter mushroom, a specialty of the south. What are these chunks that look like donkey hide gelatin? It's donkey hide gelatin. It should be used to replenish blood. Xiaoling Yun, you're beating me up and making me bleed, but you're also replenishing my blood, right? Provincial Hospital. Ella sat beside Yuki's bed, looked at the pale and thin Yuki, and held Yuki's hand. The palm was soft as if it had no bones, and a little cold. If Yuki hadn't kept breathing, the temperature of this hand would have been as cold as a dead person's. Second sister. Ella's eyes were wet and tears kept falling, but she didn't dare to cry out loud. She had a lot of things she wanted to say to Yuki, but she didn't dare to say them out loud. She thought of what happened in the bar that night. Even though Lucas didn't admit it, deep down in her heart, she believed that it was Lucas who killed her second sister. Originally, she couldn't guess Lucas' intention, but when Lu Yinyun mentioned putting the blame on George, she was 100% sure. If I remember correctly, that night Yuki wanted to talk to George about Xiao Yuer. Moreover, Maria had already relaxed her mind by then and wanted to make peace with George. She regretted admitting her mistake. If things had continued to develop as they were, maybe George would have forgiven Maria. Even if he didn't, the feud with Maria would have been over and so many things wouldn't have happened later. However, Lucas interrupted all this. Perhaps his purpose was to make Maria and George break up and become mortal enemies. Lucas killed his second sister for his own selfish reasons. What was most ironic and uncomfortable for her was that she was one of those who opposed peace talks with George at that time. This means that she is also an accomplice in Yuki's murder. Chapter 495. In George's eyes, she is not as good as Tao Xingro. How could our family become like this? Ella wanted to blame all the sins on George, but at this moment, she couldn't say it. Her heart was telling her that the price they had to pay was really all caused by George. Sister Ella, you're here to see my second sister too. At this moment, the rhythmic sound of leather shoes stepping on the ground came from behind, followed by a gentle voice. Ella didn't look back. Her heart skipped a beat. She knew who was standing behind her. What terrified her was that the murderer had never come to visit Yuki since she was hospitalized. This was the first time. How dare this murderer appear in front of Yuki? Has he forgotten how much Yuki loves him and cares for him? My second sister's life was so pitiful. She gave so much for the family. What's abominable is that George actually killed her. Sister Ella, don't worry. I will definitely avenge my second sister. Lucas came behind Ella and put his hands on her shoulders to comfort her. Ella could only cry, not daring to say a word, let alone look back at Lucas. She could sense the threat from Lucas, as if he was telling her that the murderer was George, not him, Lucas. If Ella dares to talk nonsense, Yuki will be her fate. Therefore, Ella felt that the person standing behind her was not a brother, but a devil who could kill his own sister for his own selfish reasons. Let's go home and have dinner. We haven't been home for a long time. Lucas said to Ella again. Ella didn't dare to disobey and followed Lucas away nervously. At this moment, she suddenly felt that Lucas was much more terrifying than George. She also felt a little regretful in her heart. She regretted that after Fong Yiming died, she still held on to George and helped Lucas repeatedly. If she had let go of this matter at the beginning, the outcome today would have been very different. After returning to the Yi family, David was sitting on the sofa, wearing reading glasses and looking at his phone. When he saw the two of them, he put down his phone and greeted Ella and Lucas happily. Ella remained silent, looking at her father who was obviously in a good mood. She was wondering if her father would collapse emotionally if he knew the truth. In fact, the biggest wolf in their Yi family is not George, but Lucas, who has always been spoiled. Lucas was chatting with David in a filial manner. In a very good mood, he suggested that Angela return to work at Dongshi Group, and his attitude towards Angela became much better. This makes Angela feel like she is dreaming. Of course, Ella saw it clearly and guessed that Lucas suddenly returned to the Yi family because he actually wanted to know whether David and Angela knew about Yuki. Now that I see them, they don't seem to know anything, so I feel very good. Rock's Hotel. Tao Xingyun was sitting in front of the mirror wearing a white dress. She had a slender body and delicate face, making her look like a girl of 18 or 19. Don't put on eyeshadow, are you deaf? If you don't know how to be a makeup artist, get out. When a makeup artist was doing her makeup, she was dissatisfied with the heavy makeup and slapped him. The makeup artist stroked her cheek aggrievedly, with tears in her eyes. Nebula, I'm coming. A senior stylist quickly tried to smooth things over. She was also good at makeup and knew what kind of effect Tao Xingyun wanted. To put it simply, it means light makeup to create an image of white orchid, pure and moving. The skirt should be shorter, matched with polka-dot flesh-colored stockings and flat shoes, which looks pure and sexy. At this time, Zhou Rui also came, put down the lunchbox, and looked at his daughter carefully. She is beautiful. She is worthy of being my daughter. Tao Xingyun looks like her when she was young, and even her personality is similar, so she has always doted on Tao Xingyun. The eldest daughter, Tao Xingro, looks like her deceased husband. If the Tao family had not been rich, she would not have married into the Tao family. She didn't like Tao Xingro's father at all, the round-faced fat man. Zhou Rui looked at his daughter in the mirror and said with a smile, I heard that Mr. Liu from Hong Kong Island is interested in you. Mom, you got wind of it so quickly. Tao Xingyun looked at Zhou Rui in surprise. The paparazzi in Hong Kong took the photo. The gossip over there is all over the place, saying that the young master of the Liu family sent the internet celebrity, Tao Xingyun, back to the hotel late at night. Bah. These gossip media are good in everything except being too honest. What internet celebrity? Our Xingyun comes from a wealthy family after all. Zhou Rui said a little dissatisfiedly that even though Tao Xingyun was already a big internet celebrity, in her opinion, internet celebrities were still not as good as entertainment stars. So if possible, she still hopes that her daughter can enter the entertainment industry. Mr. Liu is indeed interested in me, but I don't like his looks. Tao Xingyun curled his lips. He's not tall enough, and he looks gentle with glasses on, but he's not very handsome. You silly girl, he's the eldest son of a wealthy family in Hong Kong. You're going to marry him and be his mistress. What are you complaining about? Zhou Rui rolled his eyes at Tao Xingyun. You don't want to choose someone like George? I admit that he is indeed more handsome, taller, and richer, but George has no power. Besides, George likes you because of your sister. Speaking of this, Tao Xingyun became very unhappy. When she was a child, she was better than Tao Xingro in everything, including education, appearance, etc. However, in George's eyes, she is not as good as Tao Xingro. Does George not like pure and lustful little flowers, but prefer plump and beautiful women? I really don't know how to appreciate it. All right, the Internet Celebrity Annual Conference is about to begin. Let's go. Zhou Rui urged Tao Xingro again. This annual conference is hosted by Dongshi Group. Although Dongshi Group cannot compare with Tianyin Group in the field of short videos, it still has some reputation. In addition, with the support of Dongshi Group, this conference is still very grand. To put it bluntly, this annual Internet Celebrity Conference is also a time to promote a video's fame. Moreover, the conference does not require any particular company's internet celebrities to participate, as long as their famous internet celebrities are eligible. This also makes it possible for people like Tao Xingyun to become internet celebrities who get traffic from both ends. Several people left the hotel and took Alpha to arrive at the conference site. I saw that there were already a lot of people here, and most of them were young people canvassing for votes for their favorite internet celebrities. Moreover, among the many internet celebrities, Tao Xingyun has become the most popular with her excellent appearance, moving dance moves, and elegant conversation. I saw the staff on the scene were busy. The host was warming up, the reporters were filming, and there were professional photographers taking special shots and photos of the internet celebrities. This year's Internet Celebrity Annual Competition is to select the best internet celebrity of the year. What a pity it was held by a video. If it was held by Tianyin Group, it would be much more valuable. Maybe after video, a Tianyin Group will also hold one. No matter what, I support my favorite pineapple girl. I am here just for her. Chapter 496. Family, please make an effort to help sister Xingyun canvas votes. You will be disappointed. Pineapple Girl is very cute in the video, but in reality, she is simply unsightly. She is short, dark-skinned, and fat. The one who can really take a beating is Nebula Girl. Go away, don't insult my goddess Pineapple Girl. I came here for my brother. He is also very handsome in real life, a little puppy of 1.8 meters tall. I think Brother Yudi and Sister Xingyun are a good match, a perfect CP. Bullshit. Sister Xingyun is not worthy of our Brother Yudi. There was also a live broadcast on the internet, and fans of each group started arguing. Family members, please help Sister Xingyun to canvas votes. Our survival depends on this moment. There is no doubt that Tao Xingyun has the most fans. She has accumulated many fans on a video and Tianyin video. At the same time, the lights on the scene began to light up, and the annual Internet Celebrity Conference officially began. Then one by one, the judges began to come on stage. They were all big names in the entertainment industry and other celebrities. My favorite brother who is here, as expected he is here. And Zhao Lily is here too. I watched all 5 of her TV shows. Zhou Jiestick is here too. Among the judges, there was a young man who wore a blue suit and glasses and looked ordinary. Some people were watching him closely, curious about his qualifications to be a judge. This young man is amazing. He is Liu Jianquan, an investment genius from Hong Kong. I heard he has a very high IQ. He is also a shareholder of a short video and is said to be one of the founders of Tianyin Group. Wow, even the awesome boss is here to show his support. I've also heard of this person. He has a lot of assets, and all the companies he invested in made huge profits. But I heard that he's only a shareholder of Tianyin Group, not the founder. Yes, he should be a shareholder. The founders of Tianyin Group are said to be very powerful and are from George's team. He is just a shareholder, not a member of the team. Amid everyone's anticipation, the annual Internet Celebrity Conference officially begins. One by one, handsome and beautiful Internet celebrities began to appear on the stage. Brother Yudi, I love you. I love you. You are so handsome. Goddess Xingyun is so beautiful. She looks great in front of the camera and in real life. She is even prettier than a big star. Fuck, who is that short and fat guy dressed like a sweet potato? That's Pineapple Girl. Oh fuck, it's fake. It must be fake. It ruined the image of Pineapple Girl in my mind. I found that I've fallen in love with someone else. I like the goddess Nebula. Watermelon Girl, get out of here. Most eyes were on Tao Xingyun. She was also the most elegant among all the beauties, with a white dress, elegant makeup, and slender thighs. She looked both pure and sexy. Many people have discovered that Tao Xingyun is even more beautiful and generous in real life than in front of the camera, and is truly a heartthrob. The white princess dress and the bright white skin are so beautiful. I love her so much. The live broadcast room also seemed to explode. The host stood up with a microphone and introduced each internet celebrity. When it was Tao Xingyun's turn, the 2 hosts even said a few more words. This is because Tao Xingyun is currently the most popular, and Tao Xingyun is the one that Dongxi Group has highlighted. Today's conference is also hosted by Dongxi Group, so of course they will speak for their own family. This is our little internet celebrity, Sister Xingyun. In her videos, she mainly shares her daily life and travels. She can be sweet when she's in the hall and tough when she's out. Especially the video of her riding a motorcycle. It's so beautiful. The host held a microphone and said, I just didn't expect that the beautiful and arrogant Xingyun sister is so well-behaved in reality. After that, he turned to Tao Xingyun and asked, Sister Xingyun, this is your first time attending a conference like this. Are you nervous? Tao Xingyun picked up the microphone and stuck out her tongue cutely. This is my first time attending such an event. I was indeed very nervous, but when I saw many people who supported me, I was not so nervous anymore, and I promised them that I would definitely win the #1 internet celebrity of the year. After saying that, he made a cute gesture. I love her so much, Sister Xingyun. Even if I lose my life, I will still support you to be the #1. As expected, the live broadcast room was bustling again. The host continued the topic. Next, we would like to invite sister Xingyun to perform a talent show. I hope everyone will support her. The protagonist of the stage was transferred to Tao Xingyun. She danced carefully and attracted a lot of attention again because of her long legs and pure looks. Next, the host interacted with her and performed a few small shows, which ignited the atmosphere of the whole venue. After the interaction, Tao Xingyun took the microphone and said, "Becoming an internet celebrity is just an accident. The real me hopes to receive the sweetest love in my life through videos." "Oh, isn't this talking about me? Get out of here. You are unworthy, you ugly bastard. Don't insult my goddess." That's not necessarily true. Maybe she likes a man with substance like me. Get lost. She likes me because it's obvious that Xingyun isn't obsessed with looks, nor is she a materialistic girl. She likes a melancholy man like me. Tao Xingyun's few words not only ignited the scene, but also ignited the live broadcast room. A lot of 666 and love hearts are floating. Next, it's time for the judges to give their scores. There are 5 judges in total. Let's see what the judges say. The host also looked at the judges and said to Tao Xingyun, "Sister Xingyun, it's time to decide how high you can stand. So what do you want to say to the teachers? No matter how the teachers grade me, I sincerely thank you for criticizing me, and I will remember the teachers' comments." Tao Xingyun looked at each judge and smiled. The first person to give a rating was Zhou Jigun. He is very knowledgeable about the ways of the world. His score was not the highest, but it was not the lowest either, tending towards the middle to high. "Thank you, Teacher Zhou." Tao Xingyun quickly thanked him happily. Afterwards, the other judges followed Zhou Jie's lead in giving scores, also with high scores, until Lu Jianquan gave a score, and he gave it a perfect score of 10. Wow, full marks. The whole audience was in an uproar. Tao Xingyun also looked at Lu Jianquan in surprise and thanked him politely. "Very good. It really surprised me. I know that I have done many things wrong, but I know that Teacher Lu is encouraging me to do better next time." Lu Jianquan smiled and said into the microphone, "Yes, the reason why I gave you full marks is not because of your talent, but because of your sincerity towards people and your hard work. That's why I gave you the score." "Thank you, Teacher Lu." Tao Xingyun clasped his hands together and bowed slightly to Lu Jianquan. When it was the last person's turn to be judged, everyone's eyes were on her because she was the famous star Zhao Lili. "Hello, Mr. Zhao." Tao Xingyun bowed slightly to Zhao Lili at the first moment, showing great respect for Zhao Lili. Chapter 497. "George, do you dare to let me withdraw my shares?" "Hello." Zhao Lili had a blank expression on her face and looked very indifferent. "Teacher, are you dissatisfied with me? I humbly look forward to your criticism." Tao Xingyun could sense that Zhao Lili's attitude towards her didn't seem to be acting, nor was it arranged by the script, but rather she really felt a bit disgusted. She felt very strange because it was her first time meeting Zhao Lili. Could it be that Zhao Lili hates me because she's a big star in Tianji Entertainment and because of my feud with George? As for the feud between Tao Xingyun and George, a few days ago, when George was interviewed by the New York Financial Report, host Billy also mentioned such a thing. At that time, many people went to check and found out that it was her, Tao Xingyun. At that time, in her live broadcast and video, many people scolded her. However, she did not make any excuses, but just pretended to be aggrieved, which attracted many people's support, and the matter gradually calmed down. In addition, she looks pure and beautiful and knows how to deal with things. As a result, many people have forgotten about this matter and instead become obsessed with her looks and figure. How can I criticize you? I just can't stand some people's pretense. Haha, who in the entertainment industry doesn't understand this? Internet celebrities are still too naive to play these tricks. Zhao Lili said to herself, "Teacher, I'm sorry. I must have done something wrong. If I have made you unhappy, I apologize again." Tao Xingyun didn't expect that Zhao Lili was not only cold to her, but also publicly ridiculed her at the conference held by Dongxi Group. This is obviously intended to embarrass her. Of course, she is not a pushover. She does not compete with Zhao Lili. She retreats to advance and pretends to be pitiful to win everyone's sympathy. However, Tao Xingyun could deceive others, but he could not deceive Zhao Lili, who had been in the entertainment industry for many years. She looked at Tao Xingyun with great contempt and sneered, "Don't try that on me." In fact, even if she really hated Tao Xingyun, she could generally tolerate it in front of the media. But she just couldn't help but Tao Xingyun's attempt to scam her boss George. She knew very well what a good boss George was, and she was very grateful to him for changing her life and giving her everything she wanted. That's why she couldn't help but mock Tao Xingyun. Zhao Lily, this is an award ceremony. Please pay attention to your image. At this time, Lu Jianquan, who was sitting next to him, couldn't stand it anymore and issued an order. What do I have to do with you? Zhao Lily was slightly surprised, but she didn't give Lu Jianquan any face. Zhao Lily, how can you talk to me like that? Don't forget who I am. Lu Jianquan was very dissatisfied with Zhao Lily's attitude. Zhao Lily looked at Lu Jianquan deeply and said with a smile, Identity? What identity do you have to control me? Are you the boss of Tianjin Group? Don't forget your identity. She knew that Lu Jianquan was a shareholder of Tianjin Group, but she was from Tianjin Entertainment and had nothing to do with Tianjin Group. You know, Tianjin Group is just a subsidiary of Tianjin Group. Lu Jianquan was angry at Zhao Lily's words and wanted to stand up. Two judges, please don't be unhappy because of me. There must be some misunderstanding between me and Teacher Zhao. Just talk it out. I really hope you can get along well. At this time, Tao Xingyun hurriedly tried to smooth things over, looking worried. After hearing Tao Xingyun's sensible and well-behaved words, Lu Jianquan's eyes softened a little and he no longer cared about Zhao Lily. Of course, this is only now. When he gets back, he will definitely teach Zhao Lily a lesson. He is just a star. No matter how grand the show is, can he compete with capital? Although Zhao Lily's boss is George, he considers himself to be George's partner and naturally one of the bosses. At this time, Zhao Lily was too lazy to talk to Tao Xingyun, so she gave Tao Xingyun a score and gave him the lowest score. If zero score didn't exist, she would definitely give it a 0. Wow. As expected, there was an uproar at the scene. You know, the previous judges all gave Tao Xingyun very good scores. Zhao Lily, bullying a newcomer is too domineering. She's being a big shot. She thinks Sister Xingyun is prettier and more talented, so she can't help but suppress her. What a bad character she has. Don't forget, Zhao Lily is also from an ordinary family. How can she not see the good in others? I think she's a big entertainment star and looks down on internet celebrities. There was a lot of cursing on the internet, and many people were standing up for Tao Xingyun. Of course, there are also many fans of Zhao Lily who are supporting her. I think one point is fair. What else can Tao Xingyun do besides a few dances? He pretends to be pitiful and act like a little baiwa. It's disgusting. With Lily's status, isn't that enough to give Tao Xingyun a rating? Can Tao Xingyun act? He can only dance, not up to the standard. Men, they just like Tao Xingyun. They don't have any appreciation at all. Most of those who support Zhao Lily are girls who can't stand Tao Xingyun's hypocritical pretending to be pitiful. At this moment, the atmosphere on the scene seemed to be ignited, and a large number of voices rang out. This situation stunned the host, and the program crew backstage were also stunned. However, the boss of the program team was very happy when he saw the sensation on the internet. The bigger the incident became, the more attention it attracted, and the more successful their internet celebrity conference would be. Zhao Lily, do you know what you're doing? After being stunned for a few minutes, Lu Jianquan turned around and stared at Zhao Lily. He is now certain that Zhao Lily is deliberately targeting Tao Xingyun. Lu Jianquan, I'm a judge. Of course I know what I'm doing. Zhao Lily was also angry. I don't think she's good enough, so I gave her 1 point. Isn't that normal? Why are you angry at me? Who do you think you are? In this kind of situation, you and I are just judges. Also, as an artist, it is normal for me to be invited to attend the conference. You, a shareholder, also came to attend, and this conference is not held by our company, but by Dongxi Group. How are you going to explain to your boss later? Speaking of his boss, George, Lu Jianquan's anger was like spilled oil. I'm not his subordinate. I'm a shareholder. I need to explain something to him. I've done my best for George. He made me unhappy, so I withdrew my shares. George can only cry. Zhao Lily was incredulous when she heard this. You're withdrawing your shares? Tianjin Group is doing so well right now. You're going to withdraw your shares? Are you crazy? Tianjin Group has developed because of me. Does George dare to let me withdraw my shares? If I withdraw, he will regret it to death. Lu Jianquan slapped the handle of the chair hard. Zhao Lily's eyes widened, and she couldn't say a word. She didn't expect that as a shareholder of Tianjin Group, he would say such words in such an occasion. Lu Jianquan was actually dissatisfied with his boss. She just couldn't understand, didn't Tianjin Group make money for Lu Jianquan? You know, How many people envy the shareholders of Tianyin Group? Lu Jianquan got the advantage and refused to take it for granted. What's more shameless is that he thought that the reason why Tianyin Group could become so big was because of him, Lu Jianquan. Did someone kick the brains of this young master from Hong Kong? Chapter 498 is very tempting and tarnishes George's reputation. Zhao Lili subconsciously looked at Tao Xingyun, then at Lu Jianquan, and vaguely understood what was going on. But she was even more confused. Lu Jian lives in Hong Kong Island. He has seen all kinds of beauties with good figures and excellent temperaments. How come he fell into Tao Xingyun's trap? At this time, although the quarrel between the two was brief, it was still broadcast. Big news. The shareholders of Tianyin Group and a big star are quarreling. It has to be Sister Lily. She is strong enough. Just based on her courage, I admire her. It's just a script. Who is so stupid as to quarrel in front of the media? I have to say, it attracted a lot of attention. Who is this Lu Jianquan? Is he very interesting? He even dared to question George, the richest man in the South, and even belittled George in such an occasion. He really doesn't understand the ways of the world. He is a real talent. He is the son of the wealthy Lu family in Hong Kong Island, an investment genius, and a master's degree graduate from a prestigious foreign university. Because of this incident, the popularity on the internet has increased again. The program team of the conference noticed the change in popularity and continued to make a fuss about Tao Xingyun. The next internet celebrities were also scored in turn. Tao Xingyun was eliminated because of Zhao Lili's 1 point, but this is no longer important. In the following interview session, Tao Xingyun was also the first to be interviewed. Sister Xingyun, you didn't get selected this time. Are you going to be disappointed? The host held a microphone and looked at Tao Xingyun and said. Tao Xingyun forced a smile and shook his head. No, because I know my shortcomings. My failure this time means that I didn't do well enough in many areas, so I will do better next time. After saying that, he looked at Zhao Lili, who was on the judges' panel, stood up and bowed. Zhao Lili naturally didn't bother to pay attention to her and took a sip of the boiled water on the table. Sister Xingyun, I heard that George, the richest man in the South, bullied you at a dinner party some time ago. Is this true? The host received the request from the program boss and continued to ask questions. Sure enough, this issue is very sensitive and attracts more people's attention. Because George, the richest man in the South, also has his own traffic. Tao Xingyun didn't expect the abbot to ask this. Her heart was beating fast, and her brain cells were burning wildly as she thought of a countermeasure. Of course, she also knew that if the host asked this question, the popularity of the conference would quickly rise, and her, Tao Xingyun's, popularity would also increase. Actually, this is all a misunderstanding. Mr. George didn't bully me. He just gave me a few reminders. Tao Xingyun's eyes were filled with mist, and he looked a little aggrieved and pitiful. Because he liked my sister and I don't have as good a relationship as I imagined, so George misunderstood me. And in order to help my sister, he reminded me a few words. Really, I just want to remind you a few words. It's not bullying as people say online. I really don't do that. In fact, I feel really guilty for wasting everyone's time by talking about these issues at the conference. So I hope this matter will be put to rest, and everyone should stop hyping it up. After saying that, he stood up, bowed to the camera, and thanked everyone. A look of being well-behaved, sensible, and considerate of others. Sister Xingyun has been speaking for others. I feel like she has been wronged a lot. Of course she is. Think about it. Is she capable of causing trouble for the richest man? She was not only warned, she must have been beaten. She knew she couldn't beat the richest man, so she didn't dare to cause trouble. She also said that in the live broadcast room, but someone uploaded the video, and it can be seen that George was not a warning at all. He really beat Sister Xingyun. It seems that the truth has surfaced. George beat Tao Xingyun because he stood up for Tao Xingyun's sister. The audience was indignant and emotional. The same goes for the live broadcast room. They already have pictures and guesses in their minds. When Lu Jianquan saw that Tao Xingyun suffered such a great injustice, but was still thinking about others, his heart suddenly ached a little, and he felt like protecting Tao Xingyun in his arms. He doesn't know why this happened. In short, he just couldn't bear to see this girl suffer. However, the judges present behaved very calmly. They all came from the entertainment industry and could guess what the intention of this incident was. Perhaps it is just a script put up by the organizers to attract people's attention. Of course, it is not ruled out that Tao Xingyun deliberately caused trouble to attract the audience's attention. Uh-huh. Sister Xingyun is really good at talking. It seems like she didn't say anything, but in fact she said everything. She was ambiguous and then pushed all the responsibilities onto others. At this time, Zhao Lily couldn't stand it anymore and said with a sneer while holding the microphone, "Teacher Zhao, I'm sorry. This matter is really over. Please don't talk about it anymore, okay?" Tao Xingyan also looked at Zhao Lily with a look of grievance and admitting his fault. "If there is really a mistake, then the fault is all mine, okay?" Shameless. Zhao Lily really couldn't help it. She kept pretending and backing down, causing others to have wild thoughts. What a despicable green tea bitch. Of course, there's another main reason why she can see through Tao Xingyan's thoughts at a glance. And that is Olivia. She knew George's fiancée was Olivia, and they had eaten together many times. George loves Olivia so much that it is impossible for him to like other women. Therefore, Tao Xingyun has been lying all along, and even tried to discredit George's reputation in a roundabout way. Just when she was angry, Lu Jianquan, who had nothing to do with the matter, also picked up the microphone and interrupted. The world of capital is not as clean as the public imagines. This sentence seems to have a profound meaning. As expected, it caused another huge sensation. Mr. Liu, the judge, is a shareholder of Tianyin Group. He suddenly said these words. Obviously, he knows something inside. I remember that last year, George held the most grand engagement ceremony, and his fiancée was Olivia. Fuck, no wonder Sister Xingyun doesn't dare to say anything. George cheated on me. Damn it. I thought he was a perfect man, the husband of a nation. Oh my God, overnight my idol also fell. He said something so nice during the interview. It was all for charity, Baba, the world of capital. Your circle is so messed up. Originally, this conference was held to select the most popular internet celebrity, but the traffic shifted to Tao Xingyun, and finally, it was George. What's more terrifying is that when people started talking about George, the enthusiasm doubled and reached an unprecedented height. You know, last year's grand engagement ceremony made countless girls in the country envious. Now, George has a mistress, which has directly overturned people's impression of him. The main people who said this are the shareholders of Tianyin Group and George's business partners. So the truthfulness of this statement is definitely much higher. Chapter 499. No matter what she does, people will never forgive her. Mr. Liu, why are you talking nonsense? Although Zhao Lily did not watch the live broadcast, she could guess how much misunderstanding Lu Jianquan's words would cause. Lu Jianquan continued to pretend that it had nothing to do with him. Did I say anything nonsense? What did I say? I didn't mention any names from beginning to end. I just talked about the world of capital. You are not worthy of being friends with Mr. George. Zhao Lily was so angry that she almost died. The situation just now had nothing to do with Lu Jianquan. Why did he suddenly interrupt? George didn't provoke him, so he was really meddling in other people's business. Stop arguing. It's all my fault. Everything is my fault. It's all my fault. At this time, Tao Xingyun seemed to realize that things were getting out of control. Tears came out of his eyes, and he shouted anxiously into the microphone. This shout made more people feel sorry for her. Tao Xingyun was bearing pressure that was not suitable for someone of her age. Sister Xingyun, just speak up. We all support you. I can imagine that she understands what it's like to be bullied by capital. The world is bright, not dark. Even if you have money, you can't do whatever you want. More people stood up. Zhao Lily was so angry that her eyes turned red. She left her seat and walked towards Tao Xingyun angrily, trying to snatch the microphone from her. Although Tao Xingyun seemed to be saying that he had let the matter go, he was actually secretly adding fuel to the fire, making the flames grow bigger and bigger. Teacher Zhao, I'm sorry, I made a mistake. When Tao Xingyun saw Zhao Lily grabbing the microphone, she grabbed it tightly. And when Zhao Lily just held the microphone, she suddenly screamed and fell backwards. Even after this fall, she still held onto the microphone because this was the eye of the storm and she had to hold onto it tightly. This fall was also very sudden. The audience before the live broadcast and the audience at the scene didn't react. Zhao Lily did not react. Although she was angry, she was still rational. She just wanted to grab the microphone to stop Tao Xingyun from continuing to talk nonsense. But as soon as she touched the microphone, Tao Xingyun pretended to fall down. This scheming bitch. Zhao Lily, you actually hit someone in public. Originally, I was skeptical whether the richest man really beat someone up, but the way he looks now says it all. Zhao Lily had been speaking up for George. After the truth was revealed, she got so angry that she beat up Sister Xingyun. Even she dared to beat up Sister Xingyun, let alone George. The scene began to become chaotic. Lu Jianquan also ran over from his seat, helped Tao Xingyun up, and glared at Zhao Lily fiercely. You are going too far. I didn't do anything. Zhao Lily was angry and helpless. Are we all blind? Countless people are watching us. Lu Jianquan didn't believe what Zhao Lily said at all. He said angrily, Xingyun just told some truths. No, she didn't say anything. If it wasn't for the host's interview, she wouldn't have mentioned these things. She has always been thinking about others, and you only bully others' kindness, thoughtfulness, and gentleness. She has already swallowed her anger. What else do you want to do? Zhao Lily has no way to defend herself. After Tao Xingyun was helped up, he continued to fan the flames with red eyes. Stop arguing. What happened just now has nothing to do with Teacher Zhao. It was me who didn't stand firmly. Really, it was all my fault. These words continued to establish her character. Everyone felt that Tao Xingyun was kind, considerate, and a well-behaved little girl. Afterwards, they scolded Zhao Lily harshly, thinking that Zhao Lily's image over the years was all fake. He bullies newcomers behind their backs and is stingy and vicious. He is really bad. Meh, meh, meh. Zhao Lily saw that the atmosphere at the scene was burning up, and countless voices scolded her. Although she knew that it was useless to explain, she still tried to defend herself. I didn't push her. I really didn't push her. As expected, no one believed her. Even her fans were silent at this moment, allowing Zhao Lily to be overwhelmed by public opinion. Some people even speculated that since Zhao Lily supports her boss, George, so much, she might be having an affair with him. Please don't misunderstand Teacher Zhao. This matter really has nothing to do with her. If you continue to misunderstand her like this, I will be really angry. In fact, Teacher Zhao is my senior and my idol. I've always been learning from her. I don't believe she's the kind of person who would do such a thing. At the critical moment, Tao Xingyun stabbed the knife with the microphone again, looking so naive. Sister Xingyun, you are so pitiful. People have treated you like this, and you still speak for the evil people. Before, many people said that Sister Xingyun was pretending. Now stand up. Dare you to stand up. Fuck. He was pushed to the ground by someone viciously, but he didn't hold others accountable. Instead, he was thinking about others. Is this still pretending? That's right. You have a vicious heart, and you think our Sister Xingyun is also vicious. Tao Xingyun's fans once again spoke up for Tao Xingyun. Zhao Lily stood alone on the stage, curses and scoldings from all around her drowning her like waves. You know, since entering the entertainment industry, she has seen all kinds of cyber violence and met all kinds of people, but she still underestimated Tao Xingyun. She looked up at Tao Xingyun, wanting to say something, but in the end said nothing, then walked towards her seat with the microphone. She also knew that ever since Tao Xingyun pretended to be pushed down by her, public opinion was no longer on her side. No matter what she did, people would not forgive her. However, just as she turned to leave, someone suddenly walked up from behind and pushed her hard on the back. Zhao Lily didn't react. She staggered and fell to the ground. She looked back and found that it was Lu Jianquan who pushed her. Are you still looking for something to do? Lu Jianquan looked at Zhao Lily angrily. Do you still want to bully Sister Xingyun? He just saw Zhao Lily pick up the microphone and wanted to say something. Although she didn't say anything in the end, it seemed to him that Zhao Lily definitely didn't want to give up and was looking for a sinister scheme to continue framing Tao Xingyun. She deserves it. This vicious woman should be punished. Teacher Lu did a great job. From now on, I will become your fan. I admire men with justice in their hearts the most. It's a pity that he just pushed her. In my opinion, he should have been slapped hard. Seeing Zhao Lily suffer, many people breathed a sigh of relief. Mr. Lu, why did you push me? Zhao Lily on the ground climbed up angrily. Lu Jianquan looked at her coldly. You are the only one allowed to bully others, but others are not allowed to bully you. Zhao Lily became popular all of a sudden. She has been working in the entertainment industry for many years, and it is not easy for her to reach her current position. George cheated on you based on just a few words from her? Don't you know that this is a public place and you are a well-known figure? If you slander others like this, be careful that Mr. George will sue you for defamation. Don't say you didn't say anything. You should know that your words carry implicit misleading intent, and you'll be held legally responsible. Looking at Tao Xingyun again, he only knows how to act pitiful, directing and acting to gain sympathy. He took advantage of my approach to deliberately fall down and then poured cold water on me. Her purpose is not only to discredit Mr. George, but she also wants to use this opportunity to become famous all over the country. You're a rich man from Hong Kong, but you can't see through this trick? Are you in love? Chapter 500. The power of internet celebrities is still very strong. Zhao Lily's voice became louder and louder, full of anger and questioning, not giving Lu Jianquan any face at all. As soon as these words were spoken, Zhao Lily's fans also started to get excited. I told you. What does this have to do with Teacher Lu? It turns out he likes Miss Xingyun. No wonder he's so enthusiastic. Teacher Zhao is right. Sister Xingyun is directing and acting out her own story. Everyone blames Teacher Zhao for pushing Sister Xingyun. But how could she push him down with such little force? Green tea bitch, you dare to play tricks in a place with so many people watching. Be careful to be struck by lightning. Zhao Lily pushed someone down, but she didn't even apologize. She still made sense. Big shots are big shots. Sister Xingyun was afraid that fans would bully Teacher Zhao online. So she took the initiative to plead for Teacher Zhao, but Teacher Zhao didn't appreciate it. Her character is obvious at a glance. Fans of both sides started arguing. Seeing that the show was getting pretty hot, the production team secretly notified the host to wrap up the show. The host understood what was going on, stood up, and began to shift the topic to other internet celebrities. Lu Jianquan and Zhao Lily also sat back, with gloomy faces the whole time, not even looking at each other, as if they were enemies. Lu Jianquan was even thinking that after the conference, he would mobilize the power of capital to ban Zhao Lily. An hour later, the first internet celebrity conference ended successfully. Although Tao Xingyun did not become number one, she got the fame and popularity she wanted. When the conference was over, Lu Jianquan escorted Tao Xingyun away. In the parking lot of the Actors Passage, Zhou Rui was already waiting. She also watched the whole conference and knew what happened to Tao Xingyun. Mr. Lu, thank you for helping me, but I hope you won't be angry with Teacher Zhao. Let's just let this matter go, okay? Before getting in the car, Tao Xingyun clasped his hands together and asked Lu Jianquan for help. Okay. Xingyun has spoken. I'll listen to you. Lu Jianquan had no way to deal with Tao Xingyun. He sighed and said, you were just too kind. Didn't you see how Zhao Lily targeted you the whole time? People like her deserve to be punished. Tao Xingyun continued to plead. Mr. Lu, forget it please, I beg you. I don't want to cause trouble for Teacher Zhao because of me. Don't worry, I said forget it. Lu Jianquan had no choice but to nod, but Zhao Lily is a very stingy person. She will definitely deal with you. If she dares to cause trouble for you, remember to call me. Of course, thank you, Master Lu. Tao Xingyun got in the car and asked the driver to drive. Then she kept looking at Lu Jianquan through the car window with a sweet smile. This smile also made Lu Jianquan fall into it. Even after the car drove away, he seemed to have not reacted at all. Xingyun, I'm sorry. You are kind, but I can't be so kind. How can I let Zhao Lily go? How can a star fight against capitalists? Lu Jianquan snorted coldly and also left in the car. At this time, in Tao Xingyun's car, Zhou Rui looked at his daughter in surprise. After this incident, you have become famous all over the world. I just saw that except for Zhao Lily's fans, everyone is speaking up for you. Your story has made the headlines. Xingyun, with this incident, you can step into the entertainment industry from an internet celebrity. You will make a lot of money in the future. This is actually all thanks to George. Because of him, you have so many people paying attention to you. But you've also indirectly offended George. I'm afraid there will be some trouble. Although Zhou Rui hated George, she also knew his abilities, and she had also read some news about him. It was said that many big figures in the South were brought down by George. Mom, don't worry. George is a big shot. How about he put down his pride to deal with me? Besides, I'm the center of attention now. How about he deal with me? Tao Xingyun didn't care. Today, I have to thank Zhao Lily. If she hadn't opposed me, I would have only been the #1 internet celebrity. It was because of her argument that this matter became popular. George's reputation ruined now, but even that bitch Tao Xingro is going to be in trouble. And Zhao Lily, young Master Lu will definitely deal with her. She could just wait to be banned. This is the fate of offending me. The power of internet celebrities is still very strong. After saying that, she asked the servant to bring the cooked bird's nest porridge. After taking a sip, the bird's nest porridge was a little cold. She was so angry that she smashed the bird's nest porridge on the servant's head. At this time, Zindantai nightclub. Lucas and Ma Zijuan like models, allowing Ma Zijuan to choose. These young model-like beauties are from Japan, Russia, Vietnam, South Korea, and other places. Ma Zijuan picked a few at random and asked the rest to leave. Then he drank with Lucas. He also glanced at the gauze on Lucas's head and smiled. Are you okay now? It's a small matter, but this bitch Lu Yinyun is really ruthless. I will deal with her after I finish my work here. Lucas smiled nonchalantly. What's going on here? It should be George's business. Ma Zijuan crossed his legs and said casually, I have also checked his background. Someone reminded me not to provoke George casually. Damn it, George made me suffer such a big loss, but I can't touch him. How cowardly. Even with Master Ma's power, he can't deal with George. Lucas pretended to be surprised and said, Master Ma is known as the little overlord of Yenjing. It's impossible that he can adapt to the climate in the south. He is deliberately provoking her. In fact, if he had known Ma Zijuan's identity, it would have been difficult to touch George. Otherwise, why bother with Ma Zijuan? He can do it himself. He has the Gu family behind him. In terms of social class, he is actually half a head higher than Ma Zijuan. Let him be proud for a while. When the limelight passes, I will kill him anyway. Ma Zijuan pretended to be fierce and said with disdain on his face. In fact, he also knew that Lucas was using him to deal with George, so he certainly wouldn't be fooled. So he took advantage of the situation and took the opportunity to get close to Lucas and find out Lucas' true background. Ever since Sister Hong assigned him the task, he guessed that Lucas must be holding some trump card that made the Gu family pay so much attention to him. However, even Sister Hong didn't know what this trump card was. Because of this, Sister Hong asked him to find out. Master Yi, what do you think of George? You don't plan to attack him? If so, I'm really afraid I won't be able to help myself. Ma Zijuan poured another glass of wine for Lucas. Of course I won't let him off easily. After his Deceit clothing became the largest sponsor of the Brazilian committee, he was preparing to ship a batch of goods to the Brazilian Olympics. I plan to do something here. Lucas picked up the red wine glass on the table, crossed his legs, and shook the glass slightly. Anyway, I am the same as Ma Xiao. I can't do anything to him now, but I still want to cause trouble for him. Are you planning to destroy the goods abroad? Ma Zijuan narrowed his eyes. Lucas shook his head. Business has its own rules. Destroying his goods is like crossing the red line. He will retaliate against me at any time. Besides, George is rich. He can still ship out the goods if he works overtime. It doesn't make any sense. What really makes sense is to destroy the brand value of his Deceit clothing. For example, what if something happens to someone wearing Deceit clothing, sportswear, or shoes? Then people will start to doubt the quality of Deceit clothing, don't you think? Chapter 501. You came up with the concept, and now you've shot yourself in the foot. Ma Zijuan understood what it meant and burst into laughter, and drank 3 cups in a row with Lucas. The two seemed to hit it off, but in fact they each have their own ulterior motives and their own thoughts and purposes. Ma Zijuan's goal is to find out Lucas's background, so he's now trying to please him. Lucas' goal is to win over Ma Zijuan to join his camp to fight against George. Lucas, there's good news. Have you watched the news? At this time, Lu Ruyan, who was playing with her phone out of boredom, took the phone over. All I saw on the short videos, headlines, and hot searches were the turmoil surrounding the internet celebrity conference. Zhao Lily was fighting with Tao Xingyun. It was revealed that George had cheated on her husband and had a mistress. Lucas watched carefully, and the more he watched, the happier he became. He couldn't help but laugh out loud. Interesting, very interesting. Notify the group's publicity department to increase the publicity of the event and make it a hot search. Originally, he held the annual Internet Celebrity Rating Conference just for George, but who knew the result would far exceed his expectations. George must be very angry now, and maybe his emotions were out of control, which led to him being exposed and caught by Lucas, and then destroying George's business empire. George, you were the one who came up with the concept of internet celebrity. Now, you shot yourself in the foot. Lucas leaned back on the leather sofa with his hands on it, looking like a big boss who was in control of everything. In the afternoon, Lingxian International Fitness Center. Tao Xingro had just finished a busy day at the company and was lifting weights in the gym. She was wearing black yoga pants and a light green tight vest. While she was sweating profusely, several young women on the other side were secretly filming her and then posting a short video. This is Tao Xingyun's sister, Tao Xingro. Isn't she pretty? If nothing else, that butt is so round. and the breasts are so big and so white. I suspect my husband likes this one, so I add him. Don't doubt the richest man's taste. This one looks very comfortable. My period comes on time, and the amount is large. All men like this one. The video attracted a lot of comments. Tao Xingro didn't know she had been exposed. She took a shower after working out, and then went back to the company to continue working. As soon as she got back, her secretary came over anxiously. Sister Tao, our cooperation with several companies in Huipu has been interrupted. They have chosen to cooperate with other companies. What's going on? Tao Xingro frowned slightly. Sister Tao, don't you know? The secretary looked at Tao Xingro helplessly, then took out his phone, played the headlines on the internet, and explained, "It is because of these rumors that the company we cooperated with was afraid of being implicated, so they stopped cooperating with us." When Tao Xingro saw this, her pretty face changed drastically and instantly turned as red as an apple. Tao Xingyun, how can you smear us like this? I'm fine personally, but what about Director Yi? After she thought about it, she became embarrassed and anxious. She was not afraid of being cyberbullied, but she was afraid of affecting George. George was innocent throughout the whole process. If he hadn't helped her, how could he have gotten into such trouble? George at such a high-profile conference. While she was thinking, several people entered the company in the name of partners and started filming with their mobile phones. At first, Tao Xingro didn't react until her secretary reminded her that the other party's purpose was to shoot a video. In the end, Tao Xingro called the police as a warning, and these people left in shame. But not long after they left, several more groups of people came and took photos everywhere like paparazzi. Tao Xingro also received several phone calls. The other parties said that they liked Tao Xingro and wanted her to be their mistress. They planned to support Tao Xingro. There is no doubt that this continuous harassment has caused great distress to Tao Xingro and disrupted her peaceful life. Of course, for Tao Xingro, this is not the most important thing. What she fears most is affecting the relationship between George and Olivia. So she also called Olivia. Olivia had known about this for a long time, but she didn't care at all. She thought the matter would soon fade from people's attention. But who would have thought that someone was secretly fanning the flames, causing the incident to continue to gain popularity? Xingro, I believe in you and George. I know there will be no problem between you two. Xia, thank you. You don't know how anxious I am. You've been so good to me, but I hurt you. What should I do with Mr. Yi now? Is he very angry? If there is any way to restore his reputation, I'm willing to do anything. Xingro, it's okay. I guess Brother Chen hasn't seen this yet. Even if he has, he won't care. He has many ways to solve it. During this period of time, don't go anywhere. Just stay at home. Sister Yu and I will go to play with you. But I have to say, I watched your fitness video, and you have a really good figure. It must be very comfortable to hug and need. Xia, stop joking. On the other side, the Yi family, David had nothing to do at home, so he had to cultivate his hobbies. During this time, he also fell in love with calligraphy. Dad, have you watched the news? Ella walked quickly into the study room and showed David her phone. Tianin just reminded me to look at it. TSK. Something big has happened. George is having an affair. David put down his brush when he heard it, and a ripple quietly rose in his heart. But he quickly laughed and said, "It's fake news again. I've seen this kind of news many times." Dad, this time is different. Think about it. Isn't it normal for rich people to have a mistress? Look at the rich people nowadays. Which one of them doesn't have a woman outside? Ella firmly believed this and gloated. The identity and appearance of the mistress have been exposed. She has fair skin, a sweet face, and a really good figure. All men like this type, you see. She played the video about Tao Xingro, and David was silent this time. Because the girl in the video is really attractive, especially for men who like plump women, she is simply a killer. Besides, George is rich, so how could one have only one partner in life? David have several women before, including Lin Huashen, Xiao Yuer, Maria, and later Xiaoying. This is a mistake every man makes. Dad, you believe it now, right? Besides, this was revealed by Xiao San's sister herself. Haha, George has been building up a perfect persona for himself, but now it's ruined. Before, he looked down on you and scolded you for having too many emotional debts. He himself was the same. He even held a grand engagement ceremony last year, pretending to be affectionate. Let's see how he explains to Olivia now. I guess they must have had a quarrel. Ella was still watching the video. She became happier and happier. She hoped that this incident would cause a lot of trouble for George. David remained silent. He now wanted to know how George would deal with this matter. If he doesn't handle the situation well and his image is damaged, those big guys who support George behind the scenes will abandon him. But no matter what, if they have a chance to meet in the future, David will seize this opportunity to ridicule George. Chapter 502. It's not Tao Xingyun, it's Lu Jianquan. In Tianqin Group, George was looking at a message on his phone. Johnson was sitting next to him. He had just seen the message as well. The message was sent anonymously, saying that someone was going to target Deceit clothing and discredit the brand. The information also revealed the method used by the other party, which was to hire people to wear Deceit clothing's clothes or shoes and then have an accident happen in order to discredit the quality of the brand. Brother Chun, could this be a scam? Scams are pretty crazy these days. Johnson comments, I don't think so. George shook his head. The Olympics are about to begin. Why send a message at this time? This shows that the other party has been paying attention to the progress of Deceit clothing. Moreover, if they really want to attack our Deceit clothing, it will not affect our shipments, but affect the brand. This is the most effective way. What should we do then? Johnson is a little anxious. There's so many people wearing our brand's clothes, we can't keep an eye on everyone. Besides, we can't be sure whether the problem is abroad or in China. George was silent, tapping his fingers rhythmically on the table. After a minute, he said, well, instead of passively defending, we should take the initiative to attack. He suddenly thought of his previous life. After short videos became popular, many extreme survival self-media creators began to emerge. He was bored at that time and followed one of them. As a result, not long after, this extreme anchor died on his way through Altai in winter. At that time, the anchor encountered a snowstorm and was trapped on the mountain. He had run out of food and drinks, and the down jacket he was wearing was not a professional outdoor one, which led to his death from hypothermia. This incident caused quite a stir, and the authorities intervened, banning anyone from crossing Altai. So George has a very clear memory of this. There is a way. George's eyes lit up, and he said to Johnson, help me find an outdoor self-media creator named Lu Xiong, and then Deceit Clothing will sponsor all of his outdoor equipment, jackets, down jackets, hiking shoes, etc. By the way, this person named Lu Xiong also posts short videos in our Tianqin group, so it should be easy to find him. Okay, I'll do it right away. Johnson didn't understand what George meant, but he did it anyway. He called Wang Wei and asked him to help find it. He asked, Brother Chun, can this break Lucas's targeted attack? Of course, just wait patiently. George didn't explain much. According to the development trajectory of the previous life, Anchor Lu Xiong would die in Altai, and that time was when short videos just became popular. But this time, George wanted to save him and rely on the outdoor equipment of Deceit Clothing to help this man survive the blizzard. Once it succeeds, it will also indirectly advertise Deceit Clothing, demonstrating the professionalism, quality, etc. of Deceit Clothing. At that time, no matter how Lucas smears it, it will be useless. This is also a step to establish the brand value of Deceit Clothing before Lucas attempts to discredit the brand. As soon as this matter was dealt with, Olivia walked into the office and asked George if he had watched the news. George and Johnson didn't watch it, but after being reminded by Olivia, they also searched for headlines. Shocking news. The richest man George had a mistress and beat up sister Xingyun for her. Lu Jianquan from Hong Kong Island cannot stand the domestic capital atmosphere, so he stood up to prove it and speak out about the chaos in the capital circle. It is suspected that Zhao Lily received bribes and kept speaking for the boss. She quarreled with sister Xingyun in public, and in anger, she pushed sister Xingyun down. The identity of the mistress has been found. She is the chairman of a paper company. She is beautiful and has a good figure. Even a hero cannot resist beauty. The news is so vivid and exciting that it is easy to get carried away. This shows that these news copies are written by professionals. George looked a little unhappy after reading the news. Johnson was so angry that he cursed and scolded the media for making random reports. Look at this, isn't it? This Tao Xingyun is a scheming bitch. Xingro is so annoyed now. She's been labeled as a mistress for no reason, and now many people are harassing her. Olivia was the most angry among the three people, and I asked Zhao Lily. Zhao Lily said that she didn't push Tao Xingyun at all. She fell on purpose, pretending to be pitiful to get sympathy. Brother Chun, I've said it before, this kind of woman shouldn't appear in our short videos. Since she was trained by Dongxi Group, she should live stream there. Why did she come to our place? She took advantage of us and even dared to slander the boss. Now the situation is getting bigger and bigger, and Dongshu Group has added fuel to the fire. If we don't find a way to suppress it, things will get out of control. After saying that, he picked up the cup of water on the table and drank continuously. It was obvious that he was very angry. George smiled immediately. He was a little unhappy at first, but then he thought about it, and that was it. After all, short videos are controlled by him and the rules are set by him, so it is easy for him to ban them. Actually, what really upsets me is not Tao Xingyun, but Lu Jianquan. What on earth is he doing? George said calmly. Although he and Lu Jianquan were not very familiar with each other, they were business partners and were in the same boat. Tianyin short videos made Lu Jianquan earn a lot of money. Since there was no hatred or grudge between them, why did Lu Jianquan stab them in the back? Yes, it's him. He's obviously one of our people, but he's speaking for Tao Xingyun. If he hadn't been talking nonsense on the stage, no one would have believed it. Olivia put the cup down and said angrily, I heard from Zhao Lili that Lu Jianquan fell in love with Tao Xingyun, so he helped Tao Xingyun speak. Shouldn't these two be meeting for the first time? George frowned slightly and suddenly felt that someone was deliberately setting this up. Of course, it doesn't matter as long as Lu Jianquan is sober. Who knew that Lu Jianquan would still fall into it? It can also be seen that Lu Jianquan really likes Tao Xingyun. Otherwise, a wealthy man raised in a wealthy family would have seen all kinds of beauties and would not fall into her trap easily. Johnson also interrupted at this time. Last time, Lu Jianquan wanted to invest in Dongshu Group's short video, and I felt something was wrong. He knew that we were a mortal enemy company, and he did this without giving us face. George thought about it and called Wei Mingfei, Haiba, Lu Junying, Mr. Brook, and other shareholders. After answering the phone, these shareholders also expressed their opinions. Some of them knew about this a long time ago, while some just found out about it. But everyone agreed that Lu Jianquan was going too far and was simply like a traitor. George, let me remind young Master Lu that it was me who brought him in, so I also have responsibilities. Finally, Haiba said to George in an apologetic tone, Okay, but I remind you, if Lu Jianquan doesn't come forward to clean up this mess, I think he needs to hand over his shares. George gave a final warning. Also, I will find a lawyer to sue him for defamation. I see. Haiba can also understand George's thoughts. Chapter 503. For businessmen, profit is the most important thing. Fame is not what they care about. If I'm not mistaken, Lu Jianquan will not compromise. He is not a fool. If he does this, he must have been bewitched by someone, or he has had a problem with us for a long time. George hung up the phone. He thought about it and realized that Haiba and the others would not be able to get any results. Of course, no matter what Lu Jianquan's purpose was, based on what he said at the conference, Tianyin Group could no longer keep him. Johnson, notify the legal department and sue Lu Jianquan for what he said at the Internet Celebrity Conference. George said to Johnson again, he is spreading rumors with hidden intentions, which is against the law of the Internet. He is spreading rumors. Johnson nodded. This time, he must apologize in public. For a young master like Lu Jianquan, finding him is a small matter, but asking him to apologize is a big matter. I heard that Lu Jianquan wants to ban Zhao Lili, Olivia said indignantly. Zhao Lili has taken on a lot of blame for the company this time. All the advertisements she worked with before are currently on hold, especially the endorsements in Hong Kong Island, which have all been canceled. Zhao Lili, well done. George smiled appreciatively and said, for the next few movies, TV series, variety shows, etc., resources will be poured into her. Olivia was very happy after hearing this, and then she added, Lu Jianquan has been dealt with, Zhao Lili's matter has also been dealt with, and the only thing left is the culprit Tao Xingyun. I really didn't expect Xingrou's sister to be so scheming. One is the older sister and the other is the younger sister, but the two don't look alike at all. Brother Chun, let's ban Tao Xingyun and stop her from talking nonsense. George heard this, he smiled and shook his head. She works so hard just for traffic. Her goal should be to enter the entertainment industry. In this case, we must help her. There's no need to ban her. She's just a minor character. I remember there was a pastoral healing variety show called Life of the Soul, right? We at Tianjin Entertainment have also invested in it. How about this? Invite Tao Xingyun to participate in the next event. Olivia glared at him. Brother Chun, this variety show is very popular right now. If we let Tao Xingyun participate, won't it increase her traffic? George laughed and said, No, her true colors were exposed on the show. In fact, her tricks, once exposed, are not worth mentioning at all. She thought she was very clever and could hide it from everyone in front of the camera. She didn't know that the rules of the entertainment industry are set by capital. Olivia nodded slightly, as if she understood what George meant. On the other side, Xiaibo was calling Lu Jinquan, and they had a pretty good relationship. Sound, what's wrong with you? You're fine. Why are you making up rumors on stage? George hasn't offended you. You've made money and gained fame in Tianjin Group, and you even won the trophy for the most outstanding young person in Hong Kong. You just want to tear down the table after eating, and you don't care about other people's lives at all. I was the one who persuaded you to invest. It's hard for me to act as a middleman. Xia Yibo scolded on the phone while also reading the news on his mobile phone. The more he read, the angrier he became. He felt sorry for George. He was just lying at home, counting his money, and suddenly such a disaster struck. Yibo, we're old friends. You should know what I do. I will not offend someone for no reason. Since I said those words, there must be a reason. Lu Jinquan leaned back in his big chair, put his feet on the desk, and shook a glass of red wine in his hand. He responded calmly. Think about it. Tianjin Group was built by several of us shareholders. Some contributed money, some provided connections, and some provided strategies. After the success, all the credit went to George. Didn't you see his interview? It was all his credit. None of us shareholders mentioned it. Xia Yibo was stunned after hearing this. If he was on Lu Jinquan's side, he would definitely slap him. He was so angry that his breathing became rapid, and he didn't know what to say. For a businessman, money is the most important thing. Fame is of no concern. Lu Jinquan is still too young. Moreover, Tianjin Group asked them to invest, not because they needed their abilities or anything, but because George didn't want to have the cake and eat it all by himself, so he wanted to share a part of it to shut up investors from all over the world. This means that even without them, Tianjin Group is still a phenomenal unicorn industry. Lu Jinquan, you made things so awkward. How are we going to meet in the future? Do you still want to attend the shareholders meeting? Are you planning to withdraw your shares? Yibo's tone became stronger. I'm telling you, if you don't restrain yourself, you will have to hand over your shares. Besides, George is not someone you can easily mess with. He will definitely cause trouble for you. If I withdraw, I will withdraw. It's just a short video business. If George can do it, Lu Jinquan, can do it too. Lu Jinquan shook his head disdainfully. Go tell George that I agree to transfer the shares. In addition, I will create a short video app myself. I don't have to do anything according to anyone's wishes. Yibo was so angry that he hung up the phone. Afterwards, Wei Mingfei, Mr. Brook, and others also called in one after another. But Lu Jinquan was tough and did not compromise at all. Everyone hung up the phone angrily. Seeing that these shareholders were so angry that they didn't say anything, Lu Jinquan felt a little proud. He even guessed that George might call him. Then, tell him not to withdraw his shares and use all the sweet words to keep him. After waiting for 5 minutes, another call came in, but it was not from George but from Yibo. Moreover, Yibo also found someone to take over the shares, a young lady from a wealthy family in the Northwest. The other party was very interested in Lu Jinquan's shares and was even willing to pay a large sum of money to buy them. Lu Jinquan, I've already arranged it. Luo Xiuxiu from the Luo family is very interested in the shares you have and plans to buy them at a price twice the market valuation. What do you think? It doesn't matter. Lu Jinquan was a little disappointed. How could George be willing to let him leave? Okay, Miss Luo will have someone come to handle it this afternoon. I've also informed George, and he agreed. You can take care of yourself. Yibo hung up the phone angrily after saying this. Lu Jinquan drank a sip of red wine leisurely. It was just a few shares which he did not take seriously. What made him unhappy was that the shares of Tianjin Group seemed to be in great demand. As soon as he finished the call, someone took over immediately, and the price was twice the estimated price. Boss Lu, if we do this, won't it be too unsociable? The secretary next to him reminded. We still need their help to move our industry from Hong Kong Island to the mainland. We are afraid of offending them. In fact, she also strongly disapproved of what her boss did, and she knew the reason. It was Tao Xingyun. To be fair, she also doesn't like Tao Xingyun and thinks this woman is too pretentious. Of course, she didn't dare tell her boss about this. Chapter 504. Teacher Zhao, we meet again. They're just a few insignificant people. They can't decide anything. Besides, I have a good relationship with Lucas from Dongxi Group. He has more power in doing business in the South. Lu Jinquan said calmly. In fact, the business environment in the mainland is much better than I imagined. It is not like more than 10 years ago, when everything required connections and energy. Now it depends on ability. That's right, it is open now. In order to attract foreign investment, the business environment must be fairer and more just. Since it depends on ability, I believe that the system I use in Hong Kong Island can also be used in the mainland. I will immediately set up a high-tech company and enter the market with short videos. I want to own 1/3 of the short video market. I know exactly how Tianyin short videos became popular, and I can even do it better than George. The secretary had no choice but to nod and immediately asked the department to prepare. She then received a call and said to Liu Jianquan after hanging up, "Boss Liu, Tianjin Group is suing us, saying that we spread rumors and affected George's reputation. They want us to apologize in public and compensate for the losses." Liu Jianquan didn't care at all. At this juncture, George still dares to make a big incident? Isn't he afraid that the news of his mistress will spread all over the country? Don't worry about it. George is just pretending. He doesn't dare to make a big deal. Then he looked at the secretary and asked, "Has the matter about Zhao Lily been banned?" The secretary shook his head. "The progress is slow. Zhao Lily is very popular among capitalists, so it is difficult to ban her. It is said that she will participate in the popular variety show Life of the Soul some time ago." Liu Jianquan was immediately unhappy. It seems that Lucas must come forward. He thought for a moment and said, "Is Life of the Soul very popular right now? Find some ways to get Xingyun to participate. This kind and hardworking girl should be blessed by God." The secretary was speechless after hearing this. Life of the Soul, the most popular pastoral healing program at present. The program team invited the most popular stars from all walks of life to participate and live in a closed village, allowing these unreachable big figures to do some ordinary things. It is very down-to-earth. So many people like to watch it. Also because this variety show is so popular, many big names want to participate, which led to the program team setting up a threshold. Average-level traffic stars are not eligible to participate. Director Chiu, the working group is in place, the rehearsal has been successfully completed, and everyone knows what the core of this episode is. But secretly installing cameras in some places will cause dissatisfaction among the guests. Yu Jiancheng, the head of the photography crew, said to the director. Director Chiu's eyes flashed with light, and he said calmly, "It's okay. The celebrity guests participating in the show know that our program team will have some special requirements. They also signed a contract before participating. Just do as I say." Good. The photography crew had to leave. Not long after, the list of guests participating in the new episode was announced. Among them are sports star Liu Fei, president of listed company Liu Jianquan, big star Zhao Lily, and internet celebrity Tao Xingyun. They come from all walks of life, not just entertainment stars, but they all have one thing in common. They're the most talked about people in recent times, a total of 8 people. When the list was announced, there was a huge uproar on the internet, TV stations, and live broadcast rooms. Yeah, my idol Liu Fei is here. It seems like he is living a down-to-earth life, just like us ordinary people. Why did Zhao Lily participate? Wasn't it said that this cunning and mean woman who acted like a big shot was banned? If I'm banned, how can I participate in the show? Haters, I'm sorry to disappoint you. My goddess sister Xingyun also participated. As expected, she is developing towards the entertainment industry, but she met Zhao Lily again. Will Zhao Lily bully her? Don't worry, the righteous young master Liu Xiao is here. The production team has considered everything carefully. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the invited guests arrived at the filming location by plane and car. This place is located in the south. It is an isolated island, and the nearest island to this island is Nanao Island. There are also indigenous people on the island. They live a simple life, which is the pastoral life that many people yearn for. Before the participating guests go to the island, all communication equipment must be handed in, and there is no internet on the island, so the program team broadcasts it back to the mainland through a special internet broadcast. This means that the guests have to accept 3 days of life without the internet and isolated from the world. However, before everyone came to participate, they all knew the characteristics of the program team, so no one refused. After the 8 people gathered on the island, they chatted in groups of 3 or 4. The camera crew is already filming with the camera pointed at them. They looked very comfortable because this island was different from the busy city and gave people a very peaceful and comfortable feeling. "Mr. Liu, you are here too. It is so beautiful and clean here. There's the sea in the distance, blue sky and white clouds, and soft sandy beaches. It is such a romantic place. I hope I can live on an island like this when I am old. Tao Xingyun stood on a high place on the island, looking at the sea in the distance, and stretched lazily, which was even more adorable. Lu Jianquan smiled and said, "Your dream will come true." Originally, he asked his secretary to help Tao Xingyun participate in this variety show, and the organizer readily agreed. Later, he thought about it and volunteered to participate. Given his status and the current topic he has caused, he naturally entered the show smoothly. Wow, it's so beautiful. This variety show is really amazing. It always manages to discover the most beautiful places in the country. Don't announce the location. I don't want the last pure land to be polluted by a bunch of people driving there for tourism. However, this environment suits Sister Xingyun so well. They are both so beautiful. A lot of rumors began to appear in the live broadcast room. The host appeared and gave his opening remarks to the live broadcast and TV. The second season of Life of the Soul has begun. I hope that the program can make everyone stop and look at the beautiful life when they are busy. This program is sponsored by Southwest Animal Husbandry, Hangsheng Real Estate, Duobao Entertainment, and Tianjin Entertainment. It will be broadcast live and simultaneously broadcast on TV stations. First, let me introduce to you our 8 guests for this episode. Please come on stage. Variety show host Wang Hai, comedy host Shen Teng, and fresh and healing host Lu Bing appeared on the camera. The 8 guests also walked into the camera, all wearing casual clothes. Male guests such as Lu Fei and Lu Jianquan mostly wore casual sportswear, but their hairstyles were great. Especially for the popular idol boys. They look handsome even in sports shirts. Tao Xingyin dressed up specially for today. She tied her hair into a ponytail, giving her a youthful and lively feeling. The seemingly ordinary sportswear also outlines her smooth body lines. On the other side, Zhao Lily wore a fluorescent green loose sports suit. Her hair was not tied up, but just over her shoulders, giving her the beauty of a mature woman. Teacher Zhao, we meet again. I hope we can have a pleasant cooperation. While the host was introducing them, Tao Xingyin walked up to Zhao Lily in a few steps and said with a smile, "You and I are not in the same group. Stay away from me. I'm afraid you will continue to cause me trouble." Zhao Lily was in a bad mood as soon as she saw Tao Xingyin, and she didn't give him any face when she spoke. Chapter 505. The Topic Queens Clash. The heat continues to burn. Tao Xingyin raised his mouth in grievance, his eyes misty. Teacher Zhao, the last incident was a misunderstanding. I have been clarifying it in the live broadcast room. I know this has caused you a lot of inconvenience. Here, I apologize to you, and I will do my best to help you clarify it again. I hope you can forgive me. You're helping me by staying away from me. Zhao Lily originally wanted to push Tao Xingyin away, but the last incident reminded her not to have physical contact with Tao Xingyin, so she could only use a disgusted and helpless tone. Such a beautiful place, blue sky, white clouds, but you have to come here to make me feel sick. Do you know that you're disgusting, pretending to be pitiful and crying every day? Forget it, forget it. I can't afford to mess with you. Please don't get close to me. Okay. Teacher Zhao, I'm really sorry. Tao Xingyun is still pestering. Although they were chatting in a corner and the camera did not capture what they said, the audience in front of the TV could see their attitudes. A very disgusted expression. A pitiful expression. So, fans of both sides started arguing again. This Zhao Lily is bullying us again. Our Yunbao is so angry that she is crying. It's so abominable. When will Zhao Lily let Yunbao go? You are blind. It was Tao Xingyun who approached Zhao Lily herself, and Zhao Lily ignored her. She pretended to cry after being rejected. She is looking for trouble. Maybe Tao Xingyun went there to apologize. Zhao Lily only bullies the weak and fears the strong. She bullies others when she sees them being kind. How shameless. People who like Zhao Lily are all a bunch of devils. Although the internet was down on the island, the production crew saw the two people struggling and could guess that they were definitely arguing fiercely. This also achieved the effect they wanted. Sure enough, when the two topic queens collided, it was like Mars hitting the Earth. Zhao Lily, you are bullying Xingyin again, aren't you? At this time, Lu Jianquan also walked over angrily. Moreover, the hosts were originally chatting and livening up the atmosphere, and they were also attracted by the situation here. Zhao Lily got angry as soon as she saw Lu Jianquan. If her boss hadn't told her to participate, she would never have come to this variety show. She now sees Lu Jianquan and Tao Xingyun as the play gods. She is so angry that her teeth are itching. but she can't do anything about them. How did I bully her? She died on her own. Really, if you want to protect her, then let her go far away. Why are you coming to my side? Zhao Lily didn't give Lu Jianquan any face. Take her away immediately. This kind of baby who loves to pretend to cry gives me a headache. Lu Jianquan was a little speechless after being scolded. In fact, Tao Xingyun was originally on his side, but without noticing he came to Zhao Lily's side, and he really had nothing to say. Ah, it seemed that we all know each other. Then, maybe some sparks will come out of the next activity. At this time, comedy host Shen Tong stood up and spoke at the right time, and they naturally laughed. In previous programs, in order to avoid being too boring, they would find something to bring out, and the best one was a confrontation between the guests. If that doesn't work, then they can host the confrontation between themselves to create a topic. Now, I don't even need to arrange the segments. The guests have already started competing against each other. Next, let's start the activity. Everyone chooses a teammate, and then uses local ingredients to cook 4 dishes. In fact, 3 dishes are reserved for the other 3 groups, and 1 is left for yourself. This is today's lunch. The refreshing and healing host Lu Bing smiled at the camera. When they heard the activity start, the 8 guests looked at each other. Nebula, I'm with you. Lu Jianquan was the first to smile at Tao Xingyun, fearing that someone else would snatch the spot away. Okay, Mr. Lu, please take care of me. Tao Xingyun showed a beautiful smile. After seeing them decide on a group, others also began to look for various teammates. Generally speaking, it was mainly a combination of men and women. Several of the men were staring at Zhao Lily, especially the sports star Lu Fei. He felt that Zhao Lily was more real and should be easy to get along with. But before they sent out the invitation, Zhao Lily had already teamed up with a male model who was very famous in the fashion industry. The other person is called Chen Jun. He is very tall and very famous in the fashion industry. He is also one of the spokespersons for Deceit clothing. Of course, like Zhao Lily, he was made famous by Tianjin Entertainment. The 4 teams were formed and began to use local materials to find ingredients and cook. Ms. Zhao, I just saw that a family got some pig intestines. Let's order fried pig intestines with chili peppers as our first dish. Chen Jun and Zhao Lily walked and looked. Well, the second dish is scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Look at those beautiful tomatoes over there. They're fresh and just harvested. Paired with farm eggs, they will definitely taste great. Zhao Lily's eyes fell on the tomato tree in the vegetable garden. Chen Jun glanced at the camera crew and saw that they were following other groups. He immediately whispered, "What's going on with this young Master Lu? Isn't he a shareholder of the company? I heard that he is against the boss. He's been seduced by a woman. Don't worry about him. He will regret it sooner or later." Zhao Lily had a meal with Olivia and found out some things. She knew that she would not be banned and also learned some things about Lu Jianquan. In her opinion, Lu Jianquan will regret it sooner or later, because the boss never takes action, but once he does, no one can stop him. On the other side, Tao Xingyun and Lu Jianquan were walking, looking for ingredients everywhere. "Teacher Lu, how are your cooking skills?" Because it was on the show, Tao Xingyun called Lu Jianquan teacher. "It's okay. I prefer Western style. Chinese style is just okay." Lu Jianquan looked at the pure and beautiful Tao Xingyun and suddenly felt very happy, as if the 2 of them were already married and were working hard for today's lunch, which was a lunch of love. "Look, there's bacon over there. I'm going to stir-fry beans with bacon. I've eaten it before, and it's really good." The second dish is mapo tofu, and the third dish is stir-fried seasonal vegetables. I'll also make a soup. I'm going to make cucumber and egg soup. What do you think? Xingyun, you arranged it very well. You are so talented in being a good wife. Hate it. I'm only 20 years old, and I haven't thought about getting married yet. Tao Xingyun hit Lu Jianquan hard, and their conversation was also filmed by the program crew, attracting many people to watch. So sweet. They're the best CP combination. I think they're a perfect match. One is kind and pretty, the other is righteous and talented. The phrase talented scholar and beautiful woman is the best way to describe them. I want to eat home-cooked food made by Xingyun. I want cucumber and egg soup. It would be best if the cucumbers were ones that Xingyun Bao had played with. Chapter 506. The good shows are staged one after another. Members of each group used local materials to make fire and cook. Cooking also requires firewood, and each group has to make the fire themselves, which really tests each group's hands-on ability. As a result, Lu Jianquan failed to start the fire after making a fuss for a long time. Lu Jianquan kept coughing due to the smoke. Tao Xingyan also came to help, but failed as well. In contrast to the other three groups, Zhao Lily was the first to successfully start the fire. She cooperated very well with Chun Jun, and both of them worked efficiently and effectively. This is thanks to the fact that they all came from rural areas before they became famous. Li Bao, our Li Bao is so energetic. Look at the way she cooks. It's obvious that she has been working hard at home. Who said she was a big shot? Li Bao doesn't look like someone who would act like a big shot at all. In this kind of rural variety show, you can tell who's better at one glance. Look at Tao Xingyan. He spent a long time trying to make a fire, and when his finger got pricked by a splinter, he actually started crying. Lu Jianquan was even more exaggerated. He said he had to interrupt the filming of the show and rushed him to the hospital. Yes, I am dying of laughter. I think Lu Jianquan is right. We must go to the hospital quickly. Otherwise, it will be too late and the wound on our finger will heal. Haha. A lot of voices spoke up for Zhao Lily, and Tao Xingyan's fans were so angry that they were speechless. From this angle, we can see the gap between the two sides. One is a real young lady, and the other is from a real rural background. In the end, it was Tao Xingyan who shamelessly asked Zhao Lily's group for help. Zhao Lily was disgusted when she saw Tao Xingyan. There were three groups. Can't you borrow fire from other groups? I get annoyed when I see you. Of course, Zhao Lily did not stop Tao Xingyan, but just didn't talk to Tao Xingyan. Thank you, Teacher Zhao. Tao Xingyan picked up a burning piece of wood, stuck out his tongue, and ran back to his side. This action also made her fans call her cute. At this time, George and Olivia were also watching this show. In fact, George didn't have time to watch it. To him, Tao Xingyan was just a minor character, and he was too lazy to waste time on her. It was Olivia who dragged him to watch it, and said that they would go to Tao Xingro's place tomorrow and watch it together. George always agreed to Olivia's requests, so he had no choice but to agree. This show will definitely reach its climax once the hidden cameras reveal something. Olivia put her hands on the table, supported her chin, and stared at the TV, her little face full of anticipation. George shook his head and smiled, tore an orange for Olivia, and then watched Lu Jianquan and Tao Xingyan on TV. They are just chess pieces. The person behind the scenes must be Lucas. Lucas is actually quite amazing. When it comes to employing people, he always exceeds my expectations. I don't know if he is born with this kind of charm, or if he is very good at grasping the weaknesses of human nature. Many people are willing to be used by him. At present, Tao Xingyan's personal power is not great, but he can control Lu Jianquan's heart. As long as Lucas controls Tao Xingyan, it is equivalent to winning Lu Jianquan into his camp. Olivia took the orange from George and ate it while saying, "No matter if they are pawns or not, I feel disgusted with people like Tao Xingyan. It's enough for this show to reveal her hypocritical mask." George nodded. Not only her, but also her mother Zhou Rui. The good shows are starting to unfold one after another. In addition to watching that and that, Zhou Rui was also watching TV. Nebula performed very well and seemed very down to earth. This child has never been in the kitchen since she was a child. It's great to let her wash and cut vegetables. But don't cut your hands. Master Lu is quite good, and he takes good care of Xingyan. She knows how big an influence life of the soul has. After recording this episode, Tao Xingyan should be able to cross over from being an internet celebrity into the entertainment industry. At the same time, Lucas was also watching the show, thinking about how to use Tao Xingyan and the other person to continue to cause trouble for George. So far, Lucas has been back in the South for a while, but he is still helpless against George. He has been defeated in many business confrontations, which makes him a little anxious, because the power given to him by his superiors is time-limited, and only Angela knows this. Mr. Yi, I also came from the entertainment industry. I can help Tao Xingyan become more and more popular in the future. With the help of Lu Xiao's capital, Tao Xingyan will definitely become a superstar. Ella volunteered to help, and she also hoped that if she helped Tao Xingyan become famous, she might be able to use Tao Xingyan to deal with George. George, in terms of capital, he can discredit George's reputation. Yes, third sister is from the entertainment industry. This is a good idea. Lucas' eyes lit up, and he looked at Ella happily. Not only is Mr. Lu providing the funds, I am also providing money on behalf of Dongshu Group to make Tao Xingyan famous. In addition, I plan to invest in an entertainment company with you and Tiannan as the chairman, and then ask Mr. Lu to invest in it to fight against George as Tianji Entertainment. Dongshu Group has made achievements in various industries in the South, but has not been deeply involved in the entertainment industry. Lucas also wants to get involved in this industry. On the other side, the program crew is still filming. The first group has successfully prepared 4 dishes and placed them on the table. They are Zhao Lily's group. They're all waiting at the big table and are a little bored because there is no network on their mobile phones. Looking at the team of Tao Xingyun and Lu Jianquan, they were all covered in dirt. Sometimes they cooked without adding salt, and sometimes they forgot to add water when cooking rice. People who watched their show were anxious for them and kept shouting to remind them. After an hour of hard work, when they brought the 4 dishes to their seats, the other 3 groups were already waiting for them. Looking at their 4 dishes, they were horrible, black and red, as if they were not cooked yet. Haha, our Xingbao is so cute. Yes, even though it wasn't cooked well, I can see that she really put a lot of effort into it. No matter if it tastes good or not, if Xingbao cooks it for me, I will definitely like it. The fans don't mind. In their hearts, Tao Xingyun is like a princess. It is their honor to see the princess cook. It seems that all 4 groups have prepared lunch. However, some of the dishes don't look that good. But even if they don't look good, they might taste good. A few hosts tried to smooth things over with a smile, and then it was time to exchange dishes. Tao Xingyun was the first to stand up, holding the cooked cucumber and egg soup, and walked toward Zhao Lily. Teacher Zhao, I worked very hard to make this soup, and it is also the dish I am most satisfied with. I will give it to you, Teacher Zhao. I hope you like it. However, just as Tao Xingyun approached Zhao Lily stood up and her shoulder bumped into Tao Xingyun's wrist, causing the boiling soup to spill and scalding Tao Xingyun, causing him to scream. Chapter 507. For the sake of image, you have to swallow the bitterness. Nebula. Lu Jianquan immediately rushed over and helped Tao Xingyun put the cucumber and egg soup on the table, then helped Tao Xingyun sit down. Tao Xingyun raised his hands, trembling slightly, looking like he wanted to cry, but was trying not to. Zhao Lily is so abominable. She is secretly bullying Xingbao again. This time, everyone has seen it. Does Zhao Lily still want to deny her debt? I'm not their fan. I don't like any of them. I originally thought that there was a misunderstanding between Tao Xingyun and Zhao Lily, but now I know that it was Zhao Lily who was bullying Tao Xingyun again and again. The live broadcast room and the TV screens were like a volcano erupting, with everyone denouncing Zhao Lily. What made them most angry was that although Tao Xingyun didn't know how to cook, he was willing to save the best soup for Zhao Lily. Not only did Zhao Lily not appreciate it, she also deliberately bumped into Tao Xingyun. At this time, Zhao Lily knew it would be very lively without watching the live broadcast. She sat back with a sneer on her face. Looking at the other guests, they were also looking at Zhao Lily strangely. They all thought that Zhao Lily did it on purpose. Xingyun, are you okay? Stop recording the show. Stop. Lu Jianquan was very worried about Tao Xingyun and seemed to want to send Tao Xingyun to the hospital for emergency treatment. Teacher Lu, I'm fine. Don't stop recording the show. It's just a minor burn. Tao Xingyun shook her head sensibly, and the host also found some burn ointment in the village and applied it on her wrist. During this process, Tao Xingyun held back his tears and looked very strong. Zhao Lily, you've bullied Tao Xingyun again and again. That's enough. After Lu Jianquan applied burn ointment to Tao Xingyun, he looked at Zhao Lily angrily. This time, Zhao Lily didn't look aggrieved. She was used to it. She sneered, "You're doing this again." I just touched her, and she either fell down on purpose or purposely lost her grip on things. I'm really fed up with this scheming bitch. If she really couldn't hold the soup, why didn't you come to deliver it? But she did it. Also, every time she gets close to me, something happens. Is it her bad luck or mine? When Lu Jianquan heard this, he was completely furious. If the program wasn't being recorded, he would have wanted to rush over and hit someone. Naturally, there was a lot of curses in the live broadcast room. As expected, Zhao Lily is the most uncultured person. She didn't even apologize after hurting others, and acted as if it was all natural. She has such bad character and poor quality. If anyone can find this person, I will pay you to help me beat her up. I'll also donate 1,000 yuan. However, what Zhao Lily said does make sense. Why does Tao Xingyun get into trouble every time he gets close to Zhao Lily? It would be okay if it happened once, but it happened twice. Zhao Lily's fans are still speaking up for their idol. The atmosphere at the scene was also very depressing. Anyone could see that Lu Jianquan wanted to hit someone, and the host kept trying to comfort both parties. Tao Xinyan also pulled Lu Jianquan and advised, "Don't blame Teacher Zhao. It's me, I didn't hold on tightly. Everyone stop arguing. This was an accident. Really, you have to believe me." Lu Jianquan took a deep breath, gave face to Tao Xingyun, glared at Zhao Lily, and then ignored her. The other guests also glanced at Zhao Lily and continued recording the show. Of course, they all kept a certain distance from Zhao Lily. Obviously, they also think that Zhao Lily did it on purpose. "Zhao Lily, are you okay?" Chen Jun asked Zhao Lily in a low voice. "It's okay. This green tea bitch is hard to guard against. My good mood has been ruined by her again." Zhao Lily glanced at everyone and guessed what they were thinking. Although she was somewhat used to it, she still felt very unhappy. Next, people from other groups exchanged dishes with each other. Especially when serving the dishes to Zhao Lily's group, they were much more cautious. They brought them over carefully and then left quickly, fearing that they would cause any trouble. This detail also made Zhao Lily even more unhappy. Her current personality is like a vicious woman who specializes in bullying newcomers. "Ms. Tao Xingyun, this is the 9-turn braised large intestine that our team prepared for you." When it was the turn of Zhao Lily's group and Tao Xingyun's group to exchange dishes, Zhao Lily brought over a pot of braised large intestines. "Thank you, Teacher Zhao." Tao Xingyun waved happily like a little girl who got candy. "It's a courtesy to return the favor. By the way, is your hand okay?" Zhao Lily looked very concerned. Her sudden change in attitude caused another round of scolding in the live broadcast room and in front of the TV. If someone is being too attentive for no reason, she is either a traitor or a thief. Zhao Lily must want to bully Xingbao again. "It's okay. It's just a minor burn. It won't leave a scar. Thank you for your concern, Teacher Zhao." Tao Xingyun shook her head politely, as if Zhao Lily no longer misunderstood her, and she was very happy. "Try this dish we made," Zhao Lily said to Tao Xingyun again. Okay. Tao Xingyun looked innocent and naive on the surface, but he was actually feeling gloomy inside. Of course she knew that Zhao Lily suddenly became so easy to talk to. Most likely she had ulterior motives. On the contrary, Zhao Lily looked disgusted with her. This was the real Zhao Lily. Besides, she had just dealt with Zhao Lily harshly, and there was a chance that Zhao Lily would take revenge on her. But because of the camera, she had to continue pretending. She picked up the chopsticks and picked up a piece of pig intestine from a plate, smelled it, and put it into her mouth carefully. The next second, a fishy smell came, so smelly that she almost wanted to vomit. "Sister Xingyun, this is a dish I made with great care. I hope that with this dish, we can resolve our misunderstanding and make peace with each other." When Tao Xingyun wanted to spit it out, Zhao Lily actually pulled Tao Xingyun's hand, and the two of them were like real sisters. This also put Tao Xingyun in a difficult position, because Tao Xingyun also has to maintain a gentle and kind image in front of the camera. Good, delicious. She had no choice but to stop biting the pig intestine and force it into her stomach. Her face turned red from holding it in. When Zhao Lily saw her look, she felt happy. In fact, the braised pork intestines were indeed prepared by her for Tao Xingyun, and the intestines were not washed. She was sure that Tao Xingyun wanted to maintain the image of good boy, so she deliberately forced Tao Xingyun to eat. "Come on, Teacher Lu, try it too." Of course, she didn't forget Lu Jianquan. Lu Jianquan didn't give Zhao Lily a good look, but he ate it anyway. He picked it up with chopsticks, took a few bites, and spit it out. He subconsciously cursed. "Zhao Lily, this pig intestine, didn't you wash it?" "All right, I forgot." Zhao Lily slapped her head and seemed to have just remembered it. "What? No, not washed. That's impossible. How come our Xingbao didn't have any reaction at all after eating it? I guess it's definitely not washed." I was wondering why Zhao Lily suddenly became so easy to talk to. She did it on purpose. Why didn't Xingbao bring it up? Besides, she swallowed it. Haha, your Xingbao, in order to maintain his innocent and kind image, has to swallow his bitterness, haha. No, our Xingbao doesn't want to disappoint Zhao Lily and put herself in a difficult position. Don't slander our Xingbao. Chapter 508. If this is a script, then the acting is too realistic. The lunch incident is finally over. Although many segments did not follow the script of the program team, and the protagonists became Tao Xingyun and Zhao Lily. These two people were the topic queens and indirectly attracted a lot of eyeballs. The program team was, of course, very happy. The next step is to arrange the dormitory, and then there will be new activities in the afternoon, which is paper cutting and duck raising. During the lunch break, Everyone was arranged to stay in clean and tidy dormitories, and the program crew also focused the camera on the beautiful scenery and gave close-ups of many villagers, creating a beautiful environment that was isolated from the world. At this time, in the dormitory corridor, Zhao Lily was about to enter the room, and then she saw Tao Xingyun washing his hands in the sink outside the bathroom. "You are so abominable," she cursed to herself, but Zhao Lily knew that Tao Xingyun was talking to her. Zhao Lily was also stunned for a moment, because Tao Xingyun had always left her with the impression of a green tea bitch and a scheming bitch. She was still a little uncomfortable when she suddenly took off her mask. She was too lazy to pay attention to Tao Xingyun and continued walking along the corridor. "You can hide on the first day, but can you hide on the 15th? After washing his hands, Tao Xingyun finally looked at Zhao Lily. "It was indeed me who fell down on purpose at the first internet celebrity conference. I also spilled the soup just now on purpose. I just wanted to discredit you. Now you already have a lot of stains. You act like a big shot and you bully newcomers. You will definitely be banned." "Tao Xingyun, that's enough." Zhao Lily stopped in anger and said, "I have no grudge against you. I just can't stand you slandering our boss. So you have been deliberately targeting me, right?" "Yes, I'm targeting you on purpose. Do you think everything will be fine if you stay away from me? I will come to you again and again, continue to act pitiful and gentle in front of you, and then get into trouble again and again, and people will only scold you." Tao Xingyun was wiping his hands with a tissue, looking very proud. Zhao Lily gritted her teeth in anger and said, "You will get your comeuppance sooner or later. Are you angry?" "Ha, my great star Zhao. What I like most is the scene where you don't like me, but can't do anything about me. Come on, hit me, come and hit me." Tao Xingyun took a few steps closer to Zhao Lily, being extremely arrogant. "You." Zhao Lily naturally didn't dare to hit Tao Xingyun. She kept backing away in anger and suddenly sneered. "By the way, is the braised 9-turn large intestine delicious? It's not washed. I heard it was just taken from a pig." "Zhao Lily, how dare you play tricks on me?" Speaking of this, Tao Xingyun felt like vomiting. She had been playing Zhao Lily around, but she didn't expect that Zhao Lily could fight back, which was beyond her expectations. "It tastes good, right? There's pig shit in it. Tao Xingyun, I admire you. In order to maintain your image, you can even eat pig shit without saying anything. You are indeed a scheming bitch." Zhao Lily seemed to have found a way to fight back, and said with a sneer, "Damn bitch." Tao Xingyun clenched his fists in anger, and his originally innocent face became a little ferocious. Suddenly, she gritted her teeth and slapped herself hard on the face, leaving a clear slap mark. Then he turned on the faucet and splashed water on himself, getting his sports clothes wet. "I'm sorry, Mr. Zhao. I won't dare to do it again. I won't dare to do it next time." After doing all this, she screamed at the top of her lungs, very loudly. Zhao Lily didn't understand Tao Xingyun's actions at first, but when Tao Xingyun shouted, she reacted. However, she did not leave immediately, nor did she stop Tao Xingyun. Instead, she watched the show with her arms folded across her chest. Sure enough, when Tao Xingyun shouted, Lu Jianquan came running over quickly, along with the staff and guests. Because men and women live separately, but in the same building, they all heard Tao Xingyun's voice. "Nebula, what's wrong with you?" When Lu Jianquan came, he looked at Tao Xingyun with heartache. Tao Xingyun's clothes were soaked, his head was slightly lowered, his hair was disheveled, and his face was pale, especially on his left cheek, where a slap mark was clearly visible. This look gives people endless imagination. It is obvious that this girl is being bullied. "Zhao Lily, you dare to hit Tao Xingyun." Lu Jianquan made up everything in his own mind. In the corridor, Tao Xingyun and Zhao Lily bumped into each other. Zhao Lily was filled with hatred, so she slapped Tao Xingyun hard and poured water on her. This kind of plot has been shown in TV dramas, but Lu Jianquan never expected it to happen in real life. Of course, it's not just Lu Jianquan who thinks so. Other guests and people from the program team also think so. "Here we go again." Zhao Lily looked at Lu Jianquan indifferently. "I said she beat herself and then put the blame on me. Do you believe it?" "I believe you, old man." Lu Jian rushed over angrily and wanted to hit someone. However, Chen Jun was also at the scene, and he and the staff immediately stopped Lu Jianquan. "Mr. Lu, don't be impulsive. Don't be impulsive. I hope you can cooperate with us to finish filming the program. After it's over, you are free to do whatever you want." Yes. Let's change Miss Tao's dormitory so it's farther away from Teacher Zhao's place." You are a magnanimous person. Please cooperate with me. Under the persuasion of the program crew, Lu Jianquan finally endured it, but made a request that they did not want to have too much connection with Zhao Lily in the next program. Otherwise, they would withdraw from the filming of the program. The program crew naturally agreed, and then also persuaded Zhao Lily and reminded Zhao Lily that they were currently in the middle of filming. If Zhao Lily continued to misbehave and was watched by the public, it would be very troublesome. Thank you for the reminder. The truth has been revealed. Zhao Lily looked indifferent, turned around, and walked back to the dormitory. This Zhao Lily is such a big shot. The staff all looked helpless, and they were still filming with cameras. Tao Xingyan looked at Zhao Lily's back and sneered secretly. Although there was no internet on her side, she could already imagine the overwhelming scolding outside. Tao Xingyun is once again the victim, and Zhao Lily continues to establish the image of a bully for newcomers. In fact, the live broadcast room and the TV outside were really blown up. But it was different from what Tao Xingyun imagined because the picture did not come from the photography crew, but from the hidden camera in the corridor. These were arranged by George in advance. What the hell? What the hell did I see? Is this a script? Tao Xingyun has changed so much. She even said that she was the one who framed Zhao Lily the first 2 times. The script is bullshit. Tao Xingyun is just a scheming bitch. I feel sorry for our Li Bao. Yeah, if it was a script, it would be so realistic. At the beginning, the 2 corners of his mouth twitched, and then Tao Xingyun slapped himself hard. He slapped himself really hard. Hidden cameras live-streamed what was happening in the hallway. Tao Xingyun's fans are silent. Zhao Lily's fans finally got their grievances redressed. Neutral people exclaimed that it was so exciting. As expected, the ratings for this episode skyrocketed, far surpassing previous episodes. The most ironic thing is that the guests recording the show didn't know about this. Even the staff didn't know. Tao Xingyun was still complacent, and Lu Jianquan was still feeling sorry for Tao Xingyun. Chapter 509. Silently, they have been acting in secret. In the afternoon, we started recording the activities, which were divided into paper cutting and duck raising. During the paper cutting session, Tao Xingyun kept showing off her innocence and cuteness, and of course her dexterity. Following the farmer's instructions, she made some very nice paper cuts, and even the program crew praised her. Tao Xingyun didn't know what was going on outside, but she guessed that she must have gained a large wave of fans again. Next comes the breeding phase, where we feed the ducklings in the lush green vegetable garden and build a small home for them. Tao Xingyun and Lu Jianquan worked very carefully together. Tao Xingyun even said to the little duck, "Little duck, you must grow up happily. In these 3 days, your sister will always be watching over you." After saying that, he hugged the little duck and gave a kiss. This loving scene undoubtedly stunned Lu Jianquan. He looked carefully and discovered that the little duck that Tao Xingyun was holding actually had one leg bent and walked very differently from the other ducks. No wonder Tao Xingyun likes this one so much. Tao Xingyun is not only loving, but also compassionate. Nebula, let's take good care of it together. Lu Jianquan also imagined the little duck as the fruit of their love. Well, protect it well. Even though it only lasts 3 days, we never seek permanence in life. We only seek to have it once, right? Tao Xingyun turned and looked at Lu Jianquan, his face full of the naive temperament that can only be seen in romance dramas. Lu Jianquan felt as if his heart was hit hard. Such a scene was also captured by the program crew. Of course, if what happened in the corridor had not happened, the fans would have been warmed by Tao Xingyun's love long ago. So now, the fans can only feel indifference and even feel disgusted and want to vomit. Pack, you are so good at pretending. A busy day ends just like this, just like the life of the soul, full of poetry and distance, tranquility and comfort. However, although the surface program photography seems to have ended, the photography hidden in the dark is still going on. As night falls, the island becomes quiet. A figure quietly came to the vegetable garden with a flashlight, found the duckling in the garden, and then cruelly twisted the duckling's neck. After finishing the job, the person left with a smile, and the camera also captured her face. She was Tao Xingyun. Before the live broadcast, all the audience in front of the TV were horrified and fully realized what a woman's heart is. If the incident in the corridor could still be washed away, then this time it would be very difficult to wash away. How could Tao Xingyun do this? She hasn't even cleaned up what happened in the corridor at noon, and now she's doing something bad again. I don't believe it's true. I don't think it's real either. It's too scary. She's like a devil. She's only 20 years old. How could she do that? When she was holding the duckling in the afternoon, her face was full of love. If I'm not mistaken, when Tao Xingyan finds out the duck is dead tomorrow, he will definitely cry very sadly. Then the biggest suspect will be Zhao Lily. Zhao Lily's reputation has been ruined again. Lucas also saw this scene. He was also shocked and couldn't understand what Tao Xingyun was doing. Tao Xingyun has finally attracted a lot of attention. Why would he do something so humiliating? Director Yi, because the program crew is secretly filming and the guests participating in the program are not allowed to bring mobile phones, and the internet is disconnected, so Tao Xingyun doesn't know what's going on outside. It seems that the real purpose of this program is the camera hidden in the dark. Stop the filming of the program immediately. Director Yi, this is a bit difficult. We have already negotiated with the company behind the show, but they don't agree because the ratings for this episode broke the show's record, and we found that Tianjin Entertainment sponsored the most money for this episode. Is it George? Lucas finally understood the reason. His face turned blue with anger, and he was furious. Originally, this time when George's scandal of having a mistress was exposed was the best time for him to strike back at George. So he had been planning his next move. Who knew that George had quietly taken action against Tao Xingyun? Director Yi, if you don't find a way to interrupt the filming as soon as possible, I'm afraid Tao Xingyun and Lu Jianquan will expose more scandals. Lucas with a little fear. Lucas had a gloomy look in his eyes as if he wanted to kill someone, but he said nothing. He felt a sharp pain in his heart, like a needle stabbing him. Uncle Wu looked at Lucas's face and felt a little worried. Lucas's condition had been getting worse and worse in recent times. He was anxious, angry, and unwilling. He hadn't slept well for several nights. On the other side, Zhou Rui was also so anxious that he even had a few more white hairs. She had been watching the show. The first half was fine, but the second half was sour, especially the scene of killing ducks. It was sneaky in the middle of the night. It was like a ghost story, extremely scary. Her daughter is not like that. She is very kind and not that scary. What makes her most helpless is that her daughter seems to be unaware of being exposed and is still pretending to be pure and kind during the day. If this continues, her daughter will not only not become famous, but will probably become a witch that everyone hates. Maybe the police station will investigate her daughter's file to see if she has killed anyone before. We must find a way to interrupt the show and then say that what Xingyun did was arranged by the script. But how do we contact the production team? Zhou Rui called people everywhere for help, and also called Lucas. Lucas met with her once, and because he didn't get along with George, he said he would help them. This time, Lucas answered the phone and told Zhou Rui that the program could not be interrupted for the time being unless the police were mobilized for help. However, a good excuse was needed to dispatch the police, and they could not think of one so far. As for rushing to the filming location, it was too late because the filming this time was not in the south. He also asked Zhou Rui to wait patiently, and Lucas would try his best to find a solution, and then hung up the phone. In fact, Lucas also knew that it would be very difficult for Tao Xingyun to get up again, but this woman was still useful. She tied up Lu Jianquan, so Lucas would not give up Tao Xingyun for the time being. After Zhou Rui hung up the phone, he was completely helpless. He paced back and forth anxiously and suddenly thought of his eldest daughter, Tao Xingro. Tao Xingro knows George. Let Tao Xingro go and beg George, even if she has to sacrifice herself or curry favor with him, to save her little daughter. Boom, boom, boom. Half an hour later, Zhou Rui knocked on the door of Tao Xingro's high-rise mansion. George, Olivia, Jiang Yuyu, and the others were all in the luxurious living room, making dumplings. When they heard the knock on the door, they all looked towards the door. I'll go open the door. Tao Xingro washed her hands and went to open the door. Just as she opened the door, Zhou Rui came in wearing high heels. He pushed Tao Xingro away, with an angry look on his face as if he had eaten gunpowder. Originally, she wanted to fly into a rage and even slap Tao Xingro, but after seeing George and the others in the living room, she was very surprised and did not dare to act rashly. Chapter 5, Zhou Rui, I'm not that easy to fool. Tao Xingro, are you playing tricks on me? Zhou Rui didn't want to say this in front of George, but time was running out, so she had to get straight to the point and yelled at Tao Xingro. Stop the show immediately. This is my mother's order. You are sisters. How could you hurt your sister like this? Do you have any conscience? Mom, what do you mean? Tao Xingro was confused by the scolding, but she quickly reacted. Because she was also watching this episode of Life of the Soul, She guessed that the program interruption Zhou Rue mentioned should be life of the soul. But Zhou Rue thinks too highly of her, so she doesn't have the energy to interrupt the show. Mom, you mean the show Xingyun is participating in? I can't interrupt it. Tao Xingro said helplessly. I have to interrupt even if I can't. I'm your mother, and she's your sister. Zhou Rue raised his hand and wanted to slap Tao Xingro, but after looking at George and the others, he finally held back. She issued a final ultimatum. Now that you have made the family business bigger and have taken over all the assets, Mom will not bother with you anymore, but you must not ruin your sister's future. Otherwise, you will hand over the family business in its entirety. It's up to you. Tao Xingro's eyes turned red after hearing this. Hadn't the family business been returned to Zhou Rue? Tao Xingro did not take a penny from the company, factories, and other assets, and return them all to Zhou Rue and Tao Xingyun. Now the new company has nothing to do with Zhou Rue. It was established with a huge investment from Olivia, Jiang Yuyu, and others. Zhou Rue, I can't help you. If you make trouble again, I will notify the property security. Tao Xingro had completely given up on Zhou Rue. From childhood to adulthood, Zhou Rue had never given her any fairness, only favoritism. You damn girl, you're looking for death. Zhou Rue was so angry that she slapped him, but George, who had been paying attention, grabbed her wrist. He had just walked over and guessed that Zhou Rue must want to hit someone again. He pushed Zhou Rue hard, making her fall on the sofa, and said coldly, Miss Zhou Rue, do you think we are invisible? George, our family affairs have nothing to do with you. We have nothing to do with you. Please stop interfering in our affairs. Zhou Rue was so angry that she acted like a shrew. Oh, what a great sentence. Don't you know what your daughter said at the Internet Celebrity Conference? You dragged me into this and spread rumors that I have a mistress. Now you say it's none of my business. George sneered. You don't think you can get away with it after hitting me, George? Zhou Rue's pupils condensed, and he looked at George with a bit of fear. Then he thought carefully, could it be that George was behind all this? George, it's you. You destroyed my nebula. She pointed at George, her fingers shaking with anger. It's not me. It's just that the production team wanted to create a more innovative segment. George sat back on the sofa, crossed his legs, and looked at Zhou Rui elegantly. Of course, if your daughter is really pure and kind, without any stain, no matter how many photos are taken, it will not affect her. On the contrary, it can prove her innocence and harvest more traffic. It's a pity that your daughter is just a scheming bitch. George, you're making me mad. Zhou Rue wanted to fight George to the death, but she didn't dare to do so in the end, because the man in front of her could make her feel scared even with just one look. Now she's no longer like when she first came to the South and thought that George was just rich. In fact, she has found out that George is not only rich, but also has status and identity. George looked at her going crazy, as if he had seen Maria going crazy, and sneered. I remind you, it's best to interrupt the show as soon as possible. Otherwise, more and more black material will be exposed. George, who had a dignified aura, hesitated for a minute and finally gave in. Bossy, I'm sorry, this is all Boss Lucas's idea. He approached us and asked us to discredit you. Zhou Rue put the blame on Lucas. Please be merciful and let us ordinary people go. Zhou Rue, I'm not that easy to fool. Tao Xingyun and I only met once at a party. She wanted to get to know me, but after I rejected her, she got angry and slandered me. She even slandered her own sister as a mistress. Would an ordinary person do such a thing? George snorted. I apologize. It was Boss Lucas who asked us to do this. I know I was wrong. Zhou Rue continued to shirk responsibility. In fact, this matter had nothing to do with Lucas. It was after they discredited George that Lucas thought they were of some use. So he contacted them afterwards. Okay, tell me what else you did wrong. George continued to ask, leaning back on the sofa. The Tao family's business was originally a sunset enterprise, and there was no hope for it. It was Tao Xingro who tried her best to save it. I took it back in the name of mother and daughter. George, Zhou Rue told him all the wrong things she and Tao Xingyun had done, such as Tao Xingyun's affair with George, Zhou Rue's desire to marry a rich man, and the Tao family's assets, etc. She told him everything at once. And while he was saying this, he looked at George's attitude. His mouth was watering, and he still had to fawn on him. George listened with great interest. After half an hour, he nodded with satisfaction. Since you were sincere, I forgive you. Let's finish the filming of the program tomorrow afternoon. Thank you, thank you. Zhou Rue wiped the sweat from his forehead and finally felt relieved. Don't get out of here. George glanced coldly. Zhou Rue actually wanted to say a lot to Tao Xingro, but he didn't dare to say it. He just smiled apologetically and quickly slipped away. As soon as she left, George also sent a message to Wang Wei. The entire conversation between him and Zhou Rue had just been captured by the camera and is now available on the internet. Just like George said, if you want to clear yourself of the charge of having a mistress, the method is really simple. Just expose the truth. Tao Xingro originally thought that she could cause trouble for George this time, but she had no idea that her tricks were nothing to George. This video has nothing to do with the life of the soul. It was posted on Tianyin short video and was spread late at night. Suddenly, George's affair with a mistress was cleared up again. Moreover, Zhou Rui, Tao Xingro, and Olivia were present at the scene, and the three of them were facing each other head-on. It was definitely not a stage photo. Most importantly, Zhou Rui revealed more scandals about Tao Xingyan. It turned out that she was targeting the richest man George at first, but he ignored her. She got angry and set up a scheme to discredit George. Thinking about the dark methods Tao Xingyun used in the program group, more and more people believe that what is said in this video is true. Chapter 511. Lucas' physical condition is getting worse. That night, Lucas couldn't sleep and went to the bathroom repeatedly. His physical condition was getting worse and worse, so he had to turn on the lights and drink in the room. Anxiety disorder is affecting him. If he doesn't make progress, he might be deprived of everything. Even if the higher-ups are not satisfied, the power in his hands will fall into Angela's hands. In fact, until now, he himself doesn't know why the Gu family values him. He just knows that the Gu family is training him and giving him a test, which is to become the richest man in the South. George, it's all you. The person who blocked his way was none other than Lucas's brother George. He hates it. Ever since George severed ties with the Yi family, all his good things have been taken away by George. Even now is no exception. Lucas, the video has just been uploaded online. George has cleared the stigma of having a mistress. At this time, Uncle Wu walked in when he saw the light in the room and said as he walked, George has been slandered many times. This time it was about his personal feelings, but he also cleared them. This undoubtedly pushed him to a new height. By the way, the person who helped clear up the stigma was Zhou Rue. After hearing this, Lucas' body stiffened. He gritted his teeth and spat out one sentence. Zhou Rue is a crazy woman. What does she want to do with George? She is always causing trouble instead of helping others. Uncle Wu sighed. It has already happened. There is no point in thinking about it. Let's just keep an eye on George. At present, George's Tianwei technology has released many high-tech technologies and has been paid special attention by the higher-ups. In addition, the new drug research group he cooperated with Mr. Wang is also developing smoothly. If this continues, he will become the next Chable, tied to the people's livelihood. By then, not to mention you, even the Gu family will have a hard time touching him. Uncle Wu's words put even more pressure on Lucas. Lucas became very irritable, frightened, and anxious. If the Gu family doesn't dare to touch George, will they abandon him at the critical moment like the Liang family did? But don't worry about it, we still have time. Uncle Wu saw that Lucas was not in a good condition and immediately comforted him. Health is more important. As long as you have the Green Mountains, you will not be afraid of running out of firewood. Besides, the reason why the Gu family supports you may have a different meaning than you think. What a difference! Lucas looked at them with red eyes. I have been in the South for such a long time, but I have not made any achievements. The Gu family is ready to abandon me and support my elder sister. I can't say anything about this for now. Uncle Wu shook his head, as if reminding Lucas that even if Lucas failed in the end, the Gu family would not give up on him. Of course, Uncle Wu was just giving a subtle reminder. After all, there were some things that he couldn't say with his identity and authority. I'm going to have a physical examination tomorrow. Uncle Wu added, since you returned to the South, your mood has become increasingly abnormal. You have become irritable, anxious, and depressed. Although you have controlled your emotions for a while, you were just suppressing them. This cannot go on. Okay, fine, I'll take some sleeping pills and go to sleep. I haven't rested for several days. Lucas had no choice but to nod, but he didn't take the physical examination that Uncle Wu mentioned seriously. He had just graduated from college and was still young and strong. Afterwards, he took sleeping pills and lay down on the bed, but he still couldn't fall asleep. His mind was full of George and his potential rival Angela. On the other side, David's family also saw the short video. Ella and Jang Tianin both looked unhappy, and for some reason, they seemed to have expected this and felt that George would definitely be able to clean himself up. But they didn't expect that George didn't prove it himself, but asked Zhou Rui and her daughter to prove it for him. Such proof is also very convincing. I said, George is not a heartless man. Angela is the only one in the family who believes in George. David glanced at her, remained silent, and sighed in his heart. He knew that since Maria went to Yanjing, Angela began to side with George. This was a big change, so big that David could hardly accept it. Perhaps Angela also has a lot of opinions about Maria, because her father is not Liang Yong, but someone else, and this is also the sin that Maria committed when she was young. For this reason, Angela stands with George. Of course, there's another reason. Lucas treats Angela very badly and seems to be keeping an eye on her all the time, which forces Angela to turn to George. Dad, why don't you say anything? Ella suddenly looked at David and said, George has been cleaned. It will be difficult for you to ridicule him when you see him next time. David smiled bitterly when he heard this. I am old. What's so ironic about this? This is a world for young people now. Yeah. Ella didn't believe what David said at all. She knew that David had never been respected by George. David had always wanted to exercise his father's rights and regain his pitiful dignity. Ella, the one who is suffering the most should be Lucas. I heard that his cold has not been completely healed during this period. He goes to bars and nightclubs every day, stays up late, and is under a lot of pressure. His health is getting worse and worse. Angela suddenly sneered. Since returning to the South, Lucas has been under tremendous pressure. Even though he holds great power and has connections to support him, he still can't take down George. Sister, if Xiaoxi was not doing well, then we're not doing well either. I hope you can see this clearly. Ella looked at Angela coldly and said, It's a time like this, we should unite instead of mocking our own family. Angela snorted disdainfully. I should be the one saying this to you. It's already this time, and you're still thinking about fighting. So many people have died, but you still won't give up. George hasn't dealt with us, but you're dealing with him. Ella, you've gone crazy. Big sister, it's fine. What do you want me to do? Ella was already upset and was further mocked by Angela, and she was in a worse mood. I know Lucas has a prejudice against you, but don't take it out on me. We are sisters. Have you forgotten what we were like when we were little? I didn't forget you forgot. Angela did not give in. In fact, she was still feeling depressed. Apart from Lucas, she is not David's daughter. And of course, there are other things in life. She has always wanted a child, but has never been pregnant. How did you treat George when we were little? Including me. Have we all forgotten? Angela tapped the table with her fingers to remind him. We were already in the wrong with George, but now we are still pestering him and thinking we have the upper hand. Aren't we going too far? Think about what happened to Yuki. God has eyes and will not let anyone off. When talking about Yuki, Ella's face turned pale and she stopped arguing with Angela, but she knew who hit Yuki to death. After she calmed down and thought carefully, the murderer was right next to them, and she had to rely on the murderer to avenge George. But compared with George and the murderer, who was more terrifying? So why does she keep clinging to George? This is really a bit obsessive. Okay, stop arguing and go see Yuki tomorrow. David interrupted the quarrel between the two sisters and suddenly thought of his other daughter, Lily. I don't know how she is doing. Chapter 512. The devil is not Zhao Lily, but Tao Xingyun. The next morning, Life of the Soul continued filming, but the director also received a notice from the company saying that it would be finished in one more day, which was one day less than the usual 3-day schedule. The director could roughly guess the reason, because he knew everything about the program crew's secret filming and the movements on the internet. He knew that Tao Xingyun had become completely disgraced. Perhaps the goal of this episode was to expose Tao Xingyun. Of course, this was the intention of the capital behind the scenes, and was not his business. Oh, my duckling is healthy. The duckling is dead. Just as the director was thinking about it, Tao Xingyun's crying voice was heard, attracting the attention of all the guests. The camera crew was still following Tao Xingyun into the vegetable garden to shoot. Tao Xingyun was seen kneeling on the ground, holding the duckling with a broken neck, crying in pain. Duckling. Lu Jianquan was also looking at the little yellow duck, his heart breaking, because this was the fruit of his love with Tao Xingyun. How could this happen? Xingyun, take it easy. I know you're sad, but don't take it personally. The other guests walked into the vegetable garden to comfort Tao Xingyun. Tao Xingyun really cried at this time, looking so pitiful that people couldn't help but hold her in their arms and love her. Everyone was also infected by her love and compassion and felt that Tao Xingyun was a very real girl. Lu Jinchuan's eyes suddenly turned red, and he stared at Zhao Lily, who was watching the show beside him. Zhao Lily, is that you? Me? What do you mean me? Zhao Lily pointed at herself and was extremely surprised. She really had no idea about this matter, and she never thought that Tao Xingyun would secretly kill the duck at night and put the blame on her. Zhao Lily, there's no need for that. We're all adults now. If there's any holiday, just talk about it. We'll rarely see each other in the future. You've even killed a duck now. That's too scary. You must have killed it at night. You knew Tao Xingyun liked this duck very much, but you killed it on purpose to make Tao Xingyun sad. Zhao Lily, you're going too far. The other guests all frowned and looked at Zhao Lily. They also thought that it was Zhao Lily who did it. Just yesterday, Zhao Lily slapped Tao Xingyun in the corridor. Zhao Lily was at a loss for words and suddenly looked at Tao Xingyun. She saw that Tao Xingyun was still holding the dead duck, tears streaming down her face. After a little thought, she understood what was going on and was so shocked that she gasped. In order to frame her, Tao Xingyun actually killed all the ducks. This is too vicious. It's better not to get too close to such a woman, because he might kill her secretly at night. She did not explain and said coldly, whatever you think is the answer. Okay, let's continue filming the show. Continue filming? When the guests heard this, they all frowned. Now that this had happened, they were no longer in the mood to continue filming. The main reason is that they think Zhao Lily is scary. She comes to kill ducks late at night. If they make Zhao Lily unhappy and she secretly poisons them or something, that would be troublesome. With Zhao Lily's vicious and perverted personality, she would definitely do such a thing. Director, one of the actresses who had a high status in the entertainment industry, shouted that she wanted to interrupt the filming. Since everyone is here, I have something I would like to ask for your opinions on. The director came over and said with a smile, we're going to end the filming of this episode. What do you think? Okay, I agree. I agree too. All the guests raised their hands happily and glanced at Zhao Lily, thinking that they could finally get away from this vicious woman. Everyone just needs to agree. There will be a car to take you back to the hotel. Your cell phones and other belongings will be returned to you after you get on the car. Thank you for your hard work. There will be a celebration party in a few days, and your assistants will be notified then. The director smiled and nodded, chatted for a few more words, and left with the staff. Not long after, the working group's car arrived. Zhao Lily and Chunjun were the first to get on the car. They didn't want to stay in such a place anymore. However, after seeing Zhao Lily and the others get on the car, the other guests did not follow. It was not until the driver looked over that they spoke awkwardly. You guys go first. We'll wait for the next car. Goodbye, Teacher Zhao. These guests seemed to not want to be in the same car with Zhao Lily and kept a distance from her. Such discrimination also made Zhao Lily very unhappy. She understood why these people stayed away from her and was very angry. In the end, it was Chunjun who comforted her, and Zhao Lily let it go and asked the driver to drive away. Tao Xingyun and the others were still waiting for the car. Not long after, another working group car arrived. Everyone got on the car happily and got their cell phones back. I can finally go back. Although the scenery here is beautiful, the days without a mobile phone are too hard to endure. Yes, so if you give me 1 million and let me live in the countryside for 3 days, I'm afraid I can't make it. Why did the production team end the filming early? In the past, it was always at least 3 days. I guess the duck's neck was broken. The plot was a bit scary and caused some negative effects, so it ended early. Zhao Lily is so scary. Everyone in the car was talking at once and turning on their cell phones at the same time. Please don't misunderstand Teacher Zhao. Maybe it was done by a villager. Without evidence, it is very unfair to Teacher Zhao. Tao Xingyun interrupted everyone's conversation and continued to play the role of a kind person. But she was very happy in her heart. After the incident of killing the duck, Zhao Lily was completely disgraced and was nailed to the pillar of shame as a vicious and pervert. Especially seeing that no one dared to ride in the same car with Zhao Lily. It shows how scared everyone is of Zhao Lily. Mr. Liu, thank you for your care these past 2 days. Tao Xingyun looked at Lu Jianquan next to him and said, Xingyun, this is what I should do. Fortunately, the show is over, otherwise Zhao Lily might do something perverted. Of course, don't worry, I will protect you. Lu Jianquan turned on a cell phone and took out a bottle of mineral water. Mr. Liu, I don't think it was teacher Zhao who did it. Tao Xingyun is still pretending. You are just too kind. Lu Jianquan opened the mineral water and handed it to Tao Xingyun. When others heard this, they also thought that Tao Xingyun was so kind. Xingyun, with your personality, you are really not suitable for entering the entertainment industry. Lu Fei, a champion from the sports world, smiled and looked at his phone. He hadn't contacted his family for 2 days. But after opening WeChat, I was immediately attracted by the news above, and then my pupils trembled. Of course, the same goes for everyone else. Some watched short videos, some read the news, and some were sent to them by friends. These videos are exactly the life of the soul, which include Tao Xingyun's conversation with Zhao Lily in the corridor and a scene where Zhao Lily kills a cute duck at night. There is also a video of the conversation between Tao Xingyun's mother, Zhou Rui, and George. What the hell? 10 minutes later, Lu Fei finished watching the video and the news and yelled in shock. Others also got goosebumps, especially the scene of killing ducks at night, which was like a horror movie. What's even more terrifying is that this demon is in the same car with them. Damn, it turns out the pervert is not Zhao Lily, but Tao Xingyun. Chapter 513. Anxiety, the condition is getting worse and worse. Brother Lu, what's wrong? Before Tao Xingyun looked at his phone, he saw Lu Fei shouting strangely and looked over with concern. This is my driver. He's here, waiting for me on the roadside. Lu Fei looked at Tao Xingyun in fear, then shouted to the driver to stop the car. My driver is here too. My dad is here to pick me up. My aunt is here to pick me up. After the driver stopped the car, the other guests also took the opportunity to get off. What happened to them? Tao Xingyun didn't know what was going on, so he had to look at Lu Jianquan. Lu Jianquan was also watching the news on his mobile phone. His expression kept changing, and the hairs on his body stood up in fear. He thinks he has seen countless women, including socialites and rich girls. As soon as the other party lift her, but he knows what she's going to say. Who knew that he would still fall into Tao Xingyun's trap? Driver, wait a minute, I want to get off too. Lu Jianquan looked at Tao Xingyun deeply and didn't want to say anything to Tao Xingyun anymore. He felt very uncomfortable now. The fantasy of first love was severely shattered by reality. You know, he really has feelings for Tao Xingyun and likes Tao Xingyun's kindness, simplicity, and thoughtfulness. But reality told him that Tao Xingyun was more terrifying than any woman he had met before. Mr. Lu, why did you get off the car too? Tao Xingyun wanted to hold Lu Jianquan back, but Lu Jianquan left without looking back. She took out her cell phone and wanted to call Lu Jianquan, but at this time, Zhou Rui called and asked Tao Xingyun how the filming of the show was going and asked Tao Xingyun to check her cell phone and watch it right away. Tao Xingyun went to see it with half belief and half doubt. She heard that Zhou Rui's tone was not right. She thought she had become an internet celebrity, made headlines all over the country, and gained countless fans. But after taking a closer look, I almost suffocated. All the sinister things she did in the program crew were exposed, especially the scene of killing ducks, which directly made her bear the image of a perverted and vicious person. Check out the comments online. It's terrible. Everything is just an act. What a horrible mind. I actually deceived everyone in front of the TV. My son was so scared after watching this show that he is afraid to sleep alone at night. I strongly demand compensation from Tao Xingyun. We owe teacher Zhao an apology. Tao Xingyun just took a rough look, and she didn't dare to look again for fear that her heart couldn't take it. She quickly called Zhou Rui, made an appointment for a location, and asked the driver to drive there. She finally knew why the guests left, and even Lu Xiao was scared away. They must have seen the news. 10 minutes later, the car stopped on the side of the road. Zhou Rui and his assistant car was already on the side of the road. Tao Xingyun got out of the car with red eyes, walked to Zhou Rui, and hugged him. Mom, how could this be possible? This must be fake. After the show, I should have gained a large number of fans. Wow, what should I do now? How can I face people in the future? They call me a pervert. Zhou Rui felt very distressed when she saw this. So she pulled Tao Xingyun into the car and kept comforting her. But in fact, she didn't know what to do. It was George. He was the one who caused all the trouble. He secretly prepared another camera for the show. And he even filmed the night I went to him to beg for mercy and posted it online. He is the devil, playing tricks on ordinary people like us. Zhou Rui comforted Tao Xingyun while cursing George. When Tao Xingyun heard this, she cried even louder. Mom, why did you look for him? Now that his reputation as a mistress has been cleared, People like him are perverts who specifically bully kind people like us. Don't scold me, it's you. You had such a good opportunity. You just had to not do anything during the filming. But you went after Zhao Lily and ended up getting into trouble. Zhou Rui also complained to his daughter. Also, why did you mention George so nicely at the Internet Celebrity Conference? He is the richest man. Can you afford to offend him? If you didn't offend him, you could have developed very well. Mom, stop talking. After hearing what Zhou Rui said, Tao Xingyun regretted it so much and kept crying. Now all that it has happened, I have asked Chairman Lucas for help. He promised to try his best to whitewash us, ban those videos, and say that it was a script by the program team. Zhou Rui sighed and continued. But Chairman Lucas said that their group can block your short videos, but it's difficult to block George's short videos, and Tianyin Group's short video traffic is higher. He also said that the best way now is to ask young Master Lu for help. By the way, where is young Master Lu? Tao Xingyun's eyes lit up after hearing this. Yes, although she had lost everything, she still had Lu Jianquan. But when she thought of Lu Jianquan's attitude before getting off the car, she was no longer optimistic. Early in the morning, Lucas went to the company for a meeting with dark circles under his eyes. He fell asleep at 4 in the morning. He could have slept later, but his biological clock made him wake up at 9. Although he still wanted to sleep, there was always a voice in his mind telling him that if he stopped, George would tear him apart sooner or later. Under such anxiety, he naturally lost his desire to sleep. Master Yi, go get a physical examination today. Your condition is getting worse and worse. Uncle Wu said with concern beside him. It's okay. I'm still young. Sleep is something that will happen for a while. It will be fine after it passes. I'll sleep soundly again in the future. Lucas shook his head indifferently. Lucas deeply. You are really like some people. You are stubborn and will not give up until you achieve your goal. Forget it. Uncle Wu does not want to nag you, but you're not allowed to go to the bar tonight. Go home and rest early. I will ask the doctor to come to your house to give you a comprehensive physical examination. Not tonight. I have an appointment with Master Lu and Master Ma. Lucas shook his head. At present, Lu Xiao is still a good chess piece. Although Tao Xingyun's incident has made him discouraged, I believe he still refuses to accept George. Moreover, he is very familiar with George's short video process and may cause great trouble to George. By the way, how's the George Deachin clothing thing going? Uncle Wu's face darkened after hearing this, and he seemed a little helpless. We have already done what you ordered, causing an accident and then blaming it on Deachin clothing, but it didn't cause much of a response. I have also found out the reason. An outdoor anchor named Lu Xiong encountered a blizzard when he traveled through Altai. He survived with the help of Deachin Clothing's outdoor gear. This incident caused a big stir on the internet. Local officials came out to rescue him. After searching for 3 days and 3 nights, everyone thought he was gone. But they found a tent on the top of the mountain. The man was still alive, but very weak. After this incident, the authorities began to prohibit anyone from crossing Altai. But Deachin Clothing can save lives at critical moments and has become one of the must-have equipment for people who play outdoors. Our smear campaign against Deachin Clothing just happened to coincide with this incident, so not many people trust us. They all trust Lu Xiong, the outdoor anchor, and the quality of Deachin Clothing. On the internet, even more people believe that someone is deliberately smearing Deachin Clothing. That's normal. This is outdoor equipment that people have tested with their lives. Chapter 514. Lucas, I am your elder sister. Lucas looked very unhappy after hearing this. George, you are so damn lucky. He had already set up the trap, and no matter how George tried to explain it, it would be useless. Who knew this would happen? I don't know if it was George who prepared it first, or if it was just luck. Afterwards, Lucas felt like nausea and vomiting, but because of Uncle Wu's nagging, he endured it and didn't dare to show it. After arriving at Dongshu Group, he also called Lu Ruyan, only to find that Lu Ruyan had just returned from a hangover after having a whole night in the bar. Ruyan, don't drink so much. There's a dinner party tonight. Come over. For some reason, Lucas was in an even worse mood, even though he asked his bodyguards to follow Ruyan Lu at all times and not let other men get close. But he still felt uneasy. Besides this, Ruyan's father Lu Tai also had some trouble due to gambling, so Lucas had to pay off the money for him. After arriving at the meeting room, Lucas started the meeting as usual. Let's talk about Tianjin Group first. Lucas said straight to the point. Tianjin Group has been making good profits recently. In addition to Tianjin Group, The value of Deechin Clothing's brand has skyrocketed, and Tianwei Technology's market value has also skyrocketed. According to current conservative estimates, George's assets have reached over 300 billion, and he has moved up 2 places on the list of China's richest people. And according to our investigation, George has invested in battery research institutes in several cities in the south and seems to be planning to make a layout for new energy. The amount is about 50 billion. Leaders from various departments started speaking up. This has become their habit. The primary purpose of holding a meeting is to keep an eye on the Tianshan group, as if the Tianshan group is their stumbling block. Lucas's face turned even uglier after hearing this. There has been no good news at all in the past 2 days. Find a way to stop him from entering the battery industry. Lucas doesn't know George's purpose, but as long as George wants to do business, he will try his best to cause trouble. Battery industry? What on earth does he want to do? Uncle Wu interrupted at this time. Could it be that he also wants to get involved in the rare earth industry? Batteries and rare earths are related, so Uncle Wu can't help but think so. By the way, the rare earth industry we planned in the south has been stopped. Uncle Wu thought of something again and said to Lucas, "What? The rare earth industry is making huge profits. Who has the right to stop it?" Lucas stood up anxiously. The reason why Dongshu Group could dominate the South was that many of its industries were related to people's livelihood, including the rare earth industry. It's at the top, Uncle Wu said helplessly. The order has come down from above, and the chaebols have to give way too. Lucas understood what he meant. It must be a strategic reason. He was just unlucky and just happened to encounter this. But even so, he was still very unhappy, extremely unhappy, because Dongshu Group had invested a lot of money in the rare earth industry, and now it was stranded, and that money was gone. Mr. Yi, by the way, Kanoaduo is currently performing well on the Nasdaq, and its current market value has reached 100 billion US dollars. Another leader stood up and reported while looking at the tablet in his hand. Lucas felt a headache, knowing that the gap between Dongshu Group and Tianshan Group was getting bigger and bigger, and he was getting further and further away from the position of the richest man in the South. And this is just the beginning. The gap will be even bigger in the future. By then, because of no achievements, Lucas will have to hand over his position as the top leader. Maybe he will let Angela do it. The main purpose of today's meeting is to stop George's battery layout in the South. We will use whatever means to treat those who want to have dinner and those who want to give gifts. After explaining all these things, Lucas rubbed his temples, feeling very tired. He adjourned the meeting and went to the office. In the corridor, he also saw Angela, who was on the phone and walking towards him. Angela was wearing a black office suit and had shoulder-length hair. She was talking and laughing on the phone. "Well, I'm pregnant. I'm so happy. Honey, I'll go to your place tonight." "What? You want to cook for me yourself? That's great." "Well, I know there are many things I can't eat." "I understand." Lucas with a very unhappy expression. She immediately hung up the phone and walked past Lucas with a dark face. "Angela." Just as we passed each other, Lucas made a cold voice. "What's wrong?" Angela turned around calmly and looked at Lucas. "Mr. Yi, do you have any instructions?" Such an attitude undoubtedly angered Lucas. He was already in a bad mood, and it became even worse when he saw Angela, because Angela and George were both his potential enemies. "How can you be so rude to call me while you're at work? This is work, not home. Can't you tell me what's going on after I get off work?" Lucas acted like a leader and scolded. Angela almost laughed out of anger. She didn't even get the call. Besides, although she worked in Dongshu Group, she had no rights. Wasn't it normal to slack off at work? Moreover, she actually didn't want to work at Dongshu Group, but it was Lucas's request, and David also wanted her to work here, so she had no choice but to stay. "Lucas, did you not sleep well last night? Or are you mad at George again? Why are you angry at me?" Angela didn't give Lucas any face and called Lucas by his name directly. "Angela, I'm your boss." Lucas corrected seriously. "Lucas, I'm even more your elder sister." Angela showed no weakness. "If you don't like me, then fire me. Really, I suffer a loss at the hands of George, but I don't dare to ask George for help. You only bully us sisters, right? I won't fall for your tricks." "You." Lucas' forehead were exposed, and there was a bloodthirsty light in his eyes. At this time, Uncle Wu and the others also came after hearing the news. Ella was among them. She rushed over and grabbed Angela. "Sister, what are you doing? Apologize quickly." "Ella, just because you like to fawn over him doesn't mean I like it too." Angela didn't give Ella any face and laughed sarcastically. "Besides, don't you think it's ironic? When we were little, he was our follower, and now he's giving us orders. I don't believe you can swallow this. Sister, please stop talking. Ella's pretty face flushed with anxiety, and then she looked at Lucas and said, Mr. Yi, don't worry about it. She's talking nonsense. I apologize to you on her behalf. Ella, look at what you're like now. He's your brother, and you're actually apologizing to him. Angela continued to sarcastically say that, then turned around and walked away in her high heels. Anyway, if you don't like me, just fire me. If you don't dare, then don't act like a big shot in front of me. Lucas looked at Angela's arrogant back with a gloomy face and said to Ella, Call Dad. I don't believe that Dad can't deal with her. I'll call you right away. Mr. Yi, don't be angry. Go and have a rest. Ella quickly calmed Lucas down and went after Angela. Chapter 515 perhaps. This is the price of adulthood. In the office, Ella saw Angela was about to take a nap. She looked at Angela and felt that she was very different from before. It seemed that she had let go of a lot of things and was in a much better mood. Sister, why are you doing this? We are a family. How can we have so many disagreements? Ella sat down next to Angela and advised, I know you blame Xiaoxi for his bad attitude towards you, but Xiaoxi has been in a bad mood recently, so please be considerate of him. After that, she told him what happened in the conference room. Xiaosu is under a lot of pressure. He has always wanted to surpass George, but he has no way to do it. Ella sighed and said unwillingly, George is too good. Why can't he fail? Ella, you think of Lucas as a family member, but he doesn't think of you as a sister. As for George, his business empire is so interconnected. How could it possibly collapse? Angela did not understand Ella's painstaking efforts and said with a smile, in fact, Lucas would never admit that George is more powerful than him. Besides, everyone knows that this is a grudge between George, Lucas, and Maria. So why should I intervene and get involved in this mess? Let them fight. It's none of my business. He loses his temper in front of me when he loses. Do I indulge him? Ella, I'll tell you the truth. I hope George can bring down Lucas, because Lucas is a villain, and now George is watching him. If George falls one day, Lucas will deal with us. Ella remained silent after hearing this. For some reason, she felt very unhappy and glared at Angela. Angela knew that what she said was not what Ella liked to hear, but she didn't care. She lowered her office chair and lay down for a nap. Seeing Angela's look, Ella had no choice but to leave with a cold face. After Ella left, Angela opened her eyes. In fact, she could also realize that because of George's incident, she and Ella seemed to be drifting further and further apart. In many cases, she didn't feel that Ella was her sister or even her friend. Instead, she felt like a stranger. For example, when Lucas forced Ella to pour wine for her friends, she remained indifferent the whole time. This kind of thing has happened more than once or twice, and Angela has been disappointed many times. Looking back to when we were little, we sisters had a very good relationship, but when we grew up, perhaps this is the price of adulthood. Angela murmured to herself, and of course, she also admitted that she had changed. She used to be the head of the Yi group, and she was vigorous, strong, and decisive in her work. However, after experiencing one storm after another, she became timid and indecisive. Now she no longer looks like a strong woman, but more like an ordinary woman. But she admitted that all this changed after George left. Yuki once said that George was not the culprit who harmed the Yi family. On the contrary, he was also the patron saint of the Yi family. With him, the Yi family could be united and peaceful. Now, I can't accept this. Ella suddenly discovered that among the girls in the Yi family, Lily was the first to react. Next, maybe Yuki. Finally, it's her. As for Ella, she knew she was wrong, but still deceived herself. She must be going down this path to the end. However, these have nothing to do with me anymore, because she is the most important. Angela stroked her belly gently with her hand, and there was light in her eyes. This is the child she has been waiting for many years. Once you have children, do power disputes, interests, and wealth still matter? At this time, Lucas returned to the office and angrily swept the valuable vases and other items on the table to the ground. Angela, you don't even take me seriously. I know she hates me for monopolizing all the power, but does she know that even I can't do anything to George? How can she, a defeated opponent of George, want to defeat George? Only I can put George under my feet. Everyone in the Yi family has their own selfish motives. Ella wants to use my power to deal with George, and Angela wants to fight George, and both sides will suffer. She can benefit from it. They wishful thinking. Lucas's expression was hideous, hysterical, and crazy. Master Yi, don't get excited. Angela won't pose any threat to you. Master will always be master. No one can threaten you. Uncle Wu knew that Lucas was in a bad mood, so he could only comfort him with a wry smile. However, due to his status, there were many things he could not say openly. Lucas glanced at Uncle Wu and knew that Uncle Wu had something to say, but the aristocratic families had taboos, so he couldn't say it casually. Although he was very anxious, he had no choice but to wait. Some answers would come out sooner or later. Uncle Wu, I need to take a break. I have a dinner party later. Lucas was so sleepy that he took a rest in the office. An afternoon passed quietly. Lucas woke up in good spirits. He called Ma Zijuan and Lu Jianquan to invite them to dinner and agreed on a meeting place. Not long after, Yutong Chuanwan Restaurant. This restaurant serves the most authentic Cantonese cuisine. It is a high-end, time-honored brand that has hosted many politicians and celebrities and is very private. Lucas was waiting in the private room. Not long after, Ma Zijuan arrived and exchanged a few polite words with Lucas. Ma Zijuan also asked about Deechin clothing. Although Lucas felt embarrassed, he still told the details. Ma Zijuan felt sorry after listening and felt that he had not brought any trouble to George. Then he reminded George that it was said that Lu Yinyun had somehow convinced the elders of the Lu family and was preparing to come to the south again. Lucas heard the bad news. His face turned dark on the spot. He now had to concentrate on dealing with George. But there was Angela causing trouble, and now Lu Yinyun came along. His life was going to be very lively. At this time, Lu Jianquan also came. Mr. Lu, sit down. Lucas asked Lu Jianquan to sit down, and then winked at Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan quietly made a phone call, and soon, the door of the private room was pushed open, and Tao Xingyun and Angela walked in. Angela originally didn't want to come to the dinner, but David called her and asked her to come. Angela always felt guilty towards David, so she had no choice but to agree to come. And the purpose of Tao Xingyun's visit was naturally to find Lu Jianjian. As soon as Lu Jianquan saw Tao Xingyun, his face turned ugly. In the past few days, he watched those videos and read the news over and over again. The more he watched, the more painful it became. He had completely given up on Tao Xingyun. The reason why he still stays in the mainland is not because of Tao Xingyun, but because of George. Just to have a meal. What do you want her to do? Lu Jianquan picked up the teacup, lowered his head, and took a sip. Mr. Lu, this is a misunderstanding. When Tao Xingyun saw Lu Jianquan's attitude towards her, she felt as if her heart was stabbed by a knife. Her reputation is completely ruined. She has to wear sunglasses and a mask when she goes out, and has been summoned by the police several times. There are several unsolved cases, and the police suspect she is a suspect. Tao Xingyun was so miserable at that time. She is so cute and pretty, but she is mistaken for a perverted murderer. Even though Lucas has been helping her to block the negative news and even announced that it was due to the script, the effect is not very significant. Chapter 516. Use Lu Jianquan to consume George. I invited her here to discuss business. If young Master Lu doesn't like it, I'll let her go. Lucas immediately smiled to please him. He also knew that this kind of thing could not be rushed. If Lu Jianquan really had lingering feelings for Tao Xingyun, it would not end so easily. What he needs to do now is to create opportunities for the two of them. No need. Since you're here, let's have a meal. Lu Jianquan thought about it and didn't drive Tao Xingyun away. Lucas waved to the waiter to serve the food. While eating and chatting, he said that he planned to set up an entertainment company, which would be managed by Ella, and make some big internet celebrities famous. Tao Xingyun was one of them, and he would be the focus of training. Lu Jianquan was very surprised after hearing this. He glanced at Tao Xingyun with disgust in his eyes. With her reputation, aren't you afraid of getting into trouble by making her famous? Lucas said calmly, in the entertainment industry, there will be attention only if there is criticism. The worst thing is to have nothing at all. Lu Jianquan nodded slightly. What you said makes sense. How about this? If Director Yi allows, I plan to buy shares. Just waiting for you to speak. Lucas raised his glass happily and asked Lu Jianquan what his next plans were. I have done in-depth research on short videos and plan to enter the short video market. I already have a detailed plan. Lu Jianquan did not hide his purpose, and it was for this reason that he continued to stay in the mainland. After hearing Lu Jianquan talking about his future plans, Lucas knew that Lu Jianquan and George were fighting each other. This young master from Hong Kong Island was not convinced by George and even believed that if Tianyin Group could be successful, Lu Jianquan, was the biggest contributor. This is the best way. Use Lu Jianquan to consume George. Although Lu Jianquan's influence in the mainland is relatively weak, he is from Hong Kong Island after all, and his grandfather is a justice of the peace, so he should not be underestimated. Mr. Lu, is it okay for me to invest in your new project? Of course, Mr. Yi also makes short videos, and so do I. It's a good opportunity for us to join forces and dominate the short video market. Short videos are becoming more and more popular, and they are even becoming popular abroad. There will be a lot of business opportunities in the future. Then I wish us a successful start and immediate success. By the way, I plan to let Jang Tianan work as an assistant in your company. What do you think? Mr. Jiang is also a rare business talent. Of course, I welcome him. After a conversation, both families happily shook hands, and their target was Tianjin Group. Moreover, Lu Jinchuan's ambition is the same as Lucas's. He not only wants to encroach on George's short video market, but also wants to get involved in other fields, so he has always wanted to cooperate with Lucas. At present, the domestic economic level continues to rise, which is a huge opportunity for businessmen in Hong Kong Island. Of course, the person who is most happy about this cooperation is Jiang Tianan. He can finally show his talents. Maybe he can even take the opportunity to take off and make the Jiang family take notice of him. Ruching, you should also go to Lu Xiao's company to take up the position. Lucas drank a glass of wine. He suddenly looked at Angela meaningfully. Angela pointed at herself, looking a little unhappy. She no longer had the business ambitions she once had and just wanted to slack off. Sister, this is a good opportunity. Short videos have great prospects, and with young Master Lu's strong financial resources, you can use your business acumen. Ella immediately pulled Angela happily and said, "Why don't you give Master Lu a toast?" "Ella, I don't feel comfortable drinking right now." Angela glanced at Ella with an unhappy look. "Why is it inconvenient? Besides, what's wrong with drinking a glass of wine? I remember that you could drink quite well. Big sister, drink it." Ella actually blamed Angela for not being grateful and not understanding the ways of the world. "You said that you have a grudge against Lucas, but you have no conflict with the Hong Kong Island boss. What's more, if you go to the Hong Kong Island boss's company, can't you display your talents? At least it's much better than slacking off in Dongxi Group." Of course, the reason Ella currying favor with Lu Jianquan is actually for Jiang Tianan. Now, Lu Jianquan is Jiang Tianan's mentor and future financial sponsor. If Dad knew, he would definitely blame you. Seeing that Angela still didn't move, Ella had to bring up David and then pulled Angela's hand and said coquettishly, "Big sister, just drink a cup, just a cup, come on. Big sister, Ella is not good at talking and doesn't speak well. I offended you before, and Ella swears that I will never do that again in the future. Come on, have a drink." Ella kept pulling her, and Angela couldn't help it and nodded reluctantly. Angela in surprise, wondering what's wrong with this woman. She seemed to be very embarrassed to drink with him. Of course, although he felt very strange, he didn't care too much. After all, Angela was invited by Lucas, and as a guest he had to give the host some face. He clinked glasses with Angela, and both drank it in one gulp. Angela felt a little uncomfortable after drinking, but she thought it was because she hadn't drunk for a long time. "One cup is not enough. Give me another one." At this time, Lucas suddenly said with a smile, "From now on, Mr. Lu will be your boss. You don't have to work in Dongxi Group. You can also show your talents in other companies and be more free. So have another drink." "Lucas, what's wrong with you? Drink if you want." Angela immediately retorted. The smile on Lucas' face quietly turned into a sneer. He didn't like Angela's attitude towards him. He looked at Ella and winked. Ella didn't know what Lucas was trying to do, but she still listened to Lucas and continued to persuade Angela. "Then have another glass, big sister. I know your alcohol tolerance. One glass won't be enough for you. Have another glass. It's just red wine. The alcohol content isn't that high. Look, everyone is happy today. You should be happy too. You've been promoted. If you do better and better in your new company, you may be able to restore the former glory of the Yi Group. In our family, you are the most promising one." Ella was soft and hard at the same time, coaxing Angela. Angela thought of David, the Yi Group, and even more so, the former glory of the Yi family. They used to have no worries about food and clothing, and were the rich and powerful people in Yuhai City. But then she thought of their current miserable situation. She finally picked up the wine glass again, walked over to Lu Jianquan, and toasted him. Deep in her heart, she always felt that she owed David a favor, and she always wanted to repay this favor. The Yi group was the biggest regret in David's heart, so it was possible that she hoped to revive the glory of the Yi group. After drinking this glass of wine, Angela also felt a little drunk, and with Ella's indulgence, she continued to drink with Lu Jianquan. At the table, everyone was drinking happily and joyfully. It was not until 9 o'clock in the evening that Lucas treated everyone to a change of venue and went to a nightclub. Everyone continued drinking, and by 1 o'clock in the morning, Lu Jianquan was already a little drunk, and Lucas asked Tao Xingyan to take Lu Jianquan home. After Tao Xingyan got into the car, Lucas smiled, hoping that the opportunity he created this time could mend the rift in the relationship between Tao Xingyun and Lu Jianquan. Because he knew very well that without Tao Xingyun, the woman, Lu Jianquan's cooperation with him would be superficial at best. Chapter 517, It Must Be Maria. She is not a good mother. The next morning, Lu Jianquan woke up in the hotel and was warmly bathed in the sun. He rubbed his temples and was about to get up when he suddenly realized that there was someone next to him. He sat up suddenly, looking at the woman beside him in disbelief, who was covered with a quilt with her shoulders exposed. "It's Tao Xingyun. What's going on?" Lu Jianquan exclaimed. Tao Xingyun was also woken up. She stared at Lu Jianquan in a daze. After she figured out what had happened, her pretty face was full of grievance. "Tao Xingyun, why are you in my bed?" Lu Jianquan asked in a cold voice, forgetting everything that happened last night. "You really don't remember?" Tao Xingyun bit his lip and suddenly smiled bitterly. "Forget it. It's nothing. I'm leaving. I'm leaving." She got up from the bed, found her clothes, stockings, and other things, went to the bathroom to wash up, and when she came out, she greeted Lu Jianquan as if nothing had happened, and then left. Lu Jianquan got drunk last night and was still in a daze. After Tao Xingyun left, he finally sobered up a little. He thought about the matter, then called the waiter and asked for the surveillance video of the hotel entrance and corridor. With the help of money, Lu Jianquan soon got what he wanted. He watched the video and found that he was the one pulling Tao Xingyun in the video. It was like this at the hotel entrance and in the corridor. "I kissed Tao Xingyun more forcefully, and then they both entered the room. Could it be that I have wronged her?" Lu Jianquan's pupils were trembling. He just thought that Tao Xingyun had done something to trick him into bed and then took the opportunity to blackmail him. This kind of plot is also very common in Hong Kong Island. But judging from the video, it was not Tao Xingyun who deceived him, but more like he took the initiative to find Tao Xingyun. And after waking up, Tao Xingyun didn't ask for anything. He just left as if nothing had happened. Thinking of this, Lu Jianquan quickly lifted the quilt and saw several scarlet bloodstains on the bed sheet. This made him suddenly feel a little sad. Could it be that the videos in the show are all fake and Xingyun actually has another secret? The reason why I hate Tao Xingyun is because she is too pretentious. She should be getting close to me for money, but now it seems that's not the case. Maybe she likes me as a person. Lu Jianquan suddenly wanted to know the answer, so he thought about it and called Lucas. "Tao Xingyun, let me put it this way, because I helped her ban some short videos, I have some understanding of the truth. Think about it. Who would kill a duck in a perverted way on a show? And those conversations with Zhao Lily in the corridor, who would do that? It's too boring. However, if the family is threatened, it's not certain. And Tao Xingyun's mother, why did she tell George so many secrets? If there was no threat, why would she do that?" Lucas said it with a hint of meaning, but did not explain the specific situation, leaving it ambiguous, leaving Lu Jianquan to guess for himself. But because the answer was vague, Lu Jianquan was confused. The more he thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. Yes, Tao Xingyun couldn't have suddenly done these things, unless the family is threatened. I really wronged her. On the other hand, Angela also had a big problem. She felt a stomachache when she woke up early in the morning, and she saw blood after going to the toilet. She was scared to death and rushed to the hospital for a checkup. "Ms. Yi, you had spotting this morning. We checked for you, and it was indeed stopped." After the examination, the doctor explained to Angela, "It's a pity that your fallopian tubes are blocked and adhered, so it's difficult to get pregnant. You missed this chance. Of course, you are still young, and there will still be a chance. Just check as usual and take care of your body." "Really gone?" "No, how could this be no?" Angela was very sad. She had been waiting for a long time, and it was finally coming to her. Don't be discouraged. Pregnancy is a long-distance race, and it requires a lot of patience. As for the cause of miscarriage, It is difficult to determine because you are in the early stages of pregnancy. It may be due to your physical condition, or it may be due to poor fetal development. Of course, it may also be due to diet, psychological factors, etc. The doctor comforted Angela. Angela could only keep wiping her tears, feeling that she had a miserable life. She really didn't ask for much. She just wanted a child. She suddenly thought of George's childhood. Could it be retribution? When George was very young, only 3 months old, she, who was already 6 years old at that time, once wanted to hug George, but Maria stopped her and told her that if she hugged George, the child would get used to the feeling of being hugged and would always want to be hugged. So, Maria didn't let Angela hug George, which resulted in George not crying or making a fuss when he was very young. He always lay in bed and looked very well behaved. George was held in his arms and comforted when he was a child was less than 10 times. Later, when Angela grew up, she still thought about this incident. She was very happy at that time and felt that she should not have hugged George, causing George to lack love forever. Perhaps because of this reason, God thinks that she lacks love and is not suitable to be a qualified mother, so she has never been able to conceive. It's all my fault. It's all my fault. Angela thought about it. The sadder she became because her selfishness had implicated the innocent child in her belly. Have you been drinking? The doctor asked at this time. Drinking, yes. Does it matter? Angela suddenly looked at the doctor. Of course there is. It depends on individual constitutions. Some people are prone to pregnancy and may not be affected, but some people are not suitable. In any case, you cannot drink alcohol, work hard, or stay up late during pregnancy. The doctor nodded slightly. Angela felt as if struck by lightning. Her eyes widened, and a strong sense of guilt surged into her heart. She was drunk last night. Could this be the reason? Go get some medicine and take care of your body. The doctor is still giving Angela instructions. But Angela has already left. She left in a daze. Her heart was confused and extremely confused. She didn't know if it was retribution or because of drinking. In short, it was all her fault. Ruching. As soon as I walked out of the maternity and child hospital, Fan Junjia ran over from a distance. He was Angela's lover. He used to be Angela's secretary in E-Group. There was a scandal about him back then. For Angela, he divorced his wife and even gave up their child. Junjia. After seeing Fan Junjia, Angela smiled bitterly, did not hug her lover, but squatted on the ground, stroking her face and crying. As soon as Fan Junjia saw her look, he knew what was going on, and he felt very uncomfortable, because this was not the first time, but many, many times, and each time it chilled his heart. It's all my fault. I finally got her pregnant, but I didn't protect her. It's all my fault. I'm not a qualified mother. It must be Maria. She's not a good mother, which makes me not a good mother either. The bad things she did implicated me. Ella also got pregnant and had a miscarriage, and so did I. Angela cried and cursed incoherently. Chapter 5:18. It was Lucas and Ella. They forced me to do it. Ruching, don't be too sad. This is God's decision and has nothing to do with anyone else. Although Fan Junjia felt very uncomfortable, he still comforted her. No, it's me. Angela looked up and looked at Fan Junjia with red eyes. I drank last night. I forgot that I can't drink. It must be because of the drinking I am drunk. Angela in disbelief. He didn't know if it had anything to do with drinking, but he couldn't understand why Angela was drinking at a time like this. It was Lucas and Ella who forced me to drink it. Angela suddenly thought of something. Her face turned grim, and then she left angrily. Ruching. Fan Junjia wanted to hold Angela, but for some reason, he didn't reach out his hand in the end. He is divorced, gave his wife a large sum of money, and has no children. But after being with Angela for these years, he missed his child more and more and waited hard for it. But in the end, he was disappointed again and again. Now Angela has failed again, which makes him feel very tired and discouraged. He also misses his ex-wife's children even more. Angela hurried back home. On the way, she thought a lot. The more she thought, the sadder she became, and the angrier she became. She blamed all the faults on Lucas and Ella. If they hadn't urged me to drink last night, how could I have not drunk much? Ella doesn't have children of her own, so she doesn't want to have children. She is jealous and envious. After returning to the Yi family villa, she looked at the place where she grew up. Her hurried steps stopped, and she suddenly felt suffocated. In the Yi family, everyone said that it was George who caused their family to be destroyed, and that George was an evil spirit and a reincarnated evil ghost. But now she knows that it is not true at all. George no longer interferes in the affairs of the Yi family. They're the ones who are fighting among themselves. Ruching, what's wrong with you? You look so pale. As soon as I entered, I saw David showering the flowers. David also saw Angela's pale face, without any blood color at all. Dad! Angela screamed. She really wanted to talk to David, but for some reason, she couldn't say anything. David was also involved in her drinking last night. She has always felt guilty towards David because David is not her biological father, but this guilt has caused her to be morally bound. I'm Fina, Angela said with a cold face, and quickly walked through the garden and the living room to Ella's room. Ella and Jang Tianin talking could also be heard from inside. Although it was very quiet, Angela could still hear it. Jiang Tianin, you follow Lu Jianquan and must seize the opportunity to stand out. Ella, you fought for me this time, and I will definitely make achievements. Although Lucas kept me by his side, he doesn't believe in me. I'm just like your elder sister. I seem to have a high status, but I actually have no power. Following Lu Jianquan, he gave me the power to do things. He made a promise to me last night. I believe you will succeed. Last time your father celebrated his birthday, he didn't invite you to attend. The Jang family's assets are all controlled by your brother. This time, you must impress them. Ella, I'm worried about you now. You should be careful when you stay with Lucas. He even dares to kill my sister. I'm most afraid that he will treat you like he treated Yuki. Keep your voice down. Don't let my dad hear you. Angela heard every word of the two people's whispers. She stood outside the door as if something had exploded. Her heart was pounding and her mind was dizzy. Yuki, was it Lucas who killed her? How is this possible? Ruching, what's wrong with you? At this time, David came over from the living room. Angela originally wanted to make trouble for Ella, but because of Yuki's matter, she is not in the mood now, and her mind is becoming more and more confused. Dad, I'm leaving. She didn't want to look for Ella anymore, nor did she want to talk too much with David. She just wanted to leave this home and go far away, whether it was abroad or to other provinces. Anyway, anywhere would be fine. She quickly passed David and walked toward the door. Just as she left, Ella and Jiang Tianan came out and looked at David in surprise. Dad, what's wrong? Nothing. It's just that Angela is a little bit strange. She seemed to want to find you just now, but she just stood in front of your door in a daze and didn't go in. David shook his head with a worried look on his face. Also, Angela looks very bad, as if she is sick. I don't know what happened to her. Ella and Jiang Tianan became nervous when they heard this. Could it be that their elder sister heard their conversation just now? Ella was extremely anxious. If Angela told this to others, Lucas would definitely be in trouble. And then who knows how David and Maria would treat Lucas. Once Lucas was in trouble, Ella would have nothing. Quick, chase him. Ella quickly pushed Jiang Tianan. Jiang Tianan realized it later and chased after her reluctantly, but after running out of the door, he could no longer see Angela, so he had no choice but to walk back. Ella felt more and more uneasy and didn't know what to do next. David didn't say anything either, thinking that Angela was upset because she knew they were not real father and daughter. At this time, Angela was leaving along the street and called an online taxi. She gradually calmed down after getting in the car, but her mind was still in a mess. She suddenly envied Lily for being able to leave this place of trouble early. At this time, a phone call came in. It was Fan Junjia. Ruching, I've thought about it for a long time, and I think it's time for us to end it. I know you will definitely be reluctant, but I have thought about it for a long time. During this period of time, I've been thinking that perhaps this is not the life I want. Thank you for your company over the years. I hope you can live happily forever. Angela was stunned after hearing this and looked out the window. Surprisingly, she didn't seem very sad or uncomfortable. It was as if her mood was frozen by cement and had become numb. Ruching, say something. Fan Junja noticed that something was wrong with Angela and said worriedly, although we broke up, we are still good friends. Angela was stunned for a few seconds and said calmly to the phone, I'm fine. I understand your feelings. You have always wanted a complete family, but I can't give it to you. And I also wish you to live happily. After saying that, she hung up the phone. Later, Fan Junja called again, but she didn't answer the call. Instead, she blocked him directly. Miss, we've arrived at the pedestrian street. The online car-hailing driver reminded at this time. Driver, keep driving. I'll give you the money. Angela looked out the car window with a confused look on her face. The online car-hailing driver glanced at Angela through the rearview mirror and finally agreed. He took Angela around the city. After driving around for a few hours, Angela suddenly wanted to go to Yi Group. Chapter 519. Children are everything to her. The online taxi driver brought Angela to the former Yi Group. only to find that the building was already deserted. The front door was locked with an iron lock, and it was pitch black inside. It no longer had the splendor and prosperity of the past. Angela walked over and sat down on the dusty steps. She was very tired, so she fell down to rest while sitting and then fell asleep. She had a dream and returned to her most glorious days. She was in charge of the huge E-group. Although she had social engagements every day, when she got home from work, the warm lights in the house were always on for her. In the living room, her younger brother George was still waiting for her, serving her steaming porridge and washing her feet. She even dreamed that George went to E-group to deliver food again, but she did not let the security guard drive George away. Instead, she introduced George as her younger brother in front of all the employees. At that time, she was not disgusted but very proud. She happily held George's hand and went to the office. She also dreamed that Yuki, Ella, Lily, and others came to the company, and they worked and ate together. At that time, Yuki was still a teacher, doing her favorite job. Ella is still a big star. She is very beautiful and well-mannered, and there are many men pursuing her. Lily also graduated and is helping out at E-Group. Everyone is selfless, and there is no intrigue. She dreamed again that Maria came back with a man, her biological father, but in the end she chose David. She also dreamed of a little boy who held her hand and kept calling her mom. When she was young, she was strong, overbearing, and arrogant like a strong woman. Only when she reached a certain age did she realize that her children were everything to her. Angela didn't go home for several days. Ella and David were also very worried. David felt that Angela's expression was not right that day, and her attitude towards him was also strange. He intuitively felt that something must have happened again. Ella is worried that if Angela exposes those things, the consequences will be out of control. Dad, have you found my eldest sister's friend? I found them all. In fact, after the E-Group went bankrupt, your eldest sister didn't have any friends left. She didn't know how to behave before. She was domineering and overbearing, and those friends have long since stayed away from her. Did you look for Lucas? I asked, but I didn't see him. I also looked for Fan Junjia, but I couldn't get through to him on the phone. He seemed to have left the South. I guess the couple must have gone on a trip somewhere. Traveling is fine. My eldest sister has been on edge all the time. It's good to go and relax. What I'm most afraid of is that it's not a trip. Ella sighed, but still agreed with David's guess. Maybe Angela couldn't accept the reality, so she left this place of trouble. As long as Angela doesn't tell anyone about that, just ignore her for now. She will come back when she figures it out. Seeing Ella's expression, David opened his mouth and wanted to tell Ella that he had also found George. Although George didn't want to see him at first, he found Johnson and tried to persuade him for a long time, almost kneeling down, before Johnson finally agreed to take him to see George. Of course, George also replied to him that he had not seen Angela and did not know what had happened to Angela. Although George's attitude was very cold at the time, David still intuitively felt that it was related to George. It must be George who provoked Angela. After all, it was not the first time that George dealt with the Yi family in this way. Unfortunately, these were just his guesses, and in the end he had no choice but to leave. George did meet with David, and he was also quite puzzled about Angela's disappearance. Of course, he didn't take it to heart. His emotional disputes with several sisters of the Yi family have now ended. He will not deal with them or care about them. His mind is focused on his career. At present, the era of e-commerce live streaming has begun, and many internet celebrities have started live streaming to sell goods. And the development momentum is very good. Capitalists everywhere also sensed the trend and began to cooperate with Tianyin Group one after another. In short, Tianyin short video is starting to get on the right track, and George can let go and focus on the layout of Tianwei technology and new energy. Director Yi, Dongshu Group, is cooperating with Jianxing Company, which was founded by Liu Jianxing. They have launched a variety of short video fields and intend to attack our Tianyin Group from other tracks. Johnson then said, moreover, Dongshu Group has established an entertainment company, which is managed by Ella. Liu Jianquan from Hong Kong Island invested heavily in it, and is currently promoting the internet celebrity Tao Xingyun. Olivia was surprised after hearing this. They still dare to praise Tao Xingyun. Aren't they afraid of being scolded to death? Johnson looked at Olivia and said, Dongshu Group has invested a huge amount of resources to whitewash Tao Xingyun and reshape Tao Xingyun's personality by doing charity, helping lonely elderly people, children in mountainous areas, etc. Although many people on the internet do not believe Tao Xingyun. A small number of people have changed their views, because Tao Xingyun is also implicitly reminding that she is controlled by capital in the program Life of the Soul. No matter what, using both the criticism and the support has actually increased Tao Xingyun's popularity. Watch this video. Johnson finished speaking. He projected the video he found on the internet into the conference room. In the video, it was raining, and Tao Xingyun was helping the children in the mountains in the rain. He was very patient and careful, and there were some spectators watching nearby. Sister Xingyun is getting caught in the rain again, and I think I see tears in her eyes. You may not know this, but when Xingyun was little, she had a very good friend who died in a car accident. It was raining when the accident happened, so every time it rains, Xingyun will think of her dead friend and feel like her friend is hugging her. Sister Xingyun is so kind. She's a very genuine person and a first-rate friend. I can't understand why such a kind girl would be targeted. Capital, I heard someone's cake was touched. Look, look, Sister Xingyun is crying again. I heard her complaining to the heavens in a low voice, saying, "Oh my God, why did you treat her like this? So affectionate." This video has a high click-through rate and a lot of praise comments. After watching the video, the senior leaders in the conference room all had gloomy faces. The video made them want to vomit. It was too exaggerated and fake, just like an idol drama. What kind of people are in the target audience? Mr. Yi. Several senior leaders looked at George in confusion. George smiled and said, "This kind of video that creates a persona and is full of sensationalism is aimed at those who have just entered the society. These people have the time and energy, and once they fall in love with an idol, they will chase them to death. To put it bluntly, they have not experienced the hardships of society and are a bit brain dead." Although the video is very fake and contrived, the person who planned it is a master and is very targeted. Everyone was shocked after hearing this. Johnson continued, "Moreover, Ella is planning to let Tao Xingyun debut as a singer. It is said that she has tailor-made several songs for him, and Ella is in charge of it herself." Chapter 520. Instead of being passive, it is better to take the initiative. A person who has already become stinky wants to come out and rehash old stories. George sneered. "Notify Tianjin Entertainment to release a few popular songs first. After the meeting, I will personally name which songs and who will be responsible for singing these songs. However, there is no need to waste too much time on Tao Xingyun. The only one left is Lu Jianquan. He is a traitor and deserves a lesson. He still owes me an apology. No matter what video track he enters, we will do our best to snipe him and acquire short videos in related fields. I will announce the list later, and you can go and acquire them, such as Shiwa Video and others. I don't want Lu Jianquan to get a single bite in the short video field." George has already shown signs of taking action. He had been watching for some time because he wanted to find out what Lucas' trump card was, but now he has roughly figured it out. It's the Gu family of Yin Jing. At this time, he doesn't need to be timid or worried about anything. He just needs to go all out. If enemies come, we will stop them. If water comes, we will block it with earth. What is coming will come. Instead of being passive, it is better to be proactive. By the way, our layout of battery energy plants in various southern cities has been stopped. It was also caused by Dongxi Group. They complained about environmental protection and other issues. In addition, they have connections in Yanjing, so they banned our investment in various cities. Johnson spoke again. "Don't worry about this. It will be unblocked soon." George smiled with a strategic look. He dared to make arrangements in the battery field early, so he must have a comprehensive plan. After the meeting, a phone call came in. It was Xiaoling Yun. "Brother-in-law, come and help. Call your bodyguards to Sakura Villa. Quickly." Xiaoling Yun's voice was filled with anger and anxiety, and then he hung up the phone. George was shocked. What happened? He immediately called Wang Wei and found out the reason through the internet. Soon, Wang Wei found the reason. It turned out that Lucas was entertaining several official bigwigs at Sakura Villa. Lu Yinyan suddenly came and brought a large number of bodyguards. They surrounded the entire villa to deal with Lucas. What's going on? A fight on the road. George stared when he knew the reason. This crazy woman Lu Yinyan is really capable of doing anything. But why is Xiaoling Yun in such a hurry? Isn't it better to just sit on the mountain and watch the fight between the two tigers? Brother Chun, call the police. Olivia proposed immediately. They are all celebrities. Calling the police will cause social unrest. It's better not to call the police. But why did your brother interfere? Isn't it better to let them fight? George found it difficult to understand. he still called the group's bodyguards to set off. One after another, black Maybachs set out from the group. When they arrived, they saw that the front of the villa was filled with a large number of cars, densely packed. Chi Dan, Uncle Chun, and Lu Ruihao immediately led the bodyguards to clear the way and escorted George into the villa. However, George could still see that things were not out of control. The bodyguards of both sides did not fight, but stood there with swords drawn. After entering the villa, bursts of roars were heard. In an open space, Lucas, Uncle Wu, Lu Yinyun, and Xiao Lingyun were fighting. Maybe they didn't dare to make a big trouble, so they didn't let the bodyguards take action. Only the master was beating. Lu Yinyun looks like a woman, but she is very fierce. She fought with Lucas on equal terms, and neither of them could gain the upper hand. Xiao Lingyun is quite skilled, but he met Uncle Wu, who looks old but has agile hands and feet, and is even more powerful than the young and strong bodyguards. Lucas, you killed Axia, kill my brother, and you dare to kill me. I, Lu Yinyun, will kill you today. There were footprints on Lu Yinyun's body. His hair was messy. There was blood at the corners of his mouth, and he looked very aggressive. Lu Yinyun, I've told you so many times I didn't kill Axia, and I didn't ask anyone to kill you. Lucas' situation wasn't much better. There were scratches on his face from Lu Yinyun's nails, and his face turned black with anger. He also didn't expect Lu Yinyun to be so crazy. He brought a group of people to Sakura Villa and threatened to take his life. What made him most angry was that Lu Yinyun didn't listen to his explanation at all and insisted that he was the murderer and wanted to kill him right away. Lucas, I want you dead. Lu Yinyun rushed over again. Lucas picked up a stone nearby and smashed it on Lu Yinyun's head, but Lu Yinyun, as crazy as she was, didn't feel any pain at all. She grabbed Lucas' neck with both hands and even bit Lucas' ear. Master Yi, Uncle Wu was struggling with Xiao Lingyun. He originally wanted to call on his bodyguards to take action, but both Lu Yinyun and Xiao Lingyun brought bodyguards. If the bodyguards of both sides joined the battlefield, it would be a melee, and maybe a bodyguard would take advantage of the chaos to kill people. In order to prevent the situation from getting out of control, he finally held back. Lu Yinyun, let me go. Lucas's ear was almost bitten off. He gasped in pain and kept hitting Lu Yinyun's head with a stone. The two men fell to the ground, entangled with each other, and fought violently. After all, Lucas was stronger. After throwing away the stone, he strangled Lu Yinyun's neck with both hands, causing Lu Yinyun to suffocate. Her hands that were strangling Lucas' neck gradually lost strength. The person who wants to kill me hasn't been born yet. Lucas' eyes were bloodshot and his face was ferocious. He is now like a wild dog forced into a dead end. Anyone who approaches will be bitten to death by him. Lu Yinyun. When Xiao Lingyun saw that Lu Yinyun was an urgent situation, he wanted to rush over to help, but was stopped by Uncle Wu. In fact, Uncle Wu was also afraid that Lucas would get so angry that he would kill Lu Yinyun by mistake. But if he tried to stop Lucas, he was afraid that Lu Yinyun would hurt Lucas in the chaos, and might even kill Lucas accidentally. So he is also in a stage of hesitation now. Of course, during the few minutes he was considering, Lucas really made the fatal move. Since Lu Yinyun keeps pestering me, let's kill her first. At this moment, he suddenly noticed that there was a shadow next to Lu Yinyun. The owner of this shadow was standing behind him. He didn't know who was coming. Lucas subconsciously looked back and immediately gasped. George was seen standing behind him, wearing a dark blue suit and holding a stone in his hand, and he had already raised the stone. Looking at George, it seems like he wants to beat Lucas to death. George, what are you doing? This is a matter between me and Lu Yinyun. It has nothing to do with you. Lucas immediately threatened, but George remained indifferent, like the god of death holding a scythe, looking at Lucas coldly. Lucas clearly saw George's expression, which was cold and ruthless, as if he and Lucas had a blood feud. So Lucas felt fear at the first moment, knowing that George really wanted to kill him. Why is this happening? Even though Lucas and George have a grudge against each other, it has not reached the point of murder. After he came back, he fought with George many times, but no one dared to break the window paper easily, and no one dared to break the rules easily. Of course, what Lucas found most difficult to understand was why George wanted to kill him so badly. Little did he know that when George looked at Lucas, it was as if he saw his previous life. George died with hatred in the previous life, and the culprit was Lucas, followed by Maria and Liang Yong. Chapter 5:21. Lucas was very angry and furious. Brother, don't kill me. I was wrong. I was really wrong. Uncle Wu. Save me, save me. After just a few seconds, Lucas felt like a century had passed. In panic, he began to beg for mercy. It seemed that he was no longer the chairman of Dongshi Group, but returned to his previous state, just the youngest son of the Yi family and George, his younger brother. Although he has been in the limelight during this period and even dared to challenge George head on, deep down in his heart, he is actually very afraid of George. In the past, you let the sisters of the Yi family act as shields for you. Then you let David and Maria take the blame, and finally you let the Liang family take the blame. Now you have no one left, only this Uncle Wu. George's voice was very cold, and as he looked down at Lucas, there was indeed cold, murderous intent in his eyes. In fact, George did have many opportunities to kill Lucas, but this time was the best time and place. Smashed the stone in his hand towards Lucas' head. George, don't you dare. Uncle Wu didn't expect George to come suddenly and interfere in this matter. Brother-in-law, Xiaoling Yun was also surprised, but when he saw George's actions, he became worried about George, fearing that George had accidentally killed Lucas. After all, the cost of doing so is very high. No, brother, I was wrong. Please don't kill me. I really regret what I have done to you. Lucas looked at the stone coming at him and shouted with a pale face. At the same time, he withdrew his hand that was pinching Lu Yinyun's neck, put his hands in front of his face, and closed his eyes in fear. However, the imagined scene did not happen. When Lucas reacted and opened his eyes, he saw that George had already thrown the stone and did not kill him on impulse. Plop! Lucas's whole body went limp like a puddle of mud, with cold sweat all over his body. In just that short minute, Lucas felt like he had walked through the hall of hell. Lucas, I don't need to kill you. You have already been sentenced to death. Take care of yourself. George looked at Lucas coldly. At the moment of his attack, he finally calmed down. Although this was the best opportunity to kill Lucas, George knew that if he killed Lucas, he would have to pay a heavy price, as the second-tier wealthy family, the Gu family, would definitely not let him go. George now has Olivia and a group of people who love him. It's not worth it for Lucas. Beep, beep, beep. At this time, the police car drove in, followed by a large number of police officers who came down and took control of the scene. They saw Lucas and Lu Yinyun fighting. They didn't know how to start. Fortunately, Huang Zhongwan also came and persuaded both parties, hoping that they would give him some face. Finally, Lucas and Lu Yinyun were taken away by the police. During this process, Ma Zijuan also came. He seemed to have just learned about the situation. He used a towel to wipe the blood off Lucas and helped Lucas get into the car. Huang Zhongwan also came over to George, chatted for a few words, and then went back. The authorities will obviously not file a case for this fight, nor will they magnify the case. They will just classify it as a civil dispute and let Lucas and Lu Yinyun mediate between themselves. Of course, given the grudge between the two of them, it is estimated that it cannot be mediated. Huang Zhongwan had no choice but to remind both parties that they could make a fuss, but they should not make a big fuss and should not bring any impact to the society. Of course, Lucas and Lu Yinyun also tacitly handed over a few bodyguards to take the blame. First, try to distance yourself from the matter as much as possible. Second, give an explanation to the higher-ups. After all, if you do these things on someone else's territory and hand over a few people, it will give the higher-ups an excuse to get away with it. Lucas came out of the police station. He was very angry and furious. He obviously didn't expect that at a time of life and death, he would be so afraid of George, like a nightmare. He yelled at Uncle Wu and Ma Zijuan, saying that if George hadn't done something bad, he would definitely kill Lu Yinyun. He was so angry that he wanted to gamble his life with George and die together with George. He even guessed that the reason why Lu Yinyun stabbed him in the back was because of George. Uncle Wu and Ma Zijuan were both shocked by Lucas' emotions and felt that Lucas seemed a little possessed. Mr. Yi, no matter what, George was once your brother. You're both big shots now. If either of you suffers a loss, it will be disastrous. If it really doesn't work, shaking hands and making peace is fine. You two don't have any hatred for each other's father's death. Maybe you bullied George when you were a child, and George may have retaliated against you when you grew up, but these don't meet the conditions of being mortal enemies. Just listen to my advice. What's done is done. If he doesn't want to forgive you, you don't have to beg him humbly. Just keep to yourself and don't confront him. Ma Zijuan had already found out about the conflict between Lucas and George and tried to persuade him earnestly. Of course, these words come from the heart. Lucas fell into deep thought after hearing this. Ever since he returned with great power, He thought he had George in his grasp, but he failed time and time again. Because of this problem, he was indeed a little obsessed. This is a little different from his previous personality. With his personality, if he meets someone he can't defeat, he will pretend to be a coward and pull someone else out to take the blame. So, is he trying to find a way to make peace with George? Of course, he was only hesitant and dazed for a short time. In fact, he had a hunch that George could let anyone from the Yi family go, but he would not let him go. Because George wanted to avenge his grandfather Yi Jindong, seek justice for his mother Xiao Yuer, and even for Yuki. George was waiting for Xiao Lingyun to come out at the police station entrance, and then he saw Xiao Lingyun and Lu Yinyun walking out, talking and laughing. After getting in the car, Xiao Lingyun asked Lu Yinyun whether her injury was serious. It's a small matter. Lucas was injured more seriously than me. Lao Xia, don't underestimate me. Lu Yinyun said carelessly, and looked at George again, without giving George a good look. Her biggest enemy now is Lucas, but that doesn't mean she has made peace with George. Even though George just saved her, she doesn't appreciate it. George ignored him and looked at Olivia instead. They both felt that Xiao Lingyun's attitude towards Lu Yinyun was very strange. Of course, Lu Yinyun treats Xiao Lingyun in the same way. Could it be that these two are going for something? However, if one day in the future Lu Yinyun finds out that they were the ones who killed Axia and Lu Jiyun, this time bomb of Lu Yinyun will explode. In short, Xiao Lingyun and Lu Yinyun were too close, so it was inevitable that they would reveal some clues and be noticed by Lu Yinyun. Brother, we live in a society ruled by law now. Aren't you afraid of getting into trouble by making such a big fuss? Bodyguards are there to protect people, not to be thugs. Be careful next time. George waited until Xiao Lingyun and Lu Yinyun finished chatting, and then gave a light reminder. What are you paying attention to? Lucas is lucky this time. Next time, I will definitely kill him. Lu Yinyun said coldly, looking at George. George, don't meddle in other people's business. I will deal with you after I have settled my feud with Lucas. She said seriously, tell me honestly, did you kill Axia? George was stunned for a moment and saw the murderous intent in Lu Yinyun's eyes. He said lightly, Lu Yinyun, with your IQ, you should be able to guess who killed him. Lu Yinyun was slightly stunned, then nodded. Yes, I guessed it had nothing to do with you. It must be Lucas. Chapter 522. Creative Collision. What about the others? George opened his mouth, but didn't say any more on this topic. He reminded her, Ms. Lu, after this incident, Lucas knows that there is no chance for him to make peace with you. It's better not to wait too long. He might really kill you. Come if you want. Who's afraid of who? Lu Yinyun was not afraid at all. Xiao Lingyun remained silent after hearing this. George's reminder calmed him down. Based on his understanding of Lucas, this guy was like a sinister, poisonous snake that dared to bite anyone, especially since it seems like the two sides are about to engage in hand-to-hand combat. We have to be on guard. Brother-in-law, you almost killed Lucas just now. George seriously again. Yeah, almost. George nodded slightly. Luckily you calmed down. Xiao Lingyun said meaningfully. When we reach our level, we can fight freely within the rules, but once we go beyond the rules, it will be very troublesome. Brother, I understand. George smiled slightly, then looked at Olivia again. Just now, when they were waiting for Xiao Lingyun and Lu Yinyun, Olivia had complained to him more than once, and George had to waste a lot of time to coax Olivia. He also promised Olivia that such a thing would never happen again, and even if he really had to deal with Lucas, George would never do it himself. Xiao Lingyun, you are very loyal this time. I just called you, and you called so many people. That's great. You are my brother. Lu Yinyun looked at Xiao Lingyun at this time, as if re-examining Xiao Lingyun. Next, we will join forces and kill Lucas. Xiao Lingyun said seriously. This time, I mobilized a lot of people. Although the incident was suppressed, the top management was still alarmed. My father and grandfather called me more than once and scolded me. So I still want to continue to deal with Lucas, After listening to this, Lu Yinyun sighed and realized that it was a bit too much to ask. Unexpectedly, Xiao Lingyun continued. You have to pay more. Ella has already started working and founded an entertainment company called Ella Kadai with the funds from Lucas and Lu Jianquan. With Ella's familiarity with the entertainment industry, she is confident that she can thrive. Moreover, what makes Ella different from other entertainment companies is that it focuses on cultivating internet celebrities, and the company's current main star is Tao Xingyun. Ella also hopes to break through Tao Xingyun and make the company famous. Of course, when she was busy, she was also paying attention to Angela's news, but still no news. Xingyun, you have a lot of attention in the market, but if you want to enter the entertainment industry, you still lack the foundation. I plan to let you enter the industry through singing, which is the most suitable at the moment. I worked on these songs late into the night these past few days. I've captured the market's direction and trends, and they should make you a big hit. Ella said to Tao Xingyun in the office. She has been working overtime and staying up late these days, and has invited the previous recording team to join in and finally created some very good songs. She is confident that once these songs are posted on the internet, they will surely attract countless attention. You know, Ella started out as a singer and later got involved in film and television, etc. In this regard, she has enough experience. Sister Ella, I will never let you down. Tao Xingyun is wearing a JK skirt with a delicate oval face and a ponytail. She looks pure and lively and has a fatal temptation to otakus. Your image this time has to change. Imitate the Korean girl groups and go for the pure and sexy style. Short skirts and black stockings are a must. Ella looked Tao Xingyun up and down and said, "You have a good foundation. With some packaging, you will definitely be able to do it. Now let's rehearse the song and dance first." She took Tao Xingyun to the recording studio and asked Tao Xingyun to sing the song she had composed, and kept giving pointers on some of the more difficult parts. I have to say that Tao Xingyun does have musical talent. He has a good grasp of rhythm and tone. His fast songs are dynamic, and his slow songs are emotional. In the next few days, Ella accompanied Tao Xingyun in rehearsals at the company and sweated a lot. At the same time, the company was also promoting Tao Xingyun in advance, revealing a little bit of news about the album, which attracted the attention of many young fans. Today, the day promised for the album's release has arrived. Early in the morning, Jang Tianin called and said that he was ready and prepared to broadcast it simultaneously on all major short video websites. Afterwards, Lu Jinquan also called and told Ella to ensure the success of the album. Ella could hear that Lu Jinquan seemed to have resolved the misunderstanding with Tao Xingyun, and the two were moving in a good direction, which also made Ella very happy. Because she knew that as long as this young master from Hong Kong supported Tao Xingyun's chances of becoming famous would double. Be ready to release the album at 9. Ella notified her assistant, manager, and others, and then opened the pop song website. The assistant, holding a tablet next to him, said, "At present, we have analyzed the most popular songs of the season from several popular music apps. The first one is Hope. The second one is Girl's Prayer. The third one is Red Sun Fire. And the fourth one is..." She kept talking, and then said with anticipation, "I think once the Nebula album is released, it will be in the top 3 within 3 days and top the charts within 5 days." Ella nodded slightly. Although she was very confident in herself, she was still modest. Don't make any promises yet. The market is the most difficult to master. At this time, Tao Xingyun next to him suddenly asked curiously, "Sister Lu, you just said that the #1 song is Hope. Can you play this song for us to listen to?" Assistant Xiao Lu smiled and nodded, turned on Bluetooth, and connected to the speakers in the office. A familiar melody began to float out, and Ella and the others were stunned when they heard it. They listened with wide eyes, then looked at each other, and goosebumps appeared all over their bodies. The song lasted 4 minutes, but they listened to it all the way through. After the music ended, they still had expressions as if they had seen a ghost. How was it possible? Isn't this song Hope the Nebula's hit song Dawn? Ella looked at her assistant Xiao Lu in shock. Except for the song title, everything else is exactly the same. "Xiao Lu, who sings this song?" Assistant Xiao Lu immediately said, "It's a girl named Xiao Cafe. She's not an internet celebrity, but a singer from Tianjin Entertainment." "It's Tianjin Entertainment." Ella stood up angrily. She had just guessed it. In fact, although she seemed to be busy during this period, she was also paying attention to George and wanted to know as much news about him as possible. Because she had a hunch that George would not let them have it easy, especially after Lucas had attacked repeatedly. George would definitely fight back. Sure enough, George fought back, quietly releasing a song called Hope, which is exactly the same as their Dawn. "Sister Ella, wasn't the song Dawn you gave me written by you alone? Why is Xiao Cafe also singing it? Did the news leak out from somewhere?" Tao Xingyun was also a little anxious. Her album was going to be released at 9 o'clock, but who knew that her songs had already been in the music industry? The news leaked. Ella was also thinking in this direction, but she felt it was strange. They were clearly rehearsing and recording in secret, so she asked, "What about Xiao Caif's other songs?" Xiao Caif also just debuted not too long ago. The song Hope, released as the album's title song, and there are other songs as well. Assistant Xiao Lu played other songs. Ella and Tao Xingyun listened carefully, and the more they listened, the more horrified they found it. The songs in the entire album were not only very similar to their songs, but they were exactly the same. If the first song is a creative collision, what about the others? Chapter 523. Counter Sue, who is plagiarizing whom? For a moment, the three of them were silent. Their noses were crooked with anger. Ella, the time is almost up for our album to be released. Assistant Xiao Lu glanced at his watch and said anxiously, "This is our company's first album. The internet celebrities we're going to promote are all waiting. After this album is released, it will be their turn. So we can't not release it. Publish as usual." Ella thought about it and made a quick decision. Tianjin Entertainment plagiarized our song. After our album is released, I will sue them until they are bankrupt. Assistant Xiao Lu immediately made a phone call and started releasing the album. At the same time, Tao Xingyun songs were available on major music apps, and promotional channels such as short videos were launched simultaneously. Long before the album was released, Ella used various resources to promote it. So once it was released, it immediately attracted a lot of people's attention. It sounded good. Sister Xingyun's singing is indeed beautiful. Of course, she has talent. When she was a host, she often sang. This time she not only sang, but also danced. She was beautiful, with black stockings and long legs. Wait a minute. This album is exactly the same as Little Coffee's album Hope, and Little Coffee sings better. She is no worse than Nebula at all. Yeah, no wonder I said it was so familiar. What does it mean now? Two people releasing an album. Different voices are beginning to be heard on the internet. Many people even compared albums and found that Xiao Caif's is indeed better than Tao Xingyun's. At this time, Ella was waiting in the company. Ella and others have been paying attention to the performance of the album and found that if there was no Xiao Caif, their album Dawn would definitely be number one. But with Xiao Caif, not only did their ranking fail to improve, they were also ridiculed and mocked by many people, saying that they were plagiarizing. Sister Ella, what should we do next? We have put so much effort into preparing, but in the end we are not as good as Xiao Caif. She is copying us. Tao Xingyun looked at the insults on the internet and burst into tears out of grievance. She had been practicing dancing for so long that her feet were peeling and her throat was hoarse. She thought she would become an overnight sensation, but in the end, her hard work was stolen. Lu Jianquan even made a special phone call to comfort Tao Xingyun. He was also very unhappy after knowing the reason and asked Ella to prepare to sue Tianjin Entertainment. "We have to sue. George has gone too far." Ella was so angry that her face turned red. She said to her assistant, "Notify all major media outlets and tell them that Ella S. Company is going to sue Tianjin Entertainment because they plagiarized." "Ella, are you sure?" The assistant hesitated. "Yes, 100% sure." Ella was sure because these songs were really written by her. She even stayed up for 3 days and 3 nights and drank more than 10 buckets of coffee. No one in this world knows these songs more familiarly than her. She has the confidence. The next day, all major media and short videos reported that Ella Kadai's company sued Tianjin Entertainment, especially the song Hope, which attracted more attention due to copyright issues. Dongshu Group and Lu Jianquan's company are both providing support. The Public Relations Department and the Legal Department are preparing evidence, trying to discredit Tianjin Entertainment in one fell swoop, and even implicate the parent company Tianjin Entertainment. Just when the news was spreading in the media, a statement was released. It turns out that Xiao Caif's Hope had applied for the copyright more than a month ago, so Tianjin Entertainment questioned Ella Kadai in front of the public, asking where their copyright was. When the statement came out, Ella was stunned. She first checked the copyright application time of Hope and found out that it was 3 days after Ella Kadai Company was established. At that time, Ella had not yet started composing songs and was dealing with internal affairs of the company. So, who is plagiarizing whom? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Ella was so angry that she was going crazy, and her confidence from yesterday was also shaken. The song she created with so much effort was created by someone before her, and the copyright was even applied for. This must be a ghost. At the same time, Jiang Tianan and Lu Jianquan also called and found out that Tianjin Entertainment had obtained the copyright earlier than Ella. and they were at a loss for a moment. Of course, they couldn't figure it out either. After all, weren't these songs written by Ella herself? Could it be that Tianji Entertainment is a bug in Ella's brain and knows everything Ella is thinking? Next, Tianji Entertainment took the initiative and sent a lawyer's letter, suing Ella Kadai for plagiarism. Now, Tianji Entertainment has provided copyright evidence, but Ella Kadai Company cannot provide it all. Even if it does, the date will not be earlier than Tianji Entertainment. Therefore, Tianji Entertainment is bound to win the lawsuit, and Ella will have to pay the company a huge sum of money in compensation. After the news came out, there was a lot of ridicule on the internet. This Tao Xingyun wanted to debut through singing, but ended up getting caught up in a plagiarism scandal. How funny. What does it have to do with Xingyun? She signed a contract with the company. She sang whatever the company arranged for her to sing. The company cheated her. I was just curious. How could they have the nerve to sue Little Coffee? Now the truth is out. It's a typical case of the thief crying thief. Ella's company is embroiled in lawsuits, and it will be hard for her to get back on her feet. She was beaten up as soon as she showed up. In the company, Ella had been keeping an eye on how things were going. When she saw all the scolding, she felt so aggrieved that she almost cried. I did not plagiarize. Absolutely not plagiarize. I am 100% sure that this is my creation. But who would believe her? Tianji Entertainment has made the copyright issue clear. What else can Ella do? Ella, this is not a matter of plagiarism, but a matter of lawsuit. Tianji Entertainment not only sued us for infringing their copyright, but also sued us for tarnishing their company's image. Jiang Tiannan was comforting Ella. He was helpless about this matter and felt very troubled. He also didn't expect that Ella would die before she could accomplish her mission. Lucas and Liu Jianquan both prepared a large sum of money for Ella to squander, but the company ended up failing after just over a month. Tiannan, what should we do next? Ella was a little panicked. It is inevitable to pay compensation, and we have to apologize to Tianji Entertainment on the public channel. Moreover, it will be difficult for Ella to remember this after this incident, because the lawsuit alone will take several months, and her reputation will be ruined. It will be more convenient to register a new company with this time. Ella helplessly. Ella heard this. She fell powerlessly on the sofa. Tao Xingyun didn't say anything. After learning that the company was going to go bankrupt, she felt extremely upset. This company was only established for over a month, and it is said that after all the connections and everything, the investment is close to 100 million. And then it's gone? She, Tao Xingyun, was just thinking about making a big splash and becoming famous all over the country. Can you really do whatever you want if you have money? Tao Xingyun once again experienced the horror of George. Even though she had the support of Dongshu Group and Liu Jianquan, George could kill her as easily as killing an ant. It seems that she shouldn't offend George. Chapter 524. The answer you want in your heart. But Tao Xingyun didn't know that Liu Jianquan was also in trouble at the moment. He personally created many short videos on different tracks, including esports games, local food, trendy clothing, country life, foreign people's voices, and so on. These tracks do not overlap with Tianjin's short video, and he's familiar with the process of creating short videos, so he thought he would be able to shine. Who knew that the investment was so huge and funds were pouring in, but the effect was so weak? You know, this is with the help of a short video. Otherwise, the results would be even worse. Especially in terms of algorithms, he recruited a large number of scientific researchers and spent a lot of money, but it was still not as good as Tianjin's short video's algorithm. Only when you manage a household do you know how expensive firewood and rice are. Now he understands this deeply. Moreover, his father also called him and scolded him, saying that he gave up the shares of Tianjin Group and started his own business, which was not a good decision at all. He also said that he had no idea that Tianjin's short video did not grow up overnight, and George spent several years to build it. Faced with his father's scolding, Liu Jianquan did not dare to retort. In fact, he was very regretful in his heart. Mr. Liu, our local dialect app has been ordered by the higher-ups to be rectified. Jang Tiannan walked in at this time. Why do we need to make another rectification? We have already made rectifications many times. Liu Jinchuan's voice was unhappy. Jiang Tiannan hesitated and said, "This app is mainly based on the daily life of foreign people. In fact, it violates the domestic information law, etc. It is said to be rectified, but in fact it is not allowed to be listed. This is also the trend in China. It has not been open to the public on the internet." Throw that star. Liu Jian kept swearing. This app had the highest traffic among all his tracks because it recorded life abroad and had a curious flavor. However, it was blocked. There are many new short video apps on the market now. I have investigated and found that they are highly similar to our short videos. The company that acquired these short video apps is Tianyin Group. Jiang Tiannan's face was gloomy, and he continued, I suspect that the purpose of Tianyin Group is to block us from all directions. Lu Jianquan was even angrier than before. Damn it, George, you want to fight me to the end, right? Fine, let's fight and see who has the upper hand. He got angry. In Hong Kong Island, who dares not respect him, not to mention fighting with him? Even meeting him requires being polite. Just a George, a mainland nouveau riche, is worthy of fighting the Lu family to the end. In the next 10 days, Lu Jianquan transferred funds from Hong Kong Island and invested heavily in promoting several of his apps, and also attracted a large amount of traffic from short video. Lucas naturally supported Lu Jianquan and removed many short video advertisements, leaving them exclusively for Lu Jianquan's app. However, when they thought George would back down, who knew that George also invested heavily in promoting those apps, pouring 60% of Tianyin short videos resources into it, attracting crazy traffic. Not only do we have to fight Lu Jianquan to the end, but we also have to tell Lu Jianquan that he is not qualified to get involved in any short video track. Boss Lu, we have invested a lot of money to attract customers, but the effect is not great. If this continues, we will lose a lot of money. Tianyin Group has also invested a lot of money, but several of their apps have entered the top 20 in terms of downloads and are besieging us from all sides. Now, we have no choice. First, increase capital investment. Second, stop loss in time. The Tianyin Group eats the meat themselves and doesn't even give us a sip of soup. In the conference room, leaders of various departments all look depressed. They all know that they cannot compete with Tianyin Group in the short video market. They spend money, and others do the same. They attract traffic, and others attract more traffic. Even if it means losing money, they must seize the market and not let them have a place to stand. After listening to this, Lu Jianquan sat there like a puddle of mud. Jiang Tian and couldn't help wailing in his heart when he saw Lu Jianquan's miserable appearance. Ella and his future are ruined again. George is so cruel. At this time, Lu Jianquan received a phone call. To his surprise, the call was from George. As soon as he saw the number, Lu Jianquan got furious. George must be here to be proud. Mr. Lu, there is a dinner party tonight. Are you interested in having dinner at the White Swan Hotel? George's voice came. Huh, Mr. You invited me to dinner. Of course I came. Okay then, I'll wait for you. George hung up the phone. Jiang Tiannan, who was listening carefully, asked, Mr. Lu, are you really going? George is inviting you to dinner, and he is probably going to make fun of you. Go, why shouldn't I go? Am I afraid of him? Our company has only lost 100 or 200 million yuan. It's not like we can't afford to lose. I want to ask him why he is targeting me. Lu Jianquan looked like he was ready to call for an explanation. Jiang Tiannan was stunned and asked George, isn't this redundant? Let's talk business. We are all competitors. How could they possibly give in to you? He wanted to give some more advice, but Lu Jianquan received another call, this time from Lucas, and the general meaning was that a short video withdrew its investment and traffic to Lu Jianquan. Although Lucas is the sole decision-maker in charge of Dongxi Group, there are still chaebols above him. Lucas has invested a lot of money, but not a single cent went to waste. It is difficult for Lucas to explain to his superiors. I see. Lu Jianquan could also understand Lucas's difficulties and suggested that he attend a dinner party tonight. George is a mean guy. If you go there, you will probably be pissed off to death. Lucas also advised Lu Jianquan not to participate. Mr. Yi, I'm thick-skinned, it's okay. Lu Jianquan has made up his mind. After hanging up the phone, Lucas also had an ugly expression on his face. He watched George surround and kill Lu Jianquan the whole time. Lu Jianquan was beaten so badly that he had no power to fight back. He also couldn't understand why George went to such lengths to ban Lu Jianquan, even at the cost of killing 1,000 enemies and injuring 800 of his own. He gradually understood all this when he learned that Lu Jianquan was going to attend a dinner party tonight. George's south intention was to drive Lu Jianquan away and pull out Lucas's left and right arms. Bossy, I have some troubles at home. I will be back to Yinjing soon. Come back later. At this time, Ma Zijuan, who was half lying on the chair with his legs hanging on the desk, said, When will you be back? Lucas frowned and looked over. Maybe in 3 months. Things at home are quite troublesome. Damn it, George got it easy. Ma Zijuan cursed and seemed very unwilling. Then after answering a phone call, he left helplessly. This bastard. As soon as Ma Zijuan left, Lucas narrowed his eyes slightly and looked extremely unhappy. He had been waiting for Ma Zijuan to take action against George, but who knew that Ma Zijuan was just watching, as cowardly as a turtle. He still had the nerve to call himself the little bully of Yanjing. He was not even as good as Lu Jianquan, and he's been eating and drinking his food all this time. So shameless. He wanted to question it just now, but he held back. He was also afraid that Ma Zijuan would turn against him. At this time, after Ma Zijuan left Dongshi Group, he made a mysterious phone call. Sister Hong, half a month ago, Lucas had a fight with Lu Yinyan. Lucas' face was covered in blood. I took the opportunity to get some of his blood, and then easily got David's blood, as well as Ella and Yuki's blood. After comparing the DNA, I found that they were not related by blood. Lucas was only related to Angela. Okay, I understand. Your mission is accomplished. Sister Hong got the answer she wanted. Chapter 525. The reason comes from the previous life. That night, in the lobby of the White Swan Hotel, the entire hall was reserved. George, Wei Mingfei, Hai Ba, and other shareholders of Tianyin Group were sitting there to eat. Hai Ba and the others also knew that Lu Jianquan had entered the short video track, so they were naturally gloating. Lu Jianquan set up his own business and became their competitor. From a businessman's perspective, they certainly wanted to bring down Lu Jianquan's company. At 7:10, Lu Jianquan walked in with Jiang Tianan, Ella, and Tao Xingyun. Sir, please ask you. The waiter trotted over and greeted politely. Are you blind? Lu Jianquan was in a bad mood and angrily scolded the waiter. Then he stared at George's table and walked over with a few people. Ella looked at George with resentment on her face. Her company was gone, and she had wanted to make a comeback with it. The most ironic thing is that she still doesn't know how George plagiarized her. Jiang Tianan was also looking at George, but without the usual anger, there was more fear. He is now scared of George and has no ambition anymore. He wants to stay away from George. Tao Xingyun was very scared when she saw George, but when she thought of Lu Jianquan's support, she became braver. She knew that Lu Jianquan was really angry. What will happen next? Will George and Lu Jianquan reconcile? Or will they fight to the death? You know, although Lu Jianquan lost 100 or 200 million when he started his company, compared with the huge Lu family, this is just a drop in the bucket. What Lu Jianquan couldn't swallow was that humiliation, and what he was dissatisfied with was George. A group of people, each with their own thoughts, arrived at the table aggressively and looked at George and his friends who were eating. Mr. Lu is here. Please sit down. Hai Ba was the first to say hello, but his tone was a little cold. Master Hai, you're here too. Huh. Miss Wei is here too. All the shareholders are here. Huh. President Yi is really very respectful. Lu Jianquan nodded to Hai Ba, looked around at everyone, pulled out a chair, and sat down, calling all the shareholders here. Are you planning to hold a criticism meeting? Waiter, add a few more seats. George seemed not to understand the sarcasm in Lu Jianquan's words and waved at the waiter. The waiter brought several sets of bowls and chopsticks and served some new dishes. Hai Bo and others glanced at George and saw that George didn't say anything, but just concentrated on eating. Although they didn't know George's intention, they didn't ask and immediately followed George's example and concentrated on eating. But how could Lu Jianquan and the others eat it? Did they come to the hotel in such a rage just for a meal? George, you plagiarized my song and sued us. You're so cruel. Do you dare to admit that you did not plagiarize? Ella couldn't help it. She came here tonight just to get an answer. After all, she is 100% sure that Tao Xingyun's album was created by herself. George seemed to be full at this time. He wiped his mouth with a napkin. After throwing away the napkin, he smiled and said, Ms. Ella, I admit that I plagiarized your song, but do others admit it? Does the law recognize it? You, Ella, was furious. Tell me, did you plan a mole in my company? In fact, after Tianjin Entertainment announced the copyright, she also reorganized the internal affairs and checked for traitors, but to no avail. You think so, right? Business is like a battlefield. The winner is the king, and the loser is the bandit. George said indifferently. In fact, he did plagiarize Ella's song, but he didn't plant any traitor. The reason is from a previous life. In her previous life, Ella became popular again with several songs, and those songs were all written by Ella herself. At that time, George still admired Ella and could sing all of Ella's songs and memorize the lyrics. So when Ella was planning to promote Red Tao Xingyun, he guessed which songs Ella would come up with. So George took the initiative, hummed the melody, wrote the lyrics, asked the composition teacher to arrange the music, perfected it step by step, and finally applied for the copyright. It was only because George really admired Ella in his previous life. Ella was the goddess in his heart and the light in his heart. Otherwise, after so much time, how could he still remember the details of these songs? I won't admit defeat. Just wait. I will make a comeback sooner or later. Ella angrily threw the chopsticks on the table. In that case, why don't you ask your husband if it's possible? George glanced at Jiang Tianan. He could already see that this top student from Tsinghua University no longer had the will to fight. Mr. George, what about me? I admit that there's a misunderstanding between us, but can you please let me go and stop suppressing me again and again? Tao Xingyun pretended to be pitiful and said this at this time. George didn't even look at her, as if she had no right to speak and was not worthy of sitting at the table. Such an attitude angered Lu Jianquan, and he said coldly, George, in order to suppress me, you are willing to mobilize the group's huge funds. People who don't know me would think that you and I have a life-and-death feud. You are very courageous, but aren't you afraid of losing a lot of money in the end? If I'm not mistaken, you've spent at least 500 million. You're really ruthless. At the end, he even gave a thumbs up. I can't help it. I don't have much of anything, but a lot of money. George crossed his legs and pointed at Lu Jianquan and said, anyone can join the short video industry, except young Master Lu. Are you targeting me on purpose? You're going too far. Lu Jian stood up angrily. Sit down, Mr. Lu, and let's have a good chat. Why are you so angry? Haiba immediately tried to smooth things over. Sit down and talk about any misunderstandings. Let's talk it out. If you can resolve them, then resolve them. If you can't, then just don't contact each other anymore. Impulsiveness won't solve the problem. Haiba, I have known you for more than 10 years, and you are not even friends with someone you have only known for a few months. Lu Jianquan sneered at Haiba and said, you really wish money was your father. I, Lu Jianquan, have made a mistake in choosing you. What are you talking about? Haiba was immediately unhappy. Didn't I warn you when you did those things? When you fight with George now, you're actually fighting with me. I am a shareholder of Tianyin Group. Also, you said that I don't even want friends anymore. What about you? When did you give me face? George gave me the shares of Tianyin Group because he gave me face. What you did to George, did you take me seriously? Oh, yeah, you just said George was targeting you, right? Have you forgotten what you said at the Internet Celebrity Conference? George didn't offend you, but you offended him for no reason. You've already targeted others, so why don't you allow them to resist? You are a typical example of someone who tears down the table just because he has eaten his fill. Haiba became more and more excited as he spoke. I only allowed you to have a friendly talk tonight because we are old friends. Who knew you would insist on doing this? He looked at Tao Xingyun again. It's all because of this girl, right? Everyone in the world knows what kind of mask she wears, but you don't know. It's okay if you fell into the trap once, but you fell into the trap twice. Lu Jianquan was scolded so hard that his face turned red. He wanted to refute, but he could not find any excuse. Chapter 526. This matter just passed like that. Wei Mingfei also looked at Lu Jianquan and said calmly, young Master Lu, I saw that you were very angry when you came here, which made me feel strange. This matter is your fault. How can you still be so angry and blame me? Don't you people in Hong Kong do things according to human relations and social etiquette? Shut up and don't drag everything into Hong Kong Island. I, Lu Jianquan, do things with a clear conscience. Lu Jianquan couldn't help it and glanced at everyone present. No wonder you invited me to dinner tonight. It turns out you invited shareholders to criticize me in turns, right? I tell you, George, you may win this time, but not the next one. We'll see. After saying that, he stood up and prepared to leave. George suddenly shouted, Master Lu, are you planning to fight me to the end? What? Not qualified? Lu Jianquan sneered. George shook his head. To be honest, I invited you to dinner tonight because I want you to stop in time and stop being used as a gun for others. The chairman Lucas I know is the best at using people as guns. His family and relatives have all been used by him. So I remind you, stop when you are ahead. Lu Jianquan immediately looked disdainful. You're trying to sow discord with me? George, I don't care if I'm a gun or not. I just can't stand being humiliated. To put it bluntly, I can't swallow that breath. I want to play with you, and no one in the world can stop me. As soon as these words were spoken, Tao Xingyun secretly breathed a sigh of relief. When George was persuading Lu Jianquan just now, she was most afraid that Lu Jianquan would also become cowardly. Fortunately, Lu Jianquan did not let her down. It seems that no one can control you. George's face turned a little cold. After saying all the good and bad things, Lu Jianquan still planned to go all the way. Yes, no one can cure me. Lu Jianquan spoke proudly. As soon as the words fell, several figures walked over from the corridor. Lu Zai, why are you getting even more angry? The person who spoke was an old man wearing glasses. Lu Jianquan glanced at him, and his expression changed instantly. Mr. Li? The person who came was Mr. Li, the richest man in Hong Kong. Moreover, Lu Jianquan saw that there were some acquaintances next to Mr. Li, including several wealthy people from Hong Kong Island. And even his father was there. It's your bad luck. Even my dad is dead. Lu Jianquan kept swearing in Cantonese in his mind. Sheng Jian, how do you talk to George? Lu Jinchuan's father, Mr. Lu, said angrily. Mr. Li and I were just watching and didn't want to intervene. We just wanted you young people to shake hands and make peace. Who knew that you would argue louder and louder? Apologize to George immediately. Dad me. Lu Jianquan was immediately embarrassed. Tao Xingyun, Ella, and the others also looked terrified. They had never expected that George would actually invite the richest man in Hong Kong. This face is too exaggerated. Especially Jiang Tianan. He felt that this scene was very familiar. Wasn't it the routine George used to deal with him? I'm too lazy to fight you. Let your dad deal with you. The more he thought about it, the more terrified he became, and his palms felt cold because he could foresee Lu Jinchuan's fate. If he didn't stop, his fate would be exactly the same as his. It's gone. My chance to make a comeback is gone. Jiang Tianan felt a strong sense of powerlessness again. Jinquan, we are all business partners. Why are you being so aggressive? Apologize to George immediately. Mr. Lu spoke again meaningfully. He seemed angry, but he did not scold his son in public. In fact, he is familiar with his son. He is very proud and seems to be bewitched by the woman. But his real core is that he is not convinced by George. He can also understand his son's thoughts. However, George is not an ordinary person. He is the richest man in the South. If you want to do business in the South, every aspect must go through George. Even though Lu Jianquan has the support of Dongshu Group, he cannot avoid dealing with George. So why bother? Businessmen seeking wealth. Dad, I didn't fight. Lu Jianquan had admired his father since he was a child, so he lowered his head in grievance. George is too much. He didn't bully you. He has already given you a lot of face. Mr. Lu sighed. He and Mr. Li had just been watching and only came out when the situation was beyond redemption. Moreover, George really gave them enough face. Otherwise, he would not have notified them to come, but would have continued to suppress Lu Jianquan and beat him as long as he showed up in the South. Dad, I'm grown up now, and there are some things I want to decide on my own. Lu Jianquan mustered up his courage and looked at Lu Sheng stubbornly. Lu Sheng frowned slightly and looked at Tao Xingyun. Is it for her? Yes. Lu Jianquan didn't hide anything. Jianquan, you have to know that if you continue to be with her, Dad will no longer give you any support. Do you understand? Lu Sheng said lightly. Lu Jinchuan's whole body was shocked. He understood, but he still gritted his teeth and nodded. I understand. I believe in myself. Okay, then prove it to Dad once. Mr. Lu nodded, then looked at George and said, Mr. Yi, thank you for giving me face this time. If you have time, come to Hong Kong Island, and I, Mr. Lu, will take you for a walk and have a meal. Okay, I'll definitely go. George guessed something from Mr. Lu's words, and then politely invited Mr. Li and other wealthy people to sit down. All the meals for the full house have also been changed. Lu Jianquan stood there awkwardly, and finally gritted his teeth and said goodbye to his father and Mr. Li and the others. It's okay, it's okay. Young people will always make mistakes. It's okay as long as you know how to turn back. Mr. Li smiled kindly, and then watched Lu Jianquan and others leave. During this meal, none of these wealthy men talked about business, nor did they talk about Lu Jianquan. They just talked about their experiences when they were young, etc., just like ordinary people chatting, but they were particularly happy. It was not until 10 o'clock in the evening that Mr. Li and his colleagues returned to Hong Kong Island. George personally saw them off, knowing that it was a great honor to have them out. George, I'm very optimistic about you. The future belongs to you. When Mr. Lee left, he held George's hand and said kindly, if you have a chance in the future, go out and have a look. Business doesn't have to be done in one place. There is money floating everywhere in the outside world. Of course, George responded politely. After these old generation wealthy people left, George took a car back. Haiba was the only one on the road. The other shareholders had left first. Lu Jianquan, he's a very smart guy. Why can't he think straight this time? His father has given up on him this time. What a pity. Although Haiba seemed to have had a big argument with Lu Jianquan, he was actually still quite worried about Lu Jianquan. This matter is over just like that. George smiled and said. Haiba was slightly stunned and said with a grateful tone, it's over? You are still generous. If someone else were to deal with Lu Jianquan, he would definitely deal with him. George shook his head. When I said the past, I didn't mean that I would not deal with him, but Lu Jianquan stopped. I asked him to meet today, not because I wanted to deal with him, but because I didn't want him to be used as a gun. Now that he has understood, the matter must be over. Chapter 527. Destroy Lucas' right-hand man and left-hand man. Haiba frowned. Has he learned his lesson? Didn't he quarrel with his family and plan to start his own business and continue to fight with you? George smiled meaningfully. Mr. Liu, you were not angry the whole time, which means he has already thought of a plan. He is also telling me that if he handles this matter, he will definitely give me a satisfactory answer. So, I said that the matter is over. Haiba's face changed drastically as he carefully recalled the attitude of the wealthy Lu Sheng throughout the whole process. Yes, Lu Sheng was indeed not angry. Even when Lu Jianquan planned to sever ties with the Lu family, he did not express any opinion. On the contrary, he seemed to be very supportive. This is so wrong. But why is this? The older generation in Hong Kong were able to start from scratch back then. Everyone is a strong person and must have the ability. George was still a little confused when he saw Haiba, so he immediately reminded him. Haiba nodded suddenly, somewhat understanding what he meant. He continued to look at George and said, Mr. Yi, you have a big vision. If someone else had encountered your situation, they would have fought to the death with Lu Jianquan. But you know how to make choices. No wonder your business is so big. I just don't want to give Lucas a break. George smiled faintly. Although he could indeed suppress Lu Jianquan so much in the south that he couldn't raise his head, what was the point? When Lu Jianquan falls, the next person will stand up. This is the power of Lucas. George's target is Lucas, not those right-hand men that Lucas pulled out. Therefore, destroying Lucas's left and right arms is the most important thing. At this time, Lu Jianquan was in a very bad mood. He still can't forget the disappointment in his father's eyes. You know, he has always been a proud son in his father's eyes since he was a child. This time he fell down in the mainland, which undoubtedly made his father very upset. Mr. Liu, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. Seeing that Lu Jianquan didn't say anything, Tao Xingro immediately took Lu Jianquan's hand. What does it have to do with you? I just don't agree with George. Lu Jianquan smiled and shook his head. In fact, it's good to leave the Lu family. I can start from scratch and prove my ability. Well, I believe that if George can do it, you can do it too. Tao Xingro leaned her head on Lu Jianquan's shoulder. 15 minutes later, the two returned to the villa in the provincial capital. Just as they were about to enter, the housekeeper ran over in a hurry. Master, you are finally back. What's wrong? Lu Jianquan could see the butler's appearance and felt something was wrong. Yes, it's like this. The master just called and said that the villa belongs to the Lu family, and he wants to take it back. The butler lowered his head and said with a little fear. Lu Jianquan's face darkened and he nodded. Okay, I understand. Then he turned to the driver and said, let's go to the hotel. Seeing this, the butler continued. The master also wants to take back the car. Flop. Lu Jianquan finally couldn't help but swear, and he was shaking with anger. A few minutes later, he strode away holding Tao Xingro's hand. He didn't expect that his father was serious this time. After a big quarrel, he took back the car and the house. He went outside, hailed a taxi, and went straight to the hotel. When he wanted to book a room, he was told that his card was frozen. Moreover, when he was checking in, there were other guests waiting behind him. Although these guests didn't say anything, it made Lu Jianquan a little embarrassed. Lu Jianquan tried to take out other cards, but they were all frozen. In the end, Tao Xingyun couldn't stand it anymore and took the initiative to help Lu Jianquan book a room. This is the most embarrassing moment in my life. After returning to the room, Lu Jianquan's face was still ugly. Seeing this, Tao Xingyan had to comfort him with a few words. However, she was not staying in the hotel tonight and left with an excuse. For the next few days, Lu Jianquan stayed in the hotel and kept calling people for help. Mr. Chun, I'm in a little trouble here. Can you lend me some money? It's not much. 80 million will be enough. Mr. Lu, it's not that I don't want to help you. Your Lu family has informed us. Anyone who helps you is going against the Lu family. Okay, I got it. Ms. Lu, I have some very good projects that are guaranteed to make money. How about it? Are you interested in cooperating? Mr. Lu, I'm sorry. I know what you're thinking, but I don't dare to offend your father. I'm not saying anything bad about you, but you're quarreling with your family over a woman. This is not what a smart person should do. I watched you grow up, and I always thought you wouldn't be so stupid. Turn back soon. Lu Jianquan made several phone calls in a row, but his former good friends were afraid to help. How can he start a business if things go on like this? How can he make a comeback? He had no choice but to call Lucas. Lucas was surprised when he learned about the situation and asked his men to check it out. It turned out to be true. Mr. Lu, our group is taking inventory during this period, and it is difficult to withdraw funds. I will give you 3 million in my personal name. Lucas thought about it for a few minutes and ultimately decided not to invest too much money. His intention in winning over Lu Jianquan was to use the power of the Lu family in Hong Kong to deal with George. But Lu Jianquan had already fallen out with the Lu family, and his value that could be utilized was greatly reduced. 3 million? Mr. Yi, are you sending away beggars? Lu Jianquan was very unhappy after hearing this. It's fine if other people don't dare to help, but even Lucas won't help? Mr. Lu, look at what you're saying. We're good friends. If you're in trouble, I will definitely help you. There is no need to write an IOU for the 3 million. It is equivalent to giving it to you. Lucas is getting a little impatient. Haha, Mr. Yi is such a good person. Okay, I don't want the 3 million anymore. Lu Jian hung up the phone angrily, feeling that his self-esteem had been severely trampled upon. No need to write an IOU? Does he really think that Lu Jianquan would not pay back the mere 3 million he borrowed? Who are you looking down on? On the other side, Lucas put away his phone with a cold face and cursed. A person who has no family support is so arrogant. Does he really think that he is the one who built the Lu family's business? What a waste. He no longer paid attention to Lu Jianquan, just like he had treated the people from the Yi and Liang families in the past, abandoning them when they were of no use. George is really smart. He didn't fight with Lu Jianquan, but invited the Lu family to leave and easily resolved the trouble. Uncle Wu said solemnly, George is indeed the richest man in the South. His vision and pattern are remarkable. Uncle Wu, I'm having a hard time dealing with George now. Lucas picked up the wine on the table and poured himself a glass. I have been in the South for a while, but I haven't made any achievements. My self-confidence is getting weaker and weaker. He took a sip and looked at Uncle Wu. Uncle Wu, if possible, I would like to borrow the help of Yin Jing. Uncle Wu's expression froze for a moment. He understood what Lucas meant. In a serious business war, Lucas has no chance of winning. Only another way. The other path is obviously related to power. Although Uncle Wu was very opposed to this, thinking that business is business and power is power, and it would be a mess if they were mixed together, he also knew that Lucas had nowhere else to go. I'll call back and ask. Uncle Wu glanced at Lucas and left the office. Lucas revealed an expectant smile on his face. In fact, he also called Maria for help, but Maria seemed inconvenient to say anything. She just told him to relax and said that she would come to the South in a while. Lucas actually had no idea what Maria was doing in Yanjing, but Maria told him to relax, which made him feel a lot more at ease. Chapter 528. I possess the most traditional qualities. Several days passed, and Lu Jianquan did not leave the hotel. He kept drinking in the room and looked much more decadent. He called so many people on the phone, but still no one was willing to help him. He felt like a dead dog. Mr. Lu, I'm sorry, because the room fee has ended. If you want to continue living here, you have to pay the new fee today. The waiter came in and spoke politely to Lu Jianquan. Get lost. I am a great master, Lu. Do I need your money? Am I so poor that I can't even stay in a hotel? Lu Jianquan was furious on the sofa. I'm sorry, that's not what I meant. I'm here on the orders of my manager. I hope Mr. Lu can understand. Mr. Lu can handle it before noon. The waiter didn't dare to offend Lu Jianquan, so he said something polite and left. Until noon, Lu Jianquan did not leave the room. Finally, The security guard came in, and after confirming that Lu Jianquan would no longer pay the hotel fees, they sent Lu Jianquan out of the hotel. Lu Jianquan had only a few dozen dollars and a cell phone on him. He had lost everything else. He hadn't changed his clothes for several days and was walking aimlessly on the street. He was still drunk, and after walking for a while he collapsed on a roadside flower bed. He slept for several hours and was eventually woken up by hunger. After he woke up, he called Tao Xingyun, but Tao Xingyun didn't answer. He was feeling very depressed, so he hailed a taxi and asked it to take him around. Perhaps this would make him feel better. The taxi driver thought Lu Jianquan was drunk and was an alcoholic, and reminded Lu Jianquan many times that if he wanted to vomit, he should say so and not vomit in the car. I understand. Take me away from the provincial capital and visit a nearby city. Lu Jianquan waved his hand impatiently. The taxi driver was afraid that Lu Jianquan didn't have enough money to pay the bill, but he was too embarrassed to ask, so he just took Lu Jianquan for a stroll. It happened that he had to go to Yuhai City to do some business, so after asking Lu Jianquan if there was any problem, he drove to Yuhai City. Yuhai City is close to the sea and is a romantic city. After coming here, Lu Jianquan's mood became a little better. However, when passing by an abandoned building, he saw a beggar-like woman rummaging through a trash can. The woman's hair was all clumped together, her body was very dirty, and she was very thin. As they passed by, Lu Jianquan could vaguely see the woman's face, which surprised him. Angela, who drank with him last time? No, it's an illusion. In the evening, the driver drove the car back to the provincial capital again. Lu Jianquan gave all his money to the driver, but there were only a few dozen yuan, which was not enough for the fare. The driver was so angry that he cursed and wanted to beat Lu Jianquan up. Later, he thought he was unlucky and drove away. Lu Jianquan was walking aimlessly on the street. He was very hungry, so he had no choice but to go to a Manhwa ramen restaurant. He ordered 2 bowls of noodles and ate them with relish. But when it came time to pay the bill, he had no money. I really don't have any money. How about this? I mortgage my phone to you. Lu Jianquan was no longer drunk and was not as irritable as before. Instead, he felt a little embarrassed. Forget it. Just consider it as a treat for you. You are such a grown-up, but you don't want to work even though you have hands and feet. The boss was kind enough not to make a fuss. Young man, don't try to imitate the son of God, or your life will be ruined. Lu Jianquan was deeply shocked. He left Manhwa ramen dejectedly and continued walking aimlessly on the street. He continued to call Tao Xingyun, but Tao Xingyun no longer answered the phone. He is not a fool. When Tao Xingyun suddenly lost contact, he vaguely understood what was going on. In fact, he had met many socialites in Hong Kong Island and knew that many of them were after material things. He also thought so about Tao Xingyun at first, but Tao Xingyun later changed his mind, and he just wanted to stick to this view. So for Tao Xingyun, he wanted more to prove that his vision was correct. He sat on the side of the road and watched all kinds of passers-by. The once luxurious life seems to have passed like a cloud of smoke, leaving nothing behind. The memories are like a dream, and everything has returned to the most realistic scene, which is having no money. It turns out that I possess the most traditional qualities of the Chinese people. Lu Jianquan sighed and muttered to himself. He saw that everyone on the street was struggling for a living. He once had a better starting point than anyone else, but he did not see clearly where he was. He just sat there, becoming more and more confused about the future, and the little bit of pride in his heart was also smoothed out. 2 days passed, and he hadn't eaten a single bite of food. He was too embarrassed to go to the Manhwa ramen restaurant again. When he was thirsty, he could only borrow some water from the sanitation workers. Young man, you can't go on like this. Find a job and survive first. The sanitation worker advised Lu Jianquan. Lu Jianquan's confused brain felt as if a bucket of cold water was poured over it. Yes, making a comeback or staging a comeback was not important anymore. He just had to survive first. Auntie, were the jobs available around here? After a few days of hardship, Lu Jianquan had long since let go of his attitude and felt that he was just an ordinary person. When I was sweeping the floor just now, I saw that the Western restaurant over there was hiring waiters, but you have to clean up a bit. You stink and your clothes are dirty. The aunt said enthusiastically, change these clothes. My old man has a lot of old clothes at home. If you don't mind, I can get you a set. No problem. Thank you, Annie. Lu Jianquan quickly thanked the sanitation worker and followed him home. The sanitation worker brought out a set of worn but clean clothes, plus an egg and a steamed bun for Lu Jianquan. After Lu Jianquan finished eating in 2 or 3 bites, he found a faucet at the garbage station to wash up. He rinsed the old clothes and used them as a towel to wash his hair to remove the sweat and stains, then changed into new clothes and went to apply for the job. The Western restaurant happened to be short of waiters, and seeing that Lu Jianquan was young and had a good attitude despite being down and out, after much consideration, they decided to keep Lu Jianquan. It was Lu Jianquan's first time working, and he didn't understand many things, but his attitude was really good. Even when he was scolded or ridiculed, he always kept a smile on his face. In the end, the manager did not fire him, and he continued to stay to work. On the 3rd day of working in the Western restaurant, Lu Jianquan carried 2 stacks of iced oysters and went to the guests. Just as he put down the oysters, he was suddenly shocked all over. He saw that the guests this time were a young couple. The man was wearing famous brand clothes and a famous watch. He was obviously rich. In Lu Jianquan's opinion, the Patek Philippe the man was wearing was worth at least 30 million. He, Lu Jianquan, had owned one before, and it was the most common watch among his favorite ones. Of course, Lu Jianquan's attention is more on women. The woman was wearing an expensive pink evening gown, a famous watch, and jewels all over her body. She was very beautiful, like an angel. Dao Xingguin. Lu Jianquan didn't know how he called out this name. Recently, he has been calling Tao Xingyun, but Tao Xingyun didn't answer. He didn't expect that the two would meet in such an occasion. Master Lu, why are you here? Tao Xingyun was also surprised. Then he looked carefully at Lu Jianquan's clothes and the dishes in his hands. He understood what was going on. Xingyun, do you know him? The young man next to him looked at Lu Jianquan curiously. Chapter 529. Although I'm down and out, I still have dignity. Recognize, no, a friend of my brother. Tao Xingyun felt a little guilty at first, but he said the last sentence as if it were a matter of course. She started to feel guilty because she hadn't answered Lu Jianquan's calls, and Lu Jianquan caught her with a strange man. What she took for granted later was that she found Lu Jianquan wearing a waiter's uniform. Lu Jianquan was indeed abandoned by the Lu family. He had nothing left and was no longer useful. Oh, it's a friend. Hello, my name is Chun Tai. The young man greeted Lu Jianquan. Hello. Lu Jianquan felt very sad, but he endured it and asked with a smile. Mr. Chun, your girlfriend is so beautiful. The young man glanced at Tao Xingyun and said with a little pride, Yes, everyone who sees it says so. You two are a perfect match. I hope you will always be happy. Lu Jianquan didn't want to stay here anymore, so he put down the chilled oysters and left step by step. He didn't know how to leave the restaurant and enter the kitchen. The short distance of more than 10 meters seemed as long as a century. But when he left, he really wanted to hear Tao Xingyun calling him, pulling him, and telling him that it was a misunderstanding. Unfortunately, his dream was shattered. Tao Xingyun did not respond at all. Xingyun, your brother's friends are very polite. The young man didn't take what happened just out of heart. He held Tao Xingyun's hand and smiled. Yes, he is very polite. His family used to be very rich. We all called him Mr. Lu. But after his business failed, he started working outside. Tao Xingyun didn't take Lu Jianquan seriously either. She already had a new goal. It's Chun Tai. The two parties met at a business party and were introduced by her mother. It is said that Chun Tai is an overseas Chinese. His family is very rich, owns several listed companies, and has 2 castles and 5 huge manors overseas. With such a wealth, it is no less than Lu Jianquan's. Of course, the most important thing is that Chun Tai fell in love with her at first sight. She was now very glad that Lu Jianquan had been a gentleman just now and did not quarrel with her hysterically, but left very rationally. Otherwise, she would have to find a way to explain to Chun Tai. Since Lu Jianquan is so considerate, I will give him some money when I leave. I will have done my best. Tao Xingyun and Chun Tai chatted politely, and their feelings gradually heated up. After dinner, the two agreed to go play golf. Of course, before leaving, Tao Xingyun also left a tip of 3,000 yuan and told the waiter that it was for Lu Jianquan. Lu Jianquan was still working in the kitchen when a colleague came over and handed him a tip. $3,000? Lu Jianquan looked at the money in his hand and felt greatly shocked. Then he smiled bitterly and continued to smile bitterly. Here you go. Give it to me? Lu Jianquan, that girl gave it to you. I don't want what doesn't belong to me. Lu Jianquan shook his head and suddenly looked at his colleague seriously and said, Although I am down and out, I still have dignity. My colleague was stunned for a moment and had to hand the money to the manager, who would be responsible for handling it. Lu Jianquan, come to the office for a moment. After collecting the tip, the manager notified Lu Jianquan again. Lu Jianquan frowned slightly, wiped his hands, and hurried to the manager's office. He knocked on the door and said politely, "Manager, I'm Lu Jianquan. Can I come in?" The manager's voice came from the office. "Come in." Lu Jianquan walked in very restrainedly and glanced around the office subconsciously. He saw the manager standing next to the desk, and a man was sitting at the desk, looking at him with a smile. "Dad." When he saw this man, Lu Jianquan's whole body shook violently and tears almost burst out of his eyes. "Jianheng, as expected, you didn't let Dad down. I knew that where you fell, you would stand up again." Lu Shang came to Lu Jianquan with a smile and patted him on the shoulder. "I know you are very surprised. When you saw Dad, you felt that everything was arranged by Dad. In fact, except Chen Tai, no one else was arranged by Dad. The sanitation worker, the owner of the ramen restaurant, and Tao Xingyun were not arranged by Dad. Dad was just watching from the side. Lu Jianquan was not stupid. He was just arrogant and proud. He understood what was going on after a little thought. Dad, I was wrong. Now I understand what you mean, and I regret it too. I shouldn't have gone against George. I gave up a great opportunity, but got something that didn't belong to me." Lu Jianquan suddenly hugged Lu Shang. He could understand his father's good intentions. This time, he confiscated everything Lu Jianquan had and made him live the life of a low-class person for a few days. Lu Jianquan finally realized that nothing in this world can be taken for granted. He also knew that without the support of the Lu family, he would be just an ordinary person. The so-called talent and high IQ also need money as a foundation, and he also discovered that there are actually many people in this world who are more talented and intelligent than him. Lu Shang didn't say anything, but just patted Lu Jianquan on the back. He knew that after going through this incident, Lu Jianquan had become more mature, and he could safely hand over the Lu family's business to Lu Jianquan. In fact, this matter was a test for you and Tao Xingyun as well. You passed it, but she didn't. Lu Shang let go of Lu Jianquan and said to him meaningfully. Lu Jianquan nodded calmly. Yes, she missed the chance to become a wealthy lady. He already knew that Chen Tai was a trap set by his father in order to let Lu Jianquan see Tao Xingyun clearly. In this regard, Lu Jianquan does not hate his father because the real focus is not Chen Tai, but Tao Xingyun's attitude. This means that even if there is no Chen Tai, there will be Li Tai, Zhou Tai, and so on. As long as Lu Jianquan has no money, Tao Xingyun will still abandon him. That night, George was cooking with Olivia at home when a phone call came in. It was Lu Jianquan. George on the phone. After hanging up, Lu Jianquan apologized again on the public channel and in a short video, saying that he had slandered George's reputation and affected the reputation of George and his fiancée. He bowed on the spot with a sincere attitude and deeply realized his mistake. Tao Xingyun also saw this news, and she was naturally shocked because with Lu Jianquan's current identity, how could he be qualified to be on TV or in the news? What surprised her even more was that at the end of his apology, Lu Jianquan said that he was apologizing as the chairman of Lu Group. Chairman? Tao Xingyun vaguely understood what was going on. Lu Jianquan seemed to have returned home. She was immediately very happy and called Lu Jianquan immediately. She had even thought of an excuse and believed that if she continued to act pitiful and innocent, she could still win Lu Jianquan's heart. However, no matter how many times she called, Lu Jianquan didn't answer. She was anxious and wanted to find Lu Jianquan, but as soon as she opened the door, she saw Lu Jianquan's housekeeper standing outside, saying that he had brought Lu Jianquan's words. Chapter 530. He is a very smart person. Mr. Lu means that we should not meet again. Mr. Lu will not see you again. This is not an explanation, but a warning. If Miss Tao keeps pestering us, our Lu family will take extreme measures to deal with you. So Miss Tao, please think carefully. The butler said something and was about to leave, but suddenly remembered something. By the way, Mr. Lu left you some money. Tao Xingyun was still sad, regretful, and even painful about the housekeeper's words, but the housekeeper's last words gave her hope. The butler just handed over an envelope and then left. Breakup fee. Tao Xingyun opened the envelope with great anticipation. If this was Lu Xiao's breakup fee, it should not be small. After all, she could sense that Lu Xiao had true feelings for her. The breakup fee given by an affectionate man would be at least tens of millions, so there must be a check in the envelope. She took a pair of scissors and cut open the envelope. Then her face was filled with disappointment and anger because there was only 3,000 yuan in the envelope, not a penny more or less. It was exactly the tip she gave to Lu Jianquan. She even suspected that this money was the same money she had given at the beginning. Lu Jianquan, you are too stingy. You slept with me, and you only gave me 3,000 yuan. Do you think I'm a prostitute? My abalone is not that cheap. Tao Xingyun was furious and threw a hysterical temper in the living room. Zhou Rui was also alarmed and ran over to ask the reason. She learned that Lu Jianquan and Tao Xingyun had broken up and only gave her 3,000 yuan. She was very angry. Xingyun, I just watched TV and young Master Lu returned to the Lu family. He is a big boss with hundreds of millions or even billions of dollars. You should find a way to keep him. Zhou Rui was so anxious. Why would I keep him? He doesn't want me. There are many other men who want me. I still have Chen Tai. Chen Tai's wealth is not much less than Lu Jianquan's. Tao Xingyun angrily told Zhou Rui to shut up, took out his cell phone, and called Chen Tai. Hello. The number you dialed is turned off. No matter how many times Tao Xingyun made the call, he heard the same voice on the other end. After more than 10 times, the other end finally sent a message. The general meaning is that Chen Tai was arranged by the Lu family. He is just an employee of the Lu family's business. Nothing more. Boom. Tao Xingyun felt like the sky was falling. What can I say to you? You are too impatient. After young Master Lu was kicked out of the house, couldn't you wait a few more days? Look, now the golden son-in-law has crawled away. Zhou Rui was so angry that he was about to lose his mind. He paced back and forth and cursed hysterically. She has always wanted to return to her former wealthy class through her daughter, and she also wants to continue to be a wealthy wife. Mom, how dare you say that to me? You were the one who introduced Chen Tai to me, and you were the one who drove Lu Jianquan away. Tao Xingyun was already furious, and when he saw Zhou Rui complaining about him, he couldn't help it. He stopped and slapped Zhou Rui while cursing. Zhou Rui was stunned. When he wanted to say something, Tao Xingyun slammed the door and left. Tao Xingyun went to the bar, ordered a lot of drinks, and danced like crazy. She had a lot of suppressed anger in her heart and wanted to vent it. During this process, she also had an argument with a man because Tao Xingyun was spilling wine everywhere with a bottle, and the wine fell on the man. The man just reminded Tao Xingyun a few times, asking him to be more careful. But Tao Xingyun was not relenting. I'm a woman, so what if I sprayed you with some wine? You're a grown man, but you're still fussy about it. This is a bar. You're afraid of having alcohol on you. Why don't you stay home and masturbate? Are you trying to attract my attention and then sleep with me? You are worthy of this? You poor bastard. What are you looking at? I'm scolding you. Don't even think about getting close to me if you don't have money. You're such a poor bastard. You'll never find a girlfriend in your life. The man didn't say a word. He was the kind of person who spoke little and was cold. He grabbed the wine bottle on the table and smashed it hard on Tao Xingyun's head. Tao Xingyun was still cursing, but the next moment she felt a sharp pain in her head, and she fell to the ground after feeling dizzy. But the man did not let her go. He pounced on her, rode on her body, and kept stabbing Tao Xingyun's face with a broken wine bottle. The whole audience was in an uproar. Everyone was terrified. A full half-hour later, the police rushed in and controlled the man. But the man still did not speak, with only a cold and ferocious expression on his face. Tao Xingyun's face was covered in blood, and he was rushed to the hospital. His condition was very serious. After Zhou Rui learned about the situation, he ran to the hospital crying and called Tao Xingro. They also learned the details from the police. The man who attacked Tao Xingyun was a wanted criminal. Tao Xingyun was very unlucky as he had provoked such a man. Soon, the doctor also came to Zhou Rui and Tao Xingro, saying that Tao Xingyun's injuries were not fatal, but there would definitely be scars on his face, and his left eye was pierced by glass. The situation was very serious, and he might become blind in the future. Nebula. Zhou Rui fainted after hearing this. Tao Xingro kept sighing. She knew that her sister was most proud of her face. Now that it was ruined, she didn't know how to go on with the rest of her life. Lucas also saw the news that Lu Jianquan had returned to the Lu family. He was naturally very upset. After thinking about it, he also called Lu Jianquan. Of course, Lu Jianquan's attitude towards him was better than that towards Tao Xingyun. At least Lu Jianquan answered the call, but his attitude was very cold and official. Cooperation, of course, but in the South, I think it would be better to cooperate with Tianjin Group. Regardless of financial strength, future prospects, group projects, etc. They have more prospects than you. Lu Jinchuan's voice was as cold as a robot. He only considered interests and no longer had any friendship. Lucas laughed dryly, found an excuse to hang up the phone, and then gritted his teeth in anger. He was really convinced by George now. After pulling out his left and right arms, he actually used this strength to deal with him. On the other hand, Ella and Jiang Tianin also saw Lu Jinchuan's apology video. Lu Jianquan, go back. Jiang Tianin's face was full of envy. He knew that Lu Jianquan had finally pulled back from the brink of disaster. But what about him? He couldn't help but glance at Ella, and the sigh in his heart became even deeper. With his wife around, is it possible for him to return to the Jiang family? In the living room, George brought the home-cooked meal to the table. Olivia cooked it herself today. Although they are busy with work and often have to socialize, they like to eat at home as long as they have time. They go shopping for groceries after get off work and take turns cooking when they get home. Lu Jinchuan's father is really amazing. He let Lu Jianquan hone his skills, and then Lu Jianquan grew up and came back. Sitting at the dinner table, Olivia smiled and said, "Of course, this is also related to Lu Jinchuan's IQ. He is not stupid." George nodded. Yes, he is very smart, but a little too proud. In this respect, he is very similar to Jiang Tianan. Olivia asked, "Is it possible for Jiang Tianan to go back?" George shook his head. "If you don't have a woman in your heart, you will be a god when you strike with your sword. Lu Jianquan can do it, but Jiang Tianan will have a hard time. It's disgusting. Blame us women for everything." Olivia curled her lips and then picked up some food for George. Chapter 531, This has always been my principle. George smiled and said, "By the way, Xia, how about we pick a good date to get married in the second half of the year?" Olivia stopped eating and looked at George seriously. George frowned. "What's the matter? Don't you want to get married? Didn't we agree on this? Or do you think it's too hasty? But you said last time that this marriage is different from engagement, and you want to keep it low-key and quiet." "Of course not. It's just that I think it's a little early. I think it's okay to get married before 30. 30 is too late. I want to be a father." "Hate it, it's not too late. How about this? Give us another 3 years. If we still can't find it, we'll get married." George was stunned for a moment after hearing this, and then he felt warm in his heart. He finally understood why Olivia was not in a hurry to get married. Because she is waiting for someone. No, it should be that they're all waiting for someone, and that person will be their most important witness. Can you find it in 3 years? George suddenly felt a little disappointed. He took out his mobile phone and opened his mailbox. He saw a lot of information about people in the mailbox, young and old, foreigners and Chinese. However, they all have the same name, Xiao Yuer, and these people are from home and abroad. Unfortunately, although there was a lot of information in the mailbox, none of it was what George wanted. Keep looking. Wang Wei and the others are working hard, and Miss Wei is also helping. We will find it sooner or later. George consoled himself by talking to himself and looked at Olivia. Xia, did you say those words to your brother? I said, my brother said he understood. He won't get too close to Lu Yinyan. He said he was just using Lu Yinyan. I'm most afraid that he's being used. Your brother's been in contact with many girls, so why did he fall for someone like Lu Yinyan? Yeah, I also find it very strange. Lu Yinyan is like a tigress. What on earth is my brother thinking? Maybe your brother looks tough on the outside, but he's a girl at heart. Fart. George had just been joking with Olivia when suddenly a phone call came in. It's Mr. Wang calling. Mr. Wang and Mr. Nanshan are currently engaged in pharmaceutical research and development, and the money is invested by George. They're both very busy and rarely call George. George immediately knew that something important must have happened. Xiao Yi, come to Yanjing in a couple of days to attend a private meeting. Let's meet and talk about the economic situation. It's very important. Mr. Wang laughed. Shuang Ma and the others have also participated. George guessed that the level of this meeting must be very high. After all, both Ma were there. He agreed immediately. 2 days later, a car arrived and took George to the airport, where he took the designated flight to Yanjing. After arriving in Yanjing, George rested for a day and was taken to a hotel by the staff in the evening of the next day. This hotel is a time-honored brand, very famous in Yanjing, and specializes in entertaining important guests. Moreover, this meeting is not open to the public. It is more like an internal meeting. George followed the staff into the hall, only to see an ancient and fragrant hall with a huge picture of the welcoming pine tree of Mount Tai on the wall, which gave people a sense of grandeur and vigor. Looking at the hall again, there were already quite a few people there, all wearing formal attire, and most of them were older. George is here. They saw George. They all came over to greet him politely. George guessed that the host had not arrived yet, so everyone was very casual. Of course, what shocked George was that these people were all heavyweight private entrepreneurs, and the most popular Shuangma were among them. George had heard of many of them, but had never seen them before. George also greeted everyone politely, and, of course, he felt a little emotional. In his previous life, he could only see these giants who stood at the top of the business pyramid on the internet and in reports. In this life, they are on equal terms with me and talk to me in a friendly manner. It's like a dream. Of course, it was also because of the gathering with these big guys that George was able to marvel at the achievements he had made over the years. Luck. Facing everyone's compliments, George could only respond modestly, because he also knew that everything he had achieved now was not because of how great he was, but just because he lived another life. Moreover, because of him, the course of history was changed. Many very good ideas from the previous life were taken away by him, causing the business genius who should have emerged in this life to be dim now. This is George's fault. However, George had no choice. He could only tell himself that everything he had now came from the people, and he would give it back to the people. At this time, an old man came in with his assistant, Mr. Hua. Everyone didn't dare to chat privately anymore and greeted the old man politely. George's pupils narrowed. He didn't expect that it was this old man who was meeting them. Thank you for your hard work. Please take a seat. The old man named Mr. Hua waved his hand kindly and asked everyone to sit down. He has a high status and great prestige, and everyone respects him from the bottom of their hearts. I invited you all here today to talk about the economy. You are all leaders in the economy, and you should set good examples. Mr. Hua got straight to the point. The overall meaning is that everyone present is an economic leader and must fulfill their duties as a leader and not violate regulations, etc. Of course, we also discussed how to deal with external shocks and how to stabilize the situation. They also talked about a soft landing of the real estate market because they have already smelled the wind and the real estate market will definitely fall in the future. So now we need everyone to work together to stabilize the market. Of course, many high-tech industries were also mentioned. Afterwards, each entrepreneur expressed their opinions, saying that they had done their homework before coming. George, too, had a speech-like manuscript in his hand. Mr. George, I've heard of your name. Young man, you're amazing. George's turn to speak. Mr. Hua looked at him with admiration. You are at the forefront of innovation, like the Vanguard, which is really amazing. Your can duo and Tian in short video, whether in China or abroad, any company with such projects will be enough to cause market turmoil. But you have too. Moreover, your Tianwei technology is also doing well, and the result will be shown soon. Mr. Hua spoke highly of George and said a lot of things about him. Of course, since he was so familiar with George, he had obviously checked on George. What comforts him is that George has a very good principle. As long as the parent company is not listed, foreign investment can be avoided. Looking at George's other business projects, they're all aimed at benefiting the country and the people. So he is very happy that young people have such awareness. Mr. Hua, take from the people and give back to the people. This has always been my principle. George also expressed his attitude towards Mr. Hua. Okay, the future is yours. Mr. Hua smiled kindly. Chapter 532. Lucas and George shake hands and make peace. The meeting lasted 2 hours before it ended. The entrepreneurs left one after another, but George was left behind. Just when George was puzzled, Mr. Hua asked him to follow him. When they passed a hall, they saw that there was also a meeting inside. Mr. Hua waited patiently in the corridor for 10 minutes. After the meeting was over, Mr. Hua took George to the hotel room and said that he wanted George to meet someone. George was naturally full of curiosity. Just now, when Mr. Hua was waiting in the corridor outside another hall, a meeting was also taking place in that hall. I wonder who are the people inside. Let's talk first. Xiaoyi, I heard about you from some old friends. You are really good and have helped us a lot. Mr. Hua asked the staff to pour tea for George, and then said kindly, besides, I can see that your business is not based on money, but more on helping the people. Mr. Hua, you are right. George nodded modestly. Nowadays, there are not many people like you. Mr. Hua smiled and nodded. However, be careful of external temptations and always remember your principles and heart. As long as your principles don't change, we will give you a lot of help. This last sentence seems to be spoken casually, but it carries a lot of weight. George was ecstatic. He knew that Mr. Hua supported him. With Mr. Hua's support, Tianjin Group was like a golden plate and could be considered a semi-official enterprise. The difference from the traditional one was that Tianjin Group was still managed by George alone. It turned out that I had come to the right place for this meeting. At this time, Lucas was wearing a black suit and walking slowly. He looked calm on the surface, but he was actually very nervous and excited. "George, are you free? Someone wants to see you." Just when he was about to leave, a man in a suit looked at Lucas and said with a smile, Okay. Lucas was frightened at the first moment and naturally did not dare to refuse, so he followed the man away. After walking through the corridor and arriving at a room, I saw a man in a suit knocking on the door. "Come." A kind voice came from inside, and the man in the suit smiled at Lucas and made a gesture of invitation. Lucas nodded politely, and with a nervous mood, he pushed the door open and walked in. The first person that caught my eye was an old man in formal attire, with gray hair on his temples. He looked kind, but his every move was filled with majesty like a storm. Plop, plop, plop. After seeing this old man, Lucas' heart couldn't help beating. He never thought that in this life he would have the blessing to meet such a great man. He suddenly thought of what he had asked Uncle Wu for last time, saying that George could not be dealt with by commercial means, and perhaps he had to rely on power. I remember that Uncle Wu called back to inquire. Could this be what the higher-ups arranged for him after Uncle Wu made the phone call? If this is true, Lucas is really going to bring George down this time. George, even though you are a rare business genius in a century and own a huge business empire, everything you have is as useless as paper when facing the rules. When he was secretly excited, his eyes also looked to the other side, and his pupils were wide open as if his little heart was about to stop. Next to the old man, there was a young man in his early 20s, wearing a black suit and sitting upright, just like a student meeting his teacher at school. But Lucas recognized him. Wasn't this young man George? Why is he here too? George be qualified to come to such a high-level occasion? George in the conference room, just now. No, that's not right. The meetings over there were for representatives of official enterprises. George was just a private entrepreneur and was indeed not qualified to attend. Could it be that today's meeting was divided into official and private ones? For a few seconds, Lucas' mind was in a mess, and he felt very uneasy. The fact that George can appear here means that his social status has been raised again, and he has been recruited by the state apparatus. "Hello, Mr. Hua." Lucas walked over nervously and greeted Mr. Hua politely. George saw Lucas walk in, his pupils were fixed tightly, and the first thing he thought of was, did Lucas attend the meeting just now? Then, that meeting should be an official entrepreneur's meeting, and Lucas suddenly appeared here? Plus Mr. Hua's reminder, just now? George suddenly understood what Mr. Hua meant. Of course, he was even more shocked by the horror of Lucas' background. You know, the reason why George can appear here is that the business empire he founded is very huge, ranging from technology, media, internet, biomedicine, and so on. And the reason why Lucas can appear here is obviously because of the connections behind him. Haha, Mr. Lucas is here, sit down. Mr. Hua smiled kindly and asked Lucas to sit down. Lucas also sat upright like George, but he did not sit next to Mr. Hua, but opposite him. This little detail also illustrates a problem. George is more valued by Mr. Hua and has a higher status in his heart. But in Mr. Hua's heart, Lucas may just be a supporting role entrusted by others. You two are both the youngest business stars in the South. I'll let you two sit here because I want you to cooperate with each other. In business, only cooperation can bring winners. Mr. Hua said meaningfully. George and Lucas both understood what Mr. Hua meant and nodded. You two are both in charge of large companies with large scale and complete industrial chains. If there's a fight or something, it is the common people who will be affected. Mr. Hua continued. It can be seen that the business competition between George and Lucas in the South has already caused considerable negative effects. Moreover, the South is the economic leader. If the two companies continue to fight, it will also affect the overall situation. Therefore, the real reason why Mr. Hua met with the two of them was to get them to shake hands and make peace. And George suddenly guessed that Mr. Hua's sudden act of peacemaker meant that he already knew about the feud between him and Lucas. However, since Mr. Hua had spoken, George certainly wouldn't dare to object. Everything is up to Mr. Hua. George expressed his opinion again. I believe Xiaoya will make the most correct decision. by George's reiteration of his position. After all, if George was an impulsive person, he would not be able to manage such a large enterprise. On the contrary, Lucas is a bit difficult. At this time, Lucas looked at George, then looked at Mr. Hua, and said with a smile, "Me too. Everything is based on the people." He was secretly angry. Originally, Uncle Wu made the call, and he thought he could borrow some of his influence. But who knew that George also came to Yanjing and borrowed his influence as well? As a result, he was unable to deal with George now. From now on, he and Tianjin Group can only keep out of each other's way. No, even if there is legitimate business friction, both of them must avoid it to avoid accidental conflict. Thinking of this, Lucas felt even more depressed. Xiaoye. At this time, Mr. Hua spoke again. Chapter 533. Angela has been missing for a month. George and Lucas looked over at the same time, because when they heard the name Xiao Yi, they actually didn't know who they were calling. They all have the surname Yi. Mr. Hua looked at Lucas and said, "The matter of Southern Rare Earth has been temporarily suspended due to strategic issues. Dongshu Group is responsible for this aspect. You have to handle the follow-up work." Mr. Hua, I understand. Lucas nodded slightly, feeling even more depressed. Mr. Hua looked at George again. "Xiao Yi, I heard that you have arranged the research and development of new battery energy in various cities in the south." "Yes, but it has been stopped for now." Lucas responded respectfully. In fact, he already had the answer in his mind. In his previous life, new energy was the focus of development. "That's great. We will give you some support. Continue your research and development. However, you must strictly supervise and comply with environmental protection issues. Do you understand?" George meaningfully. "Clear." George still nodded respectfully, but suddenly felt something was wrong, and then pretended to nod happily. He had just acted too calmly, fearing that Mr. Hua might have noticed something. After all, the research and development of new energy sources had not yet been fully promoted and implemented. This was the latest strategy. Therefore, he must now appear to be very surprised and happy. Otherwise, people would think he had foreseen the future. Lucas was listening on the other side, seemingly calm on the surface, but huge waves were rising in his heart. What? George's battery layout was allowed? Then his rare earth mining was stopped? What the hell? I'm a semi-official enterprise. Instead of helping me, you help a private enterprise? Lucas was completely confused, but he didn't dare to ask, and he felt like vomiting blood. He didn't know why Mr. Hua said these words in such an occasion. Was he reminding him not to disrupt the layout of battery research and development? Isn't this a knock on him? You two are in the South. One is an old established company, representing the foundation, and the other is an innovative company, representing the leader. You must coordinate well and set a good example. Mr. Hua continued chatting with the two, and then asked both sides about their views on the Southern economy, and so on. George naturally had unique insights, which made Mr. Hua nod with satisfaction, because many of George's ideas coincided with theirs. However, when I asked Lucas, his answer was very official, without any substance at all, just bullshit. Mr. Hua felt very uncomfortable after hearing this, and thought to himself, this is not within the system. Why are you speaking in such official language? However, he has already seen the gap between the two sides. After a long time, George and Lucas left the room and walked along the corridor. Neither of them spoke, as if they didn't know each other, but they didn't quarrel or fight either. At least it was much better than before. Just now in Mr. Hua's room, both sides were expressing their opinions and participating in discussions. Although they were not like brothers, they were like ordinary colleagues. But everything changed after they left that room. Not long after, the two walked out of the hotel, got into their respective cars, and returned to the hotel. When they separated, they still didn't speak, and didn't even look at each other. They just knew that after this meeting, the rules of the game had changed, and they were already at a stage where no one could touch anyone else, and no one dared to touch anyone else. They even expect the other party to take action, so as to break the rules of the game. Lucas's backing is indeed strong. Back at the hotel, George lay on his bed, staring at the ceiling and thinking. In the hotel, Mr. Hua was half lying on a chair, holding a cigarette in one hand, looking at the information in his hand in the smoke. Mr. Hua, George and Lucas represent one of the economic leaders in the South, and Lucas is half in the system. He should be able to do his job well, but a middle-aged man wearing glasses stood next to him. He pushed his cheeks and said, "It's hard to say about George. According to our investigation, he is very close to the Quanshang Group. Some unknown chables abroad are also secretly helping him. Moreover, he has a lot of assets abroad. There are tens of billions of assets that have been found, and there are many that have not been found. Mr. Wood took off his reading glasses and turned to look at the middle-aged man. Do you think George is a little untrustworthy? Mr. Hua, his company is too big. If he colludes with foreign capital, it will have a huge impact on the South. The middle-aged man nodded slightly. Merchants pursue profits. This is their job. Merchants have no country in their hearts. This is their attitude. So, I am afraid. I know what you mean. Mr. Hua lit up another cigarette and smoked. However, I have read George's files from the early days of his business to the middle days and to the present. I always feel that this young man is very different. He is not a qualified businessman. What? The middle-aged man's face changed drastically. Mr. Hua said calmly, what he pursues is not money, nor social status, nor fame. I feel that he is more like doing things that are unfinished in his heart. The middle-aged man fell silent after hearing this, but it became even more difficult for him to understand. Old Yi, you're out buying groceries again. What delicious dish are you planning to cook today? In the park, several elderly people who were playing chess looked at David, who was passing by, and smiled. I bought some shrimp and fish and will cook for myself tonight. David held up the ingredients in his hand and said, come to my house for dinner later. No, my wife is waiting for me at home. Remember to come and play chess in the afternoon. Several old people waved. With your lousy chess moves, you can't even defeat me with a single rook. David cursed with a smile and walked quickly towards the Yi family. He is now in retirement and has nothing to do every day. He plays chess with people of the same age and dances square dance in the evening. It's true, he quite enjoys this kind of relaxed and comfortable life. He just hopes it will last forever. After returning to the villa area, he met a few acquaintances and they chatted politely for a while. One of them, an old man named Lao Liang Tu, asked curiously about Angela, as he hadn't seen her for some time. Old Liang, you want to introduce your son to Ruching again? Don't even think about it. My Ruching has high standards. David saw through the other person's thoughts at a glance. The children are not young anymore. If they don't get married, how can we, the older generation, have grandchildren? You too, Old Yi. Why aren't you in a hurry? Old Liang was not embarrassed after being exposed, and shamelessly urged him a few more times. Blind dates are not popular nowadays. This is the world of young people. David was too lazy to say more to the other party and walked back to the Yi family villa. After returning home, David gave the ingredients to Wang Ma and the others, told them to prepare them, and he would cook later, and then went to the garden to water the flowers. Where has Ruching been? How come she's been gone for over a month? While watering the flowers, David also thought about this problem, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. In fact, among his daughters, Angela seemed strong, but she's also the most sensible in doing things. Disappearing for more than a month without saying goodbye is not in line with Angela's personality. I feel that Ruching has changed a lot since I got out of prison. She has become much more sensible and not as strong as before. I saw that she was in a bad mood that day, so I thought she and Junja went out for a trip, but they were gone for too long. Is she hiding something? Or does she know that I'm not her biological father, so she wants to distance herself from me? Or is she going to look for her biological father? He was really worried about this fact, so he put down the shower head, ran to Ella's room, and knocked on the door. Chapter 534. Have you really never seen Angela? 5 minutes later, Ella opened the door. Ever since Ella's company was sued, she had been doing nothing every day, often staying up late and sleeping until noon. Although she still has a position in Dongshi Group, it is a nominal position. She slacks off every day and still gets paid. And it's not just her. Jiang Tiannan is the same. Many people like this kind of lying down life, but for them it is like torture and there's no hope at all. Dad, what's wrong? Ella looked at David and asked. David saw Ella's messy hair and the look of having just woken up, and he felt a little unhappy and asked, did your elder sister call you? No. If you hadn't told me, I would have forgotten about it. It seems like I've been away for a long time. Ella's face changed slightly. Yes, that's why I'm worried. It's been over a month, and I haven't called home or heard from them. David was a little worried and looked at Ella and said, why not call the police? Call the police. This will cause a big commotion. How about this? I'll go ask Lucas this afternoon. Ella felt a little guilty. She knew that Angela must have eavesdropped on their conversation that day and should know about the bad things Lucas had done. So if you call the police, you're most afraid that things will get bigger and bigger. As soon as possible. David was still worried. I feel like something has happened. Dad, don't let your imagination run wild. My elder sister didn't offend anyone. So how could anything happen to her? By the way, can't you contact Fanjunjia? I can't get in touch with you. Dad, I think it might have something to do with George. Go ask her again. Ella thought about it and realized that the only person Angela had offended was George. David was silent. He had gone to see George last time, but judging from George's look, he didn't seem to know about this either. George's attitude was very cold at that time. If Angela's disappearance is related to George, George should be very proud. I hope it's not him. David thought of George's promise to him that he would never attack anyone from the Yi family again. However, George still broke his promise because Ella's miscarriage was also caused by George. George is the biggest suspect right now. Plus George's sinister nature. He might have hidden my eldest sister. I guess my eldest sister must have known some of George's secrets. Anyway, go ask him again. Ella thought about it and said. David had no choice but to nod. He originally wanted to go into the kitchen to cook, but for some reason he was uneasy and couldn't eat until he figured out what was going on. Annie Wong, come with me and find George. David thought about it and called Wong Ma to join him. Fifth young master, Mother Wong, came out of the kitchen and wiped her hands on her apron. Let's go. I have something important to ask him. When you get there, just tell him you want to see him. Don't tell him about me. David brought Wong Ma along because he wanted to meet George through Wong Ma's name. On the other hand, George's business empire gradually stabilized, and he began to plan the research and development and production of batteries. In this regard, Zhang Xiaolan is more knowledgeable, and she is fully responsible, while George is responsible for pointing out the general direction, etc. In order to plan the battery layout, George hired many top students to join the company. Mr. Yi, you have invested so much in new energy. Is it because the future energy direction will shift towards this area? Zhang Xiaolan knew that George went to Yinjing for a meeting and guessed that George must have heard some news. No, I plan to build a car. George looked at Zhang Xiaolan and said, building cars? Using batteries? Zhang Xiaolan's eyes widened. Today's transportation is still mainly gasoline-powered. Although some cities have switched to buses, trams, and taxis, no one thinks that new energy can replace gasoline-powered vehicles or even threaten the status of gasoline-powered vehicles. Well, it won't be long before new energy vehicles become popular. This is a new track, and we need to plan ahead. George nodded and told Zhang Xiaolan the direction of current research and development. At this time, Olivia walked in anxiously. She looked very strange. Seeing that George, Zhang Xiaolan, and others were in a meeting, she finally did not interrupt. George glanced at her and guessed that she must have something urgent to do. Seeing that the meeting was almost over, he announced the adjournment, then walked out of the meeting room with Olivia. Brother Chun. Olivia looked very serious and wanted to say something, but Johnson came running over and said, Brother Chun, Aunt Wong wants to see you. I've arranged for her to stay in the living room. George frowned slightly, thought about it, and went to the living room. When he was at the Yi family, Wong Ma took good care of him. So after George left the Yi family, he told Wong Ma that she could always come to him if she had any difficulties. When we arrived at the reception room, we saw Aunt Wong sitting there nervously. Next to her was David, who also had a serious expression on his face, as if he was thinking about something. George knew what was going on at a glance. It should be David who came to see him in the name of Wong Ma. Fifth young master. Wong Ma saw David. She quickly stood up, looking a little guilty. George waved his hand nonchalantly and asked, Annie Wong, what's the matter? Nothing, just master. Mother Wong glanced at David and then stammered. I see. I'll ask Johnson to take you to a nearby restaurant for dinner and buy you some clothes or something. George sent Wong Ma away. He knew that David was in such a hurry to find him that the matter must be very important. As soon as Wong Ma left, David looked at George, feeling a little uneasy. George was now more mature than before, and every move he made carried a terrifying pressure. He had only seen this kind of pressure from Liang Yang, but George's majesty was even more terrifying than Liang Yang's. David, tell me what's going on. George sat down with a blank expression. George, Angela has been missing for more than a month. Tell me where she went. Please tell me. Yi family, starting with me, Angela, and Lucas, we have never provoked you. Moreover, I have repeatedly advised Lucas to let go of everything and stop holding on to the past conflicts. You really don't have to deal with us anymore. David said all the words he had been preparing for in one breath. George's expression remained unchanged. He just looked at David indifferently, which made David feel a little uneasy. After a few seconds, George said indifferently, "Last time, you also came to me for this matter. Didn't I say that I had never seen her? Why do you always think it has something to do with me? Do you blame me for everything that happens to your Yi family? And David, how can you be a father? Your daughter has been missing for more than a month, and you're only thinking about looking for her now? Generally speaking, if you haven't seen someone for 48 hours, you would have called the police." David felt guilty about this. He thought Angela went traveling, and he had a very relaxing time during this period, so he forgot about Angela for a while. "So you really didn't see Angela?" David's voice dropped a little. "I said I hadn't seen it, so I hadn't seen it. There's no need for me to lie. Was it Ella or Lucas who told you that I'd seen it?" George said coldly. "They hate me and blame me for everything. I understand that. But are you following their lead?" David opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but in the end he didn't say it. He was in a hurry, so he immediately went to George to ask for an explanation or a confirmation. Chapter 535. Tell David. Angela's been found. Angela's disappearance. You think it has something to do with me. Have you ever thought about whether it has something to do with other people in the Yi family? Seeing his look, George spoke again. David couldn't respond to this. He really hadn't thought about it, whether it was Maria, Lucas, or Ella. He had never thought about them. Although I don't know where Angela went, I know she has changed a lot now. And this change is not because of me, but perhaps from other people in the Yi family, including you. George continued. Go back and think about it carefully, and don't bother me anymore. After saying that, stand up and leave. George, wait a minute. I have something to ask you. David stood up and wanted to call George, but George ignored him and strode out of the living room. After returning to the office, George also told the story of Angela's disappearance. Olivia was listening, and her pretty face changed instantly. By the way, I just came to you because of this matter. Is it related to Angela? George asked in surprise. Angela on the internet recently. Her identity has not been confirmed yet, but it attracted a lot of comments. I saw it by chance, so I planned to tell you. Olivia finished speaking. She took out her cell phone and flipped through the saved videos. During this process, George frowned slightly, feeling that this short video would contain very bad news. He doesn't know why this happened. Logically speaking, he has severed ties with the Yi family, and the life or death of the Yi family members has nothing to do with him. I remember that in the previous life, Angela also bullied George a lot. After he donated a kidney to Lucas and lay in the hospital, Angela didn't treat him well at all, especially when the fire broke out. Angela ran away ruthlessly like a traitor. Why did she run away? Why didn't she even look back? Angela never recognized George and never considered him as her younger brother after he returned to the Yi family. They had lived together for so many years. Could it be that they had no feelings for each other at all? When George was burned to death, he was thinking about these questions all the time. That's it. At this moment, Olivia's voice interrupted George's memories, and he looked at the video on his mobile phone. In the video, a dirty, thin, messy-haired woman was rummaging through a trash can, picking up cigarette butts on the ground and lighting them with a lighter. She was carrying many bottles and cans on her back. She found some dirty buns, leftover vegetables, and other things in the trash can, and then walked away in a daze. Of course, if you look closely, you can see that the woman is holding a dead cat in her arms. This is a beggar's video, but even so, George could still see clearly that the beggar looked exactly like Angela. He recognized it. How was that possible? George's pupils condensed. Then think carefully about the last meeting with Angela. Angela at that time. If there was anything wrong, it was that she spoke less and was not as strong and aggressive as before. Most importantly, her attitude towards George has obviously improved a lot. George stopped attacking the Yi family and let go of these grudges was also related to Angela's change of attitude. Isn't it scary? Olivia also said seriously, the last time we met, she was fine, but now she has become a beggar. This video was taken by a netizen. He seemed to know Angela, so he posted on the internet, saying that he was the former chairman of the Yi group, so it attracted a lot of people to watch. Brother Chun, do you think she's really Angela? Why did she become like this? George couldn't answer these words. He kept watching the video over and over again. Overlapped the beggar in the video with Angela. Check out the comments. George took a deep breath and said, Olivia opened the comments and saw many people leaving messages. Is it fake? That's right. It's not easy to see a beggar these days. It is said that beggars will be caught and sent back home. Besides, you said she is the former chairman of the Yi Group? Even if a rich person goes bankrupt, it is beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Their bankruptcy is not the same as our bankruptcy. So even if we become beggars, she can't become a beggar. That's not necessarily true. Many beggars nowadays are mentally ill, not beggars because they have no food to eat. I saw her walking and talking. What on earth was she talking about? She's talking about my baby. In one of the comments with the most people, George also saw the comment from the video owner. Baby. George's face suddenly changed. He had checked Angela before and knew that Angela and Fan Junjia had always wanted to have a child, but they had always failed. There was a time when George even used this to mock Angela, which made Angela furious. If it involves children, then George can guess why Angela went crazy. Baby? Is her baby gone? Or is she upset because she hasn't been able to get pregnant? Olivia was also guessing. Find out where Angela is now, make a phone call, and have someone send her back. George thought about it and finally decided to help. He didn't know why he wanted to help. Logically, he should be very happy seeing Angela's current condition. However, just as he said, his feud with the Yi family had ended long ago, except for the feud with Lucas, Maria, Liang Yong, and others. So just make a phone call, it's no big deal. Olivia quickly made a call and asked Wang Wei to find the location in the video immediately. 10 minutes later, Wang Wei called. Boss Xia, I compared many places with the video, and finally I can confirm that this street is Yuhai City, the street next to the former Yi Group headquarters. George heard this. He became even more certain that the person in the video was Angela. Olivia immediately called the rescue center and asked them to send someone to deal with the problem. George thought about it, found Wang Ma's number on his phone, dialed it, hesitated for a minute, and finally said, Tell David that Angela has been found at the Yi Group headquarters. David was going back with Wang Ma. He was in a bad mood and didn't even notice that Wang Ma was answering the phone. Master, I found the young lady at the headquarters of Yi Group. David excitedly. Yi Group headquarters? What's going on? What is Ruching doing there? Isn't it sealed off? David was surprised. He hailed a taxi to the high-speed rail and then took the high-speed rail back to Yuhai City. 2 hours later, he arrived at the headquarters of Yi Group. At a glance, he saw a dirty woman sleeping at the gate, surrounded by many mineral water bottles and other things. Where's Ruching? David looked around, searching everywhere. Wang Ma was also helping, but after she stared at the woman, goosebumps appeared all over her body. She trembled and said to David, Master, there. David had seen the woman a long time ago, but he didn't care at all and didn't think about it in this direction. Now that Wang Ma pointed her out, he looked carefully and his face turned pale instantly. Chapter 536. I feel so heartbroken that I am about to faint. The woman was seen lying on the ground. She picked up the cigarette butts that were collected beside her, lit one, and smoked it, then looked ahead blankly. When she raised her face, David saw it clearly. Although she is different from the strong and capable eldest daughter in my impression, her outline is exactly the same. Why, how could this happen? David just felt terrified, extremely terrified. In his impression, Angela is the most capable, the best at studying, the most trustworthy in doing things, and the one with the most ideas. He would never have imagined that his daughter, who once made him so proud, would become a beggar instead of returning home. What on earth is happening? Ruching, what are you doing? David ran over anxiously and came in front of Angela. Originally, he thought Angela would be surprised after seeing him, but Angela just glanced at him and looked away again. Her eyes were empty and blank, without any emotion, as if David was not a person, but a cat, a dog. Ruching, I'm your dad, Daddy. David excitedly grabbed Angela's shoulders and shook them. What did you do? How did you become like this? Who harmed you? It was George. It must be George. He turned you into a beggar. He yelled and cried at the same time, and his heart felt like it was being cut back and forth by a knife. Even though he knew that Angela was not his biological daughter, they had lived together since childhood, so how could he not have feelings for each other? However, Angela remained like a puppet and did not give him any response. And because David shook the cat so hard, the dead cat fell out of Angela's arms. Baby, baby! Angela screamed like crazy, picked up the dead cat, continued to hold it in her arms, and stroked it with a look of pity on her face. David and Wang Ma both took a step back in fear, their lips trembling, and neither of them could utter a word, because they just discovered that the dead cat in Angela's arms had already started to stink, just like cat jerky. Their brains were a little short-circuited, and it was hard for them to admit that this woman was really Angela. Angela was still normal a month ago. At this time, the rescue center's car arrived, and several men in white coats trotted over. It must be her. He looks a little insane. Send him to the hospital first. They stared at Angela and then tied her up with special straps. A man who looked like a director looked at David and Wang Ma and asked, "Do you know her?" "I know her. She is my daughter." David's eyes were red, and he didn't want to say this, but the facts told him that this was his eldest daughter, Angela. "It's good that we know each other. We are still planning to look for her family. Come with us to the hospital to see the specific situation first." The director nodded slightly and called David and the others to leave together. A few hours later, the provincial hospital. Lucas, Ella, and others also came. After knowing Angela's condition, they even invited the best doctor to check her out. David walked back and forth in the corridor, feeling very anxious and full of fear. "Dad, how could this happen? We just had dinner together not long ago." "Dad, my eldest sister has always lived with you. Why didn't you take good care of her? Where's Fan Junjia? He must have done something bad." Lucas looked at David walking back and forth and couldn't help but complain. "I don't know. I really don't know." David's heart was in turmoil. Ella and Jiang Tianin sat on chairs in the corridor. Neither of them spoke. Ella's hands were very cold, and her lips were pale from fear. She didn't know what happened, but the four sisters, Angela and Yuki, were all in trouble. Lily seemed to disown them and left. Now, she is the only one left. She felt lonely and confused. At this time, the doctor came out of the room, looked at Lucas, and said, "George, the patient's examination results are out. She is very weak, has parasites in her body, and her stomach, liver, and other organs are damaged. Most importantly, I suspect she has acute stress disorder." "What's the meaning?" Lucas frowned slightly. "Deity means that someone has been greatly stimulated and has developed a mental disorder, which is a mental illness." The doctor said, "This situation can usually be relieved in a month or several months. If it fails to be relieved, it may develop into PTSD, which is post-traumatic stress disorder, and requires psychological treatment and drug assistance." After hearing the doctor's diagnosis, the entire corridor fell silent. David, Ella, Lucas all looked at the doctor in shock. They could never have imagined that Angela would actually go crazy. "Okay, I understand. No matter what, we must make her recover." Lucas took a deep breath. He felt a little complicated. Although he and Angela were competitors, Angela had been with him for more than 10 years after all. He felt it was very strange that such a good person suddenly went crazy. "Can we see her?" David asked excitedly. The doctor thought for a moment and said, "The patient's mood is still not very stable. I don't think it's appropriate. Of course, it's okay to watch through the window." Then let the nurse take David and the others to the window. Looking through the window, I saw Angela tied to the bed. She resisted fiercely at first, but later she twisted her body like a fish and kept shouting, "Baby!" She was very thin, with sunken eyes, and looked much older, like she was in her 50s. She looked very scary. "Woo!" Seeing Angela's appearance, Ella subconsciously stroked her mouth, and tears couldn't stop falling. Her heart was in great pain, and she didn't want to admit that the crazy woman in the ward was the beautiful, capable, and competent elder sister in her impression. Ruching. David was also very heartbroken and almost fainted. "We will start the treatment today. Hopefully, after a few courses of treatment, the patient's condition will improve." The doctor said, "Then you could get in close contact with her. If you do that now, you might worsen the patient condition." After saying that, he glanced at David and others, then left with the nurse. "Why is this happening? Big sister, what has happened to you?" Lucas suddenly said coldly, "It's George? It must be George." Ella heard this. She was 100% sure of Lucas' guess. "George is so cruel. What did he do to drive my sister crazy? He is so cruel. He is not a human being." Lucas thought of the meeting in Yinjing that day and sighed. It's a pity. Even though he knew it was him, he can't bear the punishment of the law. "I will call Mom about this. Mom may have to return to the South. She will not let George go." David then interrupted and said, "It may not be George. It could also be Fan Junjia. Anyway, we can find the answer by finding Fan Junjia." After a pause, he looked at Ella. "Ella, you and Tianin go back and rest first. I will stay here tonight." Chapter 537. My name is Angela. "Dad." Ella was a little worried. "Go ahead, Dad is fine." David patted Ella on the shoulder. Ella had no choice but to nod and leave with Lucas. David continued to stay in the hospital, and Aunt Wang also stayed to take care of him. They ordered takeout and ate in the corridor. After eating, no one spoke. They just sat there quietly. Even now, I still can't accept the reality. When she was little, Angela was the most obedient and sensible among the children. She was the eldest sister, and when we were not around, she took good care of her sisters and brothers. She started to learn how to manage when she was little. After half an hour of silence, David's voice was heard, with tears dripping from his eyes. Before, my mind was on Yuki, Ella, Lily, and Lucas, and never on Angela, because Angela was too sensible and I didn't need to worry about her at all. But now I realize why I didn't care about her more when I was a child. David's voice was filled with tears. Xiao Su just said that Ruching was so shocked, maybe because of Fan Junjie. Actually, I don't think it's necessarily because of me. Master Yu, Mother Wang looked at it in surprise. David nodded painfully. Maybe she knows that I am not her biological father. What? Mother Wang got goosebumps all over her body. In fact, after I knew the news, I wanted to tell her a long time ago, but I couldn't open my mouth because I was afraid that she would be too upset. Doesn't matter whether she is my biological daughter or not. In my heart, she is my daughter. I have never disowned her or distanced myself from her. No matter if we are related by blood or not, she will always be my daughter, David murmured, as if he was telling himself, but also seemed to be telling Angela. Mother Wang finally understood why David chose to stay. He blamed herself for Angela's madness and wanted to stay and slowly enlighten Angela. At this time in Beijing, Maria received a call from Lucas. After learning that Angela had gone crazy, she was shocked for a long time. And then there is endless sadness. Mom, the reason my elder sister could be stimulated by these things must be George. I am 100% sure it is him. Xiao Su, that damned evil creature, he is so cruel and ruthless. He will go to hell sooner or later. Mom, the situation is a little different now. Old Hua has come forward and forced us to shake hands and make peace. I can't really touch George unless the Gu family comes forward. Xiao Su, I'll be back to the south in a few days. Maria started crying after she finished speaking. Her second daughter, Yuki, became a vegetable, and her eldest daughter, Angela, went crazy, which made her very painful. It's late at night. George and Olivia were sitting in the living room watching TV, but both of them were absent-minded. George was playing with a pen in his hand, which he just picked up from a bookcase. But he remembered that when he was a child, Angela once gave him a pen. He was so happy for a month and regarded the pen as a treasure. However, Lucas broke the pen on purpose later. He even pushed Lucas for it and was severely punished by his family. Later, after he severed ties with the Yi family, he did not take the pen with him and left it in the room. At this time, Olivia answered the phone, and after hanging up, she looked at George and said, Angela has been diagnosed with mental illness. It is said that she was caused by a great shock. She is currently receiving treatment in the hospital. David and Wang Ma are taking care of her there. George stopped turning the pen in his hand and sighed. The biggest reason for her being upset should be the child. I guess so, Olivia nodded. But I didn't expect that the child meant so much to her. Yeah, I didn't expect that either. George nodded. You know, Ella also had a miscarriage, but she didn't go crazy like Angela. I remember that she had health problems, and it was difficult for her to get pregnant. She finally got pregnant, but what caused her to miscarry? Also, where's her lover Fan Junjie? George thought about it, called Wang Wei and Chun Sanshan, and asked them to find Fan Junjie as quickly as possible. An hour later, Wang Wei found him, because although Fan Junjie disappeared, he did not disappear without a trace. He just left Angela. He's back with his ex-wife. Wang Wei told everyone what he had found out. Chidan, Uncle Chun, come with me. George picked up his clothes and left. Even though he had severed ties with the Yi family and would not interfere with each other in the future, George still wanted to know the answer. He wanted to know why Angela went crazy. That's all. My name is Angela. I am 7 years old this year and just started school. I am the smartest girl in my class and at home, and I am proud of it. Mom, is this my little brother? He's so cute. I looked at the baby lying on the bed and was very happy. My mother came back yesterday, and she told me that this was my brother George. I have 3 younger sisters and have always wanted a younger brother. I heard that younger brothers love their sisters very much, unlike my younger sisters who are too willful. Sister, why does he look like a tiny kid? Why isn't he talking? Can I get him some candy? I gave him my favorite skirt. Sisters Yuki and Ella were also surrounding their brother, touching his face with their fingers. The youngest sister, Lily, also wanted to see her brother, but she couldn't climb onto the bed, and she couldn't speak fluently yet. I am the smartest among all people. I must protect my brother. Mom, you've been in ugly country for a long time, and you're finally back with your brother. Mom, my brother's crying. When I saw my brother crying, I quickly ran to find my mother, but she was putting on makeup and ignored my brother on the bed. Fortunately, Grandpa and Dad came in and brought a nanny, and everyone worked together to make milk powder for my brother. After drinking the milk, my brother slowly fell asleep. Grandpa kept holding my younger brother. He was very happy and didn't want to let go. Dad kept surrounding Grandpa and looked very happy too. When my sister and I saw this situation, we suddenly felt a little unhappy. Will Grandpa and Dad only love my brother and not us in the future? At this time, the mother had finished putting on makeup. She angrily scolded the grandfather, saying that he didn't know how to hold his younger brother. The grandfather had no choice but to put the younger brother on the bed, and was then kicked out of the room by the mother. After Grandpa and Dad left, my younger brother was also woken up. He started crying again, and he cried very sadly. At first, the sisters were very scared of the crying and looked at their mother, but their mother didn't say anything and was rummaging through the cupboard. It seemed as if she didn't hear her brother crying. Mom, let me hold my brother. I thought about it and said very obediently, because I thought my mother must be very tired, so I wanted to help her hold my brother. Don't hold him. Let him cry on the bed. He won't die from crying. My mother stopped me and squatted down to warn me seriously. From now on, unless there are special circumstances, you are not allowed to hold your brother. Do you hear me? WI. I think my mother's attitude is a bit fierce. Chapter 538. I tell you, children are devils. If I say you can't hug me, then you can't hug me. Because if your brother gets used to being hugged, he'll want to be hugged every day. You can't spoil him too much, Angela. I tell you, children are devils. Mom seems to be very strict with my younger brother. I don't know if what my mother said is right. Maybe we were rarely hugged when we were young, so my sister and I didn't dare to hug her and just watch from the side. The younger brother cried more and more sadly, feeling so pitiful. It seemed like no one paid any attention to him. Slowly, he became tired of crying and fell asleep. Sister, my brother is so annoying. Ella whispered to me. You were like this when you were a kid. I had to remind Ella, but I'm not sure if I was ever held in arms when I was a child, but I remember that my sisters were often held in arms. One day, I came back from school, and just as I entered the room, I heard my brother crying. Grandpa is not here, Dad is not here, and the nanny is not here. By the way, the nanny was driven away by the mother, who said that she wanted to take care of her own child and would not allow the nanny to interfere. I pushed open the door and entered my mother's room. A foul smell came out, and I guessed that my brother must have pooped. Mother! I hurried to look for my mother, but she was not at home. I was very surprised. Oh my God, my brother pooped and Mom is not at home. I asked Uncle Lin and found out that my mother was playing mahjong at the neighbor's house. I quickly ran over and reminded her anxiously, leave him alone. But Mom was still playing mahjong and ignored my brother. Mom, my brother seems hungry. I was a little anxious, but I didn't dare to disturb my mother playing mahjong. Ruching, if you have time, take him to the bathroom to wash his butt and make him some milk powder. My mother drew a good hand of cards. She seemed very happy and turned to me and said a few words. I don't understand. I was a little worried that I wouldn't be able to do it well, but when I wanted to ask my mother, she ignored me. I had no choice but to go back to my mother's room and saw my brother still crying. His voice was very shrill, and it seemed like his throat was about to break. There was no choice but to take off my brother's diaper and carry him to the bathroom. Because I didn't know how to wash it, I had to rinse it under the faucet, and I didn't know if it was rinsed clean. But my younger brother cried even harder, and I don't know if it was because the water was too cold. Since this time, misfortune started to befall me. Whenever my brother cried, my mother asked me to take care of it, making milk, changing diapers, etc. I went from liking him at the beginning to slowly turning into hating him. Whenever I heard him crying, I would hate my brother. I hit my younger brother behind my mother's back, but he didn't cry. Instead, he smiled at me. He smiled very happily, and it seemed like he liked me very much. But I'm not happy at all, and I hate him even more. I hate kids. I remember one time my younger brother had already learned how to crawl, and he was crawling in the garden, and somehow he fell down. My sister and mother ignored him. Even though my brother was crying, no one went over to check on him. After waiting for a while, my mother finally let me go check on him. When I went over to check, I found that his body was covered with ants, biting him. My brother was lying on the ground, motionless, shaking all over, as if he was about to die. I was scared and called my mom for help, but she said she wanted to take a nap and ignored me. I had to pull my brother under the faucet and run the water to flush away the ants. The ants were crawling everywhere, and they climbed onto me and bit me. I was very angry and slapped my brother a few more times. My brother finally woke up at this time. He kept crying and looked at me with his pitiful big eyes, looking very innocent. But I became even angrier, and when there was no one around, I stepped hard on my brother's foot. I don't know why, but the more I saw my brother cry, the more excited I felt. It was a very strange feeling. At night, Grandpa found that my brother had a fever, so he and Dad sent him to the hospital. Time passed by like this. When I was 10 years old, I came home from school and saw that my grandfather's eyes were red. My father was sitting there without saying a word, and my mother was watching TV with a sullen face, with a child in her arms. By the way, his name is not George, but Lucas, and he is the youngest brother in our family. I looked into the living room and saw my sister, but not my other brother, George. I asked Yuki in a low voice. Yuki is 8 years old now and is not as stupid as she was when she was a child. She told me that George is lost. Oh my God, I was stunned. But I don't know why, I was not worried at all. On the contrary, I was a little happy because I had hated George for a long time. He was the child that no one in the family liked. My mother also often told us that George was the most annoying. It's better to lose it now, then no one will bother me in the future. What surprised me was that although my mother obviously hated children, she was very good to my youngest brother Lucas. She made milk for Lucas and changed his diapers every day. She even stopped playing mahjong and stayed with her brother every day. I can't understand what the difference is between George and Lucas, and why they are treated completely differently. Lucas secretly, but my mother stopped me every time and even scolded me harshly. I didn't dare to say anything back and lower my head as if I had done something wrong. I completely understood what my mother meant. It seemed that my mother allowed everyone to bully George, but not Lucas. In this way, I grew up slowly and went to study abroad. But I still hate kids. My boyfriend who lives abroad once asked me how many children I plan to have in the future. I answered him coldly that I didn't want any, and I never planned to have children in my life. My boyfriend was terrified and kept trying to persuade me, but I remained firm. I couldn't understand what was good about the child. He cried every day, and it was so annoying. I remember when I was taking care of George as a child, I didn't even have time to do homework or play. So I told my boyfriend that if we wanted to stay together, we couldn't have kids. Otherwise, we had to break up now. If you still want to force me to have children in the future, I will get sterilized now. My boyfriend didn't dare to say more on this topic and kept coaxing and trying to please me. I was quite happy at that time. Just 1 month later, my boyfriend broke up with me. I was very surprised at the time, but it didn't matter much. I'm pretty and my family is rich, so changing boyfriends is as easy as changing clothes. When I was studying abroad, I also worked part-time as an assistant in a kindergarten. Although I hated this job, it was arranged by the school, and it was related to whether I could graduate. So I can only bear it. When I was working in kindergarten, I saw those foreign kids with blonde hair and fair skin, and I still hated them. They swarm around me like flies, asking me stupid questions all the time. On the surface, I could only endure it, but as long as there were no colleagues around, I would bully them and beat them mercilessly. Seeing them wanting to cry, but not daring to, I would feel a long-lost sense of relief in my heart. Yes, this feeling of exhilaration comes from childhood, and it is really exciting. Especially a little boy named Curry. He is small and looks very delicate. I like to bully him the most. Perhaps in this little boy, I seem to see my former brother George. Chapter 539. No laughter, no liveliness, like a prisoner. On this day, the little boy secretly stuffed a cake into my hand and said to me nervously, "Teacher Ruching, can you please stop hitting me? This cake was made by my mother. I give it to you. I hope you will be happy." I know Curry's family is not well off. Her father ran away with another woman, leaving her mother alone to raise him. This cake must have been made by her mother using some cheap flour. I felt disgusted, and when I saw Curry's dirty face again, I grabbed the cake and pressed it on his face. "Teacher, teacher." Curry was so scared that his hands were waving around, and he kept struggling. The other children were so scared that they dared not speak. At this time, my colleague, who was also my classmate, came in. She was horrified after seeing this scene, and quickly pushed me away and scolded me for abusing the child. She even said she would tell the principal. I sneered and threatened her, asking her if she still wanted to return home. Her family was just middle class. If she did, I had many ways to kill her. By the way, I told her that I had been to her house before. In the end, my colleague got scared and didn't dare to complain, so he had to pretend that he hadn't seen her. Without her disruption, I started bullying the kids in class even more, especially the little boy named Curry. In fact, I don't know why I bully them, but when I see them crying, I feel really comfortable and refreshed. Maybe I'm a pervert. On this day, it was raining heavily outside. Curry was late, holding a tattered umbrella, but he forgot to bring his school bag to school. He told us that his mother was in a hurry to work and went out very early, so he went out alone. So he forgot to bring his school bag. I was very angry at the time and slapped Curry in front of my colleagues and even more fiercely ordered him to go home and get it immediately. Curry was frightened by my fierce attitude and was shaking all over. He didn't dare to cry because he knew that once he cried, I would continue to beat him until he stopped crying. He had no choice but to go back with his umbrella. My colleague couldn't help it and reminded me that it was raining heavily outside and Curry was still so young. She also told me that Curry is very pitiful because his mother has to work and rarely spends time with him. He is mostly alone at home and is often bullied by his neighbors. He has already developed an inferiority complex. Such children cannot experience love from birth. They will be full of fear about the future and will feel that living is worse than death. I ignored my colleagues' pleas for Curry and continued teaching the children. The children were all very well behaved. As long as I was around, they didn't laugh or act lively. They were like a group of prisoners in jail. Just at noon, the director came to tell us that Curry had been in a car accident and was hit and killed on the road. When we all rushed over, his mother also came, holding the child's body and crying. It was then that I saw that Curry's mother was very young and thin. It was said that she worked 3 jobs just to give her child a childhood that was no worse than others. It was just because she seldom accompanied her child. So Curry has always been very inferior. I'm sorry, teacher, for causing you trouble. When Curry's mother saw us, she held her child and bowed to us to apologize. I was also scared at the time. I really didn't expect Curry to be hit and killed by a car. He was so young. But I comforted myself that this was fate and had nothing to do with me. I just asked him to go back and get his school bag. In the end, Curry's mother didn't delve into the matter further. She left with her child in her arms, very sad. However, when she left, she glanced at us as if she wanted to say something. I could never forget that look. It seemed to be filled with resentment and anger, and also like a curse. After this incident, I left the kindergarten and the school issued me a graduation certificate. Although the principal seemed to know something, he did not dare to expose what I had done for the sake of the kindergarten's reputation. After I graduated from college and returned to China, my colleague went back with me. She told me that 1 month after Curry's death, his mother also committed suicide. I didn't take it seriously at the time and even commented that Curry's mother was stupid and committed suicide for a child. The child is the devil. From then on, I never saw my colleague again. I heard from my classmates that she left the South, worked as a teacher in a kindergarten in the North, gave up her business major, and so on. This incident did not cause much impact in my life. It is just a memory. Moreover, I started to get busy. I joined D Group. I was very capable and soon got to the top position. This is also the pinnacle moment of my life. During this process, my secretary Fan Junjia has been helping me, and he admires me too. But the good times didn't last long. My brother George came back. Whenever I saw him, I felt like I was seeing the child I hated the most. Moreover, I had a hunch that his return would threaten my position, so I had always been targeting him and never revealed his identity to outsiders. He tried his best to please me, cooked porridge for me, and brought me meals, but I never appreciated it. Until one early morning, I came back from a social event at 2 o'clock. When I got home, I found that George was not asleep yet. He saw that I drank a lot of wine, so he made porridge for me. He saw that I was very tired, so he washed my feet. At that moment, I finally recognized him a little bit. Of course, this recognition is not an acknowledgement that he is my brother, but a recognition that George, as my brother, is qualified to be nice to me. Because everything George did, like all the other men who flattered me, was what they were supposed to do. But one day, George seemed to go crazy. He quarreled with his parents and cut off ties with his family. I think it's funny that George wants to get the attention of his family in this way. I have to say, he is too naive. I don't feel sad at all about his leaving. I even guess that sooner or later George will kneel down and beg for our forgiveness. I put this matter behind me and spent more time with Fan Junjia because we were in love. The only thing stopping us is Fan Junjia's family. I have seen his 2 children, a boy and a girl, and I hated them both. I once beat them up behind Fan Junjia's back and poured boiling water on them. When Fan Junjia's wife found out about this, she didn't dare say anything because she was afraid that her husband would lose his job. She can only try her best to prevent the child from contacting me. I remember that the two children looked at me with eyes full of fear. This look was the same as that of children in foreign kindergartens, the same as Curry's eyes, and even more the same as that of George when he was a child. I really liked this look. Unfortunately, the good times didn't last long. The Yi family began to run into trouble. The family business was being eroded, various businesses were interrupted, debts were exposed, and the group gradually went bankrupt. Of course, I was in trouble too. My relationship with Fan Junjia was exposed, and I was labeled as a mistress. A series of misfortunes gradually weighed down my mood. I no longer had the high spirits and rebelliousness I once had. I began to accept that I was just an ordinary person. Chapter 540. Because the word home. I watched Lucas snatch away my rights. Watched George look down on me. My edges were smoothed out, and I felt powerless and desperate towards life. At this time, Fan Junjia was still with me, and I could feel that he really loved me, and he really wanted to have a home with me. I don't know if it's because of my age or because I've been through so much, but I also started to want a home, a warm home with my own children. I don't know when I became less disgusted with children,